and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mahomes trying to buy some time on that bad ankle. Moving to his right. He is now scrambling, and he's going to get a first down. And now he gets hit late! He gets hit late! He gets hit late! Mahomes gets hit late! It'll be a 15-yard penalty on top of the gain. And the gain should be bound to the 35-yard line.
And there is your AFC Championship. Who had the clap in the background? Is that Christian Okoye back there?
Someone's celebrating.
Is it Okoye?
Hear that big slap in the background there on Chiefs Radio? Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Monday edition of Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Bobby Belt will be in 30 minutes. And right as this game was kicking off, Jerry Jones had to try and steal the spotlight of announcing that Kellen Moore is finally gone and out. We'll get to that in a second, but first, Choppy, AFC Championship, Pat Mahomes guts it out, and we have our Scott Norwood moment with the Texas Longhorn, Joseph Asai.
Well, that is he wasn't the first one I thought of, obviously because he's not a kicker, but that was quite the mistake by Joseph Asai.
Killer.
This game is going to be remembered for that. And it should also be remembered for the do-over. There was a lot of questionable calls in this game.
There's a reason that NFL Rigged is trending and was trending all game long. Cincinnati is not going to be happy. The city, the team, the organization is not going to be happy about that.
No, and they shouldn't be. And I don't know if this game was rigged, but the point remains that this was a poorly officiated game. Very poorly and fairly one-sided. I don't think that the referees stole the game from Cincinnati, but I do think they influenced it a little bit. They definitely impacted that game.
If it was us, if the Cowboys got the treatment of the officiating, we would be trying to figure out a way to protest here in the Metroplex. People would be losing their minds. But look, the Asai call was the right call. It was a dumb play. I know a lot of people, I like to see some of the warmth in society that is very rare these days. The people saying, don't get mad at him. It wasn't that one play. It wasn't that one play, but that's an all-time dumb play. It was a dumbass play. It was stupid. It was unnecessary. It was a total brain fart. I felt for him sitting there on the bench for about 10 minutes afterwards. No doubt about it, but don't let that sentiment take over and try to excuse it. That play gave the Kansas City Chiefs a game-winning field goal attempt from 45. It just did.
It did. Now,
and it was the right call.
Yeah, it was the right call. Now the Bengals got their own self to blame. I mean, they gave up almost a 30-yard punt return.
Yes.
Don't give up the 30-yard punt return, and that play doesn't matter.
Yes.
Doesn't matter at all. And his teammate, that Jermaine Pratt, did you see this? Him, yelling at the, in the tunnel on the way out? Man, wrong spot.
Jermaine Pratt, Bengals teammate, caught on video.
Oh, not good. It's my last year. Why you touch the quarterback?
Why'd you touch the quarterback? Is that what he said?
Yeah, why the blank you touch the quarterback? I've been still trying to figure out what he said before that. Something got us here. But that's a tough spot. To try to yell at somebody and know your role.
Look, all-time bad brain fart, no doubt about it. An ugly game throughout, but Pat Mahomes guts it out. I still have not turned on Mahomes. We do this in sports society all the time, turning on the Golden State Warriors. Can you figure out a way to dislike Steph Curry, Choppy, can't standing his mouthpiece? I still don't dislike Mahomes at all. He gutted it out. He was clearly compromised on that foot. It seemed to get worse throughout the game, but the game-winning play for the Chiefs was him scrambling to the right side to get out of bounds. So now the Andy Reid / Kelsey Bowl is set. The Kelsey brothers are going to be taking on each other, Andy Reid against his former team. But just as this thing was kicking off, the news breaks from Tom Pelissero, Kellen Moore is gone.
Yeah. Way to try to hide that. Way to try to bury this one there, Jerry.
Gosh.
Good job, man. The only thing that could have been better was Friday afternoon. The only thing that could have been better. And even that wouldn't have been better. We're all sitting here paying attention to the football game. We don't care about this now. This play caller doesn't affect us for 9 months.
Well, Broadus has said multiple times on and off the air. He called me yesterday when this happened. He said the league is so serious about not overshadowing something. Don't interrupt. Don't screw around with it. Wasn't it the A-Rod contract years ago?
He did it during the Rockies Red Sox World Series in 2007. In the middle of the game, he announces that he's opting out.
Keep league business separate. People are like, oh, was Jerry trying to steal the spotlight from the Eagles? Was Jerry throwing a hissy fit and ticked off because Philadelphia is advancing and we try to take away some of their shine? So these are all the different theories that are out there.
Yeah, so it's obviously the news dump, but they move on from Kellen Moore in what they're calling a mutual parting of ways.
A lot of teams already interested. A lot of teams lining up to talk to Kellen, according to the reports.
Yeah, there are. And what's that tell you? It tells you that he is thought of very, very highly around the National Football League.
Look, I never sat here.
I got to stop you. You have a massive string hanging right for your neck, and it is annoying the hell out of me.
Oh.
I got to stop. I can't stop looking at it.
Okay, there you go. I think I just got it.
You should just reached over and grabbed it, Chop.
I should have.
Yes. I was never screaming for Kellen's job like everyone else. I try to defend him to a degree because I can't break down route combinations, all right? I know everyone called him, one of the Tolos said he was Kellen Curl Moore, stick routes, turnaround, that's it. There's lack of creativity, not scheming guys open. I can't break that stuff down. All I know is what Bobby sent. When he had his quarterback healthy, he was 6th, 1st, and 4th in points scored. That's pretty good. But I can advocate this and support it because of what I said as soon as we were eliminated. I felt trapped. I was like, where are we going with this? It felt like the Cowboys had hit their ceiling. So if you feel like this is a possible changeup, you're not getting rid of the quarterback, and you want a different offensive mind calling things, I was way more surprised to hear that Mike McCarthy was calling the plays now. And not that Kellen was fired. That part from David Moore really, really surprised me. They're probably going to bring in an offensive coordinator, but McCarthy is going to call the plays. And it was so weird to say, think, or even read people say, look, if the ship's going down, you may as well steer it. And I was like 12-5. And McCarthy possibly making a move to save his coaching life in DFW.
Yeah,
it felt so crazy.
I was trying to think,
But now he's put himself at risk in 2 different ways.
Oh, yeah. He could get criticized for the plays and for the game management. See me. You know me.
Don't have responsibility.
My number one priority in life is just figure out a way to stay employed. Okay? Manage expectations and employment. A coach's job, number one thing, you got to manage expectations. You got to keep them low. Keep your expectations low. If they don't expect anything from you, and when they don't get anything from you, they're not really upset.
So now you need to win, maybe get past the divisional round, and have an offense that is at least scoring as much as Kellen's, and you would think needs to look better. That's a lot of pressure coming from 2 angles.
It can't really look better. Now, because on the surface. Now, efficiency-wise, it could look better, but on the surface, it can't really look much better than it already is. I mean, you're talking about being in the top 10 in points every year. Yeah, you can't really be better than that all the time. Again, you can have more efficient offenses and stuff, but
and look, they're going to be fine scoring points.
Yeah, and I just wonder who the OC, the real one, right? Whoever the guy that's going to be brought in.
Right now, people throwing out the name Brian Schottenheimer. We have some numbers on him later, but the Cowboys are going to be fine scoring points. How are they going to look against the best defenses, and what's going to happen in a playoff game? Because the output that they had against Tampa was not enough to save Kellen Moore around here in the minds of the Tolos and obviously in the Cowboys front office. So a ton going on here on your home of America's team. The Super Bowl is set. Let's see what's going on with the NFC side. I'm not impressed with Philadelphia, and I can stop rooting for the putrid green now that the Eagles eliminated the hated 49ers. NFC Championship recap. Bobby Belt takes us inside the exit of Kellen Moore. Just getting started. Monday edition. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next
firing the football, and it is caught by Devontae Smith at the 5. Another marvelous catch. He reached up, spun around, and brought it down with his right hand.
And that is how the NFC Championship game started. Early mistake from Kyle Shanahan, not challenging on the 4th down catch from Devontae Smith, and Philadelphia takes advantage of a 4th-string quarterback. Were we at 4 or 5? I've lost count. It's Sean RJ. And look who walked into the studio early, Bobby Bell. To what do we owe the early arrival?
I couldn't sleep, so I just came in. I'm not sure I slept last night, Sean. It was one of those nights where you kind of toss and turn, and it's like, I'm sure I slept at some point because I don't feel like I've been up for 24 hours, but, you know, I also don't totally remember a moment where I fell asleep or woke up from sleeping last night.
Worried about the cold, worried about the conditions out here, the 20-degree weather?
Nah, I took my Adderall, I think, too late in the morning yesterday, around 10 o'clock, and then typically it's supposed to be 12 hours, supposed to run out by 10 p.m., but I think it was enough to keep me all jacked up, and so tossing and turning. But that's all right. I'll take the other one here in a sec.
Okay. There you go. Make up. Balance it out. Make up. So the Eagles take out Brock Purdy, whatever that was, a backup quarterback, and then Brock Purdy again in the NFC Championship.
You mean 4th-string quarterback? That was not backup. That was a 4th-stringer. They had already gone through the 1st and 2nd stringer. They were on in the 3rd. That was, you can't have
that dude is awful. Josh Johnson.
Oh yeah, he's there to help send in signals to the quarterback.
13 different teams in his career.
Now I love seeing stories like that where a guy just bounces around and he stays in the league and keeps getting jobs, and he's gonna, he's probably knows every system and he can't play in any of them. That's for dang sure. But that was the worst conference championship game I think I've ever seen. That may have been worse than that one that was like 41-zip. That Vikings Giants one, that was awful. This was bad.
I had someone text me and suggest that the NFL should make it so that you can have a 3rd emergency quarterback just in case this happens, because some people are like, "Oh, give it up for the Eagles. What do you think?" And I said, I can't judge the Eagles off of that.
Oh no,
Jalen Hurts did not look impressive to me, and San Francisco, we literally could have been playing quarterback for the 49ers with the same exact playbook. They told us and showed us they couldn't do anything but hand off. They had to hand off the football. They tried one trick play with McCaffrey, and Philadelphia ended up realizing they cannot and will not throw the ball. Brock Purdy said, I could only throw it 5 to 10 yards when he eventually had to come back in. I can't give the Eagles all this amazing credit, even though I was rooting for San Francisco to lose. A lot of people on Twitter and social media not understanding why I was rooting. It wasn't so much rooting for Philly. It was just against San Francisco. So I'm glad that they're eliminated because of their fan base and their radio host that we will be spying on a little bit later. But, Bobby, as soon as Brock Purdy went down, this thing was over.
Yep, game over. Hassan Reddick's the MVP of this one from, the disruption that he caused and then knocking Brock Purdy out, which as soon as he threw it, and he hit that, they hit his arm. I sat there and wondered, like, oh gosh, I wonder if like his shoulders hurt or something. And then they came out and they said it was a wrist, and they came back and went, oh no, wait, no, it's an elbow. Yeah. And so no, it was
now UCL MRI on the UCL today.
Yeah, which is that little
Tommy John.
Yeah, it's the nerve here. It's that ulnar nerve here. But as soon as he got knocked out, it was over. And if he plays in that game, they're up 2 touchdowns at half. I don't think Philly was that impressive. Like in the first half, they couldn't move the ball other than the first drive where they should have turned it over on 4th down, if not for a, no challenge on what ended up being a Devontae Smith drop. So
hell of an assumption to get us to halftime with San Fran up 2.
That's something only Bobby could do. I mean, look,
that's kind of like RJ during the Damar Hamlin game saying that was Cincy blowout. This is even earlier.
How do you figure? Because look at this.
How do I figure? What was the score?
They weren't doing anything either.
No, they had started moving down the field and then it got hit. But here's the thing: they scored a touchdown with Josh Johnson, and they're certainly scoring that same touchdown if any other quarterback is in the lineup with how bad he is. So they're still scoring on that drive, and if not for the issue with the dropped pass on fourth down on the first drive. That shouldn't have been touchdowns on the board. And then the other 2 touchdowns at the end came as a function of the offense sucked.
He's just mad that he lost his first playoff pick.
11-1, baby, better than you.
They still scored 31. I mean, that's gonna be tough. And look, I don't want to sit here and like say, oh, the Cowboys could be. The Cowboys could have been in the same position. Maybe they just shouldn't have blown a lead to Jacksonville, or they shouldn't have blown a lead to Green Bay. They shouldn't have blown the game against Washington. I mean, the Cowboys could have played Daniel Jones and Josh Johnson in the NFC Championship game at home.
Yeah,
could have played them both.
Take care of your division.
Philadelphia did. They took care of their S all year long.
Yeah, I'm not sitting here thinking grand, crazy, blown, missed opportunity by the Cowboys. Like, are we definitely picking the Cowboys at home against San Francisco or against Philadelphia or however else it plays out? I don't trust them enough to do that.
No, I don't either. But so the point is that they're in.
Is Tank Lawrence getting to Brock Purdy? Like
maybe
Tolo's what to do.
Like Hassan Reddick did. That's a lot of assuming.
It's a lot of assumptions. But I know one thing: they were in that game yesterday. Had they not blown a couple of games, because they would have played the Giants. And I have no doubt they would have whooped up on the Giants.
One thing is for sure, though, like regardless of anything else, they don't score 31 if anyone other than Josh Johnson's in there, because they got so many short fields handed to them with the Johnson fumble, the just having to go for it on fourth down. You're having to run for 4 straight plays. It's 4th and 8. You're having to hand it off to try and convert because you don't have anybody who can pass the ball. If you've got a legitimate quarterback, Philly's not scoring 31. I think it's a testament to how great San Francisco's defense is that they only put up 31 with those short fields.
When did you guys realize Purdy was just done, not happening? Because he was throwing a little bit on the sideline.
When they said he could only lob the ball.
When they cut to that shot of him looking at Kyle Shanahan and he was like saying, I can't throw. I was like, okay, well, he's done. This is going to be Josh Johnson, worst pocket presence I've ever seen in my life for the rest of the game.
Brock Purdy on not being able to throw after the injury.
I've been throwing after the hit occurred on the sideline just to see where I was at. But even in those throws, it was painful. And so I couldn't throw anything probably over 10 yards, 5 yards. That's why we just had some screens. That was really our only option when I went back in.
I wouldn't be opposed to being able to carry a third quarterback, just increase the roster sizes, or is that an overreaction to this game and what could happen if something happens to your first 2? Because it basically made the game unwatchable.
Well, wait, I mean, you can carry 3 quarterbacks. You can't just have the third one active.
Yeah, I think, I'm guessing your argument is if you've got somebody who's inactive, you should be able to emergency activate them, is what I think.
Just
Sean's
like an
saying.
Emergency third situation.
Yeah, where it's like you can't come in unless 2 guys are unavailable.
Right, and then once the third guy comes in, the other 2 can't.
Right, some sort of rule like that. Because, this is honestly what you saw yesterday is the equivalent of Dallas having to run Ben DiNucci out there in the NFC title game for the last 3 quarters. And I don't think the NFL wants that. Like
no,
it should be in the NFL.
This is much worse than that.
But in terms of being the 4th.
Yeah,
that's
but Ben DiNucci could attempt. They basically had a rule in the game: you cannot attempt a 7-yard pass. That's what we saw after Johnson went out. It was like they couldn't do it. It's like if you put a rule in Madden, you customize it, you cannot attempt a pass over 7 yards.
That's just the Kellen Moore offense.
That's the Kellen.
There you go.
We'll let you.
Josh Johnson can't move merch though, like Nucci can. So.
Wait till you see what I got planned for Fanbowl.
Oh, I'm excited.
I'm going after Ben DiNucci's business. Wait till you see what I have planned for this Saturday, Texas Live. I've been waiting.
Better not sell it.
I'll do what I want.
That would be illegal.
Whatever. I'll do what I want.
What did he? Well, you don't even know what
I have an assumption.
Unveiling.
I know. I think I know.
Did he copyright upside down lettering? Is that a trademark?
I think he would have I don't know. I have no idea if he did or not.
All right. Well, there you go.
I have no idea.
It's a question.
All right. So that's where we stand. Philadelphia wins, and they have now been to 7 NFC Championship games
7
since the Cowboys have last been to 1. And now they've been to 3 Super Bowls since the Cowboys have last been in just the title game. Ugh.
Howie went to a Super Bowl, tore it down, and went back in 6 years. Like, just put.
You were right about him. You were right about him.
Every now and then I'll hit on one. Not often. They need to take the Rocky statue down and put one up of him.
Well, I mean,
a Howie ceremony.
A Howamony.
well, I mean, you saw all those 49ers fans were draping like Niners jerseys over the Rocky statue.
Rocky.
Yeah, I mean,
Rocky.
chanting
That was
Rocky.
creative.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was very creative.
Yeah,
All right.
so
Let's go inside the Kellen Moore news with Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider. Mike McCarthy, is this really an upgrade, or are they bringing someone else in? And is Mike McCarthy's job now definitely on the line because of what happened with Kellen Moore yesterday at the start of the AFC Championship? Shout out to the 6 a.m. club, Sean, RJ, and Bobby, just getting started on the Fan.
Keep the volume. fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Be careful driving out there. Bobby, you already getting some Tolo winter weather updates?
Yeah, 817 says they live in Weatherford, and they've already seen 3 cars flipped over all over 820 and I-30 towards
Yikes.
Aledo.
Flipped.
Yeah.
Flipped over. Just like that. All right, be careful. I guess it's supposed to possibly rain or get a little bit more wet throughout the day. So, Eagles, Chiefs, Super Bowl. Where are we at with the early line on this thing?
All right, so at 9:03 last night, it was put out as a pick'em. All right?
Surprising to me. Why would the Chiefs not be favored? Am I missing something? Am I crazy?
Injuries is a part of it, yeah.
Got 2 weeks. 2 weeks to heal.
The only thing I can think is injuries and just in general a lack of confidence in their defense to stop the way Philly plays offense.
The college offense.
College offense, very nice. Okay, so it started off as a pick'em at 9:03. And the Chiefs at 9:04 went to -1. 1 minute later, it went to -1. Okay? The same minute, it went back to a pick'em. 1 minute later, it went to Chiefs -1. So we're still at 9:05 now. 9:06, back to a pick'em. Literally the same minute, back to Chiefs -1. 1 minute later, back to a pick'em. Same minute, the Eagles were made a 1-point favorite. So from 9:03 to 9:07, you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 line moves in 4 minutes.
What's that telling us?
That just there's some big people out there, not necessarily a lot of money, but the people who are making the bets. That's kind of how it works, right? They don't really. If let's just say I'm like the most feared sports wage bettor in Vegas, all right, and if I walk into a casino, and let's say I don't place a huge bet, let's say I place because these guys place thousands and thousands and thousands. Let's just say I place $1,000 bet.
Mm-hmm.
They will move the line because I placed that wager.
Because you're so good at calling the games.
Because like that. So they'll. Not necessarily the amount of money, but it's more like who's placing the bet.
So what does it say when it settles into where it does? Like where it's at right now. Does that mean just consistently there's more money going to Philly?
It would be money. Yeah, they want it kind of on both sides, money and tickets. So you have some more tickets on one side. But I don't think we've had, the public hasn't placed any bets yet, really. These are like the sharps. By 9:20, it had gone from Eagles -1 to Eagles -2. The over-under has gone from 51 all the way down to 49.5.
All right, so that's the movement with the game early on. Bobby, before we get to Kellen Moore, you said if you actually had some money, you'd be betting all of it on the Chiefs.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. Making the Chiefs an underdog, I think, is ridiculous. Andy Reid against the Eagles. Patrick Mahomes, give it to me all day long. I would take that all day.
All right, as this game was kicking off, we got the breaking news that Kellen Moore is leaving. Mutual decision, of course. Kellen Moore is no longer going to be coaching the offense of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, and I think it is. I don't think this is just the.
I don't want to get into this right now, guys. I'm not gonna play these games.
I don't think it's just the CYA explanation. I think it genuinely is a mutual decision. I think Kellen was ready to go, and
he should be.
It was. Oh yeah, I mean, like if you
the way he gets treated around here.
If you look at his resume and the fact that he hasn't. He's taken a lot of the criticism for when things go wrong. It would be very easy, I would imagine, in his position to say, why am I putting up with this? Like why would I take this? Why am I putting up with Mike McCarthy refusing to talk about my job, like and what I've done, and just refusing to say I want you back? All right, well, I don't want to be back then.
Right.
And so I think it absolutely was mutual. It also was probably time. It was time for something to change. And Doug Nussmeier is apparently part of this as well. Cowboys announced last night that he was also not going to be retained. And so Doug Nussmeier, Kellen Moore, both out.
And Nussmeier was the
quarterback's coach. Yep. And he had been in that spot since John Kitna left. But I don't think you could just say, hey, let's run it back for a fourth time. This collection of McCarthy, Dak, Kellen, Nussmeier. you can't reasonably say you want to fix the turnovers and you want to fix this bizarre late season stagnation that they always run into with the offense, and then still at the same time say, but we're bringing everybody back. Something had to change in the equation, and it's a diagnosis of elimination. They're having to figure out who's the problem.
And I'm fine with it just because I don't want to feel trapped this entire offseason. Like I said, I felt after losing to San Francisco, like something has to be altered. How are you going to be any better? Because I knew they were going to lose to the 49ers. You're not getting rid of the quarterback, so let's see what can be done at coaching. But if I'm Kellen Moore, I'm sitting here with my resume saying, winning 4 straight, like everyone has totally forgotten about Cooper Rush. Totally forgot. That was 3 years ago in all of our minds. This guy won 4 straight games with Cooper Rush when we thought the season was over, lost his Hall of Fame left tackle, started a rookie at left tackle and left guard, had a new right tackle that we were all freaking out about, those who didn't believe in Terrence Steele over LC, a new number 1 receiver, which he's going to get 0 credit for, and no number 2, and a running back that needs to be up out of here, or at the very most, a fullback who gets goal line touches. All these things are on my resume if I'm Kellen Moore, and that is why there's a lot of reports that the Buccaneers, the Chargers are interested as an offensive coordinator. Obviously, Carolina interviewed him, but all these things, fans don't give a rip. Not one rip about any of the things that happened this season.
It's disgustingly.
It is disgustingly. Yeah, he'll find a job. He'll find a job, and it may not be in the Rob Ryan. I'll have a job in 5 minutes time frame, but he'll find a job, and he should. He's a fine OC. There's nothing wrong with Kellen Moore. I'm sure the 4th OC in Dak's 8 years is finally going to be the one that works. I'm sure it's going to happen like that. So maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know, but he'll find a job. And look, if he goes to the Chargers, I mean, dude, if I'm an OC and I have my pick of where I want to go, I'll go to Los Angeles. I'll go play. I'll go coach with them. I want to coach under a coach who's going to go for it on 4th down all the time, which is what Brandon Staley's going to do. And then you're going to have yourself a good quarterback.
And now the second piece of the story, Mike McCarthy is taking over the play calling. So Bobby Belt, I'm going to take you back to Saturday or Friday, and I'm going to tell you that Kellen Moore's out, which you wanted. You and Brian brought us pushing for heavily in the media around here. I put you two at the front of the line. For
well,
those,
you sound like McCarthy. Pushing for it in the media.
For those
fiery.
disgustingly narratives that are disgustingly.
It's disgustingly.
So I'm telling you that Kellen's out, but McCarthy is now the play caller. Are you still having Kellen out? Because we know how you feel and love Mike McCarthy.
Probably. Okay. And I don't even necessarily know that McCarthy's going to be, but again, you got to change something. Something has to change up. You've got to, and I'll be.
You don't know if David Moore's report on it is true, that McCarthy is going to be taken over?
No. What do you mean?
You were like, I don't even know if.
No, I'm saying I don't even know if he'll be better than Kellen Moore. Like I don't have confidence that he's. In fact, if you ask me, I'd say I think Kellen Moore's probably a better play caller and a better play designer than Mike McCarthy. But if you've got to try something else, you got to see if something else will work, and you can't financially change the quarterback situation even if you wanted to. And so you've got to change other parts of the equation and see, okay, well, is this the problem? Is this what's going on? And so I'm in favor of it from that point, but I don't know that I have confidence that it's going to be any better.
Why would McCarthy do this?
Why would he take over the play calling?
Yeah.
Maybe he was told to.
Yep. That's what I think.
Which is very odd because Jerry has gone back and forth with the wind on whether he wants a walk around or a coach to call the plays.
Right.
I mean, he has gone back and forth on this, but I think this was just a directive. It's like, look, we're saving some money here, or I want you to call the plays. Let's just go and let's just do this. Let's try it out. Okay, I mean, you're actively depleting your head coach's ability to be a head coach. Well, that's fine. He can call the plays all he wants. But he'll have an OC to devise the game plan and such with him, whoever that may be, and maybe. As we get closer to the year, they do decide on a somebody else or a co-play caller, if you will. Like somebody can call the plays while I'm trying to figure out game management stuff.
Because Broadus has always suggested, and I'm sure he said it on your Love of the Start podcast, whatever they say about podcasts are available. He always suggests that Mike doesn't want to call the plays. That this is not him saying, I love doing it. I have to be the play caller. Give me the laminated sheet. Right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he did say when he got the play calling back, when he took the play calling back in 2016 in Green Bay, he gave an interview to Tom Pelissero where he said, I'm never giving up play calling again. But I think there's a little bit of plausible deniability to being able to say, I'm not calling the plays. And I think that's where this comes down. I mean, ultimately, you can say that the tension as a play caller with him and Aaron Rodgers is part of what got him fired at his last job. And so if he saw that and was like, man, do I want to get involved in that even if I think I can do it? And I mean, it's interesting. When he gave up play calling in Green Bay, he said one of the reasons why is because it's just, there's too much to do Monday through Saturday. And it's, I feel I can call plays on Sunday, but in terms of all the work that needs to go in during the practice week, man, I got other things that I got to focus on and pay attention to. And it's like, okay, has that changed? And are you telling me, if you told me that back then, are you also telling me that, okay, well, now you're going to struggle or you're going to suffer Monday through Saturday with the rest of the game plan because you're too busy focused on this?
I have no doubt it's a real thing. I mean, if you're devising the game plan and you're calling plays and you're leading the organization, I can't imagine how much more that takes away from everything else that you have to do.
But the thought out there that, McCarthy is doing this and he's going to go out his way, I mean, how much do you buy into that? That he's going to go down manning the offensive controls if we're sitting here talking about his job status again.
I mean,
as other tollers have said, now we know why Dan Quinn is definitely coming back because now McCarthy has two heads on the chopping block. Yeah. Not one, two.
Is he
three, really? Choppy. Game management, offense, and your record / advancing in the playoffs.
Sure.
You got three heads on the chopping block,
right.
3 headsets.
Is he doing this? Is he taking over the play calling? Is he doing this to, hey, look, I could do more.
Yeah.
I could.
No pun intended.
Yeah, I could show that I could do more than just be the head coach. Is somebody going to be the game management guy in game?
Right.
Is he going to have somebody else?
You better.
Well, I think you better anyway. Even if he's not the play caller, you need to have somebody else in game.
But if he's not doing anything else, if he's not calling, he's not installing the offense during the week, I don't think it's ridiculous to say you need to be in charge of those calls.
Who else could be on the staff offensively?
Who
Brian
could
Schottenheimer?
Who could serve as coordinator?
Yeah.
Schottenheimer probably is the only one I can think of. Ben McAdoo, if he comes back. He liked McAdoo. Nussmeier could have before they moved on from him because now you got quarterback. I don't know. They very well may just call Mike McCarthy offensive coordinator and head coach. I don't know, but I think I think it's as likely that Mike McCarthy said, "Hey, I'm calling plays. This is my decision. That's what we're doing." As it was that Mike McCarthy made the decision, said, "Rob Davis, you're out of here. You're fired." I think I think he was told, "This is what we want you to do." Yeah. That's what I think happened.
I hope it's out of love, like your Sean Paytons of the world, your Shanahans. They want to call plays. That's their baby. They love it.
Right.
And I hope that McCarthy still has that love and passion.
He does. I mean, if you look at past quotes, he does love it, and it was very difficult for him to give it away. It was so difficult for him to give it away that he went 12 games into the next season before he said, "I'm taking it back." And he took it back. Actually, oddly enough, it was against Dallas in 2015 when they came to town. But it's also something that I think.
But the one issue is he may love it. And you're right. This may be the way him going down with that ship. But you mentioned Sean Payton and Kyle Shanahan. I just Googled Kyle Shanahan game management. First one up there. Kyle Shanahan is a wizard, but his game management struggles consistently and puts the 49ers in a bind.
Yeah.
He didn't challenge Devontae. That was a huge mistake yesterday right off the jump. That wasn't a clock issue, but.
Right. So this, because he's probably getting ready.
And Sean Payton's been called out many times, and Andy Reid.
Yes, of course.
And he
calls
I know we have Bieniemy, but
And it's a problem that they're going to run into.
Game management also, though, is stuff we don't see a lot of times. Like, I remember that there was a viral clip a few years back of Kyle Shanahan walking up to the line judge and said, "This corner cannot stop holding him." He's like, we're gonna run a speed out here. Watch him, he won't let him go. And he runs it. He told them what the route was coming. They snapped the ball, and the official threw it because he held him. And so, like, Kyle Shanahan does, I think some of those little aspects that and McCarthy may be involved in some of that. We don't see those sorts of things. It's a little bit like offensive line or officiating, where it's like you don't even notice when it's good, and like you don't even notice them until they do it bad.
Back to Conference Championship Sunday. Filthy versus Kansas City. The Kelsey or Andy Reid Bowl. Kelsey going viral after the win last night. And why did the Empire State Building go green in New York after the NFC Championship? All NFL, all the time, right here on The Fan. But
good.
Also put it. AFC Championship game, Harrison Butker. Thank you, Joseph Asai, the Texas Longhorn, making his Scott Norwood mistake. Did you put your head down in shame after Asai hit Mahomes out of bounds?
I felt awful for him because he's actually he's a great guy.
And he was having a fantastic game.
He was having a great game, and he's such a positive, upbeat. Like, he went to high school around North Texas. He was great at the University of Texas. I was around him while he trained for the draft. Like, he is a great dude, and I felt awful for him, like sick. And so,
but legit call.
And it sucks. And Jermaine Pratt certainly doesn't help any of that screaming, going to the locker. But you know, I'm sure we'd all have a meltdown if that was Sam Williams,
of course,
here, which that's who it would be, by the way. If that was going to happen to the Cowboys, it would be Sam Williams.
So how do we feel about the officiating overall? The Cincinnati have a legit beef to wake up this morning on their sports talk radio and say, we were robbed, we were screwed, the league cheated us. NFL rigged, trending still this morning. I wrote down some of the different issues. You have Asai, that was legit. You had a Hinton pass interference, I thought was very questionable. You had a grounding call. Jim Nantz was like, did I see P. Ryan in the area?
You did. You saw him. Jim. You saw him there.
I'll get to him a little bit later on.
Yeah, you will.
Was P. Ryan? P. Ryan was there.
Yeah, I think the issue was I don't think the ball made the line of scrimmage though. I think that was the issue. The pool reporter said that was the issue.
And then, of course, the third down play, the replay,
the do-over.
So you had an incomplete pass on second down. The official said the clock was still running. They let the entire play happen. You see the official from the overhead view try to run in. I don't know whether there was no whistle or we just couldn't hear the whistle.
You couldn't hear it
because of the noise. He was blowing the whistle?
Yeah, so they did the pool report, which why don't they do audio of the pool report? It's just always print. They never have audio of the pool report with the official.
NFL could reel us in even more if they sit there and go to the post-game presser of the referee.
Yes.
Maybe they're losing a lot of sleep, like the NBA refs said after the LeBron screw up.
A lot of sleepless nights.
Ron Torbert, he told this to Ben Baby. He's the Bengals guy. On the previous play, there was an incomplete pass. We spotted the ball. The line judge came in and re-spotted the ball because the spot was off. We reset the play clock, and the game clock started running. It should not have started running because there was an incomplete pass on the previous play. The field judge noticed the game clock was running. He was coming in and shut the play down so we get the clock fixed, but nobody heard him, and the play was run. After it was over, he came in, we discussed it, and we reset the game clock back to where it was before the snap and replayed third down, which sounds very, very fishy.
And they get a flag. They get an Eli Apple penalty. First down.
That was my favorite flag of all weekend. Eli Apple, baby. And then did you see Patrick Mahomes' wife, what she tweeted yesterday?
No.
He let her back?
I thought she was silenced.
No, I actually I usually am not a fan, but I did like yesterday how she tagged him and said, tagged Eli Apple and said Cancun on 3. She hit him with it. She hit him back.
Thank goodness they ended up punting in that situation, but Cincinnati losing their minds, and Jim Nantz knew. He knew this was developing into a controversial topic for this morning.
Yeah, look, this is not a new take. This is not any sort of a groundbreaking thing I'm about to say. It's been mentioned before, but for the love of God, can we get rid of the All-Star Crews? Why do you have these guys like work together with their officiating crew, know each other, know how they call games, know how they see games the whole year, and then you go, well, let's mix and match for the playoffs, the most important games of the year. Let's put guys together who have never worked together.
Yeah.
That's just, it's stupid.
Yeah.
And I thought there were bad calls in Philly and San Francisco. That game was a blowout, so it didn't show up as much. But I thought, like, and that one wasn't as heavily one-sided, but I thought it was just bad calls for both teams. I thought Philly had some bad calls on them. I thought San Francisco had bad calls on them.
I'll tell you. I mean, if you just look at the raw numbers, it was one-sided, more one-sided than the Chiefs-Bengals game. San Fran had 11 penalties called against them for 80 yards.
They look like the Cowboys.
Philly only had 4.
But it was one-sided, but a lot of them were like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? That's a fair call, but what the hell are you doing?
Which fan base do you think has a more legit gripe, San Francisco's or Cincinnati's this morning? Because the Niners were getting lit up with all those penalties, as you just said, as well.
Well, I think a lot of the Niner penalties were legitimate, so I don't think that they have the same beef. since he seemed more impactful. And I think because you're also in a 2020 game.
I honestly don't care what Pereira had to say. I think it's stupid that was considered roughing the kicker on the punt in San Francisco. I don't know what that guy's supposed to do. He's trying to go in there and block it. Like he's supposed to just stop his body midair. He was trying to block the kick. So at the most, I think you call that running into the kicker, but they give him roughing. It extends the drive. It keeps things alive for Philly.
So if they have, let's just say they have full-time officials. Let's just say this offseason they start like today. You're finally full-time, which has been a discussion. Do you think, does it actually fix all this stuff? Does it actually fix it, or you're in the moment figuring out clock and making a human call in reaction? Does it actually really help and improve?
I don't know that it does. Because, I mean, I don't think it's a lack of understanding about the rules. It's like you say. I think it's a in-the-moment bad read of it more than anything else. And I don't know about, you spend extra time doing things in March, April, May instead of whatever you do normally, being a trial attorney or whatever. Like, I don't know that improves in-game
No,
errors.
I mean, because you're right, because it is C play, call play. Yeah, I don't know that, like you said, what they do in the offseason really matters with this.
Travis Kelce pouring the salt in afterwards as Pat Mahomes was doing his interview, and Travis decided to chime in on CBS.
Woo! Burrow had my ass! Woo! It's Mahomes' house!
Burrow had my ass going viral. And then Mahomes had a little chip on his shoulder as he said, yeah, we don't have any cigars or anything, but we're going to the Super Bowl. So some of the shots at Joey Ice from Travis Kelce, Mahomes, this is what you're going to get when y'all try to rename the stadium.
That's right. Yeah, look, I love Cincy's trash talk. Absolutely love it. I love everything about the Bengals, right? What they're doing right now. But they talked, and now they got to take it.
Yep.
You can talk all you want, but now you got to just sit there and shut your mouth and take it.
Is Cincinnati a better team?
Yeah.
I think Cincinnati's a better team. Just because defensively, I think they can cause more problems than Kansas City can.
Why isn't that guy's name at the top of the list to get hired right now? I know he hasn't been available as much, but the Bengals D coordinator, I mean, look at the job this guy has done. He shut down Josh Allen and the Bills, and last night, that was a nice performance. I can't sit there and rip off defensive players on the roster of the Bengals. We know Eli Apple because he runs his mouth. We now know Asai. You didn't know him that well if you're not a Texas Longhorn fan. Is it Amarillo? Amarundo? Something.
The defensive coordinator? Yeah, it's
Anarumo. I mean, look at the job that he did. And Travis Kelce also had a message. Choppy, I think you absolutely love this. Is this the Cincinnati mayor?
Yes.
This is the trash talk from the Cincinnati mayor saying Joe Burrow should take a paternity test before the AFC title game.
Good afternoon, Cincinnati. I have a proclamation from the desk of the mayor. Be it proclaimed, whereas the Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Burrowhead Stadium for their second consecutive AFC Championship game. Whereas at last year's game, the Bengals scored more points than the Chiefs, resulting in a Bengals victory and a Chiefs loss. Whereas Joseph Lee Burrow, who's 3-0 against Mahomes, has been asked by officials to take a paternity test, confirming whether or not he's his father. Whereas all season long, Cincinnati has been on a path of destiny, fighting it out to overcome anyone who stands between them and a Super Bowl win. And whereas Kansas City is named after its neighboring state, which is, just kind of weird. Now, therefore, I, Aftab Purval, Mayor of the City of Cincinnati, do hereby proclaim January 29th, 2023 as They Gotta Play Us Day in Cincinnati. Thank you.
So crazy.
Wow.
So great.
They went all in.
They did, man. They went all in. By the way, a related story, the Cincinnati airport's in Kentucky, so that's kind of weird.
Is it?
Yeah.
No.
It is.
Yeah.
It's in Kentucky.
Well, Travis Kelce was aware of the mayor while accepting the AFC Championship trophy.
I appreciate you. How about this beautiful trophy? Huh? Hey, I got some wise words for that Cincinnati mayor. Know your role and shut your mouth, you jabroni. You gotta fight for your right to knew he was going to be up for one more of those.
So there you go.
See, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
Kittle's better again.
No. Kelsey's the best tight end in the game, maybe ever. You cannot rip off two other people's slogans.
Yeah.
When you're trying to trash talk somebody else.
Right.
That's weak. It's weak sauce right there.
Boy, that's some power, though, coming from Kelsey, because he's a Cincinnati legend. They love him out there.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And so, that's where he went to college. And so for him to go hey, I got words for you Cincinnati losers.
Yeah.
That probably stings.
Meanwhile, Brock Purdy, unable to go. Thrown back into this game, could only attempt 5-yard passes after he got hurt with a UCL issue. I was like, oh, here we go. This is a wrist. This is an elbow. They immediately have to go to Josh Johnson. He's horrific. He's awful. I even thought he wasn't all in on a fumble recovery that really kind of basically ended the game. But I was thrilled and happy that San Francisco lost. I was rooting for the Eagles to win in this game. Some Tolos didn't Tolo last week, so they did not understand after the threats were made against Choppy and I's family members and the crosstalk with two guys that I'm rooting to be unemployed and starve. So that was my motivation for San Francisco losing to Philly, and now I can go all in AFC. I'm happy the Chiefs won because with 2 weeks off, I was just trying to figure out who do I have more confidence in beating the Eagles. And I was scared. I didn't have any problem with Cincinnati, but I was scared and worried that Cincinnati would have a better chance at losing to the Eagles versus Mahomes getting 2 weeks rest and getting his 3 wide receivers healthy again. So I was ultimately rooting for Kansas City in the end because I felt more sure about them beating Philly.
You know, I've fallen so in love with Joe Burrow. I was kind of rooting for them, but it didn't matter to me. I love both quarterbacks. It's like I felt like Peyton Manning there yesterday watching, just rooting for the offenses. I was rooting against both defenses the entire time. It was very, very strange. I honestly think Cincinnati has a better chance against Philly, but I think they're both better than Philadelphia.
I agree. I think Cincinnati absolutely can cause more problems for Philly's offense if they're in this game than Kansas City. I'm stunned that you said the over-under was at 51 and now it's down to 49. I'm surprised that's going down.
I mean, that's 7 touchdowns still in the game. That's a lot. 7 touchdowns in a game is a lot.
With Kansas City, but you're talking about two of the teams with the highest point differentials in the NFL, which, by the way,
I can see Philly put up 30 against Kansas City.
These conference championships, another victory for the point differential as predictor. Because you had the top 2 in the NFC were the top 2 point differential teams there. And then it was 2 of the 3 in the AFC because Cincinnati beat Buffalo. If Buffalo would have made it against Kansas City, it would have been top 2 from both conferences.
2 first-round picks now for Sean Payton. Is Jim Harbaugh? Can anyone trust Jim Harbaugh ever? The Dolphins hire a big-name DC, and it sounds like both sides know that Aaron Rodgers is getting traded. That's next with Sean, RJ, and Bobby right here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over the all-new Platinum.
Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on a chilly Monday. We got headlines at 7. We got a concert ticket giveaway, Brooks and Dunn, during the Expressway, starting at 7:20. And we need to tell you which one of you is coming out with a lyric first. It's a race to a lyric. I can see it in both of your minds.
I was going to do a bit where I was going to quote a lyric that wasn't theirs. So, like, when you said Brooks and Dunn, I was going to go, should have been a cowboy, but I didn't. But now I just did.
Why would you?
Brooks and Dunn's a great concert, by the way.
Okay, there you go. Just go with that instead of
I've seen them. I saw them in Vegas.
Really?
They were great in Vegas. Saw them with Reba McEntire.
I hope she's not listening, but this is what I'm trying to get for her birthday.
Ooh.
A free Brooks and Dunn ticket giveaway?
I've asked for free, yeah.
I know.
Got to be caller number 10, Chop.
I won't say it on the air. I'll tell you who your plug is off the air, though.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, Adam Schefter says an offseason trade of Aaron Rodgers remains an option for the Packers. A scenario that once seemed unthinkable. A Rodgers trade could be driven by financial reasons. League sources are convinced Green Bay prefers to move on, just like they did with Brett Favre. Those sources also believe that Rodgers is well aware of the Packers' feelings on the situation. So this seems to be a mutual understanding on both sides. Green Bay wants to move on, and Aaron Rodgers wants to move on. As he asked in the McAfee interview, is it a reload or a rebuild? And everyone right now is pointing at the New York Jets. They have Nathaniel Hackett, the coordinator that he advocated for the Denver head coaching job. They have 2 first-round picks that the owner quickly told the media, I'd be willing to give up. They have, obviously, a disaster right now in Zach Wilson. They have a really good defense. Aaron Rodgers to the Jets, or Aaron Rodgers gone out of Green Bay? We can start there.
We can start there. But if the Packers move on from him, I mean, they have to get something for him. Right, they can't just let this thing run out and then get nothing. If you want to do it from a team building standpoint, they've got to get something for him. You've got to look at the long term of your franchise and what is Aaron Rodgers going to bring back? What kind of compensation?
According to the Jets, 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, I mean, how much do they regret not trading him to Denver last offseason? If they would have just played ball there. And is it any different for him?
You had a championship window, we all thought.
I know, but I'm just saying, how much do you think they go like, man, we probably overestimated that.
No doubt.
We should have.
A lot.
I don't know. It's just, to me, I think Rodgers is.
You're selling on him.
I just don't think he's him anymore. Like, I don't think he's the same guy. Like, I'm not saying he can't be productive or he can't be, better than Zach Wilson is right now. And somebody who can lead the Jets to the playoffs and maybe win them a playoff game. But like, he's not an elite quarterback anymore.
If he's on the Cowboys next year, you would still have them as the 3rd best team in the conference. What would be the difference for 1 year, in your opinion, with him versus Dak?
Well, you're downgrading the position if you look at the way they've played. Like, Dak played better last year.
He did.
Significantly.
He did, but next year you would think that you'd rather have Dak Prescott for 1 year than Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Okay. I would still take Rodgers for a year, but I would have the same thinking. I had the same thinking on Russ and Tom, and they both blew up in my face this year. Like, I have to see it with weapons where I have no doubt. Like, we're even trying to make Tom Brady weight excuses now. The Tom Brady lost 15 pounds because of his divorce. So now we're trying to hold on to that to say he's still got another year left.
I buy that. I buy the weight, not literal weight, but the stress of the divorce. I've gone through it, man. I wish that on nobody. Not necessarily the decision.
I wish it on the San Francisco hosts.
There you go. Not necessarily the
divorce.
Deciding to get one or not, but the stress that comes with it. I don't wish that on anybody. That's terrible, except for those guys. I will wish it on them. So I get it, man. Like, Tom Brady's mind probably was nowhere to be found this year, and I understand that. And his team probably quit on him. Like, when he quit on them in the training camp, and Brady Wednesdays or whatever. I'll bet you the team, half the guys were like, guys, I'm done with this fool. In terms of Rodgers, I mean, look, let's be fair. Aaron Rodgers has made weapons out of himself his entire career.
Sure.
Patrick Mahomes lost Tyreek Hill, and he had just as good of a year as anybody else. The reason Rodgers may not have is because maybe he's just not elite anymore.
Yep.
If he was still elite, he'd have made chicken salad out of you know what.
So there's nowhere else, Bobby. There's nowhere, basically, since you think he's close to being done, that he could go where you're like, that makes perfect sense. Is it the Jets and then everybody else? And should the Jets even be doing this?
Well, I mean, the Jets they need to find a quarterback. That if they have not bought, if they are completely done with Zach Wilson, they need to find a quarterback. If they still have some hope in them, then don't do this. Keep your 2 picks because they have really built a good roster.
Because right now everyone is kind of connecting Rodgers to the Jets and Brady to the Raiders. Like if I was the Raiders, I'd be sitting here. I know you got McDaniels and Tom's connection. I believe Aaron Rodgers has a year left over Tom Brady. That's just me. I believe Rodgers has definitely more left than Tom does. Maybe it was the divorce. Wait, I don't know. But now we're talking about a divorce and maybe handing the keys on over to Jordan Love. The Dolphins, according to Schefter, are not expected to pursue Tom. Even though I read like Tua Tagovailoa was still in like concussion protocol for the Pro Bowl activities. I saw that the other day. I was like, what?
Yeah, he may be in for a while. He may be in for a while. I feel bad. I feel really, really bad for Tua. Like he took some beatings this year, and they probably shouldn't have put him back.
But if I'm the Dolphins, I'm staying away from Tom as well as they hire Vic Fangio as their defensive coordinator yesterday on a 3-year deal. So that's a big-time pickup for them, Bobby.
Yeah, Fangio. Well, and I know Fangio was saying like, "Well, we're close, but we're not quite there yet." Fangio is a brilliant mind. It's just a matter of like, can you get the personnel to do what he wants to do? And does Miami have the personnel to do that? He runs a very complex coverage scheme that requires really, really high IQ defensive backs. Like that is not something you'd ever want to run with like young players or players who are prone to mental. Basically, you don't want Kelvin Joseph in Vic Fangio's scheme. So if you've got really like high IQ football players, you can run it, but it's a very difficult scheme because it requires you to basically go, okay, I'm in zone, and then depending on this guy comes onto this side of the field or he's doing this, all of a sudden I'm in man.
So it's a year 2 process. Like his defense to take a step in year 2.
Yeah, I mean it would be something that as long as he got the right personnel that knew how to run it. It's a very difficult scheme, and that's why it's so difficult for quarterbacks to play against too, is because they look at it, they see this is zone, and in the middle of the play it can switch to man.
2 firsts for Sean Payton?
2 firsts for Sean Payton is I think Pelissero had that as the latest thing, and that just seems so high. So high. Yeah. Like you gotta be and bravo to teams that are saying no. Like you're wisening up, you're learning. Like there's no way that you could give 2 firsts for him. Like Bill, you wouldn't give up 2 firsts for Bill Belichick. And he's won recently. Sean Payton hasn't been.
How old is Belichick?
69. Nice.
No, he's got to be. Is he?
No, he's the second oldest coach in the NFL.
Carroll's the oldest.
Yep.
I would think about it strongly for Bill. That's it. I would think about it strongly, but after what he just did with Patricia, I don't know. I may have to lean against that. But go ahead.
Well, 2 firsts. And I mean, I'm applauding these teams for saying no. I mean, the guy, look, he's a good coach, but he hasn't been to a Super Bowl in 15 years. Like, I would think if I'm going to give up 2 first-round picks for him, and he had Drew Brees that time. Like, I would think that I would want something more out of him than that.
And now it looks like the Denver Broncos are starting over with the coaching search as they secretly met. Man, I hope Michigan fires Jim Harbaugh, lets him go. Like, how many times are you going to flirt with someone right in front of my face? How many times are you going to continue to just disrespect me? As Jim Harbaugh announced he was going back to the Wolverines and then allowed the Denver owner to fly in to Ann Arbor to meet with him again. Now, Jim said no, apparently. Like, the Broncos are looking kind of pathetic. Harbaugh said no, not once, but twice, and everyone thinks Jim is desperate to get back to the league. But now they appear to be hitting the reset button on their coaching search. But Jim Harbaugh, he's a charlatan. He's a charlatan.
If he decides to leave, his buyout's only $3 million. Well, now it's 2.25.
He may be a charlatan, but if I had a team that needed to get pushed over the edge, I'd have him coach him. He's one of these guys who he wears thin really, really fast.
Yeah.
But like the first couple of years, you've got a shot. And so if you had a team that was close and you just needed somebody to come in there and push him over the finish line, like Gruden in Tampa, like when he first went there, or guys like that, then I think he can absolutely do that. But Man, is there a more poorly run football team over the last year than the Broncos?
Man, since Manning left, they've been a disaster.
It's just like the fact that you had the awful hiring of Hackett, who you hired in large part because you were trying to swing a trade that when it didn't come through, all of a sudden you've got a coach you don't necessarily want. Then you do what you did with Russell Wilson. That falls apart. You end up having to fire the coach in the middle of the year. And now you're sitting here going like you were honestly, you had he was the first head coach fired, right? Wasn't Hackett the first one fired? So you had the biggest head start of anyone in the NFL to find a coach, and you're now resetting here on January 30th.
Yes. So that's the very latest with Sean Payton, with Aaron Rodgers, with Tom Brady, and now it appears that DeMeco Ryans is the leading candidate in the armpit for the Texans job. So that still leaves Arizona looking.
It does, and the Texans seem to, I mean, they have kind of honed in on defense. A bunch of the coaches that they've gone after and looked at, including the Eagles, DC, they've been defensive minded, and that's what they want to go to, I guess. And that's kind of a deviation from the norm in the NFL. It just seems that that's not where most teams want to go.
Can I ask an uncomfortable question? Yeah. I guess you don't have to answer it.
I wish you would.
Try.
Does DeMeco Ryans get them off the hook to a great degree for Lovie Smith and David Culley?
No.
Okay.
Because, I mean, he's got to coach there for a while, because the whole issue was not that they haven't hired, African-American coaches. It's been like, oh, you fired him after a year.
Right.
Like you didn't give him what felt like a fair shake.
I think they were always planned hire fire.
Yes.
Like, I think they hired Culley because they couldn't find anybody else, and they just wanted to hire somebody. They hired him, and they knew they were going to fire him in a year. And they did the same thing for Lovie Smith.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, does it get him off the hook? Yeah, I mean, look.
Aren't you advising if you're his agent, stay away?
I would. I mean, no. There's 32. There's only 32 of these. You take one when you get it.
Which
unless you have
you've been
options.
saying Dan Quinn. I mean, Sean Payton, sit back and stay away.
But they're different. They've already had their head coaching job. If you've never been a head coach before, I think you take it when you get a chance.
Which we talked about last week. Like how much of this was Dan Quinn actually saying, I just love Dallas, versus how much was he left without a seat? Well, like, I mean, here we go. We get through the weekend and it looks like there are a bunch of teams that still haven't figured out what they're doing at head coach.
What's the latest in Arizona?
That one's because Ryans was considered the favorite there for a little bit. Flores too. And that's gone nowhere. So, I mean, you've got the only job that's actually been filled at this point is Carolina, and they caused a bunch of controversy with it.
I don't know what's going on. I mean, maybe nobody wants to deal with Kyler.
Think you'd want to run there?
I would think so. I mean, look, if you think Kyler Murray is a good quarterback, and he has put up some really good numbers, I would think that is a hot commodity for offensive coaches. But maybe there's just too many stories about him just not wanting to work. And if that's the case, if you're a head coach who's got clout, do you really want to go deal with that?
Is every Cowboy Tolo happy now? You got your way. Kellen Moore is gone. Are we all happy with it? Why was Stetson Bennett running around drunk in Dallas at 6 a.m. before getting arrested, plus conference championship game reaction, headlines, and a Brooks and Dunn ticket giveaway next.
But let's get you over to...
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Be careful what you wish for. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Football Monday Conference Championship edition here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. But did Jerry Jones tick off Roger Goodell by making the news yesterday that Kellen Moore is finally out? Everyone rejoicing throughout the Metroplex at the start of the AFC Championship as the Cowboys and Kellen mutually part ways. Tea leaves out there, media members sitting at that press conference late last week were like, I think Kellen's in trouble. We had heard rumblings. This is why you need to stick, I think, with this radio station. I had tweeted out rumblings that we were hearing early Monday. Jerry and Steven canceling. McCarthy surly in the press conference. All the puzzle pieces being put together to lead to Kellen Moore no longer being the offensive coordinator for the Cowboys.
May or may not be the right move, but something had to change. You're gonna have to start mixing and matching things. It's like the diagnosis of elimination. Like, let's go through. See, is it this? Is it this? Is it this? And can't do anything about the quarterback. They don't want to do anything about the head coach, so they're checking on the offensive coordinator and the quarterback's coach.
Why did something have to change?
Because this is the turnovers were
a fluke,
way too costly.
A fluke. Fluky years. You've said numerous times.
A lot of them were fluky. He still, even if you take away the ones that were considered non-interceptable throws, he still threw like 10 in 12 games, which is more than he has in the past.
No, but I'm just talking about this whole year.
Yeah,
was a fluke.
And consistently
with his career number.
One thing that is consistent, 21, 19, 22, whatever, the end of the year, the offense goes stagnant. That has happened way too many times.
Very odd. I wonder why that is. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you just have a different offense?
Well, unless people adjust to you and you don't adjust.
That may be a major part of it. I don't have a problem with this move. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to. I mean, look, this would be what now? Offensive coordinator number 4 during Dak's time here. I don't like constantly changing OCs. I think it's bad for continuity.
He's only had 2.
Yeah. Well, Jason was
Linehan. No, it was Linehan.
But Jason called plays after they fired Linehan in the later part of Jason's career.
No. Linehan called plays from 16 to 18, and then it was Kellen from 19 till now.
But Jason called plays at one point during that too.
No.
Yes, we talked about this. Jason took over the play calling for a little bit, and then he went to Kellen, and now it'd be to Mike.
I don't know about that. We're gonna have to look at that during the break. I don't think that's correct.
Was Garrett doing it with Romo at quarterback?
Garrett did it early.
It's been Kellen. Like, this is not Baker Mayfield type turnover.
It's not like
from
that
a coordinator.
Kind of it's not like that kind of turnover.
Look, I'm fine with it. I am, but I'm not fine with McCarthy. I'm getting text messages from a lot of people, and they're convincing me that McCarthy's not ready for this. That this is not. I would like to bring in someone else to do it and let Mike just oversee the team, game manage. I'm worried about McCarthy calling the plays right now. That's how I feel this morning.
Well, and if you want to feel more worried about it, this was a section from right after McCarthy was fired. This was Sports Illustrated's big, autopsy on how things went down in Green Bay. And it talked about how McCarthy, the last year he was there, couldn't get his calls in because Aaron Rodgers would change him all the time. And that basically it had turned into the two of them in a measuring contest, if you will, trying to see whose play call was better, and they both wanted credit for it. And it's like, okay, well, you can't have that because Dak at a few different points this season. It wasn't every time, but there were a few different games this year where Dak checked out of a lot. And is that going to cause tension all of a sudden between your head coach and quarterback if he does that next year?
Yeah, should we give him a little bit of a Packer pass for putting up with a pain in the ass at quarterback? Maybe.
I mean, a pass, and then also like the boost.
The boost. Yeah.
He is going to be skewed a little bit. His numbers will be skewed by having, the elite quarterback.
Zach Wolchuk tweeted out a list of names. This before the news yesterday, but he said if Kellen is definitely out, Wooly Bully tweeted out Bobby Slowick, 49ers passing game coordinator, Chris Forrester, 49ers offensive line coach and run game coordinator, Zach Robinson from the Rams, Brian Johnson, Eagles quarterback coach, Deuce Staley, Joe Brady. So Zach Wolchuk doing his homework.
Yeah, I would not hire Chris Forrester. We can look at the others. Chris Forster is not one that I would hire. That is the old Dolphins offensive line coach from 4 years ago who got fired for sending a video to a stripper saying, "Hey, baby, I'm doing cocaine for you."
Oh, I mean,
Wow.
Peyton may have done that Saturday.
Did you?
Did you?
No, I did not.
No, but Chris Forster had a lot of problems. And look, I would be very hesitant to go with anybody who's like a run game coordinator from San Francisco, because I would worry about the Belichick effect, where it's like, okay, is this you or is this the other guy? Like, I would feel like that's Shanahan who's mostly responsible for that, and I would be concerned about plus Forster's, he's getting older. I think he's almost 60 now.
What did Machota tweet out? I'm looking at all the flight cancellations right now with the weather.
John just tweeted out his article, 7 names to potentially consider as the candidate, or as the Cowboys look to replace Kellen Moore. So here are the names that he threw out. Brian Schottenheimer, who is the one I think we've all thrown out the first one. He was in here as a consultant last season. The rumor was that if Quinn had left for Denver, he would have taken Schottenheimer with him as his offensive coordinator. Ben McAdoo, who Brian Schottenheimer filled the role that Ben McAdoo was doing the year before.
Right.
Brian Johnson, the Eagles quarterbacks coach, he was Dak's quarterbacks coach at Mississippi State his final 2 years. Cliff Kingsbury, Zach Robinson, who's 36. He's on the staff with Sean McVay. Clint Kubiak, the Broncos passing game coordinator. His brother Klein, they're Gary Kubiak's sons.
Yeah.
His brother Klein is a national scout for the Cowboys now.
Clint and Klein?
Clint and Klein.
Wow.
Yep.
There's a lot of creativity there.
Clint
Coming from Gary, like you'd think his name was started with a K. Kevin?
Clint, and so he's 35. He's and he was somebody who got a couple interviews this past year, but he could be in there. And then the other one, this is the one Broadus has mentioned a ton, and that's James Campen, who was McCarthy's offensive line coach for years and is available and ready.
An all-time blunder ending the AFC Championship last night at Arrowhead.
Mahomes trying to buy some time on that bad ankle, moving to his right. He is now scrambling, and he's going to get a first down. And now gets hit late. He gets hit late. He gets hit late. Mahomes gets hit late. It'll be a 15-yard penalty on top of the gain, and the gain should be bound to the 35-yard line.
Nice clap in the Chiefs radio booth right there from somebody. Joseph Fasai. Let me hear it.
There you go.
Joseph Asai, the Texas Longhorn, who was having a fantastic game, shoves Patrick Mahomes late. It was the right call. It was a good call, and that lines up the Chiefs and Harrison Butker for the 45-yard game winner.
Man, what a disaster of a play.
Oh.
Just I feel
and
bad.
he got hurt on the play.
Yeah, I know. What a double whammy. I feel bad for him. It was a dumb play. You can't do that. It was the right call.
Yeah.
But it just ended a game in which, Cincinnati probably should have won that game. Looking back at it, I can't believe how many third and nines did Mahomes convert?
Oh, they were awful on third down in the first half, but I think they went 6 for 6 to close the game.
Crazy at the end.
And Osai definitely put you in a bad position at the end, but if I'm Bengals fans or I'm with the Bengals this morning, I'm looking at can y'all block somebody? On the offensive line, can y'all just slow things down for a second so Joe Burrow can scan the field?
That was their issue last year.
They slowed it down after the beginning. He was sacked 3 straight times. He was sacked 4 times in his first 9 dropbacks.
Jeez.
First quarter yardage was 110 to nothing. Then it completely reversed. It was 100 to nothing the other way.
Yeah, Kansas City should have been up so much more. I'm thinking to myself, they're in a bad spot right now. They have been dominating the first quarter of this football game, and it's 6-0 or first quarter and a half. It was they should have been up by a lot more.
I didn't really feel like one team should have been up on the other. It felt like a
early on
sloppy even game. I'm trying to think back to the first quarter.
Yeah, it took
the yardage is obviously a humongous disparity, but it wasn't like an interception or a turnover on the 2-yard line or.
I thought Kansas City should have been up by more probably. Cincinnati was had that red zone stop and forced the second field goal but it took a quarter and a half for Cincinnati to score. It very easily could have been 14-0 Kansas City early.
Yeah.
Just it could have been before the the last 2 minutes of the first half. Philly honestly could have been up 14 14, 21-0 if certain things had gone.
Yeah, I guess you're all right. After the game, Zach Taylor on Joseph Asai and the mistake.
We worked really hard to get here, and any play that people feel like it's left out there, you're going to take it hard. And we want guys like that this means a lot to. They care about it, care about their teammates. Joseph comes to work every day, man. He loves ball. He loves being a part of this team, and it didn't come down to that play.
Meanwhile, NFC Championship earlier in the day, many people saying one of the most unwatchable playoff games in the history of the league.
On second down, the give goes to Sanders up the middle. Touchdown! Miles Sanders, 6 yards. Eagles lead.
I can't stand his voice. Eagles radio with the call. Filthy, sticking with that run game that they used to take apart the New York Giants. Brock Purdy gets hurt early, and that was the end of the San Francisco 49ers, who also lost their backup quarterback.
And it was also the end of the watchability of this football game. That was a disaster. It was a blowout. It was an ugly game.
I was actually interested to see. I was sitting there waiting to see if they would try a throw. That kept me interested. I was like, are they going to put McCaffrey in? Are they going to put in Juszczyk, who was looking at the offensive plays? What are they going to do? Because this is crazy what's playing out.
So when the Niners got the ball back, they got the ball back with 1:36 to go in the half. And I'm like, dude, that's a lot of time. Like, you're not throwing the ball. What are you going to do? You're like, it's almost to the point where, like, you don't want the ball back at that point. You're not going to throw. Philadelphia's got a couple of timeouts here, and you're going to wind up giving the ball back to them before the half. It's going to happen. They're going to get the ball back before the half.
Josh Johnson may be the worst quarterback I've ever seen. Like, I mean, the pocket awareness there is awful. Like you'd watch him, he'd drop back, and then he would either just stand in his spot, no matter how many rushers were around him, or he would just run backwards. The dude did not want to get outside the hashes to avoid the pass rush, and so he'd run 20 yards backwards and try and throw it back to the line of scrimmage. But just honestly, you wasted a really strong performance from the 49ers defense. I know it says they gave up 31 points, but they gave up 269 yards. You give 269 yards to Philly, you should beat them.
Meanwhile, here's Stuffed Crust after the game.
This is something to dream about as a kid, and all these guys on our team have dreamt about this their entire lives too. And so just to be able to do this together with a bunch of men that love each other, that are connected to each other, that would do anything for each other, it's pretty sweet.
Second Eagles coach to reach the Super Bowl in his first 2 years, aside from Doug Peterson. So there's Coach Stuffed Crust celebrating in Filthy. Meanwhile, Stetson Bennett was apparently celebrating for some reason here in Dallas as he skips the Senior Bowl and gets arrested for running around knocking on doors at 6 a.m.
Yeah. 6 in the morning. Like, what are you doing at 6 in the morning just knocking on doors? It's freezing outside, too.
Yeah.
Very, very cold.
Yeah, that's a public intoxication that can be a silly charge sometimes. But I mean, if you're talking about like it's 6 in the morning and you're just banging on doors in Dallas, like what are you doing?
Tribeca Way in Old East Dallas. I was listening to KG and CA yesterday, and Chris Arnold was like, it had to be a TCU fan who called the cops. Bobby saying, how does a 30-year-old not know how to handle his alcohol? So, I'm here for all the Stetson Bennett jokes.
Yeah, look, I hate the public intoxication charge, but this is disturbing the peace. Now you're disturbing people. You're waking me up at 6 in the morning to come bang on my door. You're lucky you didn't get shot.
All right, Peyton has been spying. We're going to spy on San Francisco radio coming up in 45 minutes, but we've been spying on Filthy. Let's see if they can even enjoy their win. The dirtiness and nastiness of Trent Williams. How about the Joey Bosa meltdown? And we got to have a talk about our guy Tony Romo calling these games. Next, with Sean and RJ, Brooks and Dunn ticket giveaway as well. Next on The Fan.
But let's get that carpet.
Injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, we have a Brooks and Dunn ticket giveaway for the Tolos here on DFW Sports Station. Our way of saying thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. We have Fan Bowl coming up on Saturday, I believe starting at 2 o'clock, Texas Live. Go to 1053thefan.com in order to register. Thousands of dollars in prize money.
Yes.
Going out Saturday in Arlington.
Always a great event.
Whenever you get all of us together like something like this, it's always a blast.
Can I win money?
No.
No. If you want to side bet us,
Yeah.
if you're allowed to, by your mommy and daddy over at the NFL Network.
Well, I don't have a mom, Sean.
you did it.
But I do have a dad.
No, it's okay. You could say it.
So
You could say it.
I mean, I think you guys are well aware. Like, you just see me, like, the way I type around here, the way I can use my hands. Like, I think you guys know how dangerous I would be on a paper football field. So if you want to, like, just welcome that. You know,
yeah, you can't even talk.
If you want to welcome that into your life,
you can't even speak. You're like Romo.
Have at it.
Stuttering and stammering all over yourself.
Hold those hands up. Like is this the only football you can hold?
Now look.
Hey, you think smaller though might be better for this.
I've been trying.
That's true.
I've been trying to stop you from. Actually, I'm gonna save it for later in the week.
Ooh.
I'm gonna save it for later in the week. The little wuss move that you pulled on me Friday, which is why I'm gonna show. I'm gonna show no mercy towards you.
Oh, yes.
And go right at your bank account.
Let's go.
All right, first, Peyton. Spying, the real spying needs to take place with San Francisco radio when they start their show.
They're still sleeping right now.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're on the flight back. I don't know.
In 37 minutes, but just for the heck of it, we wanted to hear if they were able to enjoy this win in Filthy, heading to the Super Bowl again on our sister station, WIP.
There is so much to talk about. I just want you to grasp exactly what happened over the past few days, because it all started when those annoying, aggravating, and frustrating Niner fans came into this city and attempted to desecrate the Rocky statue. They even now were calling Brock Purdy Brocky.
Yep.
The only difference is, in this story, Brocky got knocked out in the first round with a right cross by Hassan Reddick. And from there, it spiraled into one of the more bizarre games you'll ever see.
It was.
And one of the most invigorating ones, because by the second half, when you realized they had no human who could throw a football, you understood that you were probably going to Arizona to try to win another championship. It happened. I don't believe it.
And they've played about like 3 or 4 montages just of the Fly Eagles Fly chant, in the background and all the highlights. And the parade's starting in Philadelphia.
Look, at least he knew the words. I was so scared for Jalen Hurts. Like if he had messed up a word,
if he
there.
just hummed it or something.
Yeah, it's like he.
What are you talking about?
In the post, when he was on the podium, he starts singing "Fly Eagles Fly," and I was like, "Oh my God,
he's gonna forget a word."
Please don't. I hope you don't. If you forget a word, they will run you out of town.
Yeah, all the jokes. Dallas is finally in a Super Bowl. It's a picture of Dallas Goedert, so we have to deal with that. Troy Hughes, former producer, tweeted, "I'm not going to watch the Eagles run away with this." What else is on? It was the Rangers 2011 World Series game somehow on the MLB Network. Why would that be airing? Before the game, I saw videos of Philly fans throwing eggs at San Francisco fans. That gave me delight. I was actually supporting Philadelphia. You see the little kid walk up to a 49er fan, red jersey, and he's like, "Hi," and the 49er fan sticks his hand out to shake, and the little runt turns his hand around with a middle finger right there in the stadium. And then afterwards, Barstool put out a video of these menaces in filthy celebrating on top of a bus stop, and the roof caves in of the bus stop.
Yeah, because they had greased the poles. They put grease.
Save that.
They did. They had greased the poles there, so they were trying to keep you
crooked. They greased the poles.
They greased the poles. They greased them. Very bad people. Happened in Pennsylvania. They stole it from us. They stole it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they wanted to keep people off the pole. Off these light poles. That's what they do in Philadelphia. They climb the light poles.
Yeah.
And the traffic lights, but they still got up there.
They still got up there. In honor of the conference championship games, we ask you, the Tolos, for your help on the truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 for NFL Monday morning headlines.
All right, it's not easy to come up with things from outside your city. From outside your team, because you just don't follow it the same. You don't know all the little side remarks. So I tried my best here.
Okay.
This one this is a Cowboy-centric one, blown chance. We blew it. We did. After seeing that game, what happened, how the Eagles had to go through Daniel Jones and then Josh Johnson to get to the Super Bowl.
Let's talk about that. The comparisons of teams who have won the NFC title or the teams who have made the Super Bowl and the Eagles' route compared to the rest. Was it you who sent out the quarterbacks?
Oh, yeah, all the terrible quarterbacks they faced. So this run they had, essentially, it was Josh Johnson. And then you had Daniel Jones, the one before that. They've beaten Case Keenum. They beat Brady. They get credit for that. But if you look over their last 15 years of quarterbacks, there's Tavares Jackson. There's Eli twice. I mean, it's not been very impressive.
No, it hasn't been, and this
is what you talk about. We were texting about luck.
Yeah, Bassick has always said you make your own luck, and the Eagles. He could say they made their own luck by taking care of business in the regular season. To get to the position. But they got lucky with the quarterbacks they faced here. They just did.
Yeah.
Purdy little story ends.
Man, Ric Flair calling him out, saying, "Man, I was in a plane crash. Get out there and play. Get out on the field." The nature boy was tweeting. Did you feel at any moment, the all-time moment I remember with a quarterback or a player where I'm like, "Get out there. What are you doing?" was Cutler. It was Jay Cutler in Chicago. That was the end for him. He just had that nonchalant, punchable face. And you're like, now Cutler, I think, ended up being a tough SOB in terms of the hits that he took. But were we thinking at any point yesterday, dude, Get out there. How are you warming up? How can you throw for 5 yards? Go out there and die for your team.
I was texting with some former Major League Baseball players yesterday.
Wow. What did Derek Collin have to say?
It wasn't him. I said former. Well, I guess he is former right now. He's not signed. But but this is a guy who had a Tommy John. He goes, you cannot, when you tear that, you could do nothing more than lob it. You can't zip your fly. It hurts to pee.
Wow.
It hurts to do everything. You can't, like, there's nothing you can do. Like, literally everything hurts. And if that's the case, to UCL, which is my next headline, it's just letters. You see that L?
I like that.
Pole dancing.
Pole dancing. Well done. Well done.
Howie did it again.
Oh, Roseman.
Stuff this.
Stuffed
crust.
Yeah, the pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hurts so good.
Well done.
Easy one.
Good
Easy
job.
one. And then egg on your face. And then this is one for the AFC. Not your homes, Mahomes Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
It's also strong.
Thank you. That's it. That's all I got.
It's also very strong. I just got a couple. Hertz Donut. That's the that's it. Some of the Hertz so good. Yeah, like the Hertz Donut. Yeah, Hertz Donut. Purdy ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Down goes Brocky.
Okay.
And bungled.
Bungled.
Oh yeah, it was bungled.
And then
Very
you
nice.
have the headline bungled, and you've got Joseph Osai hitting Mahomes.
Yeah, I like it. I
Well
like
done. Any coming in on the truckwork.com text line or from the Twolos or from YouTube with Monday morning conference championship headlines.
Got Purdy got dirty from the 945. 972. Welcome to the Ref Kingdom. Cheesesteak AFC Championship.
That's good. That's good.
That is pretty good. Let's see here. What else do we have? The one is just Fly Eagles Fly. Let's see if the Twitch has any for us. Purdy awful. A lot of Purdy puns.
Lot of Purdies. All right, how about the video and audio of Joey Bosa? Joey Bosa getting tormented. He's wearing a 49er jersey for his brother, Nick, and he's trying to go in like this little VIP entry for the NFC title game yesterday. Who else was there? Bradley Cooper, Mike Trout.
Oh man, I saw the meme. Mike Trout's been to more Philly Eagle playoff games than he's played in. God, I feel bad for that guy.
They had DJ Jazzy Jeff. Who, by the way, that was the video that's going viral this morning. Him and Jalen Hurts doing the Will Smith Fresh Prince handshake that they would always do.
So here's the video and audio bleeping needed from Peyton of Joey Bosa getting harassed by Filthy trying to go and enjoy his brother.
When did the Chargers play this week?
Are you Snapchatting your little butt buddies?
I'm just videoing the guy who's not playing today. Bosa! How are those fines, Bosa?
We're good, because I can afford them.
So can I! Me too! Me too!
Bye, Bosa!
Oh my
How are
God.
those fines? They're fine because I can afford to pay them. I'm rich.
Oh, that's a Draymond Green statement right there,
Oh
isn't
my
it?
gosh, dude! What do you, Joey Bosa?
You don't play into it.
Don't play into it.
Oh, you just keep walking, but he can't. I mean, look, if you
He can't.
I say this, if I had a man bun, I would be so much more cocky. I would carry myself in such a much more cocky manner. You would hate, and maybe you do hate me anyway, but you would really hate me if I had a man bun.
And then I just love seeing the San Francisco meltdown. Greenlaw with the punching bag at the end, and then Trent Williams, that punk, with his slam from behind after he harassed Maher in the pregame. So Trent Williams, meltdown, Greenlaw, San Francisco, bye-bye. Thank God they're not in it. Thank God. And I can't wait for Peyton to spy on them. It's going to be so cheesy and corny from Pastrami Rai, who's going to be screaming, I'm just so proud. I just want to say I'm so proud, 49er Nation. What's their hashtag? What is it?
Is it Niner? Is
Something
it
by
Niner Gang?
For
or
the
something?
Bay? FT?
For the Bay?
For the Bay.
Oh man, like they do so many, like the Warriors.
I just
what
want to
they
say
call
I'm
the town
so
or whatever.
proud. I'm so proud of all
What
of our
jersey
guys.
is Joe wearing today? Do we think he's wearing one?
Absolutely.
Butchie?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got like he's probably got his 94
Steph Curry?
Steve
Is there
Young
in the
jersey
basketball
on.
season now?
Oh yeah.
So there was Trent Williams and Greenlaw melting down, and a little cut from WIP in filthy after they win the NFC Championship game. 877-881-1053, truckwork.com text line. Okay, let me get to Tony Romo. Let me get to Tony Romo here.
Yes.
Bobby's going to be so proud because he's such a Dak head that he's got some Romo hate in his heart. But, oh, man, he was annoying yesterday. Man, Romo, he's just so giddy. He's giddy, and
which I like the giddiness.
But he doesn't know where he's going with it. Like, he doesn't have his phrases ready to go. He kind of loses, like the wizard. The wizardry.
The wizardry.
The wizardry that had Tony. Well, there was 3 or 4 things that had Tony trending yesterday. This was one of them.
Just fling it. A little risky. The wizard is still wizardry. But right here, oh, we might have been down.
I mean, he just throws things out there, then he grunts.
Yeah.
Oh, Jim. I mean, is he constipated? What's going on?
It's like at the end, he didn't know what Burrowhead was either. Like, he sounded confused when he was like, Burrowhead. Yeah. After Travis Kelce sat there and made fun of it. Clyde Drexler was trending after Romo made the analogy that Burrow was Drexler. The internet was being a little bit, they overreacted to that one. That was a little bit harsh. I understand what Tony was saying. He was saying Mahomes wanted this matchup because people are now saying that Burrow has caught or has his number, just like Jordan used the Clyde Drexler motivation in the 92 finals when people were trying to say, is Clyde as good as Michael? And then Michael used that to go out and destroy Clyde. So,
and was that even real, or did Michael just make that up?
Right. I don't remember the media coverage from the Oregonian back then.
No.
I'd have to go ahead and look up the archives.
Yeah, gonna have to ask Dawson.
And then, ask Dawson. And then this one.
Oh, Tony.
This one got him trending as people thought he almost really slipped up.
It's the tough yards, the finish, and the play. Right there, you got 3. Talked about this is the best tackling team. They don't miss tackle.
3 what?
Yeah.
The tough yards, the finish, and the play. Right there, you got 3. Talked about this is the best tackling team. They don't miss tackle.
What would he have been trying to say?
That's what I've been trying to figure out.
I get what people are so what would he have been trying to say? You got 3
nickel defenders?
Well, there's only one of those on the field.
I don't know what else.
Maybe he was thinking the Niners.
Maybe you got 3 Niners.
Wrong conference.
But it was 2 guys, right, that were trying to tackle him?
I don't know. It's just I don't like the giddiness.
It's
annoying. And the lost giddiness.
The one thing I do like that he's doing, I know a lot of people don't like it, but I do like that he's more so making it like a talk show. Like he's just out there just yapping away. You know, he's not doing the same kind of breakdowns he used to, which are fine. Those were good, but I feel like he's doing like a talk show, which I like. But yeah, he has been getting destroyed.
Which I guess that the reason he doesn't do the same breakdowns anymore as I think people have pointed out publicly, but I know they've pointed out like privately is like, yeah, the first year, like he had just come out of the league. Like it was his job to know what every one of these teams' tendencies were. This is what he studied. Like this is what happens when you get 5 years removed from it and you're more just doing the normal study of an analyst.
He knew everybody's scouting report already.
Mm-hmm.
He knew their scouting reports, do what they do.
Let's put the analysts in order then right now. All right? Between Collinsworth, Troy, Romo, Herb Street.
You're missing the best one of the
I was going to say,
bunch.
we're going to put Olsen in there?
Olsen's number 1. Easy.
Woo!
Easy number 1.
What are they going to do if Brady goes in the broadcast booth? What are they going to do? Tom's got, 45 or 50 million a year? Olsen going to get bumped to 2?
I mean, Olsen gave an interview to The Athletic. I guess that article dropped yesterday where he had said, like, I understand the reality of what's coming. He's like, my job is to make it as difficult on them as possible. So you're getting the little competitive edge there where he's a little bit like, well, like, I hope I'm good enough that they don't give Tom Brady this seat. And I mean, you know,
Can you imagine if Brady's the 2 on the 2 team?
Oh, I know,
at
right?
$50 million a year? Oh, wow. But Kevin Burkhardt, the play-by-play guy, they were really good yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They have shown that the analyst salary, all these networks overpaid everyone. They all overpaid. It's about the game. because I don't know if this game's going to have humongous ratings because Brock Purdy got hurt, but not once was I like, oh, man, these guys aren't prepared or ready for this. Okay, so
real quick, Brady's contract, it says 10-year, $375. So $37.5 a year.
All right.
It's good work if you can get it.
So Olsen won.
I have Aikman won.
You have Aikman won?
Yeah, I think Aikman's great.
Uh-oh.
I think Aikman's great.
RJ?
I mean, he's awesome if you like guys who suggest that you punt on 4th and 1 and never go for it.
Okay.
And never go for 2 and not understand when to go for 2.
Okay, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about him as a coordinator. I'm talking about his analysis of what just happened on the play. What are you doing here and there? I think Aikman and Olsen are like right there with each other, but I'd have Aikman a little ahead.
He's very good at the analyzing, but it's hard for me to get by him his refusal to understand how the game has evolved with going for it on 4th down.
I think he has evolved. He says go for it. I would go for it here. I think you're hanging on to this.
He never says go. It's just it's so annoying.
He's also not afraid to be very critical of the teams he's called, and say this is dumb.
Aikman's my 2.
I think Aikman and Olsen are the easy top 2.
Who's your 2?
Collinsworth.
Oh my gosh.
And I can't stand him. I think he's so arrogant. I don't like him. But I think here's the problem. After Olsen, I think the rest of them are all kind of bad.
Wow. I have an easy 5. Last place is easy. It's not
Me too.
It's not even a hesitation. It's Herb Street.
Oh.
Herb Street brings nothing. I love him in college.
Here's the problem with Herb Street.
He's and those games were awful, but I think he's just going out of his way to be vanilla and boring. He does nothing for me at all on Thursday night.
I can't. I put him 5 as well, but the reason is I can't even grade him because Al's asleep. Al is asleep the entire time.
It's hard to analyze and nudge Al away.
It's hard to analyze and then keep buzzing Al with some beeper to keep him awake.
Yeah, my tough decision was Collinsworth or Romo 3-4.
Oh.
I think I'm going to end up with, I don't know, probably Collinsworth 3, Romo 4.
I go Aikman, Olsen, Romo, Herb Street, Collinsworth. I think Collinsworth is awful. And he's so irritating.
He's very
that's the thing.
irritating.
I can't even get to how I can't pay attention to even what he's analyzing, which so much of it is lining his own pockets with PFF analysis to begin with. I don't like that. And then just in general, I can't get to the analysis because he's so irritating. I can't get past the surface level of you are so annoying, dude.
All right, so just wanted to re-rank them after Romo called his final game of the season because the Super Bowl is on Fox. David Hellman was on with us last week, Mr. Hollywood from California, and he tweeted out something I completely disagreed with, and it had to do with an announcer who I thought was working for the WWE instead of Fox.
The Cincinnati Bengals defense has been playing great. They held Buffalo to their least amount of points scored all year last week. And if Travis Kelce does not play, expect the Bengals to rattle Mahomes all game without his safety valve. Someone's going to have to step up to the plate. Is it going to be Juju Smith-Schuster or is it going to be Jerick McKinnon? We will see later on.
We will see if this happens. And Hellman's like, oh, one of the Gronk is so seamless on TV. And I was like, Dave, he's not good at all on TV. Let him do some stunts or break some things.
Was he being facetious?
He may have been sarcastic.
No, I think Hellman legit.
Was he being serious?
I think he thinks.
You think it's Fox fam?
Maybe.
Oh.
Part of the Bayless contract that Dave wouldn't comment on last week.
Yeah, I like. Also at the end, we don't even reference it that he said McKinnon. Who's McKinnon? Jerick McKinnon. So no, Gronk has been brutal, just not good. I don't know why. I mean, everything we know about Gronk, I don't know why anybody would say that's studio analyst guy. That would be the farthest thing from what I think he would have an ability to handle in retirement.
Go back and play, please. Meanwhile, all you conspiracy theorists out there, Aaron Rodgers and Aubrey Huff and all you guys, I know this crushed you. I know you were still trying to pick this apart, Larry Johnson off the Chiefs, but Damar Hamlin came out with a video.
What happened to me on Monday Night Football, I feel is a direct example of God using me as a vessel to share my passion and my love directly from my heart with the entire world. And I'm able to give it back to kids and communities all across the world who need it the most. And that's always been my dream. That's always been what I stood for and what I will continue to stand for. to the city of Cincinnati, the Bengals, and the entire NFL, just for putting team allegiance aside to root for one kid's life. You put humanity above team loyalty. You showed the world unity over division. I'm not surprised by it, but I'm deeply grateful, and I'll be forever thankful and indebted to that.
So there you go. Damar Hamlin's alive.
He's alive. Unbelievable.
No, Twitter's still saying maybe not.
Oh, the deep fake.
They're saying the deep fake, and they're like, why all these cuts? Why all these jump cuts in the video? Like it goes for just seconds at a time, and then it cuts. Like and there are whole sections of the video where he's not even on screen. It's like pictures of the Bills and stuff.
I hate that that's the first thing I think of when I see this young man put out a great video message. I have to think of these losers who sit there and say, that wasn't him in the snow. He didn't do the heart right. He didn't do the heart correctly.
This is literally like the one of the best stories. Like it's something that should make everybody like feel good about themselves. And we're sitting here wondering if they're doing the old internet Tom Cruise deep fake.
Oh, one other thing I wrote down. Oh, a couple things. Empire State Building, Choppy?
Yeah.
What is this?
So, the Empire State Building, they last night tweeted out that they have gone green and white for the Philadelphia Eagles, which is customary. The Empire State Building does this. And then they later in the night went red and white for the Kansas City Chiefs. So like they can light up, different colors and everything, and they've always done that. The Empire State Building, and they're getting kind of killed. Well, this is an NFC East rival.
Yeah.
This is Philadelphia. You're a New York landmark.
It's like the Omni here. We put up Fly Eagles Fly.
But remember the Omni did Astros. When the Astros won the World Series, they put something up there. And that caught a little bit of grief and heat. But the Empire State Building does not consider themselves necessarily a New York landmark. They are a national landmark.
Oh, well.
They are beyond just New York. So they do this. I think they did this when the Astros beat the Yankees and went to the World Series. They lit it up in like Astros colors.
Wow.
Yeah, they don't care.
Disgraceful.
My favorite tweet yesterday was from a guy named Brett Edgerton, and he said, "Theory, maybe they had that color ready for the Jets and they just got tired of waiting."
Yeah, well, they definitely did get tired of waiting.
They were getting crushed though. Like everybody just fire this social media manager, get rid of whoever lit this up. Like people were really losing their minds.
You didn't like Dave Portnoy's Barstool tweet of they should knock the building down, knowing exactly what he was saying about the Empire State Building?
Yeah, so he said, how lame is the Empire State Building lighting up a New York building in the colors of an NFC East rival? What an absolute piece of S building. I'd be embarrassed to have it in my city. They should knock it down.
But here's my follow-up. First off, I guess you don't go there if you live there anyway, but how many people are saying, I'm never going to step foot in there again? I'm never giving them any bit or cent of tourist money. Like, how could the Empire State Building lose from a tourism standpoint or from people in the city?
I would say they won't lose a dime, because people who live in New York City don't go to the Empire State Building to go up to the observation deck because they've already been there.
Right.
This is for tourists, so I don't think it matters at all.
Yeah. So
that's my opinion. I have my guess on it.
Like, how arrogant are you? We're a national landmark.
We're a national landmark. We're not.
Now,
we're not in New York. We're national. Even though the name of our building is literally the slogan of the state. New York is the Empire State. Like,
right.
We're a national landmark.
Which so the guy who runs the social media account for the Empire State Building is a guy named Tyler O'Day, who used to be at Barstool. And
how do you know this?
Because this was a big deal. Like a year ago, everybody thought it was it real or was it fake? Like in the middle of Portnoy doing his show, which Tyler O'Day was part of, he just said he quit in the middle of the show. And Portnoy was like, "What are you talking? Where are you going?" And he goes, "The Empire State Building needs a social media manager," and he left. And like Portnoy was like, "What are you?" And so a lot of people think it was just a bit where they were like, "Hey, you should quit on the air like this." But some people were like, "Oh man, this is a real rivalry." And last night there were a bunch of Barstool people tweeting at the Empire State Building because they knew who sent it.
What can the Cowboys learn? A lot of people want Philly going to the Super Bowl to be a wake-up call for the Joneses. So let's get into that at 8 o'clock, as yesterday the news came out that Kellen Moore is gone. We got to send you to a concert for being a Tolo, turning it on, leaving it on, and let's do so right now.
That's right, Sean. All right, Tolos, caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Brooks and Dunn when the legendary country duo rolls through Tarrant County to perform at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on May 6th. Tickets on sale right now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
You know, the other thing that was trending yesterday, Bobby sent it immediately on the text, was Anita Baker. National anthem before the NFC Championship game. I wasn't paying close enough attention to this. I know I should have been standing in attention in my living room. I wasn't paying close enough attention, so I don't know what all the fuss was about. Did she mess up a word or a phrase?
I was pooping, honestly.
Well, then we should not have gone to you first.
She just can't sing anymore. And it's so sad because she was great. She's one of the great, like, power ballad divas of all time. She's fantastic. I love Anita Baker. And I didn't even know it was her. I just literally heard it playing while I was working on some stuff at the dinner table. And I texted you guys. I was like, the hell is this? I had no idea it was her until after she was done singing. And then I was like just devastated and sad because it was just, it's like, what the hell happened to Anita Baker? But she can't sing anymore, which, I mean, how old is she's probably what, like mid 60s now? Something like that. She is 65. So you can't sing forever. You can't sing like you did.
Something left. You should still have something left at 65.
It sounded like a parody, to be honest, when she was singing. I was like, this sounds like somebody doing a bit.
Well, also, if she was that bad, like, why did they, like, surely they listened to somebody recommend her, right? Like, if she's that bad, why would they put her out there?
All right, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. I would like to explain what Bobby did to me on Friday while I was out during the weekend.
Oh, you're out this weekend?
I was out this weekend.
I heard about that.
I told, morning shows unite. Chicaline and myself got together. He wanted RJ to come, but RJ, apparently you ditched him or you screwed him with Augusta Masters tickets. So
I wasn't invited.
Very bitter about something with Augusta you were supposed to hook him up with. But went out with him, and Bobby tells me on Friday that this is his last brown night. It's his last night.
Not UPS, not Bonte Hill, like brown liquor.
It's his last night of drinking brown because he's starting soda on Saturday.
Yep.
And I said, okay, well, I would invite you to dinner, but you don't eat any seafood. I was going to a sushi place.
Okay.
Shout out Vicky, Nobu, love you. But I can't invite Bobby and his wife because he doesn't eat any fish. And I thought he'd be like, it's okay. My wife would enjoy it. And he's like, no, I'd rather go to Boomer Jack's. So Bobby,
it's not totally what I said.
Well,
it's a good spot, though.
All I heard about Mexican candy. We have to go somewhere that has a Mexican candy shot. That's all my wife wants. So I said, okay, fine.
So much sugar.
Do your dinner thing. I'll do our dinner, and then we'll party into the night. 8, 8:30, 9, 9:30, 10.
You're just waiting for a text?
I was thinking 10 was going to happen. 10 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
Nothing. Silence. Once again, Bobby Belt socially ditches the morning show.
Not accurate.
This is going to happen in Arizona.
No, it won't. It won't. And I've already told Sean, mea culpa will have to be that I'm buying his drinks in Arizona. But no, what happened was I had one drink and I immediately was ready for bed. I've not had a hard partying night since I started the morning show hours. And I don't know how you guys have ever done it, because as soon as I had one drink in me and it was 9 o'clock, I was like, I need to go to bed.
I mean, I'll be honest. You know, on Friday's the night that if we're gonna go out, there's a chance I fall asleep at the dinner table.
9:30. I went home at 9:30 and went to bed, and then I just forgot. And I woke up to a text from Sean going, "Thanks, jerk."
Yeah.
And so, but you know, I would have known you were out and about anyway. Like even if we hadn't talked, because. They were actually talking about you on the Odyssey app.
Odyssey app?
Yeah.
Welcome to My Cribcast, presented by Trajan Well. The other day, Dad said, this kid cost a fortune, which means he has a fortune, thanks to Trajan Well. The first weekend without Dallas Cowboys football and my dad is going out and leaving me at home, and some rando babysitter is coming over.
There he is. You are so handsome. Look at you.
Jane Slater from NFL Network is babysitting?
I get you all to myself tonight.
Be smooth like that. Be smooth like that. Would you like some leftover brisket? Coming up next, so many diaper changes, followed by marriage. And then we review RJ Choppy's new book, Not in the Deli, My Life as an Italian Sub, on the Cribcast.
Walked right into it. Well done. Well done. With my son's podcast, apparently.
Presented by Trajan Well.
Presented by Trajan Well. Coming up next. What can the Cowboys, what do you hope the Jones boys actually learn from the Philadelphia Eagles? And does it start with Kellen Moore being gone? Next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The Philadelphia Eagles have won the NFC Championship 4-3-2-1 by the final score. The Eagles 31, the 49ers 7. Attention, air traffic control. A flock of Eagles is heading to Arizona.
God. Attention, air traffic control. A flock of Eagles are going to Arizona.
You now wish
Super Bowl.
you now wish you rooted for the 49ers after that call.
No. No. Oh, my. Listening to my wife trash talk San Francisco during the game yesterday in the beatdown. Tolos who didn't Tolo last week were beside themselves. They were so furious, not understanding why I was rooting for Philly over the... First off, it should have been a tough choice for everybody, I think. Or it shouldn't have just been a cakewalk. Oh, I can never... San Francisco has taken you out in 2 straight years.
Absolutely.
And it's just like, no, NFC East. No, because of their fans and the personal messages and wishing, a fiery plane crash upon my son and my wife and getting in her inboxes and harassing her. And then their radio hosts, who I truly despise and hate, I wanted them out. And then I want Philly to lose in the Super Bowl. So I can try to ask for both things. Eagle fans have never acted like that. Never researched kids and gotten photos of Choppy's son with his face cut. So we wanted San Francisco out, and they've eliminated us in back-to-back years. So that was my own personal rooting interest. And then I wanted Kansas City to win because I have more faith in Mahomes eliminating and beating the Eagles than I would have Cincinnati. But after the Eagles won and now have advanced to another Super Bowl before us, that makes it 7 NFC title games that they've been to since the Cowboys have last been to one. 7, RJ.
7. And the Cowboys refuse to rebuild, right? We all in agreement on that. They refuse to really rip it up, tear it down, and rebuild. Now, maybe they haven't had to because they've had a quarterback.
Right. They went from Romo to Dak.
Right. So they haven't really had to. But the Eagles won a Super Bowl, ripped it up, and went back to one in 6 years. Like, that's really tough to see that and take it. It's really tough to see that in your own division.
Tougher, more impressed with the Eagles' job or the Astros within our own divisions?
Well, the Eagles, because they've built it twice. The Astros basically tore it down to a level that we've never seen. Like, they tore it down.
For several years.
Stockpile pick. Did a great job. I mean, they nailed them. They hit on all those picks.
Mm-hmm.
And they hit on their international signings. And, they traded for Jordan when the Dodgers gave him away for nothing. Nothing. So the Astros have done a really nice job, but it's for the most part the same team. The Eagles' holdovers from that title team are who? Fletcher Cox?
That's a good question.
Lane Johnson?
Yeah, it's Lane Johnson. It's Fletcher Cox.
Kelsey?
It's Kelsey. It's, those are the only ones that really stand out.
So now,
Brandon Graham.
Now they've been to 3 Super Bowls since the Cowboys have last been in just the title game. 3 Super Bowls versus us just getting to the title game. So a lot of Tolos are saying, is this a message? Is it better for Philly to win it all? Is this why Jerry Jones hijacked the start of the AFC Championship because he wanted to take away some of the Eagles' shine by announcing that Kellen Moore is not coming back as offensive coordinator? What lesson can be learned? What can the Joneses do? I think that the number one thing that's jumping out from the Tolos is go for it. Right? Go for it. Let's look at the champion last year with the Rams. And let's look at the teams this year who were in the Final Four. Let's start off with Filthy. I just tried to jot some names down, ask Bobby to do some homework on top of it. But the names that they went out and added consist of who?
They traded for Robert Quinn in the middle of the season, obviously. A.J. Brown, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They signed Linval Joseph and Ndamukong Suh, James Bradbury, and then Hassan Reddick.
Reddick, not Andy. Props to Novak Djokovic, by the way. But Reddick was arguably the MVP of the game, right?
Yeah.
And then Suh takes out Johnson. So you can say old and Robert Quinn didn't do anything. The point is they went for it. And that's a lot of guys that they went for. Meanwhile, we have Catboy, affectionately known as Stephen Jones, and we won't get off a damn dime. We will not get off a dime around here. We know that your Von Millers and we know that your big names are going to be ruled out because Stephen Jones, we think, is not going to be aggressive. We went and got Jonathan Hankins, okay? So that's Philadelphia going for it. San Francisco.
And real quick, when Philadelphia goes for it, they went for it this year, and they did so and by gaining an extra first-round draft pick in this year's draft.
Yep.
They have a first-round pick. They have 2 first-round picks this year. Next year, they have 2 twos, and still they're first. So they go for it, and they don't give up their first-round pick. They went for it and gained a first-round pick. Howie is running circles around the rest of the league. Like he's running circles. If you don't believe in Jalen Hurts, he's gone to the Super Bowl twice with nothing at quarterback.
San Francisco went and got McCaffrey. They swung for it.
Charvarius Ward signed him this offseason.
Charvarius Ward. Over on the other side, what do we have examples of?
Cincinnati went out and got Alex Kappa. They went and got Lyle Collins. Obviously, you guys getting hurt at the end of the year, but they went out there and tried to fortify their offensive line with outside additions. And Kansas City went out there, added Marquez Valdez-Scantling. They added Justin Reed as a pretty big acquisition as a safety. And so, yeah, all these teams are making more aggressive moves than the Cowboys. It's interesting. Do you know who an outside free agent, this is a good one, between Brandon Carr, so after Brandon Carr was signed in 2012? So 2013 until 2019, that whole 7-year stretch. Do you know the outside free agent the Cowboys gave the most guaranteed money to?
Outside of Brandon Carr in the last 3 years?
Yeah, after Brandon Carr from 2013 to 2019. The outside free agent they gave the most guaranteed money to.
Give us the
defensive tackle.
Oh, don't say Gerald McCoy.
No. Cedric Thornton.
Oh,
Cedric Thornton?
They gave him $9 million guaranteed. That was the most. They didn't even get into double figures. And then 2020, they spent a little on Gerald McCoy, Don Terry Pope. Those all went awful.
Awful, yeah.
But, then they've shied away from it again ever since, even though they didn't really go all in that offseason.
They've done a nice job of drafting. They've hit on players.
It's a lot to ask of your scouting staff.
It is a lot, but they also
be perfect, basically.
But also, and I have to go back and look at, who the Eagles have selected and what positions and positional value they've used. But the Cowboys have done a really nice job of hitting on their first-round picks. And they've hit on other picks, too, other rounds. There's no doubt. And you have to. They've built their roster in a good way. But Philadelphia has been able to build their roster without giving up draft capital. That, to me, is the most remarkable thing. They built this roster, and they're gaining first-round draft picks.
Well, they got rid of Wentz. Was that even a first? They got a first back for Carson?
No, they got a 2 that could have gone to a first, and I don't think it did.
Yeah.
But you look at them recently, you can argue they've missed their first-round picks in Philly.
Yeah, but the point is, they haven't given up. They haven't had to give away their first-round picks to build this roster.
Right. I'm just saying it's impressive that they've built it up the way they have without their, just look at their first-round picks over the last few years. This year, Jordan Davis. Last year, Devontae Smith. Okay, 2 good picks. Year before that, Jalen Reagor was a massive bust. Had to trade him. Andre Dillard, the offensive tackle, was a bust. They didn't have a first-round pick in 18. 17 was Derek Barnett, who was good. He's not number 14 overall. And then 16 was Carson Wentz. 15, Nelson Aguilar. They have not been hitting on a bunch of first-round picks.
I love the positions they've taken. They've taken high important positions: quarterback, wide receivers, edge rushers, tackles. And we've sat here in the same time frame taking 2 linebackers and a running back in the first.
Where they've done their damage in a lot of ways is day 3. Where they get Josh Sweat, Avonte Maddox. They get guys like that, Jordan Mailata. But then, you see their picks in the, 2017 when they take Derek Barnett, Sidney Jones, and Russell Douglas in the first 2 days, and those guys are all gone.
So, RJ, you and I, though, have applauded them a lot, most of the times, for not swinging for Jamal Adams or Earl Thomas or Von Miller. So, revisionist history. First off, are we changing our philosophy, 1? And 2, who would have been the recent signing that we regret them not going to make? Bobby, I'll give you the regret signing, but you're changing the philosophy a little bit to be more aggressive now?
No, not necessarily, because like I don't think being aggressive and being stupid is the same thing. Like going and trading 2 1s for Jamal Adams is stupid. And then going and Earl Thomas, that's just dumb. I would not have recommended that one. If you want to go and be aggressive in signing wide receivers or corners, then by all means, do that. But no, I'm not necessarily changing the philosophy. They don't. If you could do things the way Philadelphia does, where you're gaining all these players and you're still keeping your picks, then I think you can get away with something like that.
John Machota tweeted, for the 3rd consecutive year, the NFC champion will be a team that was extremely aggressive in free agency and making trades the previous offseason. The last 2 also won the Super Bowl in the Rams and the Buccaneers.
Yeah, and I don't know that there's anybody... There's not like specific examples, right, of like guys where it's like, why did they not finish this deal that they were involved with? Like Earl Thomas, Jamal Adams, you guys reference those. Like nobody really wanted them to get those done once you saw the capital that was involved. So that's not the problem. It's more just not being involved in the market at all. Like who knows what player? Would they have been in on Charvarius Ward? Would they have been in on one of the players that people clamored for them to be in on that they weren't, never seemed like they were, and then did end out benefiting the team was James Bradbury. And I like Bradbury's a good corner. I was not like, lamenting that one so much, but 1 year, $7 million. He's been way above that in terms of value, and the Cowboys struggled to find a corner opposite Trayvon Diggs all year. And so, I mean, I think it's more just frustration that you're not even involved in the market for us to wonder which ones you're missing on or signing and busting.
Hassan Reddick became the first player to post double-digit sacks in 3 straight seasons with 3 different teams.
Oh, he's a stud.
3 years, $45 million. 3 years, $45 million was the deal.
So
15 a year.
You're talking about, the Cowboys reworked DeMarcus Lawrence's deal for 3 for $30. You've just forked over the extra $5 million a year.
So what's the lesson, y'all? At 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Is it just to be a little bit more aggressive / reckless with the spending? Because, if you put out a poll question, if you'd like to be the Rams right now today in exchange for the title, I wonder how many would take that. They look screwed. Like Jalen Ramsey's trending every single day because they're talking about blowing it up. Is Aaron Donald playing? Is he retiring? I know, RJ, you don't believe in trading for one title, so you would not want to be the Rams in exchange for the championship, but you got to factor them in.
You do have to factor it in, but like the idea is you got to guarantee trading for it obviously doesn't guarantee it, right? There's no guarantee, and if there is no guarantee, let's say the Rams, who won 3 playoff games by a grand total of 9 points last year, let's say they run it back and lose one of those. Look where they are now. They're in a much worse position than the Cowboys are.
I think there's a happy medium, though, between what the Rams do and what the Cowboys do.
Yes. The Rams' last first-round draft pick was Jared Goff.
Because, the Cowboys, they just don't get involved at any level. And in a lot of ways, that's probably smart, but there's also a little bit of negligence involved in that, where you're just refusing it. Well, we won't pay anybody outside. It's got to be all our own people, and if it's anybody else, we're doing bargain hunting. And bargain hunting usually burns you. Okay, you nailed J-Ron Kearse. Congratulations. He's awesome.
Yeah.
You almost let him walk out the building this offseason, too.
They nailed. Even though the Micah picking a linebacker in the first round is like kind of like something that's not necessarily new school. They nailed it. Like they got somebody that is not a linebacker. They got the best edge rusher in the game about 10 picks later than they should have gotten them. Right?
Yeah.
If the league knew the kind of pass rusher Micah Parsons was, he probably goes 2nd or 3rd in that draft overall.
2nd, yeah, because that was Lawrence. So Lawrence and then Micah probably.
877-881-1053. What do we need to know weather-wise today? Where are you at? Where are the dangerous zones? And what do you need to know for the rest of the week? And if you're flying, got to get you a little DFW weather update. And back to Kellen Moore leaving the Cowboys. Monday edition continues on The Fan.
But let's get that card.
Save the weight loss, that's soda.
All right, thanks to Tolo. Jeremy sent us the latest from Shams, fantastic NBA insider. The Utah Jazz have strong interest in Dorian Finney-Smith. Does not say who the Mavs would want in return. The Suns have given permission to the Bucks to meet with Jay Crowder ahead of the trade deadline. Jay Crowder still not playing for the Phoenix Suns, but there's Utah saying, okay, let's go ahead and get a 3-and-D guy, possibly in Dorian Finney-Smith, as the Mavericks are going to take on the sorry Detroit Pistons tonight at the AAC. Luka missing their last game, and you'd think maybe they can give him some extra rest tonight against the Pistons, who only have 13 wins. So that's where we stand.
You would think. This is a night for some rest. But can you afford it? Can the Mavs afford to give rest at this point?
They better be able to beat the Pistons with Super Spencer going off. He's been balling.
He has been balling. He's been playing really, really well. And maybe give it a shot. What's the one game? What's one game? But then again, the way the West is jumbled from about 4 to 12, it seems like everybody's by 3 games apart from each other. These games are of utmost importance. I wonder if this is how congested it is, if it's gonna change load management in the final 3 months of the regular season.
Got to hear Charles Barkley going off on load management, saying he can't wait till the owners exact revenge in the CBA. Like, we're paying you guys all this money and you're playing in half the games, and the Stars, you cannot make it up. They lost 3-2 in overtime Friday night against the Devils.
Again.
3-2 in overtime.
Yeah. That's all the team does is lose in overtime 3-2.
Yeah.
Or in overtime in general.
It's like 14 seconds in, too.
14 seconds in.
Yeah, I actually saw the ending of that one.
How about you did?
Yeah.
Were you at a bar?
That was when I realized I'm tired and I need to go to bed.
Oh, yeah, never mind. That's when Bruce Bochy at FanFest. How about all the Tolos and the station heading out to Rangers FanFest? Here's Boch on what's coming ahead.
Man, on the 1 to 10, it's a 10.
Mm-hmm.
You take 3 years off and you miss the game, and it grows on you more and more each year, and that's what happened to me. And for it to be such a great fit, knowing CY, having a relationship with him, Nick Hundley's here, but really, and the staff that we have, being with Mike Maddox and the guys, it's rejuvenated me. I couldn't be more excited, especially with what's happened this winter. They go out and get a whole rotation. That's pretty impressive. You don't see that too often. So, and it's good to see the players excited. It's good to see the fans. This has been good too. This is something that inspires you to want to get in spring training.
I love listening to this guy speak. It just sounds like he's huffing Marlboro Reds.
Might be
with pints of Miller.
He might be. He might drink a lot of pints of beer. Okay, maybe he is. Who knows? But this is not because he has been out of the game for a little bit. It's only been 2019 was his last time, so it's not like a La Russa situation where he was gone for 10 years and he comes back at 78 years old. He's the same age as La Russa was when La Russa left the Cardinals, and he left the Cardinals after they won the World Series. This is. I'm excited for this. I do wonder what's going to be like, though. They have spent a lot of money. They put a lot of money in, and I think the projections now have them at about 82 to 85 wins somewhere there this year, which that's a big jump. That's a big jump. Some of their analytic projections had them like 82 wins. And if you can hit that and you can kind of get lucky in a few games, and all of a sudden you're up to 87, 88, and now you got yourself a chance.
You spend that much money, you better boost your wins. That's just where and they're going to need these guys to start hitting. Young is obviously somebody that they're excited about, showed power at the end of the year, but you're going to need him to be probably a full-time contributor. You need Jack Leiter to bounce back, have a better year. Leiter's starting to worry me.
What did you say?
Where'd he drop to? Then you see
MLB Pipeline hasn't come out with theirs yet, but Baseball America had him 25th at the beginning of last year, 37th in their midseason, and 6 months later, he fell completely out of their top 100. He wasn't in their top 100 2 weeks ago, and MLB Pipeline's coming with theirs. They haven't released their top 100 yet. They have released the top 10 right-handed pitchers in the minor leagues, and Leiter's not in that, so he's at least fallen from where he was.
That would be look, it's not, organizationally, it's not crippling. It's not crippling to miss on a high pick. It sucks. They need it, though. With the amount of money they've spent, they need to have their top guys in the minor league system. They need to hit on them. That's how you win championships. The Astros hit on young guys. Basically every team out there hits on young players. The Dodgers have hit on young players, and they've added outside pieces around them.
Yeah, it's not crippling to miss on one. It's crippling when Dylan Tate was starting to flame out and you had to trade him, and now Leiter's looking rough, and there are already questions about Kumar Rocker at 3. And so that's where it gets really concerning.
All right, where are we standing with the weather? I didn't realize until Bobby texted us yesterday we're dealing with some issues around here for the whole week.
I had no idea. Nope. I had no idea this was coming. But, you see a lot of school districts closed, like west of Fort Worth already. Where I live, Northwest ISD, they closed. But how about this, man? They sent the little kids on the school bus, or their parents dropped them off at school this morning. And my neighbors, I'm on this group chat, and they just sent, hey, kids are getting on the bus. They're coming back home. Like, so the kids have been there for maybe like an hour or so. Now they're on their way back home. What? Like, what happens if you drop your kid?
So they got on the bus, they canceled school, then?
They got on the bus, they get to school, then they cancel school and put everybody back on the bus and send them home. And, my neighbor's like, yeah, guys, I'm already at work. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Oh, my God.
Like, one of the neighbors is a cop, like in Dallas cop, right? He's like, I'm at work. My wife's at work.
Right along.
What am I going to do now? Like, I sent these kids to school thinking that at worst it'll be a half day.
Yeah.
But now I got to turn around and get home in the next 40 minutes before they get home.
Latchkey kid. That's all they are. They all can be latchkey kids today.
Like, what's that mean?
It's the kid who has to pick up the key because the parent's not home, and generally they're home from school without the parent supervision for a while.
Which that was me. I was home from school for like an hour or two before my parents got home. But my kids, I'm trying to think, they don't have a key to my house.
They don't?
Mm-mm.
Well, they're not allowed in your room either.
Well, yeah. You don't want to know what goes on.
By the way, Jared Sandler just texted. Apparently, MLB Pipeline released the other day. Leiter fell to 78, so he's their number 5 prospect in the organization now.
Okay.
Why don't your kids have a key to the house?
I don't think they have a key to their own house either. To where they live, at their mom's house. I don't think they have a key to that. They have they have one of those garage door things now, but they didn't used to have a key, so they always had to be with one of us.
Huh?
My kids don't have keys, I don't think, but I know our next door neighbor has a key, and so if somebody gets locked out, they just go knock on her door.
So what about the different areas? We need some reporting out there from the Tolos. Are we dealing with ice already? We got precipitation today, tomorrow, maybe Wednesday, which could possibly freeze for tomorrow morning. Bobby, you're going to get to have the nice 3 a.m., 4 a.m. guessing game with the morning show. Tomorrow.
That's so much fun. I'm excited.
That's awesome.
Nothing like the pressure from the company as no one says anything, just to have you blindly get out there. And then when you guess or think that it's icy and it's not that bad, it's 7 a.m., then you get the guilt trip and the feeling of, wow, you're a wuss. Why didn't I come in after Kevin Hagelin is calling you out in crosstalk?
You ever
when these idiots can make a decision with the sun up?
You ever either of you ever gotten in a wreck on ice?
I had my car on. I was in high school. I was in New Jersey still, and I was driving down this road. And it was snowing. They hadn't plowed the road yet, so I was a very new driver. And I'm driving down the road. And all of a sudden, my car just does a complete 360, just in the middle of the road, just a complete 360.
Like, was it obvious ice or was it just like black ice?
I could not see it. It was black ice, and so I did a complete 360. And then I was able to. Thankfully, there was nobody in the other lane, because I would have gotten hit head on. Whew.
I took a driver's safety course that my father made me take when I was in high school. I just automatically remember, you just got to turn the wheel the opposite way.
That's it. You got to turn into it.
We got 580 North Fort Worth / Hazlitt is a hockey rink. Cars flipped near every bridge.
What?
469 says 35 north to Denton is bad. That's wonderful. That's how I get home. Yes, roads are icy. Accidents all over interstates and on city streets.
Oh.
Well, there you go.
Peyton, what about the Rock?
Oh, yeah, he's got that bridge.
The bridge, it was a little frosty this morning. I was getting worried. I saw a bunch of construction trucks. I was like, oh, no, it's already started.
Oh, man.
Because you're the one who has to be here no matter what.
I guess I don't have to be here, but yeah, no, I do. So maybe we start looking at hotel deals. You know, I don't know. What's the expense policy for Odyssey? Is it 100% back?
Expense policy.
There goes my paycheck. And I was going to go to the strip club too, and now I can't because I got to pay for the hotel.
Oh,
so.
Molly. Poor Molly.
Molly.
You crash at Molly's house.
You could. I'm looking at the WAP. It's like
I know what that stands for.
The weather. The weather app. The weather app.
Oh.
Where's it wet? Where's the wet ass pavement?
That's what it is. And it looks like the whole by 11:30, the entire place will be blanketed by some kind of precipitation by 11:30.
What the whole place meaning?
The whole DFW
Metroplex.
area,
The whole Metroplex?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not just like Fort Worth area?
Well, no, you see, there's Dallas, there's Fort Worth. I mean, it looks like pretty much the most.
That's all purple.
That's all purple. That's 11:30.
It looks good out here. Like it doesn't seem like it's slick right out here.
How's the grid though? Is the grid good? That's what I'm worried about.
The grid?
Oh, the power grid.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Are we good there?
I don't know. So that's not. I made sure that you drip. You make sure they drip the faucets. You gotta drip those faucets.
I did
You gotta
not.
cover your pipes outside, Sean.
I don't believe in it. I've done that every time now. Nothing's happened. So
See, mine have froze the last 2 storms we've had.
Really?
My pipes have froze. The one time.
How did you know? Like nothing was coming out of the faucet?
So the first time, that was like 2 years ago. We were snowed in for like 4 days, and everybody lost power in the big grid one.
Oh yeah, that was the Valentine's Day storm.
Yeah, I had that. I had no power for 3 days, and I had no water for 4. It was completely frozen. The last storm we had, this was like last year. That's like maybe December.
Yeah. It was weaker.
It was much weaker, but I still lost water outside for my faucets and my laundry room because my laundry room has the pipes are on an external wall, so I couldn't do laundry for like a day or so.
We're luckily near a hospital, so we're on their grid. So whenever they do the rolling power outages, we never get hit with
My
them.
grid sucks. Awful. We all just got to live in the living room with a battery-operated fireplace.
Right.
And Choppy taught me. And then these hotels, of course, are crooks. They'll gouge you. It's not like, oh, people are without power. It's like, nah, it's $1,000 a night.
Yeah, we gotta make up for lost time.
That there was. I remember we got stuck at a hotel during that big Valentine's Day storm, and that was. Like a handful of hotels didn't have power, other ones did. So you had people leaving those hotels to go over to the other one to like just stay warm or get food in the lobby. That made me certain that DFW. I hope there's never like a zombie invasion or anything.
I do have finally my improved internet though.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Good.
So I feel good about doing the show from home tomorrow. Feel real good about it.
I do too.
Fiber. Finally got my fiber.
I pay for the fastest speed possible. Got hardwired. We're ready
to go.
All right, there it is. Peyton, have fun here. 877.
Enjoy the bridge.
I took up the wrong days this week.
Oh, what?
Yeah, he took off Thursday, Friday when it's gonna melt.
Yeah,
but it's sunny and 75 outside.
Good job, Peyton.
What? Where are you going somewhere?
I'm actually gonna get a massage on Thursday.
By Molly?
No.
That's what you say
Friday.
is your big plan. Like you're getting a massage.
look at apartments and houses and stuff too. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna be productive on mine.
Houses? You don't make enough for that.
The Russell Estate does.
Oh,
There's some good properties out there in Forney.
Was Patrick
Here, we're looking properties. He said we're looking at properties.
No, it's Jerry. Just say it's Jerry. Estates. I'm looking for estates. Was Patrick Mahomes easily the biggest winner of the weekend? Winners and losers from Conference Championship Sunday next on The Fan. But first, let me make you.
Mahomes house.
There's Travis Kelce afterwards setting the record straight. Pat Mahomes accounted for 91% of the Chiefs' offense. 91%, the game-winning play essentially when he scrambled, and then, of course, got the late hit from Joseph Asai, his Scott Norwood moment from the Texas Longhorn and the Kansas City Chiefs. We can't even get one freaking NFC Championship game, and they've hosted 5 straight.
I know.
As soon as I left that city, bam, 5 straight. Just can't get a run. Cannot get a run around here with the football team. But, Bobby, you think that Patrick Mahomes, obviously going to the Super Bowl makes him a winner, but in terms of the legacy and the narrative?
Yeah, so like we referenced this a little bit last week that the Burrow-Mahomes matchup was starting to feel a little bit like the new era Brady and Manning, which was Manning was always considered like the most naturally gifted, just prototype quarterback, freakish, like, the same way that Mahomes is now. And then Brady was always the guy who had the better field vision, was considered like, a little bit more the general. And that's Burrow. Burrow's the guy who can see the field really well. And Manning lost his first 6 games against Brady, including 2 in the playoffs. And they're started to really build up a narrative. You remember the narrative for a while was just Peyton can't win in the playoffs. And then it became, well, Peyton can't beat Brady. Mm-hmm. And Mahomes was staring down the barrel of like 0-4 against Burrow yesterday with 2 losses in the playoffs. In fact, if they would have lost this game, then Patrick Mahomes would have been 0-4 in the playoffs against Burrow and Brady and 9-0 against everybody else. Wow. That would have just been those are the only guys he's ever lost to in the playoffs are Burrow and Brady.
I thought at the end when Cincy got that possession,
I thought it was done.
Yep. I thought it was over with. Joe Burrow, ice in the veins, all the cliches. Chris Jones is a bad mother, as we found out last year when the Chiefs beat the Cowboys. He's a bad, bad man. He came in with that huge 3rd down sack. And then, of course, the kick return, the punt return before the penalty.
And that was the key. It was 27 yards.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to point to the penalty, and they should. I mean, that was a big play. But that penalty probably doesn't matter if that punt return is 2 yards or a fair catch or whatever, But 27, it put them at midfield almost.
Yeah.
And that it crippled it. It completely changed the complexion of the drive, of how they were going to use their timeouts, how they were going to be able to call plays. I mean, you call plays totally different when you need 25 yards as opposed to when you need 60 yards. Sure. Completely different.
After they picked up that 3rd and 16 to Hayden Hurst, I was like, that's game. That was their moment. That's the big play in the drive. And then Chris Jones with that 3rd down sack setting up everything. But that was gutty from Mahomes, man.
Yeah.
Like, we all try to look at things through a Cowboys prism, right? If that was Dak gutting it out like that, that'd be looked upon as a heroic effort and performance.
It did.
He's sitting there rolling left. He's throwing side angles. He had the one touchdown. He's missing 3 receivers.
Yeah.
He was missing 3 receivers while limping around in the freezing cold with Travis Kelce dealing with a back injury as well. And they still won.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think that while this is a big victory, obviously, for Kansas City, and Mahomes has already accomplished, unprecedented, milestones throughout his career already. This had the chance that if he loses this, it becomes the biggest question, the active question hanging over his legacy, like in the present.
Yeah.
Is you're the guy who can't beat Burrow, though. Just like that became a thing for Peyton. It was like, it doesn't matter how good you are. We can look at it in a vacuum and say, you do this better than Tom, you do this better, you're a more prolific passer. Doesn't matter. You're not better because you can't beat him. You never beat him. Which, by the way, it's funny. I don't think a lot of people realize by the time their careers ended, Peyton had actually beaten Brady in the playoffs more times than Brady beat Manning. But it was so hard to undo that.
It's on RJ's lower back. What are you talking about?
Those are coming back, by the way.
Stamps?
Low back tattoos.
For men?
Not for men. Men. But yeah, he's 3-1 in the conference championship game against Tom.
That'll be the
3-2
next
overall.
That'll be the next G-bag bet. Did you know that Broadus is doing a show in here Friday? Full show.
Full show?
Full show with Broadus Friday with us.
Wait, he is?
Yeah.
I didn't know this.
Well, if you don't go to sleep at 7:30 on a Friday night, maybe you find out.
You're gonna be seeing me.
Their bets. The bet for picking the Cowboys to beat San Francisco, he's got to be on every hour of every show. He got a 17-hour workday Friday.
Didn't we come up with that bet?
No. That was KMC, I think, for their pizza thought.
Man, that is.
I was like, why don't you just pop in for an hour? You know, that's punishment. Have to do 6 to 7 and then like 10 to 11, right? Because you got to come back and you still got to do all the shows. He's got to do every hour of all the shows. So he's like, hey, just calling you, give you a heads up. I'm in Friday, 5:30. I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, we'll have fun. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
That's what he always
All right, great. Yep. Great. Yep.
Cool. Very well.
So is Bassick off Friday then?
Why?
Well, I don't know. They got to be able to do a whole show together without arguing.
Don't start that. They've gotten over. They've done crosstalks. I have to replant that. But Patrick Mahomes, I picked Cincinnati. I thought Mahomes would be more compromised. I thought he'd be more banged up. Man, he proved his toughness yesterday.
He did. And I'll tell you this. It looked like, and maybe I just, this is not something like, this is one of those like intangible or anecdotes or whatever. It just seemed like he knew he had one run. He had one run in him.
Yeah.
Because like if he had done that play at the end where he got kicked out of bounds, how would how would his body have responded to it on the next play? And it was almost like he knew, I got one in me. And I'm going to save it maybe for the very end if we need it. Who knows? Just throwing this out there. But it's like, because he didn't run very much. I mean, he only had 3 carries. And, he only had 8 yards. By the way, that's a team. They had 42 rush yards. They had nothing on the ground. Nothing.
Kansas City.
They averaged 2.1 yards a carry. 2.1. So, like, it was maybe like, hey, I got one. I'm going to use it when I need it.
And now he's just going to have ice around that ankle and elevated for probably 14 straight days.
Yeah.
All the way up till Super Bowl.
Hyperbaric chamber, like T.O.
Oh, yeah. I'm 81%.
He's throwing left-handed passes. He's falling down, throwing to the flat.
So
I mean, he's the NFL Steph Curry.
He is. And the beauty of him is also like, you would never, ever teach a kid to play like him.
No.
Because you can't.
No.
You can't.
I mean, that's the funny thing. What's funny is you watched him out there. He's clearly hobbled, right? He still looked like, even with the sprained ankle, it's like, with a sprained ankle, he is the best player in the league still. Like, that's how good he is that he can be, hobbled with that ankle, and he's still going to go out there and play like the best quarterback in the NFL.
So the Chiefs advance again to the Super Bowl to take on filthy. Other NFL notes, Adam Schefter says that Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay seem to have this understanding that it's over, that Aaron is fine moving on. They want to move on from him. And have you seen another team besides the New York Jets? Is it the Jets and maybe the Raiders as possible suitors as the Jets went and got Nathaniel Hackett, who Aaron had in Green Bay, and their owner apparently willing to give up the first-round picks to get him out of there?
I can see the Raiders. I can see the Jets. Yeah, would Tennessee be in on that? Who knows? But yeah, those two teams for sure. The Jets owner seems to want to do that. I mean, he is seeing cross talent. Like, the Jets haven't been to the playoffs since 2011. They've just been bad. It's been a decade and change since they've been to the postseason. They've got to figure out something. And if they don't believe in Zach Wilson, this is the chance you got to take. But man, 2 first-round picks for a guy that age?
Yeah.
I mean, he might not play. You might be having picks that are being given out beyond his time with you.
You know who should go all in on him? Baltimore.
If he doesn't have receivers now, what's he going to have at the Baltimore?
But that's my point. Like, Aaron's always done something. So if you think he's got anything left, which I have questions about, but if you think he's got anything left, he's always been able to make that work. You go ahead, if you swap 2 first-round picks for him, you can tag Lamar, let somebody sign Lamar, you get 2 picks back for that, you get it right back, and it's just a net trade.
The Baltimore Ravens are way too smart for that.
Why?
They won't give up 2 first-round picks for a 39-year-old. Never. Ever.
I agree. I don't think they would.
They let a running back play quarterback. I don't know why they wouldn't let a 39-year-old.
All this was setting up for his little joke.
It was not. That was really my point. Why are you pinching your nose? That doesn't sound stuffy today.
Yeah, you sound like a Muppet.
You do sound a little Bonte.
Are you spying on? Are you spying on them?
Oh, it's greatness.
It is?
It's greatness.
Okay.
Oh,
I want to.
You're gonna love what Butcher Boy says. You're gonna like it. He talks about his lovable fan base in San Francisco.
It would be corny.
Oh my God, are they going after the as if that place has any? Now listen, Philadelphia ain't any better, but as if that place has any room to talk about unruly bad fans.
I was gonna have Nick Eatman on to talk about the ousting of Kellen Moore, but we got a spy on Cali for that audio as well. So Aaron Rodgers. So the Packers are gonna turn to Jordan Love now. That's where we stand, right?
Guess so. Which, I mean, what, he had the one quarter where he had to step in the middle of the year where he looked okay. But I mean, look, I was a big fan of Jordan Love when he was coming out, but I mean, all the reports coming out of there have been like, it's not look good. And like when we've seen him play, it hasn't looked good. So it's a lot of faith. Maybe they're just saying, hey, let's tank, let's reset.
There are reports that it's now 2 first-round picks for Sean Payton. That could be holding things up with no team able to want to give that up or pry him out of New Orleans. The Dolphins hire Vic Fangio as their DC, and that weasel, that little wily weasel, Jim Harbaugh, met.
What a liar. Just a liar. God, I mean, how many times are you going to sit here and say, oh, I love Michigan. I'm staying in Michigan.
I don't know if he lied. I'll be RJ here. He
fair.
didn't technically lie. He just took another meeting. He took a second meeting. I hope Michigan fires his ass. I would love for them to just kick him out on the street.
I'll tell you what. He's just going to say, go to lunch with the girl and say, it wasn't a date. We're just going to lunch.
Well, that's Bobby's life.
I know, right?
That's Bobby's life every other month.
What did I do? It's 8:52 on a Monday. Come on.
Disgustingly. It is disgustingly Mike McCarthy. All right, Eatman at 9:20, but man, a lot of Tolos didn't Tolo last week. Not understanding why I was rooting for Philly to win the NFC Championship game. You're going to find out why. Let's taste the tears, Bobby Belt. What's the reference?
It's your tears, Scott Tenorman.
Let's taste the tears of San Francisco. While also talking about the Eagles making another Super Bowl. Final hour of a conference championship Monday next on The Fan.
But let's get you.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He's looking left, he's looking right, he's pumping, he is firing the football, and it is caught by Devontae Smith at the 5. Another marvelous catch. He reached up, spun around, and brought it down with his right hand.
Fist pump time on the Fan Cam. Be careful driving out there. Shaw Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt on a conference championship Monday. Am I the only one? I didn't think that Devontae Smith play was as obviously incomplete as everyone else.
I thought it was a catch.
Even after
I thought it was fine. Yeah.
I thought it was pretty fine as well.
No. The ball slid out.
It did slide. I don't think it ever touched the ground.
It did. It just, he still had it pinned at the top, but it touched.
But did he have control of it?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like they say it can touch
move.
the ground,
If
but
it's sliding, it's not control. It was up here and then it slid down. So that's incomplete.
What'd you think, Peyton? Did you have any doubt, or when you saw it, you're like, that's incomplete?
Yeah, when I saw the replay, I was like, incomplete. I mean,
Shut up. We don't care. Be quiet. What a horrific mistake by Shanahan, though. That was really dumb. That was 4th down. It wasn't 3rd down. It was 4th down.
Yeah.
And get rid of the challenge. Burn the challenge. Fine.
Yeah, big time.
You're talking about getting the ball back towards midfield or wherever they were. Philadelphia was rushing up. Devontae Smith was clearly being like, I don't know. Let's get the playoff. Throw the flag in that moment and have a turnover on downs early in this game before Brock Purdy gets hurt.
Hundo P, as the kids would say.
Oh, gosh.
You have to throw the challenge flag there.
Yeah.
Have to. This is. I know it's early. I get it.
Yeah.
I know it's super early in the game, but man, like you're looking at the prospects of getting the ball back dang near midfield. Not quite, but you get the point. Or them getting about the 5-yard line with a fresh set of downs, and you've got a young quarterback who he was still healthy at the time, but in a road environment. On a tough place to play against a really good team, you want to give him every opportunity to succeed.
Can we remember a game like this where a team has been so handcuffed that they literally cannot throw the football? When's the last time this has happened?
Yeah, the Denver game when they had Kendall Hinton as their quarterback.
I thought you were going to say your boy Tebow.
The Kendall Hinton one. If you want to talk about a playoff game, it wasn't injury, but both teams were pretty much unable to throw in that. What was that New England game where Mac Jones threw like 2 passes because of the wind?
Buffalo.
Was that the playoff game or was that the regular season?
It was a regular season game against Buffalo. They won that game, I think.
The triple option.
They hadn't played.
It was like an Army-Navy game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the year before his. So in 2014, when Manning's arm had fallen off and they didn't know it yet, and they had lost the Colts. They had scored on the first drive and they didn't score like the rest of the game. Like they couldn't get anything going. He was terrible. So that game was one I remember. But man, other than that, it's hard to see because this was. I mean, and you could make jokes about this quarterback can't throw. So anytime they've quarterbacked, it's been the same thing. But this was on a different level.
And look, I'm not saying it because it's Philly. I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm not impressed by anything the Eagles did because they literally knew that San Fran was running the football every single time. So Jalen Hurts did not look that impressive to me. God, I'm like morphing into Bobby slowly. It's sad.
Come to the dark side.
And it's a sad, disgustingly state of affairs. But I was like, Jalen Hurts, he's missing his throws and opportunities. He had A.J. Brown a couple times, missed him. This little high school, I'm starting to feel like Choppy hating these gimmicks with this gimmicky offense. You should hate Philadelphia as well with the way they run their offense. But
I love running quarterbacks, though. But yes, in general, I hate like, gimmicky.
If you love running quarterbacks, then you have to love the option and the wildcat and stuff.
No, because a lot of times those aren't using quarterbacks, right? Those are using like running backs. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
This is all design Hurts runs.
Yeah.
But Philadelphia tackled well. That's the nicest thing I could say. And Miles Sanders had a couple runs to finish off drives. So they win. And the Empire State Building in New York stabs the city in the back. The reason we do headlines is because of the New York papers. The Daily News front page is Evil Empire with a shot of Jalen Hurts and the building. And then New York Post is Bird Brains. talking about the Empire State Building being green for filthy.
I prefer Evil Empire. They're both good, but Evil Empire is really good.
Evil Empire, it's well done. It's really well played.
But look, Chop and I were rooting for Philadelphia in this game. Lose the Super Bowl, but win this. I didn't want to see San Francisco advance. Cannot have it. Hate their fans. Hate their media. So Peyton decided this morning to spy on the game in California. Peyton, set us up.
Yeah, so first off, UPS Man and Butcher Boy were at Lincoln Field in Philadelphia. They were at the game. And there were tears, definitely tears, but they actually stayed in Philadelphia and did the show at WIP. I've never heard of that before. Is that common?
Well, we've had Brandon Tierney, BT. He's come in and done his show from here for WFAN.
We did ours in Miami.
We did ours in Miami.
When they went to the NBA Finals. It's customary. That's a 6-hour flight almost, right? I don't know they're getting back there after the game in time to do their show. Maybe they could have. Who knows?
Right. So we played Philadelphia audio earlier on, and they were kind of throwing jabs at the San Francisco fan base and stuff. And, San Francisco did the same thing, but vice versa. You know, they threw the jabs at Philadelphia and stuff, which, I mean, if you're going to say both fan bases are the worst, someone's lying here. You can't both be number one here. And this is how the Morning Roast started off their show.
Oh, baby. You didn't think we were going to be here, huh? No, we're here. We're live in Philadelphia, 94 WIP here on the Morning Roast. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. Everybody back in the Bay Area, graveyard shift workers, longshoremen, plumbers, electricians, ushers, you name it. It wasn't our day yesterday as the Niners get clobbered by the Eagles, 31-7. We know what happened to Brock Purdy. We know what happened to the non-challenge. We know what happened at the end with Trent Williams. But let's start here, Shasky, as I say good morning to you. Good morning to Joe Spadoni. Yeah. Good morning to Sam Lutman. We're out here in Philadelphia live, and we've got our Niners gear on. And I got to say, these little fake gangsters out here in Philadelphia, I can't stand them. It is by far the worst fan base in the world. Not even close. Hands down, the smugness around this studio.
Unbelievable.
Here at 2400 Market Street in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And all these little losers out here, fans, fake gangsters. Philadelphia is now number one on my hit list. They're number one. They've catapulted the Seahawks. They've catapulted the Cowboys. They've catapulted the Raiders, the Rams, you name it, the Packers. The Philadelphia Eagles are public enemy number one for the rest of my life.
That hurt, man. No more Cowboys being number one.
So FedEx had tweeted yesterday that his walk into the stadium was like, he didn't even go into it. It sounded like it scarred him.
It's like, it's very intimidating.
And all the 49er fans.
Fake gangsters, huh?
And all the 49er fans were like, yeah, man, East Coast out there, that's different. Like, that's ugly out there.
Listen, and
he's like 6'7", I think.
He's a big guy.
He's standing out.
Yeah, he's so hard to.
I can't stand.
I can't stand him. I can't say what he sounds. The only good thing, like, that was great intro music. That's Snoop. That's a legendary song, but that is unlistenable.
I thought I had allergy issues, but listen to Angelo Cataldi and Amazon and how stuffed up they are.
Hang on. Don't credit him like that.
They're so
okay, they deliver literally the same day.
Oh, okay.
Don't credit him like that.
Okay.
Don't go Amazon. That's low.
All right, Postmate.
USPS.
USPS.
Yes, give USPS. There it is.
So something about them Philly fans got to him, which I love.
Now, last week, Sean, you were talking all about, the scumbag San Francisco 49er fan base and stuff and what they did to you and RJ and everything. Well,
attacking families over the line, going to families over the line.
Right, and I guess the Morning Roast, they didn't see eye to eye with that. They're in their eyes, they're like, oh, our lovable fan base, they would never do such thing. And so the guys actually praised their 49er fan base right here. Listen to this.
Eagle fans are the biggest scumbag lowlifes I've ever met in my entire life.
They're fake gangsters. They're thugs. What they did yesterday, they were thuggish.
If that was our beautifully colored crowd, okay, where we've got white, Latino, Asian, black, we would have been considered gangsters for what they did to us yesterday.
The balls of these people to get in our faces and call us things, it's not only just the guys. It's the women. The women may be worse.
You put out a video yesterday because we had videos. I had to put the phone in my pocket because we literally had our head on a swivel. Things were being thrown, dumped, poured. It was disgusting. And I mean real. Our fan base showed so much pride.
Yes.
I am so proud of Niner fans. I don't want to hear a damn thing about Niner fans not being hardcore, diehard, real good, loyal, classy fans.
No, a couple of these people were talking, and I would turn around, and it'd be like, hey, man, it's just a game. It's just a game. So you're a little punk. You want to call people the P word, and you want to call them the F word.
I got spit on you. We were going to the bathroom. You like jumped in front of me.
Together?
Guy elbows me, and he just spits on me. I'm like, you got to be. I looked at him like, come on, man.
Dude, it was embarrassing. And
man.
These little people around here, WIP, talking their trash.
Well, I know.
94 WIP, little smug. Well, that's just how it is out here. They're the lowest of the lowest. They're the losers. You suck. Shut up. Get the hell out of here.
So someone popped their head in and yelled during their show and their broadcast.
Our fan base would never do such things.
It's a fake bit here, right?
It's so fake.
It's so fake.
That's what
They lost, so they were trying to find a way to disparage because they can't disparage the team that just beat them, so they got to go up to the people in the city. Now everybody knows Philadelphia's low-hanging fruit when you trash their fans in their city, but nobody spit on them. Nobody spit on them. They're not in a fight. Nobody spit on them. You don't think 6'8" Bonte Hill is going to do something if someone spits on him? The average height of a Philadelphia guy is like 5'4". Okay? It's crazy. That's not really true. Just the point is, a 6'8" guy's not getting spit on.
Well, Ruben.
No, you'd have to aim up and then it could come back down on you.
Ruben was tweeting yesterday before the game. He was saying...
I had to think for a second who Ruben was. The Butcher Boy, I get it.
Salisbury Steak was saying that this is a great city. This is amazing. Everyone's talking trash. This is the way it should be. I mean, that's what Turkey Club was tweeting beforehand. The same thing. So
you got to switch up once you lose.
Got to switch it up. Got to do the bit.
narrative.
But it just sounds so bitty. Like that's the way the Crosstalks would go. But I'm so happy. It's so awesome. And now if just Philadelphia can lose to Kansas City, we'll get the 2 for 2. It'll be perfect. It'll be fantastic.
Didn't they have Ishkabibbles too out there?
Oh, yeah.
They had Bobby's favorite cheesesteaks.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Thank you.
So, Head Cheese said, man, this Ishkabibbles out here, this was amazing. And nothing brought me greater joy than to text that to Bobby Belt, who went to this cheesesteak place. And we mocked him for it. We made fun of him for it. The Eagles radio team made fun of Bobby for picking this place. And for him and Swiss Chard to go to the same exact cheesesteak place and unify like that, kindred spirits, the same person, I thought it was lovely.
It doesn't matter, though, because I didn't like it. Okay, so I didn't like it. Shaved or Sliced said he loved it. And so that's not...
You found it because of... TripAdvisor, or Yelp.
No.
Yeah. You went to some Zagat's.
Honestly, the reason why it stood out to me is because Kyle Pitts, who's from Philadelphia, argued for it so hard when he said, no, that's the spot.
Yeah.
He's like, anybody from Philadelphia knows that's one of the legit spots. So I was like, okay.
Yeah. So then egg salad went there and he loved it. And that's not a meat. I went away from the butcher.
Way to screw it up,
Way to
Sean.
screw it up.
Jeez.
So there they are. They're miserable. It sounds like they were harassed. I absolutely love it. So there you go. San Francisco eliminated.
By the way, is there they're talking about these fake gangsters? Blah, blah, blah. Is there anything like more fake gangster than like sitting in the comfort of like the WIP studios in a corner and like now you're talking all this like tough guy trash?
Where were the videos of you doing that yesterday back to the Eagle fan?
Or like when we were like cross-talking with them a couple weeks ago and it wasn't until like 3 segments later that they were like, get Bobby Boucher back on the phone. I'm going to fly him out here and fight him.
Bobby Boucher.
Oh, yeah, now that we're not
Do you
on
know what
there.
it takes to get us to root for the Eagles?
Oh, people were pissed at me yesterday, but they didn't understand. They didn't hear it.
Yeah, they get over it. They didn't hear it. They don't understand. They don't.
And why are you supporting a team? It's not that much better. You're supporting a team who eliminated you in back-to-back years.
Now, some people believe in that, right? That you root for the team that beat you to go further because that.
Right.
It doesn't
Justify.
validate-
You lost to the champ.
Yeah.
You were basically the runner-up.
What are they going to do?
Yeah.
You know, they beat everybody else. They were the champs, right?
Yeah.
So I understand that, but the way San Francisco treated us, the hosts, and just in general, it's just it's so disappointing.
Yeah. So I'm happy. I was happy yesterday, and the final missing piece will be filthy losing to Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs As the AFC Championship game was starting, though, Jerry Jones decided to interfere with Conference Championship Sunday. Kellen Moore is out. Y'all got your way. Let's go behind the move with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, to talk about Kellen and Mike McCarthy calling the plays next.
But let's get you over.
By the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, yesterday, just as the Eagles had won the NFC, AFC game getting ready to kick off, the news broke from Tom Pelissero that Kellen Moore is out. Mutual departing of ways. As the Metroplex, y'all get your way. Kellen Moore will no longer be the Cowboys offensive coordinator. And then the Dallas Morning News reported that Mike McCarthy will take over the play calling. Let's head on over to the Ford Center of the Star in Frisco with Nick Eatman on the Diamond Factory hotline. Nick, where were you when you got this news yesterday? Did you feel like something was coming? Were you on standby?
I wasn't on standby as much. I did feel like it was coming because I was able to already write the story. I wrote it on Friday. I wrote the story Friday after the press conference. I was like, okay.
Like an obituary.
Not to write this. Well, I mean, you'd be foolish not to write that the way you answered it. But then as the weekend went on, it kind of started to get the feeling that maybe this wasn't going to happen. And then, of course, as soon as you let your guard down, then it does. But, I mean, I had 7 hours before the actual release went out. So I'm not bitter at all by that. But, I do have to ask you guys, I mean, is it ever mutual? Like in anything, in any kind of relationship, it never seems like it's mutual. It's never like, I got something to say. Well, you got something to say. Okay, you go first. And then they say the same. It's never like that. It's never really mutual, is it?
No.
I would think not. I think there may be a lean. Both people are leaning one way. But, the person with power usually is the one that forces things out, right?
Yeah. And, this one's kind of interesting just because, there was contract involved. I mean, I think he still had a year left on his deal. And also, and I guess the part that probably is mutual is that, hey, there needs to be a change here, but, we want you to go and do, we want you to have a successful career, get a chance to go be an OC somewhere else. And so I'm sure that's where the wording comes into play because no fan bases were probably going to be really excited about somebody that got, let go or fired here. So I think that's probably where the wording was. But I think it's safe to say that from the Cowboys looked at it, there needs to be some kind of change. There needs to be some maybe different voice here. I don't know if it's going to be a completely new voice, but it'll be, a different voice.
Why did there need to be a change? What were some of the holes in Kellen Moore's approach or philosophy?
Well, I mean, I look at it from more of the development of Dak. I think Kellen Moore is a pretty good offensive coordinator. I really do. And he's dealing with the same stuff McCarthy's dealing with about this restless fan base that keeps adding a year to it at 26, 27. That's not their issue. That's not their problem. They have gotten better. They are, I think this is a team that has continued to get better and better the last 3 or 4 years. But not to the point and not to, as fast as what people really want it to be. That's not their fault, but that's what they're dealing with. It is their problem. It's not their fault, though. I think just from Dak's development, though, this has gone on now for that he's been there for 5 or 6 years, and you're married to Dak. I mean, there's no doubt about it. You're committed to him. He's the guy. You got to get him better, and so you got to figure out a way to maybe give him a different voice. But Kellen, after the playoff loss last year, it was how do you get CD the ball more? How do you get Tony Pollard the ball more? And he was able to do that. And they're both in the Pro Bowl. They had great seasons, and so I think he's done a pretty good job. But I just think Dak needs probably a different person calling the plays now.
Nick, you talked about how, a new voice doesn't necessarily mean one that's outside the building. So if we're looking at these two spots, offensive coordinator, and then obviously Doug Nussmeier being let go at quarterback coach, connecting some dots here, would some obvious candidates be Brian Schottenheimer at OC and Scott Tolzien as the quarterback coach?
Yep. I mean, that's the names that's been thrown around. That's probably what's going to happen. I mean, I could see maybe another outside voice for a quarterback's coach or something, but I mean, you're right on there. And then as for the report on McCarthy calling the plays, I mean, that's one where I want to see it to believe it. I don't know if will you ever see it. I mean, how do you ever really see it? But I just don't know. I'm not sure. I think that might be an alternate plan if it doesn't work out. If the other two guys that he brings in, the OC that he brings in isn't fully capable of doing it, I think it's always a fallback plan. I'm not going to call it the Zach Martin to right tackle like it's always there on the table, but you'd rather not do it. But I don't know, man. I just don't see that really happening. I don't think that's really. I mean, hey, that's the report, and we'll see. But then here's the thing: it's not like it's going to be something that Cowboys come out and say, yes, this is what we're doing. I mean, they don't have to say that. So I just don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. I think it's probably on the table, but I think that McCarthy himself would probably prefer not to be the one doing that.
If he does, he wouldn't go and change the offense completely into the one that he ran in Green Bay, would he?
I wouldn't think so. You don't have the quarterback you had in Green Bay. That's the difference here. I mean, he has an offense that works, and was it Matt Flynn that came in and threw for 500 yards in a game? So it's quarterback friendly, and especially if the quarterback is one of the best of all time. But I mean, I think you've got to work with what's worked for Dak, and they've there's clearly some issues there. I think when you're talking about zone defenses and things like that, and reading it, processing. But I'm not a Dak hater at all. I think that when he's feeling comfortable about what he's doing in the pocket, running, when he's feeling healthy, I think he is a really good quarterback. And I think that we saw that in the Tampa Bay game. 6 or 7 days later, we saw 6 days later, we saw that he definitely struggled against a much, much better defense. But for the most part, just look at when he came back from injury, what the offense did. I still think this is a quarterback that you can build around.
People always talk about doing the thing that makes your quarterback most comfortable. And that was something that Mike McCarthy talked about here when he kept Kellen Moore. Is there something to be said, though, for the idea of making Dak uncomfortable? Look, comfort's not totally worked out for you recently, and so we need somebody from the outside to come in here and try to work with you on some things. It can't just be the same voices that you've heard or the same people that you've seen in the building for the last 5 years.
I think there is something to be said for that, and I don't think Dak's the only person in the building that maybe is dealing with that. I mean, you're right there, and when you see Micah Parsons tweet out how much he loves George Edwards, you kind of wonder, all right, did they think maybe you're not getting coached? Maybe you love this guy, but maybe you need to be coached a little harder. And I'm not saying that George Edwards didn't do that. I love the way he coaches, and I have full respect for him. But I'm just wondering, here's your best player on the team and your best player on defense by far, and he doesn't like the situation, or I'm not saying he doesn't like it, but he sure seemed like he had a lot of respect for the guy that just got sent out the door, and you wonder what's behind that. So I think to your question, Bobby, about Dak's comfort level and maybe needing a new voice, I think there's something to be said for that, and I think maybe it's happening at other areas too.
Did McCarthy and Kellen, do you know if they got along? And do you know if this is Jerry or McCarthy's desire for Kellen to move on?
I think they got along. I mean, yeah, I think they got along. I don't think they were best friends. I mean, but I don't know that. But I mean, I don't, from the stuff that I've heard, I think that they got along. I'm not saying they tolerate each other, but I mean that's the position. I mean, you're coworkers. He's the head coach. You're the offensive coordinator. Yeah, I think that they had a pretty good working relationship. But I would think this is probably a little bit more McCarthy than it would be Jerry. This is a guy that Jerry, wanted to succeed, and he wanted to groom, and he has done that. But I think that, I think we all kind of know that, McCarthy's, I'm not saying his time is running out, but he's got to win. He's got to keep winning. And he has built a really, good 3 seasons here, but it just, I think we all get the feeling that if you don't continue to take steps, and you're running out of steps here, other than the NFC Championship game and then the Super Bowl, I mean, you have to continue to take those steps. And so I think he probably looks at it like, hey, I got to take a little bit more control, whether that's me calling the plays or getting someone else that I picked because obviously he didn't pick Kellen, so maybe he's going to take control a little bit more than he has.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, on the news yesterday that Kellen Moore is out. Are you privy to any memos, or do you guys get told, hey, do not break news during other important NFL playoff games? Is that something that you're familiar with at all that you could or couldn't comment on?
I was aware about that yesterday. I'm not saying it's a fully operating thing that we've heard over the years, but I did get that question. That answer popped up a couple of times when I was asking the question of, what are we waiting on here? What can we do? And then I got the sense that was happening, but it's not something that I've heard over the years a lot. And if that is the case, it's you find it odd to see the NFL website. Kellen Moore news is sitting right there, right below the Eagles advance to the Super Bowl. So, if that is a memo, it's a memo to the teams and not to the league themselves. But that's okay because it's their league; they can do that. But I think it's one that you don't want to draw other attention away from things like that. But you got one of the best quarterbacks to ever play, limping around and making plays in a unbelievable game going on. It's hard to take any kind of attention away from that game. That was a really great game, I think, because I was kind of working on the other story half the time.
Nick, a lot of the teams that have been in the Super Bowl lately, Final Four, if you will, they've been aggressive in the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there'll be a change knowing that, with the Cowboys this offseason, or what can they learn from the teams that are in it?
You know what's sad is that, and I don't think people really want to hear this, but this is the most aggressive the Cowboys have been since I've been here. And it's not necessarily just free agency, but when you think about what they did even from the summer to now, that's I think they kind of, I'm not saying push their chips in all in, but they went for it though. And that's what's saying. So, are they going to change it in free agency? And be a team that's really aggressive in March and April, maybe on the draft, make trades and stuff like that. That would be kind of a different change. But I will say this. When you think about, that was a cute little league going on in the USFL. They got any players over there? Yeah, let's take this one guy and see if we can make him our punt returner and put him in the Pro Bowl. Or let's go get Anthony Barr, who McCarthy coached against for years. Or Tyron gets hurt. Well, let's just sign Jason Peters. Well, we can't stop the run. Let's go trade for Hankins. Let's go get Odell Beckham. Well, that didn't work out. Let's get T.Y. Hilton. Let's get Xavier Rhodes. Let's get guys. And I'm not saying that these are the best players, but I'm just saying they went for it, to get some names in here. I'm not saying that they got the A.J. Brown type trade, but I thought they were a little bit more aggressive than we've seen in years past. But they can obviously get better with that and maybe make a little bit more splashier moves on guys that can contribute the way that, some of these other teams have done.
All right, I think we're saying goodbye to you for a little while now. Never know. Okay. Not sure.
Hey,
but be on standby.
My phone's going to work, so if you need to call me, let me know. And when I told you earlier, in the text, I said, hey, we might have some news by 9:20. The air quotes around the news. Tyler Biadasz to the Pro Bowl wasn't exactly like news, but a little surprising for me. I've kind of been harsh on Tyler Biadasz all season, or at least the last couple of years. He's had a good year. Obviously, now he's going to the Pro Bowl. That's good for him.
But was that what you were referring to as your news?
Well, no. I said, because you said you want to do it at 9 or 9:20, and I was like, let's do it at 9:20. We might have some, quote, news by then, which it did. It popped out like a 9:05 or something like that. Nothing great. No, earth shattering. We're not changing the world here, but the more Pro Bowlers this team gets, probably makes the fans even more upset. But hey, that's the way it is.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it. Stay safe out there.
Okay, see you guys.
Nick Eatman, always available from DallasCowboys.com on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Let's see if KMC had any issues out there on the roads. Let's see. I want to get a couple updates from the Tolos. Let's see. Zero Chill said I-20 near Mesquite, Forney border is a cluster. Slicking spots, bridges are skating rinks. And I think I saw one out of Plano saying it's pretty clear out here right now. Plano and North Dallas area, fine for now, but this was 30 minutes ago. It's supposed to get worse later today, right in time for my PT appointment, that from Red Army. So there you go.
I've seen a lot of stuff west, so west of Dallas, so Fort Worth, West Fort Worth, North Fort Worth, really getting kind of hammered early. And then, in the northern part up by the Speedway, bridges getting icy.
Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece next.
But let's get
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. You may or may not have heard Mikey Bassick talking about the Philadelphia fans that will be experiencing in Arizona. Mike?
Yeah, I did not have a lot of fun in Minnesota with Philly fans in the food court. That's where we broadcast. First of all, I still don't know how we didn't get bombed and all blown up there.
Oh my God. Jeez, Mike.
Why?
That was the easiest place for a terrorist to really do major. We were there. We were at the mall. It was not that hard to get into the mall. So think about
when a terrorist want to blow up a bunch of.
All across the United States of America, every sports talk radio station.
I don't think we're high on their list. Oh, let's take out the AM.
Well, they know they can't get to the Super Bowl, right? The security to get into the Super Bowl is close to impossible to bring a bomb strapped onto your chest. To get into the Mall of America with it is not going to be as hard. And I think that would make a major impact if all of a sudden 150 radio stations go off the air immediately because they all got bombed in one place.
I can't believe you're going there, but man, that was a cluster in there. It was so packed tight.
It is everywhere.
I know, but that was exceptionally small.
We're usually in convention centers. We're not in public areas.
Yeah.
That was the one time, at least, that we've gone. You've been to a few more than I have. That we were in literally just a public space. Any human being can go in there and get to Radio Row. And it was weird to me. And the whole time I'm thinking, man, I really hope, this isn't a place. And luckily, Sean, you're right. The terrorists didn't want to bomb us.
So Eagles fans.
Didn't you try to get
Eagles
the Eagles?
Fans were just we couldn't do. I tried to get them sick.
You tried to get them sick, right?
Yeah. We couldn't.
Eagle fans?
No, the
Eagles. Remember, we were in the same hotel.
Oh, yeah. Was it the Garrett Blunt we saw?
Well, I was sick, and I just started coughing on the buttons and putting my germs on them.
Mike was the real start of COVID.
Patient zero over here.
And I was like, can you imagine if the Eagles, on Sunday for the Super Bowl, if they're like, gosh, 4 players are out with the flu, they just can't play, or they're taking IVs, they don't feel well, they're going to try their best. I'm like, I did it.
That would be awesome.
But
do you by far have always, or when did it turn to the Eagles as your most hated NFC East team?
Buddy Ryan. I saw somebody put, what do you think of this when you see this picture? And I'm like, a piece of dump. That's what I see.
And Jimmy goes, yeah, you notice he got his fat ass in there or something like that. He's still in the locker room.
But I guess if you don't know the history of the Cowboys, he fake knelt the ball at the end of the game with 15 seconds. They're up by, I don't know how many points, 7 to 10 points. It's one of Landry's last year's. And he tells Randall Cunningham, fake kneel it. They think the game's over, and then throw a bomb for a touchdown. And it was like a 20-yard. It's like, dude, we gave up. We weren't trying to rush you. You were kneeling the ball. And he's like, yeah, I hate you guys. And it's like, you're a piece of trash. And then a few years later, he starts putting bounties on our kicker. You guys are great. You guys are way better. You're 40 points better, and you're playing 40 points better. Why are you trying to kill somebody who doesn't matter? And that was Buddy Ryan. And so that's when I really started hating them. But when we were at the Mall of America, maybe because you guys go on so early, you guys didn't get this as much.
Right.
But they come around and they just start screaming. They don't care that we're Dallas. They don't know we're the Dallas radio station. It's like we're wearing a lot of Cowboys gear while we're there.
Yeah.
But they just want to scream and ruin everything for everybody.
Yeah.
And it's like, I get it, man. The food court's selling food. They're not selling piles of horse crap. But go eat something and enjoy your time here. Stop trying to ruin everybody's show right now by spelling out your team name.
I want that kind of hate back, though. Is that bad that I kind of want that kind of nastiness back and forth? I think Sirianni's bringing it back for a lot of us.
Yes.
Because he's one of those guys that you just can't stand.
Chop
so I think
loves
you're
him.
getting it. I hear that whenever I'm taking my kids to school. I hear it.
I try to like all Italians, whatever.
But I kind of miss that in the NFL because it doesn't feel like there's that passion. It's still my city versus my laundry versus your laundry, but it's not. It doesn't feel like my city versus your city like it used to.
I'm actively cheering for the 49ers and Cowboys to play in the playoffs again next year. That's how you build it. That's how you build. That's how Toronto and Texas became a thing in baseball. Was just all the big games they were playing and the aggression it built.
The problem is kids, my kids don't really live and die with any team. They're individual players.
Yeah.
So they root for the Cowboys, but they also root for Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow. They're just all over the place. They root for players, not necessarily teams anymore.
What's coming up on the show?
Well, guys, I don't know if y'all heard or not.
Kevin died?
Kevin did not die.
Oh my gosh,
What is going on?
This is the darkest
with this?
crosstalk.
Kevin's fine.
That being
The
said,
terrorist got him.
Mike likes it today at 12:40. Mike almost died this weekend, and this is a story. I've heard it already. This is a must-listen segment today. You have to hear Mike likes it today at 12:40.
I'm surprised you guys haven't heard yet, honestly.
That you almost died?
Yeah.
Like, was it on the news?
People started texting me and my wife and stuff, and I was like, well, the story's starting to...
What?
Yeah.
So you got to listen to 1240 day.
Can you just tell us what the cause of death would have been? Like, was this an accident? Was this something falling? Was this?
You tell me, Corey. How much do you want
don't
me
have
to tease?
I think
it wasn't just like an accident though. A shooting?
No, it wasn't a shooting. No, it would have been self-inflicted. I guess is kind of the way that.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, man, ambulances and everything.
Body parts stopped working. How about that?
Yeah.
What time is this?
12:40 today.
12:40.
And all that being said, Kevin and his little throat
and
injury.
Kevin's like, oh, my throat hurts.
Hagen's out again.
I can't believe it.
After
a
He
weekend.
cares the most. He's the hardest worker. He's the Cal Ripken up
He'll
here.
be driving up here in the snow.
The most significant throat injury in radio history.
Listen,
is
he
what
covers
we're
the
calling this.
Cowboys, and he's hoping that our company is the Jerry Jones of companies. And he's like, you know what? If you just miss a few days of training camp, I get everything I want.
Oh, this is the tactic.
This is it.
Negotiating
in the playoffs.
Yeah.
This is a negotiating tactic.
Yeah, he said it worked for DeMarcus Lawrence. It worked for Ezekiel Elliott. It's worked for so many guys for the Cowboys.
It'll work for Trayvon Diggs.
Which is interesting because he's always like, that's not the way I would do it. Yet here we are.
Here we are. This is what he's doing.
Road issues coming in?
I had zero. I came in from Plano, coming in down Central Expressway, otherwise known as 75. And nothing, like absolutely nothing.
Nice.
But I'm anticipating like the kids, they're going to be probably out at noon today.
Yeah, we already
at
got
some
a half
point.
day at our school.
Yeah.
We already did that. Most schools, you have it on Channel 4 right now. Most schools
No,
are
Channel 5 always to
Always
disregard that.
NBC.
Oh, it's Channel 4 right there.
Nope. That is
So
it stays on Fox when Choppy's in
how
here.
much money you think?
Stop it.
Yeah, how much money you think NBC's paying us right now to say, hey, we're on Channel 5 and Channel 5 only? You know what I'm saying, Sean?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we know.
When did they?
But they have still school closings on, on the bottom line on all the channels, but especially on NBC. Man, do they do the best.
Sean, also, I'm working with Mike Bassick today. So
For now.
that's coming up.
When did your school inform you that your kids had a half day?
About 8:15 to 8:45. I can check the text message here.
Okay.
Oh.
Mine are still in school, apparently, and I've gotten no information about them coming out of school. So wonderful.
My wife had to go over the bridge in Louisville, the 35 bridge, and she said that was really slick, and so she had to drop one of the kids off past there. So
Yeah.
they still have
8:10
many-
a.m. is when I got the text.
8:10 a.m.
So my kids don't go to my school district, but I live in Northwest ISD, and like the elementary school kids already had gone to school, and then once they were there at like 8 something, they put them all back on buses and sent them home.
Oh,
Like, what if your parents had already gone to work? Like, what are you gonna do? Like, just leave? They're just like 6-year-old kids, 8-year-old kids.
May not have a key to the house.
I know my kids don't have a key to my house.
They're sitting on the front porch freezing.
You know what? When my kids get off at noon today, I'm going back home.
Oh, crap.
There goes Mike Likes.
Me too.
Man, so we missed 1240.
Put the best of on.
Yeah, no 1240. Okay, who was a proponent of Kellen Moore being gone before yesterday?
I was.
Okay.
And Mike actually laid it out better than I think I've tried to the last week now. He did a really good job, and Mike doesn't want to get rid. There didn't necessarily want to get rid of him because, Mike, you were like, I think he's good. But
So if I told you Friday that Kellen out, McCarthy replaces him, would you have still wanted it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I want him, Kellen, gone because this is a very clear. You still had elements left over from the Jason Garrett, Linehan like play calling book. You know how many people are so, and Bobby, you're one of them, so excited that you don't have to see 4 curls. Like it's a really exciting thing.
We're going from curls to slant routes.
Yeah. And I'm excited about that too. Yeah, I'm excited about that
We
too.
get to hit slant flats. It'll be exciting.
There were he grew up next to him. They grew up together, he and Dak. And so they're right there next to each other, going through these things, learning together. It's not like this is like an experience, I know it all guy. And there are nuances in some of the things that he calls that I don't think he realizes he was getting wrong.
We really are setting ourselves up to have egg on our face with this. Like, I would like to know someone's last 3 years in terms of production as a coordinator where they still got run. And if I just wrote down the resume, and I'm fine for it because I felt like we're trapped, like there's nowhere else to go. So we're not changing the quarterback. Change something about the coaching.
Yes.
But we totally forgot what they did with Cooper Rush. We totally took that credit away from Kellen. We forgot that they won 4 straight with the backup quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Left tackle went down. Rookie left tackle. We were terrified. Some were of Leo Collins leaving. Terrence Steele over there. We had to see if CD could be a number 1. He was. No number 2. And a goal line fullback playing running back. And we're like, get out of town. Okay.
I think most Cowboy fans are get out of town with him. I'm glad that they're going in another direction because I think it gives us a little bit more idea at the end of the 2023 season where we are with Dak. I do think he's a limited quarterback. I think he's a good quarterback and nothing better than good and will be nothing better than good. But I think for Cowboy fans who are like, Kellen has been holding Dak back from being super great, from being elevated to, are you
now we can
Herbert,
cross it off the
Burrow,
list.
or Josh Allen? I don't think anybody's on Mahomes tier, but because there's a lot of people. I think, Bobby, would you say he's on that second tier of great quarterbacks in the NFL?
Well, what are we assuming? Are we assuming Mahomes is on his own tier?
Mahomes on his own tier.
He's
Nobody's
third. He's third then.
Okay. So he's not with Burrow.
No. It's Mahomes, and then to me after that, it's like Burrow, Allen, Herbert. Okay. Like that kind of grouping. And then after that, Dak's in the next tier.
Okay.
Around 5 to 10.
And I just think that it'll be interesting to see what they can do with Dak because I get that he's accurate, but sometimes when I watch, well, the numbers suggest he's accurate.
Okay.
But when I watch,
completion percentage over expectations is really high.
When I watch that, like Mahomes pass, and I know it's not fair to compare many people to Mahomes, but when I watch Mahomes throw the ball to Valdez-Scantling for a touchdown, I'm like, you know, when they say that Dak puts balls in small windows, and I'm like, I don't remember Dak doing stuff like that and throwing balls off of one leg 25 yards.
Whap.
But I know.
But that's freakish accuracy. To me, that's like that exceeds just accuracy. To me, what you're talking about Mahomes does is just like freakish stuff that nobody does.
And I know this isn't fair because the Cowboys do not have T. Higgins on their team. CeeDee Lamb is better than T. Higgins, but T. Higgins is a borderline number 1, unbelievably great number 2. Well, Burrow's throwing high point balls that are just perfectly thrown. But you also have to have a T. Higgins to catch that ball, to snatch that ball out of the air. So, 1, I don't think Dak is the best at throwing that ball. 2, I don't think the Cowboys even have a wide receiver to catch that ball if you throw it accurately.
Corey, did the Bengals get cheated at the very end yesterday?
You can't touch him. Like that's the rule. It stinks. It looks stupid, and it's ridiculous how much that changed the game, especially since they didn't call it on Burrow earlier in the game. It stinks, but that's the rule. Then until they change that part of it where you can't touch the quarterback as they flop out of bounds, that's just the way it is.
We're back tomorrow morning. Everyone be careful out there with the weather. The KMC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, we're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And yes, Kevin is not with us yet again today. I have never seen him miss 3 consecutive days of work, Mike.
With the weekend.
With the weekend included. I've never seen anything like this from Kevin. Again, the most significant throat injury in radio history is what we're dealing with at the moment. So if you want to send some good vibes to him, you absolutely can. You can hit him up on Twitter. And Mike, what is your suggestion to say to him today?
Deal with it,
Okay.
man. Like, at what point are you just going to deal with it?
All right. Yeah, that's a great. I appreciate that one a lot. Yeah, fight through it a little bit, bud.
I mean, I know we have 143 sick days saved up here, but
is it? Have you counted up the hours?
I don't know. You think I know my passwords to see all that stuff that they want me to know?
I'm pretty sure it's like 700 or 800 hours at this point. So yeah, maybe so. All right. So 877-881-1053. Text into the truckwreck.com text line and answer the question. Is this Mike McCarthy's last string, the last thread that he has to hold on to, as Kellen Moore and Doug Nussmeier are now gone? So that is, Mike, that's something that you were talking about last week that I agreed with for sure was, look, your quarterback's coach can't be the same guy either. Like, if you're going to move on from Kellen Moore, that's fine, but the quarterback's coach can't be here either, because that's the guy that's working each week to make sure that this guy is the best quarterback, that he knows the things that he's supposed to be doing and communicating there.
Right. To Doug Nussmeier, I'm not happy he got fired, but he's the one guy who only cares about Dak Prescott. Kellen Moore has to obviously care a lot about Dak Prescott, but he has to care about the whole offense. He has to care about the game plan and clock management at times and how to help out his defense if they feel like they're getting fatigued. So there's a lot that the offensive coordinator has, but yes, he has to have a great relationship with his quarterback, knows his strengths and weaknesses. But I felt like at this point, I don't know this. I know that Dak's a very hard worker from everything we hear. I do think this is a shot, though, more at Dak. I think a lot of people are reading this as a shot at McCarthy. This is it. But I think if McCarthy wins 10 games and makes the playoffs, he gets to be the coach again.
Yeah.
I know that Dak's going to be the quarterback for a long time. At least my opinion is, I know that maybe G-Bag Nation, Gavin Dawson feels a little bit differently about that, but I think Dak's going to be the quarterback the next 4 years for the Dallas Cowboys.
I agree.
But I do think this is a shot at Dak. Dak, one of your better friends on the team was Kellen Moore. Now, I know he was your offensive coordinator, but I mean, they are tight. They were backups together in 2016, and then Kellen Moore got hurt, luckily, in training camp, and it gave Dak the opportunity to become a starting quarterback and a dude who's going to make 9 figures in his career playing football. But at the same time, I think Dak has to look at this. I think most players look at it this way. When a manager gets fired or a pitching coach gets fired, I can speak about being a Major League Baseball player, is you feel for that person, especially if you like them, because you feel like you got them fired. If you would have done better, if we would have done better as a unit, he wouldn't have got fired.
Back.
And so I'm wondering if Dak, I don't know this, if he's looking at this with Doug Nussmeier and Kellen Moore going, man, I got to do better. Like, I literally just not ruined people's lives, but changed people's lives because I couldn't figure out how to stop throwing interceptions. Some of them weren't his fault. Some of them were his fault. And so that's where I've, kind of said, I felt like Dak Prescott became a drug addict this year, is at every press conference, listening here on 105.3 The Fan with Broadus and Zach at the press conferences post-game, hey, I'm going to stop it. Don't worry, you won't see interceptions from me next week. And then you would. And then maybe a week later, you wouldn't. And you're like, see, I fixed it. And then the next week it'd be 2 interceptions, 1 for a pick 6. And you're like, what's going on? He's like, but don't worry, I'm going to get it right this week. And so I think that for Mike McCarthy, my opinion, as long as he makes the playoffs next year, he's the coach of the Dallas Cowboys in 2024. If he misses the playoffs, I do think he's in major trouble. Dak Prescott's the quarterback for, I think, 4 or 5 more years until he physically can't do it. But I do think it's a little bit of a shot at Dak going, Dak, we have to get rid of some of your comfort zones because your comfort zones caused you to not be as good of a quarterback as we wanted you to be.
From the 254, Dak is the problem, and he should be cut after the 2024 when the dead cap number is manageable. That's an option. Like, that is an option that you can say, hey, we can move on. And I guess that's another factor that you have to take in here. If you're Mike McCarthy and you made the decision to move on from Kellen Moore, who Jerry Jones loved him. The Jones family, they were like, hey, look, we're keeping this guy around off of the Jason Garrett group. We're keeping this guy here. But now Mike McCarthy comes in and says, I want to do it my way. If he walked in the door to get this job, this Mike McCarthy that is, and said, I can win with Dak Prescott, then that pairing is never going to be not here. It's going to be quarterback stays before coach is fired. That's like, there's no way Mike McCarthy can win that one now. He can't sit there and say, hey, look, I can't win with this guy. Because then that's the whole part of it was you said you could come in here and win with this quarterback. We kept him around. We're moving on with him. We're going, the future is with him. That was what you promised us. So we're moving on from that. So that would be something that would be gone later in the future, would be Mike McCarthy. But I'm with you on the process of trying to figure out if it's Dak or if it's Kellen Moore. And everybody knew that that was Kellen Moore had met his wall. That was it for him. He walked as far as he could go with Dak Prescott, and now Dak Prescott has to learn with Mike McCarthy, I'm presuming. Because the story that we heard from David Moore yesterday was that he will be calling the plays. Mike McCarthy has said many times that the play caller should also be the guy that's installing it throughout the week. So there are a bunch of lists up right now of potential offensive coordinators. I don't know what their jobs are going to be. But if Mike McCarthy says that he's going to be the one calling the plays and that he's going to move forward with it, this offense is going to look very different. We can go through the list of all these potential offensive coordinators, but I do think this is a very last-ditch effort to keep the job, show I can do it. Again, if you have a 12-win winning season again, Mike, and then get ousted in the playoffs one more time by, let's say it's San Francisco, another time, and your offense looks as bad as it did on the last 2 times against them, then you have to look at yourself and say, we have the big problem. It is the quarterback. But this is the opportunity to try and figure that out. That's where I sit with Mike McCarthy taking over the role of that is I think Jerry loves the 12 wins. I think he loves having the 12 wins every year. I think he hates that they can't get past that next round. They don't look better in the playoffs in these moments either.
I hear you. I just don't think, in a weird way, I don't think any of our sports in DFW, and I know we're talking about the Cowboys here, so I'll be specific with the Cowboys, I just don't think it's a cutthroat organization. I don't disagree. I don't think they're ran like, if we don't make it to a conference championship or if we don't make it to the Super Bowl, then I'm making major changes, because if we're not great and we don't perform great in the playoffs, I'm making changes. Jerry Jones has just never been that guy. He let Jason Garrett, every year with Jason Garrett, he was amazing at this. I'll give Jason Garrett credit. I think he's a below average coach in all ways in the NFL, but not horrible, just below average. He would go 4-12 or 5-11 or whatever, and we'd go, well, you're getting rid of that guy, right?
Yeah.
And they'd say, yeah, but you know what? This was Jerry Jones. The year before they went 10-6, and I'm gonna see if he can get it back to 10-6, and he'd go 12-4, and you're like, son of a gun, man, and then Jerry gets rewarded by being like the executive of the year. So then the next year, hey, injuries happen, they have a bad year, they don't make the playoffs. He's like, yeah, but remember when I put all the pressure on him and he went 12-4, so I'm going to keep him through that. And literally, Jason Garrett was able to keep his job for 10 years as the head coach by just performing good every other year. And at times, not even every other year, every third year, he would perform good and keep his job. So I just think for Mike McCarthy, I do think there's a little less leash on him than Jason Garrett. He wanted Jason Garrett to really be his Tom Landry.
Yeah.
Where he never had to worry about it. He thought about, in 1995, Jerry had that dream that this is going to be the guy I never have to cut as the coach, and he's going to be my guy, except he just wasn't good enough. I just don't think Jerry's cutthroat. And so I hear what you're saying. I hear what all the Cowboy fans are saying. I hear you, Cowboy fans. If your organization was a cutthroat organization and said, I can't believe this. I can't believe that the Philadelphia Eagles are in their 3rd Super Bowl and we haven't been in one, and they've been in their 8th NFC Championship game and we haven't been in one. And San Francisco's 3 out of 4 years with Jimmy G and Brock Purdy, a 7th round rookie in the conference championship. But this organization's not cutthroat.
Man, Mike, that's a really interesting point. Not necessarily the way the Eagles have been back and forth with it. Like they went, then they stunk. Like come into this year, and every single person out there was like, Cowboys are winning this division. The Eagles are still far away. They're the second place team, but they're likely going to finish with this kind of record. Well, then the quarterback just makes a magnificent jump into being better. Yeah. Whether it was offensive coordinator that knew how to utilize him better, whatever it was, their quarterback made that jump into that world. And the Cowboys, I think in the offseason, were like, hey, we're good enough to compete with X, Y, and Z teams, but didn't realize that the Eagles would make this type of a run to be this good. And now, I saw Jared say it, now it looks like the Eagles front office ran laps around the Cowboys front office in this manner because they went out and got talent. Yeah. And so because it's a copycat league and everybody reacts that way, now it's like, hey, you got to go buy free agents. You can't just build from within. I mean, if you're Bill Belichick back in the day with Tom Brady, you got the right quarterback. They built from within. They were like, look, we're never going to be paying big-time free agents. We'll bring in guys. We'll do some things. But that's because we pay attention to details around here.
Isn't it amazing that they had a different coach, Peterson. They had a different quarterback in Foles/Wentz. And 5 years later, they're in a Super Bowl with another coach and another quarterback.
Yeah.
And they screwed up with help me out here. He's the UCLA coach. He used to be the Oregon coach. Chip Kelly. Like, they screwed up big time. And we thought as Cowboy fans, man, you know what happens when you screw up that bad? It takes you like 2 or 3 years to reset your draft situation. It takes you a couple years to reset your salary cap situation. Like, no, we'll be in the Super Bowl within 2 years. And then that all went south. They felt like the communication, the direction they were going went so south that they had to get rid of the coach. The quarterback wasn't good enough. And then they're back in the Super Bowl again. But I don't think, to Jerry, as maybe disgusted as you are as a Cowboys fan, that the Eagles are back in a Super Bowl again in a totally different situation with a completely different roster. It doesn't discuss Jerry Jones. It does not discuss the Dallas Cowboys. It's like, oh, you know what? Here's their thing. They got lucky. They got fortunate. Everything worked out for them. They drew a lucky draw in the playoffs. And what are we supposed to do? All we can do is hope for luck.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Mike. I don't think that when Jerry Jones wakes up and looks at, I don't know what's in his room that reminds him that he's the owner of the Cowboys and that he gets to make the decisions.
A gold bed.
Okay, his golden bed. I don't think that he wakes up and looks at his golden bed and goes, I have to get to work today to ensure that this crap never happens again. I think every Cowboys fan out there, like, that's what we get in these conversations right here in this room, and then we're broadcasting over 100,000 watts to all the Tolos out there in Cowboys Nation, and everybody's fighting. I mean, you look at the fan text right now. Thousands upon thousands of texts with different opinions about how ticked off they are and what they need to do to fix this thing.
You don't run the Cowboys.
And you're pissed off. That guy probably isn't as mad. I'm sure he's upset. But, man, there are some hungry that really you have to be very, very hungry to go make some big, bold moves like the Eagles did. Right. And they were hungry for that. They have a GM who can be fired very quickly by his owner. And he's like, I have to make these moves for the best nature of this team.
So I had a good time Toloing this weekend, and I was listening to Kevin Gray and Chris Arnold. And look, Chris Arnold kind of laid it out, and I agreed with some of his points. And some of his points, I was like, well, I mean, Philadelphia does have a $1.7 million quarterback, so they have more money to use than the Cowboys do because Dak is making so much money. But at the same time, I agree with Chris Arnold. What he said over the weekend is, at this point, you have to sell out for Dak because Dak is not a Hall of Fame quarterback. Now, he could be a Hall of Fame quarterback if somehow he miraculously pulls off winning 2 Super Bowls in the next, let's say, he probably has 6 to max 8 years left in his career. So if he wins 2 Super Bowls, like Eli Manning, you get into the Hall of Fame. So he could still be a Hall of Famer, but he has to pull off a miracle that nobody thinks is going to happen. And that would be the Cowboys win 2 Super Bowls in, let's just say, the next 7 years. But what Chris is saying, and what I also believe in too, is we do not have a future Hall of Fame quarterback. He's going to be in a category of, he was solid in his time. He was an above average quarterback when he played in the NFL in his time, but nothing special. And so when you have a nothing special quarterback, but an above average quarterback, you have to sell out. You have to say, you know what? We have to do everything, Paul. If we need to trade future first round picks, if we need to screw up the cap in 2025 because we're going to go after it in 23 and 24, that's what we have to do. Because if we don't do that, which the Cowboys won't, you will never win anything. And Dawson has been talking about this. I'm reiterating a couple of guys up here. And I think if you've seen Dak play over his 7 years, you know this. He's good. He's not great. He cannot carry a team in the playoffs. He has to have greatness around him. He cannot take Valdez-Scantling, Sky Moore, and Shlomo Glickstein and figure out a way how to beat the Cincinnati Bengals. He can't do that. He put up 12 points in his last playoff game with what we believe they don't have a number 2 receiver on the team.
Number 1, they have a bunch of tight ends. Right. They had, like Sean said, a fullback at running back for most of that game.
In a weird way, as much as Jerry has upset me, Jerry really needs, if we wanted to do this, take the reins away from Stephen Jones, who's so scared about 2026 that he won't commit to 2023.
So you're saying give it to Charlotte and let her make the bold decision.
Maybe so, but there has to be. I don't want Jerry making personnel decisions, but I want them to tell Will McClay, because that's who I really want. Will McClay's a real person, they're all real people. He's a person who can fix a football team. I really believe it. But you'd have to tell him, Will, I don't care about the cap in 2026. Screw it all up. I don't care about our draft picks in 2023 through 2026. Trade them all if you need to. Give me the best football team in the NFL on paper, and hopefully in that 2 to 3 year period, as we're screwing everything up in the future, we get a championship out of it.
Man, there's more of that to come. Coming up next, the Super Bowl has been decided. Did you get the one you wanted? Does it change the way you feel about your team? Next on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan.
Brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors and Mike Bassick. We also have Joey with us as well. Kevin still suffering from a very severe throat injury, potentially more. And also don't forget today, during Mike Likes It, we are lucky to have him here with us. So you might want to, keep it locked in for 1240 because it's a very interesting story that I think you need to hear. The odds right now for Kansas City and the Super Bowl MVPs and everything's going around. Right now, Mike, it is Philadelphia Eagles -2.5, Kansas City Chiefs +2.5. I mean, that makes a lot of sense there. Over under at 50. So
50 for the Eagles Chiefs game and 50 for the Chiefs Eagles game.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Mike. I really appreciate you pointing that one out. So yeah, there you go. That's the where the current odds right now are. Do you presume that would change at some point in the next couple of weeks, depending on Mahomes' foot or ankle?
Eagles by 2 to 3 points. I think it'll stay right there.
Okay. All right. From the 469, Steven is right. You have a better chance in 2026 than in 2023. That's an interesting approach for Cowboys fans.
I'd say if you believe that, then you start trying to trade off as many pieces that you don't believe will be here in 2026.
And I don't know where I would start with my roster for that other than like Tyron Smith. And there are some things, but this team does a very good job of keeping young talent around, right? Like they keep them on their rookie contracts and then they overpay them whenever their next contract comes up. So they're pretty good at making sure that happens. They didn't do it with Byron Jones, which turned out to be a smart move. They were like, hey, I mean, if you had Byron Jones opposite Diggs, that would be nice right now, and then you could probably move on from that contract. But there are a lot of things there. 877-881-1053. Did you get the Super Bowl that you wanted? I really wanted the Bengals to win against the Chiefs, Mike. That was the
why?
Because I like Joe Burrow and the trio of receivers. I think it's a fun team. It's an underdog story more than anything. The Chiefs for me are definitely the overdog. They're like, dude, they've been there as often as you could possibly get there. It's sickening almost that Andy Reid continues to be this great of a coach, yet only has one Super Bowl to his name. Like, this dude is an NFC Championship aficionado. He knows more about it than most coaches out there, maybe save for Bill Belichick. He goes all the time. And he's back in the Super Bowl. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, titled and privileged, they got it all. I wanted the Bengals, they built their team the right way. They said, we're going to, continue to grow with this thing, add Joe Burrow. All right, what do we do next? I didn't love the Jamar Chase edition because I was like, you got to block for this guy, and they've still proven they can't do that great. And then they get Jamar Chase. It's a fun team for me. I enjoyed last year too. So I didn't get the one I wanted, but I still think there's going to be some juicy storylines with this one, with Jalen Hurts going up against, the Chiefs in a big game, and Andy Reid playing against his former team for a Super Bowl championship.
I guess for me, I was rooting for Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes and his story, and just kind of really falling in love with him through Texas Tech and now through here. It wasn't going to be the end of the world if Cincinnati won. I was going to root for whoever won in the AFC in the Super Bowl, whether it's Cincinnati or Kansas City, but I was rooting for Patrick Mahomes there. The other one I was disappointed with. First of all, it was such a crap game that I didn't really watch the second half. I needed to run an errand.
Dude,
at halftime, I was like, I can't watch this Josh Johnson play quarterback anymore. And then I find out Brock Purdy's back in the game, handing the ball off 100% of the time, and I turned it on. I was like, okay, I can't watch. This looks like a high school team without a quarterback trying to play a good high school team. Like, this is miserable.
Did you feel like, and I still don't feel,
and I just don't want the Eagles to win. Like, they are such a better organization than the Dallas Cowboys. As much as, yes, I want the Cowboys to be better.
Just say?
They're just such a much better organization.
Like, how?
They win way more than the
So
Dallas.
you're saying like the front office is better?
Yes.
Their personnel, they draft better?
I won't say draft better because I do think the Cowboys do. Yeah, they use all the NFL things. They actually do trades. They actually use free agency because help me if I'm Hassan Reddick, right? That wasn't their draft pick.
That was
right?
in addition to this.
Wasn't that Arizona Cardinals? Like he didn't work out there. Am I correct about his career?
Yep.
Because I'm like, damn, wasn't he horrible with the Cardinals? Because I was hoping that they would be a better team, and then this Hassan Reddick's just wrecking shop everywhere in Philadelphia. And they're like, yeah, they use free agency, they use trades.
They did trade for a safety to make them better at that position. They definitely did, and they added James Bradbury in the offseason. I heard Bobby talking about this morning. He's the guy. I don't know if you remember this. He's the guy that Amari Cooper, his rookie season, he was just standing there, and Bradbury fell over because he was so afraid of Amari Cooper. And the Giants were like, we're moving on from him. And the Eagles said, we'll pay you $1 million. And he's turned out to be a quality cornerback for him. That's what they've done so far. So yeah, I wasn't saying why I didn't believe you. I wanted to know they use every arm they can to add talent to their team.
They've been to NFC Championship games with Donovan McNabb. They've been there with Nick Foles. Now they've been there with Jalen Hurts. And heck, maybe they went one time before, and I'm totally forgetting that they went there with some other jabroni that they had. But it's frustrating, I think, to just see the success of that organization, because it used to be, by 2000, you just said, look, Eagle fans, they don't like us because how much more successful we are than them. But now if you're 25 years old, you've lived through where they're just so much more successful than the Cowboys. Yes, the Cowboys have more fans. The Cowboys' value of their team is worth $3 more billion than the Eagles are. But at the same point, that's not, as fans, I don't care about the evaluation of the Dallas Cowboys. Like, oh man, they are the highest team on Forbes. I don't give two S's about what they are valued at. And I know that means the most to the Jones family, and it should. That's their major business that they have. But it seems like it's run on, well, as long as we're worth the most and we have the most fans, we win. Where the Eagles organization is like, look, we're never going to be worth the most. We're never going to have the most fans.
So let's try
to win.
And then that makes us relevant. Man, that is a very interesting point of, the desire to win and how much it affects your presence. The Cowboys already have the biggest presence always. I'm guaranteeing you look at the national shows today, you're going to see a Cowboys topic over some other topics.
I've already seen it's a lot of, obviously, the offense.
Yeah.
The Cowboys are part of. It's like, let's talk about the championship games. But it's like, hey, the Eagles are in. Who cares? That game was miserable. Hey, did you hear about the Cowboys? Kellen Moore's not coming back, and Mike McCarthy looks like he's calling plays. Dude, it's like, that's the NFC picture right now. And that is awesome for Jerry Jones.
They released that story, Mike, right? Was it middle of the game for the AFC Championship game? They were like,
I believe that's intentional.
Yes, absolutely it is. That's what they're good at. That's
we might not be in this game, but watch, we're going to be more important than the two teams in it.
It's wild. And so I guess, when you're watching, let's go through the four teams real quick.
Yeah.
When you're watching the Chiefs,
okay,
are the Cowboys that far away from the Chiefs? Because I've seen some people saying, yes, our team is nowhere even close to what the Chiefs are.
I think in playoff time, you just can't compete because their quarterback is so much better than your quarterback. And Dak's a good quarterback.
Yep.
It's just not anywhere close when you look at the quarterback situation. He will figure out a way to beat you, and he might even figure out a way with the Cowboys to destroy him.
And in a big game, the Chiefs defense was able to get 5 sacks. Like that, and they had some significant plays throughout that game, forced 2 interceptions. Like the Chiefs, they are a good roster. They're a very good roster with an elite quarterback.
I would give the Cowboys this, and I'll ask you this question. If you played at Arrowhead in the playoffs, the Cowboys, and I'll say, obviously Tony Pollard is healthy. He doesn't have a destroyed leg, but I also have to say that Kansas City's healthy. They have their top 3 wide receivers going into the game. I think the Cowboys would win 1 out of the 5 times. I do think Cowboys are good enough. If you played them 5 times in a row, the Cowboys could beat them 1 time. They would play a great game, and that the Chiefs would be like, man, they just played great, and we just couldn't match that. But I think 4 out of 5 times you're going to lose because Patrick Mahomes is going to be so much better than your quarterback.
Okay, then I'm going to go over across the field last night. Do you agree? Do you think that it would be 1 out of 5 times with the Bengals, or is it different for you? Do you think that they would maybe have a 2-3 series or 3-2 in Arrowhead.
I don't think you're better than Cincinnati right now.
Why?
Their quarterback's way better. Yeah. It's not close.
There's nobody today after that game or after this playoff run right now that's saying what's wrong with our quarterback or we have to replace our quarterback or something's wrong with our offense. They are walking into Bengals fans, maybe not the bandwagon fans like the mayor, but the Bengals fans are walking in today and they're like, man, we went to the Super Bowl last year. It stinks. They got screwed is the way they're looking at it today. They're all saying Joe Burrow forever. Like, that's where they are. Nobody's saying what Cowboys fans are saying about Dak.
They came in with a 10-game winning streak or an 11-game winning streak?
Niners?
No, the Bengals. They'd won 10 or 11.
I'll check real quick.
Coming into that because the other game was a forfeit or, they didn't play.
That's right, yeah.
And they would have won that game too. So you just look at what they did, going to Buffalo and destroying them. I would say, looking at the way the Bengals were playing at the end of the year versus Cowboys losing by 20 to Washington, not playing well against Tennessee, even though you won by 2 touchdowns, I would say they'd win 4 out of 5 in this playoff run.
10-game winning streak all the way back to the Browns in October 31st.
So I don't think you were going to beat the Bengals, but I'll give the Cowboys, they did beat them early in the year.
Yes.
And the Cowboys, if they play great, they're very tough to beat.
And go back to that Cooper Rush time period. A lot of people, I think there's some revisionist history on what happened. Man, Cooper Rush did make some plays. Yeah. There were some times where you asked him to win a game for you, the Bengals game being one of them. But don't forget the effort that you got out of your defense in those games. You had, 2 games that you held the opponent to 10 points? Most of those games you were holding the opponent to 17 points or less. You lose to the Eagles because you could only score 17. They scored 26 on you. Your defense carried you through that. I'm not going to sit here and say that it was Kellen Moore and them creating offense with Cooper Rush. Yeah, they were able to do the right plan. That was what Mike McCarthy said, was we got to play better complementary football, complement our defense because we know our defense is going to have to fight their butts off. The Eagles, I'm guessing you feel like they are a class amongst themselves compared to the rest of the NFC right now. Is that because I don't think the Cowboys. Maybe the Cowboys would have beaten the Eagles on Sunday. I don't know. They have
maybe because there's confidence there. But like at San Francisco, you played them last year with Jimmy Garoppolo, who played horrible, and you lost. You played them against Brock Purdy, who all he did was not turn over the ball. Like, Brock Purdy did not play great against you. All he did is not make a major mistake.
Yeah.
And you still lost to him.
Because you made the major mistakes.
And so I think if you play San Francisco, now obviously if you play them and they have to run the ball 100% of the time, I think honestly yesterday, the Houston Texans would have had a chance of beating. If Brock Purdy gets hurt on the first series, I do think the Houston Texans in that game have a chance of beating San Francisco. That's how bad it had become with what San Francisco had left on offense. They couldn't score unless you just got one of, not the best ever run, but just that was an unbelievable run by Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, it was. It was really nice.
He 4 people he made /miss or run through their tackle. So that was the only way they scored and the only way they really moved the ball. So that wasn't really fair to San Francisco, but we've seen the last 2 years, you're 0-2 against San Francisco. Philadelphia, to your point, maybe the Cowboys a little bit have their number because Dak didn't get to play against Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts didn't get to play against Dak. And maybe, but watching what Philadelphia did in their 2 games, I don't think you're going to Philadelphia this year in the playoffs and win.
You know what? The more I think about it, well, not just the 2 games, Mike, just watching the way that they ran through the NFL this year. Like, they were really good all season long, and maybe they never got truly tested. Maybe you're right. Even in the playoffs, they never truly got tested, and here they are. The Chiefs are going to be their final exam to see if they can get over the top on that one, but they've made everybody else look bad. The Niners, you saw. You had your opportunity. You had your chance. It was the quarterback that kept you from doing it. He didn't deliver. He got turnovers that were costly. The offense was inept. They couldn't do what they needed to do, and that was a problem for them. Man, lots of texts coming in about this team from the 214. Eagles are overrated and had the easiest road in history in the NFL to the Super Bowl. Johnson, I can't read that one. We beat the Eagles if we play that game from the 214. Are there any good quarterbacks coming out from the 214?
I want to stop right there, and maybe it's for a bigger segment. The Cowboys would have been going in there without Tony Pollard. He broke his leg.
Yeah.
So you can't put him back on the team. If you would have had the comeback, You still saying that with literally having no running back going to Philadelphia, so no Tony Pollard. The way that I can't see the Cowboys going in there and winning. I think they're looking at like the Cowboys playing like they did against Tampa, or the Cowboys playing like they did against Minnesota. But if you were going in there without Tony Pollard and you're going in there with your wide receiver core, I don't see how they were going to go to Philadelphia and win. They would have been better than San Francisco, but I don't see how they would have won that game without Tony Pollard.
Man, so from the 903, Hurts is Dak on a rookie deal. From the 214, Hurts is showing he won't turn the ball over. A lot of people say envying the Eagles fans, envying the Eagles organization right now here in DFW. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Thousands of people went out to Arlington. We want to hear from you. And how deep is the Rangers' depth? Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, we know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with our classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and low interest rates. One of the largest selections in America. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This Saturday, 2 p.m., Fan Bowl. Be there. All right. Be there for it. It's going to be so much fun. I'm getting there, Mike.
All right.
Saturday, February 4th, inside Revolver Brewing at Texas Live. You got more details rolling out, but it's going to be at 2 o'clock. We're going to have round tables. The whole station's going to be there rocking along. Maybe Kevin. Nobody knows because Kevin has to defend his title. That's the thing. That's what Kevin's probably saving up for right now. He's got to defend his title. Yeah, he's practicing, just hanging it. He's like, I can't do anything but focus on practice, and that's where he is right now. So I can't wait to hang out with all the Tolos out there, have a good time. I'm sure a lot of people are going to come up to us and talk about how Kellen Moore's offense wasn't any good. He's a stale cracker or whatever, anything like that. You know, they're going to have all sorts of opinions. I can't wait to get all those opinions. If you've been wanting to say something directly to our faces, and you're like, I text in all the time. Y'all never answer my texts. Show up at Texas Live for Fan Bowl, and you can say it right to our face. Right, Mike?
Yeah.
It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so text in. I'm on, obviously, Twitch right now. Text on in if you got to go out to Rangers Fan Fest on Saturday. It looks like thousands and thousands of people went out there for autographs, get to meet current players, coaches, former players, the good ones, not like people like me. I wasn't invited. But we were out there. Obviously, the fan was out there broadcasting, and it looked like a great time. And I do think a lot of people are pretty darn excited about the upcoming Rangers season. I do think part of it, not to go off on a tangent here, is the Stars are doing well. So I think if you are a Stars fan, I think you're pretty happy with the way things are going this year. But if you're a Mavericks fan, you're pretty disappointed with the way things are going. And you can see that this is not going to be a year that the Mavs, if they even make the playoffs, are going to do anything in it. So you start looking towards, all right, what's next? After the Cowboys season is over, obviously everybody will be concentrating on free agency and the draft, and now the offensive coordinating stuff with the Dallas Cowboys. But I do think a lot of people went out to that ballpark on Saturday going, this is what I'm going to invest my April, May, June into, because the Rangers spent a lot of money to try to make this a competitive team in 2023.
Absolutely, man.
So MLB has a list of the top 10 teams pitching rotation depth.
Okay, so you've been going through this with like shortstop. We found out that Seager was 8 or whatever.
Now this is different. So
Okay.
that's MLB's top 10 now.
Okay.
This is after you get past your starting 5-man rotation, because almost every year at least 1 to 3 of your pitchers get hurt. So you have to dig into your 6th through 10th starting pitchers. And they're saying when teams have to go to their 6th through 10th starting pitcher,
Gotcha.
where do these teams rank? And they only rank 10. They do not rank all 30 teams. Well, the Rangers made the list. So that's good news.
Really?
So they're saying they are in the top third of pitching depth for starting pitchers in the major leagues. It says here, the Rangers are 10th. Their 6th, 7th, and 8th starting pitchers, what they have here listed are Jake Odorizzi, Dane Dunning, and Owen White. Says the Rangers went all out in free agency to improve their rotation, adding DeGrom, Evaldi, Heaney to the staff that already included John Gray and Martin Perez, who accepted a 1-year qualifying offer. If you don't remember that, that's Martin Perez. But considering the recent injury history to their big additions, the Rangers may need significant contributions from their depth options, including Odorizzi, who was acquired from the Braves via trade. The 32-year-old is a former All-Star, but his performance over the past 3 years, this is so funny because it makes it sound like it was bad, but does this sound bad if you're a Rangers fan? Over his last 3 seasons, he has a 4.45 ERA. Isn't that funny that, I'm like, no, that's solid. But we've been going through some lean years of pitching with the Texas Rangers, Corey.
Yes.
So when they're like, look, I mean, He only has a 4.45 ERA in 3 years. I'm like, dude, that usually gets you like $15 million a year.
That is not average as of last year, Mike. Last year's average was a 3.96.
Okay.
The year before, the 3 years before, 4.2, 4.4, 4.5.
Okay.
So that is interesting that the league average in ERA came down last year.
Yeah. Well, when you swing for the fences and there's not many people on base, that changes things.
Gotcha.
So in the pecking order here, it says obviously Dunning, who's a 28-year-old with a 94 ERA plus and a 1.4 whip over 305 innings at the big league level. White, ranked number 66 in MLB's prospects for 2023, could get a look at some point too, though the Rangers haven't had much success with pitching prospects lately. Now, that being said, I don't know about Owen White, but another guy who I was kind of impressed with last year that I thought, oh, you know what, he's finally showing signs of potential and made it up to the major leagues, is Cole Reagans. And I know I'm not trying, this isn't a knock. I call him poor man's Cole Hamels because Cole Hamels is his favorite pitcher of all time. His mechanics are very much like Cole Hamels. Yeah, you pointed that out,
and when I watched him, I was like, oh, he's right.
He looks like kind of a replica of Cole Hamels, obviously not with the same success when Cole Hamels came up to the major leagues in 2006 or 2007. But I think you have that. You also have Glenn Otto, right? He's still in the organization unless I've lost my mind. So
you still have Spencer Howard too?
Yeah. They still have Spencer Howard.
I think I have a Spencer Howard card. Or
autographed.
So
you pulled that out of a pack.
I'm kind of concerned. Like, is that I need to...
But that being said, think of that. Now, I do not think Jack Leiter is going to spend 1 second in the major leagues this year unless he shocks us all in AA and starts putting up an ERA at about, let's say for the first 2 months at 2. And then you get into June and July, and he's still doing great things at AA/AAA. He's going to start back in AA, but if he goes after 2 months, if they're like, look, he's doing so good in AA, let's push him to AAA and see if he can keep this up, then maybe he could. But I think the plan is on how much Jack Leiter struggled last year. Let's keep him in the minor leagues all season. Let's start having him have professional success because pitching every fifth day at a very high level did not produce results.
Can we at some point this week have a conversation about him and Rocker?
Sure.
This week, I would like to throw that in the loop.
So I do think the Rangers have great depth because if you look at Odorizzi, Dane Dunning, and let's just leave Owen White out for now because he's a young guy who I do like. Don't get me wrong, I do like him. I still like Jack Leiter. I hope Kumar Rucker does great. The other dude you drafted, I'm sorry, high school guy, but he's like 3 to 5 years away.
Okay.
That you used in the 4th round to kind of the double pick for the agent, Scott Boras, that they worked out before the draft. I look at the Rangers and I go, all right, there is good depth, and they do make a good point. With the injury history that the Rangers have with, obviously, DeGrom and Evaldi. And last year you saw John Gray needed a guy for 12 starts, right? He missed, I think, approximately 12 starts last year because of injury. So you look at it and you go, look, there's probably going to be, I hope not this many, but there's probably going to be 50 starts available during the season because of injuries to your rotation. I hope it's less, but I think you have to prepare for, we're going to have to get 50 starts from other people that aren't in our 5-man rotation. The Guardians, they say, have the 9th best depth, the Dodgers 8th, the Rays 7th, the Braves 6th, the Astros 5th, the Marlins 4th, the Brewers 3rd, the Giants 2nd, and the Mets 1st. So the good news is competing with your division. Astros, they believe, are better. I think you could make an argument that you might be better than them, but I understand. Look, they're coming off of winning the World Series. They've won the division so many times. They have more of a history of young guys coming up and being successful than the Rangers do over the last 5+ years. So I understand why MLB.com is saying, hey, we like the Astros, 6, 7, 8 guys, which are Hunter Brown, Forrest Whitley, and Sean Dubin. I will say this, Forrest Whitley has been a complete and total bust at the high level of the minor leagues. He was supposed to already be in their rotation for over a year now.
From the 903, does this mean we have a bullpen instead of a steer pen this year? And Mike, I wanted to elaborate on that because these 3 guys are like, they can start. what do you do with them if they're not starting? Do you kind of float them in and out of minor leagues?
Odorizzi will be in the major leagues. He will be your sixth starter. And let's be honest, probably all 5 guys won't come healthy out of spring training. It's just the way it is. So if Odorizzi's healthy, Owen White will be a starter at AA, AAA. I think AAA, but we'll see. Dane Dunning, he's an interesting case because the tough thing is if you put him into the bullpen, and I don't really like him much as a bullpen guy. In fact, unfortunately, this is where I fell into. He doesn't strike a lot of people out.
Okay. So you got to get out of innings. Yeah, he's
also, and I don't know this, he is, for his career as a starter, he's a bad first inning pitcher. After the first inning, he becomes a lot better. Well, if you're a bad guy in your first inning out of the bullpen, you're a bad pitcher. There's nothing you can do about it. You're not getting a lot more than 1 inning. So do you send Dane Dunning to AAA and go, we want you to throw 5 to 6 innings every time you get the ball. So when we have an injury, you're stretched out to throw 100 pitches. If we put you in the bullpen and you're throwing anywhere from 17 to 40 pitches an outing, well, now when we start you, let's just say you get 2 injuries into your rotation. Odorizzi goes in and now you're like, we want to put Dunning back into the rotation. Well, his first start is going to be 3-inning start. Then his next start will be a 4-inning start if everything goes well. And then his next start is a 5-inning start. And that hurts your bullpen a little bit too when you're having to build an arm up in the major leagues by then just going, Glenn Otto most likely, he's a better bullpen guy than Dane Dunning because Glenn Otto can come out of the bullpen and I believe add miles an hour to his fastball because he's not using sinker slider mix.
Gotcha.
He can take that 4-seamer right at chest high and get swings and misses. He can take from there, throw a curveball off of that and get swings and misses out of the pen and be a power arm out of your pen. So I don't know what to do with Dunning. It's a great question. We'll find out as we get to spring training on what their plan is with Dunning. They'll prepare him as a starter. And if everybody's healthy or if 5 guys are healthy that they believe are better than him, it will be interesting if they put him in the pen or if they say, we want you to go to AAA so you're ready to start. So when you come up, you're able to pitch 7 innings if you can pitch 7 innings. The bullpen, quickly, I will say, is a big question mark. When they rank bullpens on MLB.com, and they already ranked the top 10 relief pitchers now. The Rangers obviously didn't have anybody on the list. You couldn't even consider anybody on the list. Nothing against Hernandez, nothing against Leclerc, nothing against Barlow. But those guys didn't do enough last year to even be considered probably a top 20 relief pitcher in baseball. And if you're going to win 90 games, and I believe the Rangers have a opportunity to win 90 games, you have to have a closer that about 95% of the time is nails and gets that win. When the win is there, that guy 19 out of 20 times or so is getting that W for you. He has the save next to his name. Right now, I'm a little bit concerned with the bullpen, and it sounds like the Rangers are going to go into the pen or into the season with an unknown pen and hope that it produces. And if everything else is producing, offense is producing, starting pitching is producing, then I've heard that they will try to use prospects to improve the bullpen if they prove that they're a winning team in 2023.
Man, great stuff from Mike Bassick right there. And there's a lot to go through. Home of the Rangers right here on The Fan. Coming up next, Kellen Moore already has a new home, plus playoff porridge next to The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and Sean Sharif is welcome to walk into this room and start lighting it on fire if he wants to right now. He was collecting some things and on his way out the door when he saw the news that the Chargers have hired Kellen Moore as their new offensive coordinator. And Mike, do you want to go ahead and
time to buy some Herbies? Herbies getting hot, baby.
That's where everybody's about to go with this, is that Kellen Moore is about to go put on a cooking show with Justin Herbert and all those weapons over there, Sean.
I hope we were right. I hope the whole city was right. He was a bum. He was a scrub. Kellen Curl Moore. Kellen Curl route. And now he's probably in a better situation to succeed with a more talented quarterback for sure. But how about the teams that had the instant interest in him?
Yes.
Tampa Bay, Chargers, Carolina interviewing. I hope we were right.
Do you remember Cowboy fans when he took over and just how he's the next great thing? And they were doing interviews on, NFL Network was having different type of segments on, man, Kellen Moore, he's going to take over this world in the NFL because of his love for play calling since he's been a kid. He was a successful college guy. He did get to back up in the NFL for 4 to 5 years, so he has the experience of the NFL. He was groomed. Obviously, we're not big fans of Linehan and Garrett, but he was groomed for this, and I'm not saying he's going to be the best. I do think there's guys that are better than him, but I do think he is good at his job. And now, Sean, I'll throw it to you. I think that I'm not trying to take shots at Dak here, even though it kind of sounds like it. I do think he will feel less limited by his quarterback now.
Of course. I think we all wanted to fall in love with the idea of we had the next mad scientist, right? He's sitting there at Boise, and he had to be a genius to get those stats in that playing career
with that soft arm,
with that body, and that stature. And he was just groomed, and he came out of the factory to be an offensive coordinator. And he did put up very good numbers here. I could argue his resume with 4 straight Cooper Rush wins and a new left tackle and acclimating CD and no number 2. But I do want to go back real quick because I said this while y'all were in a meeting. The Cooper Rush wins were impressive because it was a backup, but their defense was elite for 5 games. And I know they lost to Philadelphia. They still held Philly to 26 points. Yeah.
Their defense was holding people to 10, 17, 17.
That's when we were having elite topics and special conversations about their defense.
And it was, and in that time, McCarthy did say we have to be more complimentary offensively. So he wasn't calling the Dak Prescott offense where we're just opening things up and going wild. He was saying, hey, let's keep it within this. But he had to be governed by McCarthy in that moment of, oh yeah, crap, I forgot. I do have to protect the defense a little bit here because they're our bread and butter.
Here's where I struggle, Mike, and I think it would be the same thing for basketball concepts. I don't feel comfortable coming on and being like Corey watches some tape and some film, and I rely on Broadus and Bobby. I don't feel comfortable being his route combinations were off. He wasn't having enough people, in terms of a seam and slant patterns. And I don't want to make it sound like I'm simplifying it to Madden. So was Kellen Moore so behind in those X's and O's that he had to go? What are we upset over with the Cowboys offense that they didn't do what?
The other thing, to your point, I'm with you, is we don't know.
Do you feel like that, by the way, when you're watching basketball, you love basketball so much, you can tell a team's system? Could you look at Rick Carlisle and say his plays or his system is that much different? I can't do that.
No, but I guess you can tell tempo and ball movement and movement off the ball. For the Mavs the other night, just for example, Spencer Dinwiddie has gone off since Luke has been out. So you can now say, the Mavericks run a system for one player to succeed and only one player to succeed. So that makes it tough to go get other players in the NBA to want to play here. I'm coming to a system where everything is based around one player. And if that one player isn't there, am I the next one player up? If I'm not, I'm still just going to stand in the corner and watch basketball on a slow paced team. So I feel like I'm better equipped to watch that in basketball, even though I feel like more and more teams in basketball have gone to, we're all going to run the same system, except we might play at a faster pace. But that's how I see the NBA going now. That's why everybody's getting 40 and 50 points. It's not a big deal that anybody gets 40 or 50 points because everything's based off of one player needs to have the ball 100% of the time and try to score 100 points every game. And they limit themselves and they only score 40 or 50.
From the 254, Sean being on made me think it was earlier. Well, he was walking out the door, and I was like, hey, he saw the same. I will say
what if he's just comfortable with Dak says, I think if Dak didn't like curls and if Dak didn't like some of these routes, which he's grown up with, his whole NFL system is this, Dak would say, I don't want to run that anymore. But I think Dak actually says, I like these routes. I don't think Dak doesn't like those routes. I think Dak likes those routes, is comfortable with those routes, and Kellen Moore was running certain things that Dak feels comfortable in seeing.
Yeah, and so to go when Kellen Moore goes to coach Justin Herbert, Kellen Moore's probably going to learn some stuff when he's working with Justin Herbert. He's like, oh, crap, this quarterback can do these things. Oh, well, I can draw this, and this play for him. I think, Kelly, you're not going to get – people are going to be mad because Kellen Moore will probably look like a fantastic offensive coordinator, which he probably could not have been here because he had the comfort of the quarterback that he knew. He's friends with him. He protects him. He does these things. Now he has to go somewhere else and do something different with a new quarterback where he will learn and grow as well.
If you're 1-4-6 in points scored in the years your quarterback is healthy, that's a fantastic resume.
Yes. If you're also,
it just is.
When you need,
what do we get mad at?
When you need your 3 best plays to go on a drive to win a playoff game that could put you in a championship game, and you go 3 and out, that's where there's some stale cracker.
And not to sound like RJ, but is that an overreaction to 3 plays? Like, the judge in the course of a season. What do we get mad at during Cowboy games the most? People are texting me right now. Guy, DFW Security, shout out. But Bassick, same thing. First down run. Why are you running it on first down? Why are you trying that stupid trick play? Like,
most of the season you were good at running it on first down.
I know, but that feels like that could carry over to anybody. Right. It feels very elementary.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Kansas City, I watched them. They didn't run the ball well. They're in the Super Bowl. I felt like they were running the ball at times on first down, and they have Patrick Mahomes.
If Kellen Moore and them called that Kelsey hook and ladder, Kellen Moore getting murdered around here. Yeah.
And they did do that against San Francisco in the home game, right? Yeah. And it didn't work out. They were throwing it to Cedric Wilson, except they threw it over.
My bigger concern is not that they got rid of Kellen Moore. Are we sure? Do we all feel like McCarthy is up to this?
I don't know. I have a lot of concerns there, but this is where we had the discussion to open. It's either Mike McCarthy or Dak, and it's not Dak. So it feels like it's going to be the next progression, but you should find out if Dak's the guy with the next coach, if he grows into another offense.
I texted a couple people that we all know, and I trust their football opinion, who know McCarthy and the Green Bay offense. And I don't even know whether this is applicable, right? It's 6 years ago. They said he's very matchup-based, limited motion and crossers, 6 years as an attorney. He's not going to be ready for this. It can work with a quarterback who can see the bad calls he puts in, but I don't know if Dak overcomes that like Rodgers.
There were times this year where Dak Prescott walked up to the line and got the play call in real quick and then said, okay, I'm going to adjust this way. There were lots of opportunities. Dak had a lot of carte blanche when it came to those, hey, I'm the quarterback of this team. I can change the call that Kellen Moore just called in. So he'll have that freedom as well. But, man, go back and look at those last few years after Green Bay was really good, and then it got very stale in that offense. Like, Mike McCarthy didn't change. He didn't make very many adjustments. He was like, quarterback can handle this. And I don't know if he really locked himself in that barn and said, hey, I am going to implement these other new additions to take advantage of defenses that the NFL's given us.
And let me define what we're saying here, because I believe this is the definition of what we're trying to say as the question about Kellen Moore, as a lot of Cowboy fans are happy that he's gone. What if Kellen Moore took you as far as you could ever go with this quarterback? He actually got the most. The Cowboy fan wants Kellen Moore gone because he thinks he's limited you to the least amount of success that you could possibly have with Dak Prescott. What you're trying to say, Sean, which I agree with you, is he might have got the most out of this, and now we're going to find out what the least actually looks like with a limited coach / limited play caller and now limited quarterback, because I think even the Cowboys know that Dak is limited in ways that other great quarterbacks aren't.
But then what's the play?
Him and McCarthy are on 2-year deals. the quarterback and the head coach on 2-year deals. And I don't know that McCarthy. The Cowboys are going to score points. Like I don't have.
They
got to
win big games. That's the difference now. They're at a point now where you have to. You're the Jerry Jones. Like you've won 12. That's awesome. Now you have to win big games. But I don't know. When Mike's saying that, when he's pointing out that you will find these things out. What if you find out he is wrong? You still have money. You're still pot committed in a lot of ways to this guy. I guess it is the manageable cap situation is after this year, and then maybe the Joneses are playing it perfect.
Once again, Shauna, I know what you just said, but I told Corey this in the first segment. Jerry Jones not cutthroat. He won't say because you didn't win big games you get fired. As long as McCarthy wins 10 games, he fired Jimmy Johnson because they hated each other. He fired Barry Switzer when he finally went 6-10. Now, I guess you could say he did fire Chan Gailey because they made the playoffs back-to-back years, and the quarterback hated him and other people hated him on the team. He's like, screw it. He's not getting along with any of my players. He fired Dave Campo because he went 5-11 every year. Bill Parcells said, I'm done with this, and he said, thank God, because I never really wanted to hire somebody with this strong of an opinion. And then he didn't fire Wade Phillips till he went 1-7. He didn't fire Jason Garrett until he finally couldn't make the playoffs again I don't think.
And he won't get rid of the quarterback until they physically can't. Yeah.
His whole football life, he's never been cutthroat on this. He's never been like, you made the playoffs for 3 straight years, but you didn't get me to a championship game. Like, he's not cutthroat. He'll be like, you won 10 games. Yeah, we fell down, but we still made the playoffs. Anything can happen in the playoffs, even though who's in the Super Bowl, the 2 number 1 seeds. If you look over the last decade of football, most teams that make the Super Bowl had a bye. Now it's a little bit different because it used to be 1 and 2 seeds. Now it's only 1 seed, but most teams that get the 1 or 2 seed, most teams that get the bye, make the Super Bowl. As much as football people want to say if you make the tournament, you have a chance. Yes, you do. And so does Southwest Texas State University or whatever in the NCAA championship because they made the tournament. But we see throughout the history of the NFL, when you get the bye and when you have home field advantage, it makes it a lot easier to get there and the percentages go up. But I don't like this that Jerry will do something to McCarthy if he makes the playoffs. In the history of Jerry Jones' life, he doesn't do that to people.
Sean, thank you for popping in. Appreciate your time. Hope you have a safe drive home, man.
Yes. Let me go before the end of this segment.
There he goes.
Go talk to Guy there on DFW Security.
Yeah, Guy, we love you. I love you, Guy.
Yeah.
I love you, Guy.
He loves the guy. All right, there he goes, Sean Sharif.
Guy's not the biggest Dak Prescott fan.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, well, that helps out a lot, too, there.
And that's 50-50, right? I think Cowboy fans are 50-50 on Dak, and probably 90% of the fans. Text in if you're mad Kellen Moore's not the guy, because I think 90% of Cowboy fans are happy today.
All right, so how many people tracked Amari Cooper this season? And we're like, all right, where are they? Because the numbers point out. I know that I looked at, I think, the Pro Football Focus grades, and if you agree to those, they graded out the exact same. Their numbers show that they were different receivers this year. CeeDee Lamb had a better season than Amari Cooper ever had with the Dallas Cowboys. The numbers just prove that. And I am kind of curious if Kellen Moore goes to Justin Herbert and they are amazing. Like, is that your expectation? Are you going to be tracking Kellen Moore and going, all right, I told you, Jerry Jones, it was always Dak Prescott. I don't know who in that room. That's what I'm curious about the most. Who in that facility is the one saying, hey, guys, it's the quarterback. It's not all these other things. I don't know that there is anybody in that place that's saying it's the quarterback.
I don't think there is. And I will say that I think when you tracked Amari Cooper, almost every Cowboy fan was not happy that Amari Cooper had moved on for a 5th round pick, right? It's like, dude, if we're getting rid of Amari Cooper, can't we get like a 2 seconds or maybe a first? And when that didn't come about, it's like, all right, I want to track this because we got absolutely nothing for him for the most part, a 5th round pick. And so I got to see this because they never replaced Amari Cooper. But I think with Kellen Moore, most Cowboy fans are like, yeah, we might see what the score is at the end of the day, but nobody's watching Chargers football. Not even people in Los Angeles watch Chargers football. And I don't think that people are upset that Kellen Moore isn't the offensive coordinator. So I don't think people will go into week 4, week 5 of the Cowboy season. Cowboys, let's say, are averaging 20 points a game and go, God, I knew we shouldn't have got rid of Kellen Moore. He was great, you know? I can even remember this. Can you remember this? Sean Payton got a lot of criticism here as the offensive coordinator. before he. Now people will say, "No, he didn't, Mike." But I mean, I can remember Sean Payton being here and people being at times upset with Sean Payton's kind of techniques and style and rhythm to his game planning.
And then I think if you remember correctly, he wasn't necessarily ever given the liberty of being the play caller. He was part of a collective under Bill Parcells that called plays. When Bill Parcells would be asked who's calling the plays, he would say, "We do." And he would say, "I have my say. Mo Carthon has his say." He never would. I don't even know if he ever said Sean Payton's name by name because he didn't want him to get that credit. He didn't want this guy to come up. He wanted to hold on to him like he did Belichick and be like, "Yeah, this is my mastermind." So like I agree. There was some what's the clunky confusion that's going on with this offense. And I think that's they got to find that winning formula. You know, that one thing that kind of puts them in a really good place of being able to win games. They asked the question in the middle of the season. Sean and RJ were asking it in the middle of the season, Mike. The winning formula is what they're doing with Cooper Rush. Running the ball conservatively, not being too wide open with the football, not giving it away, giving your defense the opportunity to rest by keeping the ball in your hands, not necessarily going for big plays all the time, just scoring enough points and holding them to enough points to keep this thing going. The Cowboys had a winning formula. As soon as Dak Prescott came back, they went, "Man, it is 40 burger day. Let's go ahead and make 50 brisket time."
You know, the other thing, too, is as I'm thinking about all this is how much conversation had Kellen Moore had with the Los Angeles Chargers?
I think he had already discussed, like, maybe potentially. Yeah, he'd had some conversations with him already.
Yesterday afternoon, the public gets news. I'm sure yesterday morning, like, the decision was made in the Cowboys that we're going to move on. But I'm sure they're like, yeah, we're moving on because he already has a deal in place with the Chargers and he wants to go to the Chargers. And McCarthy and him weren't getting along completely at the end of the year. Not saying they were at each other's throats or anything, but just makes me wonder all these things on like, you can't do this and you can't do that. There's no way that the Chargers were like, all right, he's fired, hire him right now, without interviewing him, without anything. So I'm just assuming.
Yeah, they'd already chatted with him.
I'm sure agent had talked to the Chargers throughout the whole season that, hey, if this goes a certain direction, which we're understanding it will, he's available, and the Chargers had already had conversations. If your guy's available, the day he's available, we got a contract for
him. No, you know how those things work, Mike. It's always a wink, wink. All right, so Kellen Moore is now believed to be the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Chargers. He will go live it up with Justin Herbert. Coming up next, have you ever been thrown out of a kid's game? If so, why? Here's why Robert Horry was thrown out. Next on The Fan.
Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when it hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Man, I don't know if Jaron Curse is like the news breaker around here, but if you pay attention to when he tweets, Mike, he has tweeted two things recently that were right around the same time of very significant moves by the Cowboys. He tweeted the other day, "Thank you, God," and we kind of went through the whole one. Did he go to Bible study and he's just really excited to share the message today? And moments later, Dan Quinn staying around. It was like, whoa, that was kind of big. And then today he tweeted, "Got to commit to the next step." And Kellen Moore moves on, and they're going, he's going on to the Chargers and everything. And so that's interesting. I'm just keeping an eye. Twitter doesn't tell you everything, all right? But every once in a while, man, there are some stories that are going on. All right, so I saw this story, and I wanted to ask this question to the Tolos out there. Have you ever been kicked out of a child's sporting event? 877-881-1053. I don't get heated when I watch my kids play, Mike. I don't get upset or furious or anything like that. I am there to be dad and let the coach, and whatever he gets out of it, whatever they get out of the game, I'm there to have the conversation after it's done. Hey, did you have fun? And as they get older, they'll compete at really high levels. I'm with most kids as they grow older. Mike, you got to a higher level and competed more. I don't know. Were you in second grade ticked off about, your pitching? I remember you saying you were kind of a bully to your teammates, but what grade was it?
Horrible.
Okay. Were you were that one that was just red, even in second grade, ticked off that y'all weren't winning?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe
I would say, this isn't right. I'm not saying this is right, but let's say you're on my team, Corey, and you kept making mistakes. I would yell at you and yell at the coach, take him off the field and never play him. Or I'd say, I'm never passing you the basketball because you can't catch it. So just run up and down the court. I don't care, but stop touching the basketball. And if you get it, give it to somebody who can play basketball.
How was your dad, having been a major league player and then watching you compete? Was he as competitive as you, or was he observing? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But did he ever get kicked out?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I did too.
I didn't know that. I did not know he got kicked out. All right. Well, Robert Ory was ejected from his son's high school basketball game last week on Friday. He received a police escort out of the bleachers at St. Francis High School in L.A. because he was repeatedly heckling the referee. According to NBC, report on NBC Los Angeles, his son Christian is a player at Harvard Westlake who'd been visiting St. Francis. And he told the referee, according to a video obtained by TMZ, "You suck," with an exclamation point on the end of it. And then he said, "Hey, ref, are you talking about me? You suck." And they said, "Oh, you're mad at me because I said you suck." And then he was escorted out of there. Now, this is a guy that played on the high level too. He has lots of championship rings and everything. And he got kicked out of a game. So what reasons have you been for yelling at the referee? Or
I don't want to get into it.
Okay, gotcha.
But I will say, me watching a game, nothing against you, Corey, but me watching a game versus you, I will notice where the umpire or referee is when they make the call, which I think most parents or most coaches won't recognize. I'm like,
how could they have seen that call?
If you're going to make that call, you can't be walking up and down the basketball court. You should have been at half court at least if you're going to make that call. If you're going to do that, you got to work hard too. They are paying you money.
Yeah.
And I get it, but I've been recently to basketball games where the ref didn't know the difference between a block and a charge. At one point, he called a charge and put his hands on his hips, and he's like, "That's a charge." And kids would be double dribbling, and he wouldn't call it. And these are 8th grade kids, and you're just like, come on, like you should, if you're going to do this, you need to put in some work and some effort to knowing the rules of the sport you're doing. And so that's a tough thing, because sometimes I'll hear parents go, the game's a little bit out of hand, this and that, but the kid won't know any better. If you don't call things correctly, then they think they didn't do anything wrong, or they might have done something right, and then you made them think they did something wrong.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying, look, they're not perfect. Obviously, the NBA's dealing with not being perfect either. But I do think there's times where, as a former athlete, we're watching going, hey, we just want you to put in the effort. We get you're getting paid. I think for a game and this is good money, by the way. If you're looking for like a part-time job, I believe you get $75 a game to do select baseball games.
Okay, all right.
So
I think it's like 50 for like in the Plano area.
Yeah,
for that.
so I mean, and it's anywhere from $50 to $75 to umpire an hour and a half game, approximately. Maybe hour 45 minutes, you get paid $75. Hour and a half, you get paid $60 or something like that. But that's a lot more money than you can make making at Chick-fil-A or something like that. I believe if you're refereeing a basketball game, it's somewhere between $25 and $50. It just matters the level of competition. But I mean, it's pretty good money to be making close to $50 an hour.
Yeah.
To do these things. So I get why people do it, and I get why people don't do it. I get why a lot of people are like, look, I don't want to get yelled at the parents. I don't want to get yelled at by the coaches. I don't want to be this and that. So I totally get it. But obviously I haven't seen this TMZ thing. But I would say watching a lot of sports that I watch at the lower level, there's times where I don't say anything. I'm like, look, I'm not going to get thrown out because of this umpire or whatever. At the same time, you're just like, man, I wish somebody would help him and teach him what's actually going on. Or at times, then they'll stop umpiring and they'll start teaching, and they're teaching the wrong thing.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
I coach my kids a certain way. Don't do that.
To coach, and you're not even coaching correctly, but they don't know any better. They're trying to be nice and help, and that's where you have to try to, either you don't say anything. Most of the time I don't, but sometimes you have to say politely, hey, don't yell at them at that point. Just in between innings, say, is it okay if I understand what you're trying to do is help, but I'd rather you just umpire the game than tell my kid what to do or not to do.
Yeah, we've had some pretty good umpires, but sometimes there are some really competitive games that they let be competitive, and I kind of like that sometimes. I'm like, okay, that's nice. But then I'm like, okay, hold on, what was the rule there? Because I know what Major League Baseball rules are. Those aren't always exactly the same as some of the other rules as well. I always have this one guy in mind. He was 16 years old, showed up with his umpire's uniform on, and I think this dude wanted to be in a rock band, because when he would call anything, it was like, foul ball! And I would, what just happened? And he'd be like, you're out! And I was like, I love this guy, but I have no clue if he's calling the game well. I'm just entertained right now, and I didn't even have to pay for it. From the 214. Yeah, I was at a 9U game. The other coach complained that our catcher was using his regular glove to catch because he couldn't squeeze the catcher's mitt. The umpire made him change, and we got the league president to confirm local rules allowed him to use whatever glove he wanted. The umpire got so mad, he kicked me and my brothers out. Then the league president came over and kicked the umpire out of for his language, and he refused to leave, and they ended up calling the police. There's some more to it, but yeah, some big story happened there. So they got the freaking umpire kicked out of the game when they also got kicked out too. From the 518, I was a little league umpire when I was in high school as a summer job. I was playing for South Lake Carroll as well and kicked out parents almost weekly. I do wonder, like, what are the things, because if I'm an umpire and I'm hearing them yell at the other kids, I'm like, what are you really doing? Why are you yelling at another team's kids as a parent? What are you teaching your kids there?
I just, in those situations, Corey, and this is where playing professional sports, you never engage with the parents. You don't engage with the fans. I mean, unless they're calling you names, like bad names, and I get sometimes they do, but like, your strike zone's horrible. That's a ball. I'm sitting behind here. You want to see my camera? I mean, Patrick Beverly brought the camera over to the referee the other day and got the technical foul, but just ignore them. That's what you're supposed to do as an umpire or a referee. You're supposed to ignore the stands. They're there to, yes, cheer on their team. If they want to berate the other team, that's their prerogative. As long as they're not yelling swear words or anything horrible, you're supposed to just ignore them. If that's what your job is as a referee or umpire. You're not supposed to engage in the crowd. You're just supposed to umpire the game, or you're supposed to ref the game. I get it. It's not fun at little league games or high school games, basketball, football, because you can hear them a lot more. It's not like there's 50,000 people there or 20,000 people there. There's 50 people there, or there's 100 people there. So you're going to be able to hear exactly what they say about how bad you are. But if you just ignore them, it goes away.
Yeah. This is somebody said they were the referee or the umpire in Southlake. This is interesting because this one comes in. I got kicked out of my son's youth football game against Southlake. And I think this happens to every parent out there. They had an 8th grader playing 6th grade football, and he was bigger and faster and stronger than everyone, and he was coached to hurt our boys, broke 2 of our kids' arms. I think, how many times have you been watching and you're like, good God, our kids are so much smaller than that one kid. How did they get that kid on that team? I think every parent has run up against, you think the other team has, seniors whenever you're playing in a middle school league. And you're like, what's going on here? You're always like, no, how do they grow them that big here? But that's South League, baby. They do grow them like that sometimes. In Burleson, they get paid $50 for 10U and up and $40 for T-ball and coach pitch.
Yeah.
Again,
because there's you're not umpiring. You're not umpiring too much in kind of T-ball or coach pitch or, stuff like that. So it's obviously as you get a little bit higher, you have to call balls and strikes, right? If you're doing T-ball or coach pitch, there's no balls and strikes.
Right.
You just have to watch. If the kid swings 3 times and misses the 3rd one, you have to say, well, that was your 3rd swing, you're out. But
from the 325, I'm on youth council board and we can't find anyone to ref because parents are so bad. They complain and we ask them to ref, and of course they stay quiet.
There's a major shortage of umpires and referees. That's why I'm saying if you need a job and you like sports and you're young and, nothing getting Slim Scotty in there. Slim Scotty's not getting paid much at all to do his job here.
Okay.
There's very little money in radio, and there's a lot of people that ask me about coming up here. And I'm like, look, you're going to do that. If you want to sacrifice and maybe a possibility of making in this, you're going to have to make less than minimum wage for the most part.
For a while, yeah.
Here. And in radio in general, I'm not just saying up here, but in general, it's a very low paying entering job where you work up here and you're going to be like, I can't live at all. Like you can't buy food. You can't buy an apartment. You can't do anything up here. And you have to find other ways to make a living to try to survive. And I do think if you like sports, a way to do it, it does take away from your weekends. Cause I've thought about doing it, but think about this. If you're going to do this, if you're going to be an umpire, they're going to make you umpire a minimum of 4 games on Saturday. That means you got the 8 a.m. game, the 9:45 game, the 11:30 game, and the 1:15 game. And you're going to get off work at about 3 p.m. So you're going to have to be at the field by 7:45, dressed and ready to go, or get there at 7:30 and start dressing and getting ready to go. Weather could be tough in the morning. It could be really cool in the morning and then could get hot for your afternoon.
It gets
game.
really hot sometimes.
So you're there from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. How many people want to sacrifice, in the United States of America too, how many people want to sacrifice their Saturday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Now you are getting paid approximately $50 an hour to do this. There's not many jobs that get paid. We don't come close to that number here. So just to give you an idea, I'd rather do radio. Well, you're going to be making a lot less money doing it than umpiring or reffing basketball games. And then you're going to have to commit to Sunday too, because then Sunday's the elimination situation. So you're going to have to do that again. That being said, you work 8 hours, times 50, you're doing pretty good. You're making $400 a day on the weekend.
Yeah, I remember doing basketball. I remember it was 6-year-olds playing basketball, and I was like, this is an absolute blast. They don't expect anything of me. I was making $50 a game. I was like, this is so much fun. Because I didn't have parents jumping down my throat. I was also doing T-ball. It was easy. It was just like, oh yeah, the kid didn't hit the ball. I mean, it kind of is self-explanatory. They had it all figured out. The parents, the coaches really did run a lot of the things they're communicating with their kids. I was just there as the mediator, but it was a blast at the time. I can see as they get a little older where it gets a little chaos sometimes.
I know we're out of time, but I guarantee you that referee's bragging to all his friends he threw Robert Oriana.
Probably so, man. Absolutely. Guess who I got to chuck out today? A guy who has more rings than Michael Jordan. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Next on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, we know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with our classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
It's a good day for biscuits and gravy, huh?
That is. Yeah, it absolutely is. Nice and warm.
I made some chicken tortilla soup last night and making some chili tonight. I feel like when it gets cold, this is when I'm a better cook. I'm not that good of a summer cook.
Okay. All right. I can see that. Summertime is more, you got the summer salads. You got the, and then, briskets and all that stuff on the grill.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. I can see that. You're a baker, Mike. Like you're Baker Mike is what we like to call you around here because you bring in some good baked goods. We've always called you. Before we get into the gridiron gravy conversation, Fan Bowl registration, I want to give all the information to you right now. Fan Bowl registration is open for one more day. All right. You get your chance to play in one of the coolest paper football tournaments in America. You can go to 1053thefan.com, click on our contest page, and you can win a possible slot in our Fan Bowl tournament. I want to make that very clear because a lot of times it's like, hey, you're guaranteed a spot. This year is a little bit different. There is $3,000 in prize money up for grabs, including a $1,500 first prize. It's going on Saturday inside Revolver Brewing at Texas Live. So it's right there in Arlington. It's right there between Fort Worth and Dallas. The great city of DFW is what I like to call it, all-encompassing, Mayor Johnson. It's happening this Saturday at Texas Live inside of Revolver Brewing. Weather's going to be great. Today, weather bad. Tomorrow, weather bad. Thursday, recovering, all right? But Saturday is going to be gorgeous. Get your chance to win 1053thefan.com. Click on our contest tab. Even if you don't want to play, party hard with us. We're going to be partying all day long at Fan Bowl, February 4th, this Saturday. Texas Live. Can't wait to share a toast with you. 2 o'clock is when everything gets rolling. So be there early. I say go ahead and show up at 1. And we'll have a fantastic day over the weekend. The big news right now is that Kellen Moore is going to the Chargers. I think we were starting to get some whispers this morning. Now it is expected that he will be with the Chargers. We have a lot to discuss there, a lot of conversation going on there. But, man, there's a lot of new things that the Cowboys are going to be experiencing. There's some coaches that aren't going to be with them this year. Dan Quinn is going to be back, so you can feel pretty good about the defense. Do you think that Mike McCarthy is going to walk in to Jerry this draft and say, all right, now it's time to invest in my offense?
Oh,
that's interesting.
Oh, 100%.
You think so?
Yeah, if your job's on the line, what are you doing, Corey?
Whatever I had.
You're investing in in what can make you look better, right? And if the defense looks a little bit worse next year, that's not going to be on McCarthy. If the offense looks worse next year, that's going to be on McCarthy. So he has to figure out a way how to make the playoffs. If he makes the playoffs, his job's secure. He's not losing his job if he makes the playoffs, as much as Cowboy fans want it. But to do that, he's also going to be more head of the offense. Doing that, he's probably going to look at the first and second round and go, this is what we really need. And he's going to talk about offensive help. I think from the third round on, you can find, or they're going to try to find, whatever it is, a defensive tackle, a safety, a cornerback. I think now those first 2 picks, I bet Mike McCarthy is going to just make sure that he's in the room hinting on how much he needs another wide receiver or the right running back. If obviously you're looking for a new running back, maybe offensive line. I don't know. Tyron Smith might retire. Jason Peters is probably done in the NFL, even though he had a nice year for the Cowboys. So maybe there's an offensive lineman that he really likes that can protect his quarterback a little bit longer, open up another hole. So
I wonder if McCarthy, clearly had the cojones to say some things. I wonder if he's the one that's going to tell the Joneses that Zeke can't come back. And look, my offense can't run with that guy. Or if he's like, you know what, I'll find a place for him for you guys, Jerry. That's a question that's there. And for anybody that's saying you guys think that Kellen Moore is the problem and you're going to find out the other way, I think we've made it very clear. Dak's not going anywhere. And the combination of him and Kellen Moore can only get you so far. So I'm not sitting here throwing Dak under the bus or Kellen Moore. It's just that you know which one you can move on from right now. And that is the offensive coordinator. Try and get some new blood in here to grow Dak Prescott, to change some things. I don't know what the answer is to that question because some guys maybe just don't change. But Dak Prescott has only learned under Jason Garrett, Linehan, and Kellen Moore, and Nussmeier. Like, that's the group that he's worked with, other than Dan Mullen, where he was pretty good there too. That's it. So maybe somebody else with fresh ideas can change his mind just a little bit.
I hope all the Cowboy fans are right, but we're saying it was always the coordinator's fault, and maybe you're right. It was always the coordinator's fault under Tony Romo-led offenses, and it's always been the coordinator's fault under Dak Prescott-led offenses, and I hope you're right. I hope that's the case, that over 2006 through 2022, we've had the quarterback. Those guys are better than Troy Aikman. They're better than anybody you can name. It's just been the offensive coordinator who screwed up the 2 greatest quarterbacks in Cowboys history.
You know what, Mike? I see what you did there. I see exactly what you did there. This happened on the way to, I believe this was on the way to the locker room in the post game with the Cincinnati Bengals last night. This is Jermaine Pratt on Joseph Asai's late hit.
Oh, you're not good. This is my last year. No, why did you cut the quarterback?
There was a late hit.
Yeah.
On the sidelines with Mahomes. And he's not wrong. And somebody, I think he was asked about it. And he said, he wrote on Twitter or on Instagram, yes, people will post anything on social media for likes and views. I have real feelings sometimes. They are raw. If you love something as much as I do, sometimes things will be said in the heated of the moment, but I know what type of teammate I am and what type of man I am. This Osai was in tears on the sideline. Like, he knew what he did wrong. He was upset with himself. The rest of his team, as they were asking him questions, was rallying around him. That was a moment where this dude was ticked off. Why did you even touch the quarterback?
Right.
And it cost them. I mean, it cost them space. It cost them yardage. There are a lot of other points in the game where you can point to. That was a big one right there. And I think it's perfectly okay for a teammate to be upset in that moment too, man.
Yeah, he's walking off the field for the last time as a Cincinnati Bengal in 2023. They were, if you don't push him, and he made a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. That was a game-losing mistake. Unfortunately, there's not enough time to make up for that mistake. You lost the game by making that mistake at the moment you made it. But for a player 2 minutes later to just be upset that they're not going to the Super Bowl or in overtime of the AFC Championship game with still the chance to go to the Super Bowl, I can understand why he's that upset. And so he was screaming and yelling when, hey, at times you don't remember that there's cameras everywhere now.
Yeah.
And so after it's over and he's able to calm down, that's his teammate. He feels bad. It could have been him. He could have accidentally made the same mistake. Now he believes he wouldn't have, but when you're chasing a quarterback that's running as fast as he can and you're right behind him running as fast as you can, sometimes it's tough to hold up. Sometimes you're like, I want to make sure he's out of bounds, and you forget that, dang it, I was in bounds, but he was already out of bounds, and I shouldn't have done that, and it cost you the game.
I tried to watch it multiple times to figure out, like, is there a way he could have done anything? Only thing he could do is not put his hands out.
Yeah.
Other than that, that was the last. He wasn't even close to him, honestly, but his arms reached out. And if he had just said, you know what, I'm going to keep running, then maybe here's what would have happened. Maybe there is a chance that Mahomes would have gained an extra 3 yards by doing what he typically does and tiptoeing out of bounds. But all he had to do was not that, and saves themselves a big-time penalty there.
And it matters who you are, because think about this. If Micah Parsons would have done that, today we'd have been going, oh, my God, he's the best. We love him. I can't believe that happened. If that was Randy Gregory, and I know he's not even on the Cowboys anymore, who'd have done that?
Let's say it was Sam Williams.
Sam Williams. We'd have been like, what are you doing, dude? Like, you got to pull your head out of your butt at some point, right? It would have just been a different conversation for who would have done it. And I don't follow Cincinnati that well. I know that that's a good player. They had just bragged about him 5 minutes before that play, or it might have been a 1 minute before that play that the telecast was saying that this kid's had a nice rookie. Is he a rookie from UT? Was he a second-round pick from UT?
Yeah, I believe so.
He had just made a play, and they'd given like his story, and I'm like, oh, solid player. And then he did that. You're like, oh. But hey, unfortunately, those are the best way to learn. Failing is the best way to learn. And unfortunately, most of us have to fail to learn. We don't learn from other people. We learn from our own failure.
He was round 3 pick. He was the 69th pick overall. Nice. Let's go.
Don't have Reggie here.
I know. I got to live on for him. Let's go to Philadelphia, where it was the worst game. I mean, this was the worst game. Before the game, though, Joey Bosa, brother of Nick Bosa, was wearing a San Francisco 49ers jersey and posing for pictures. Here's what Eagles fans had to say.
Hey, when did the Chargers play this week?
Are you Snapchatting your little buddies?
Just videoing you. The guy who's not playing today. Bosa!
It just seems... It seems unbearable, Mike.
How are those fines, Bosa?
Because I can afford them.
So can I.
Oh, my God. He went back at him.
Me too.
He went back at him, Mike. So that was that going on. But, Mike, Nick Bosa had a good day, actually. He wasn't poor. But when Brock Purdy went down, this became an unwatchable football game.
Yeah, it was like if you're a high school coach, and there's some recruiting in high school, but you're not really supposed to. And you get to the point where your senior quarterback graduates, and you know that there is not a sophomore, junior, or senior at your school who can quarterback high school football. That's what it turned into. After that injury, it looked like one of the watching a high school game where they don't have a quarterback. They have a kid who's in 8th grade or a freshman who they might like.
Yeah, for the future.
But he's not ready to quarterback at the varsity level. And so you just have to deal with handing it off 90% of the time for a year.
That was Brian Adams football.
Yeah. You're like, look, I'm limited on what I can do. Even though I really like Kyle Shanahan, there was nothing he could do. Once that injury happened, Josh Johnson, nothing against him. He probably came back to the NFL this year. He's like, dude, if somebody wants for me to collect an NFL check, I will, and I'll be the scout team quarterback. So he probably spent almost 100% of practice this week being Jalen Hurts, and spent almost no time being Brock Purdy or the San Francisco 49ers quarterback. So when he got thrust into that game, he's probably like, I didn't study for this. I studied to be Jalen Hurts, and that's why they're having delay of games. He's like, I don't know. I was collecting a paycheck. He'll never be in the NFL again unless a team has 3 injuries at quarterback or 2 injuries at quarterback. Like, hey, we need a 4th quarterback or we need a 5th quarterback. And that's where you look at, hey, who has 12 years of experience and still wants to sit on a sideline?
Yep,
and John's
exactly.
Like, I raise my hand.
Yeah.
I will do it. If somebody wants to give me $50,000 a week to just sit here, I will sit here. And unfortunately, he had to get put into the game. When he fumbled the snap right before half to make it 21-7 instead of 14-7. That's when it was completely over. I went to the grocery store to get some more groceries, and I kind of gave up on the game. I came back, and I saw that Brock Purdy was back into the game, and then I watched one series where they handed it off every time. And even though they needed to
and
pass,
that was what they did
okay,
for the rest of the game.
Right. And I'm like, this game's over. And then I was just like, I'll move on with my day and wait for the next game.
Yeah, it got to the point, Mike, I said it was like watching Bryan Adams football. Like, that's what we would take, maybe a shot every once in a while downfield. But for the most part, in our high school, it was, we're going to run the football. And if we can't do that, then we will lose a lot of football today. And that was kind of that was the vibe, because they didn't trust any quarterbacks to throw the ball. Brock Purdy couldn't throw. Now, I guess the question, and we'll have to look at this a lot longer later, Mike, is what is to do now with Brock Purdy? If he was going to keep winning, you knew he was going to get that job. Do they look at it next year and say, hey, we have a little bit of a quarterback competition? At this point, Brock Purdy has played more college and professional football than Trey Lance. And I don't know how you go away from that experience. It's wild to think that at this point. But Trey Lance hasn't played much football at all in the last few years, so there is a little way to look at that. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, did the Cowboys give themselves the best possible talent for this year, and do you have faith that they'll take that next step forward or backwards next season? Next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Let us know, 877-881-1053, if you've gotten to work or home safely and the roads are rough out there. Let us know where the roads are rough, because we'd like to let the Tolos know out there what to avoid. Because this morning, Mike, on my drive in, I had there was no precipitation on the ground. My drive was easy, and Central Expressway was, pretty easy to ride on. As you have the lunch break here and you're getting your opportunity to go get some lunch, or maybe even I'm supposing a lot of people are going home. I was hearing that there were some releases at noon today. Plano ISD did not release until they're going to cancel events this evening because nothing's going on up there. But we want to know is it west of Dallas? Is it south of Dallas? What are the areas that are tough in the DFW area right now?
Well, it looks like I'm just on Dallas because that's where we're at and where we live. I know a lot of schools, like I saw Granbury, Azle, a lot of Fort Worth schools were canceled this morning as I turned on the morning news on television, Channel 5 NBC.
Yes, absolutely, of course.
It seemed like everything west and north of Dallas was kind of shutting down. Everything kind of in Dallas or a little bit maybe south of Dallas and east of Dallas looked like they were still going to try to get through this day. It looks like, I'm just looking at the radar. It looks like there's kind of, I guess purple is kind of a wintry mix, and it looks like it's kind of sprinkling through DFW.
Okay. All right. From the 469, Corey, everything clear from Rockwall to Cato Mills. From the 214, freezing rain over in Justin Roanoke area. Our bridges are very slick. From the 214, on my way home, North Dallas Tollway is completely clear, easy drive. So if you're on the North Dallas Tollway, that is it looks like heading north right now is starting to collect some people.
Yeah.
Mike on 75 they're probably going home or to lunch. You never know.
South is going great. So if you're on 75 South, everything's moving normal and plenty of room. If you are going north, though, it looks like it's kind of slower.
From the 817, Sherman is where it is. I don't know exactly what that means. Is that like just being in Sherman's awesome? Because I've been to Sherman
where
before.
The weather's happening.
Yeah.
It looks like Denton has been, at least on this map, looks like Denton's getting, if you're a mean greener, maybe let us know. It looks like maybe Denton's been getting some freezing rain today.
Bridges slick in South Lake, and a lot of texts come in. Prosper is regular on schedule except evening events. Leaving work in Plano, early release, nothing on the roads, heading to Carrollton. Mansfield closed at noon. So yeah, man, I think that's a significant thing. Whenever weather hits this area, there's always something going on. That's why you got to have the best possible eyeballs, and that's the Tolos out there keeping track of what's going on. All right, so Mike, I came up with this question last night before the Kellen Moore news came out, and I think it kind of fits with the Kellen Moore news still, though, because I wanted to know if everybody felt like the Cowboys gave themselves the best possible talent for this year, and do you have faith that they'll take a step forward or a step back? That also has to do with the offseason moves that they've made just now. Not just the Kellen Moore move, but the other coaches they moved on from, and the bringing back of Dan Quinn. And I think I don't think that the Cowboys are going to be stagnant about a lot of things. I do question a lot of times if the Joneses get honest answers or if they get yes men answers from a lot of the people around them. And would the honest answers be welcome? Do you really want to make this thing better? Are you going to have people disagree with you about it? Or are you going to have people that walk out there and go, man, Dak is great. He's a leader. Well, at some point, the leader has to make big time throws. At some point, the leader has to command the offense better than the opponent has a grasp of their defense. Better than the opponent has a grasp of your offense. And against San Francisco, that wasn't the case multiple times. So I'm looking at this thing going, I really do like what the Cowboys have done the last few years with Mike McCarthy on board. They brought in Dan Quinn, who I think is a fantastic defensive coordinator. He has the entire defense backing him. I mean, from Micah Parsons all the way down the list, DeMarcus Lawrence loves him. They love playing for that guy. That's what you want. You don't want to have that guy and then everybody's saying, well, he's hunting for your job. You want to have that guy because that guy wants to be here as the defensive coordinator for this organization under you as the head coach, And he's going to make sure that he goes out and finds the best talent for that defense, and he does his job exceptionally. Dan Quinn deserves where he is and deserves a lot more.
Yes.
I don't want the Cowboys to be stagnant on the offensive side and say, now we don't have to commit that much to this side because Mike McCarthy is going to either get himself fired or we're going to be 12-5 again. I want them to say, now we're pouring everything into it. I do have faith that they will because, one thing, they draft well. Other than that, though, I don't have faith in anything else.
So let me understand where you're coming from here.
Yeah.
You have faith that they're going to draft offensive players that are going to help, but you don't have faith that they're going to add anything else besides their draft picks.
They're not. I don't think they're good at it.
I agree with that. That's because I was going to ask you, why do you have faith that Stephen Jones, who pretty much runs the organization now for the most part, like personnel-wise, why do you believe he will go away from I'm worrying too much about 2026 to really worry about 2023?
I don't. Like that is where I wonder, because this is Steven, like he's trying to navigate this too because he's learning it all at the same time. And there are things that I'm like, man, he could have been more creative here, or even just said, we're going to bite the bullet on this one and we're going to add this type of player, this caliber player to our team, because that's what's going to get us over the top. I think they are bitten in the butt by like the Gerald McCoys and the Don Terry Poe contracts, where you're like, even though
maybe
they didn't really
Brandon
cost them.
Carr from a decade ago.
Yeah, but bitten in the butt on moments where they're like, well, if we spend $48 million on that guy and he gets hurt, look at the Von Miller contract. People are like, you could have had Von Miller. Von Miller didn't play in the final game.
Yeah.
And that happened there with, Gerald McCoy and those guys too. And there is a lot of the right timing, hoping that guy is the same guy that he was before. I look at Ndamukong Suh, a guy that we've been trying to get on this team for years. The Eagles went out and got him. Guess what, Mike? He's going to his third Super Bowl with his third different team, because that's what that guy does. He's good at it. And so I'm like, oh man, you could have had him. You could have really gone out and got in Ndamukong Suh at any point. But that dude just sits and waits. Like, he's at a point now, Mike, where he sits and waits for the right team and goes, yeah, all right, I'll take that one. So it's all in his court. The Cowboys love things being in their court. People come to them and say, hey, I want this from you. And the Cowboys say, all right, well, we will allow it or we will not. But I do have faith that they're gonna look at their team and say, we have to be better in this area this year. And it's going to be a bargain, if not just a draft piece.
Can I ask you specific questions about areas? Because you're talking about offense, and I agree with you, everything you're saying there. If you don't draft a wide receiver with the first pick in the 26th pick, it's weird because it's the 26th pick because the Miami Dolphins have forfeited their pick.
Yes.
But on the board, it will say maybe 27. I don't know exactly, but it will be the 26th player selected if they stay there. 27th pick after Miami forfeits their first round pick because of the illegal things they did in recruiting or whatever is, or it might have been through the coach situation. Sorry, is if they don't draft a guy with that pick, then they're going to sign James Washington, and not him, but they're going to sign that means absolutely nothing. Like, he averages 32 catches a game, but here I saw him at Oklahoma State. Mike, he's going to get 90 catches for 1,000 yards, and I'm like, no, he's not, dude. Like,
do you think that they're done with the Odell Beckham circus?
That's a great question.
Or do you think that comes back up this offseason?
I think their medical people are completely and totally done with him.
Okay.
I don't think Jerry Jones is. I don't think Stephen Jones really wants Odell Beckham Jr. So now it comes to, could possibly Jerry just say, I don't care, we're signing Odell Beckham Jr. That could happen, but I put that at like a 20% chance of happening. But you did bring up a specific name. I do like it. I'm just worried, Corey, that if they don't draft a receiver at 26, I'm not saying you have to, but if they don't, I don't know how you get better at wide receiver because they won't commit any funds to it.
Well, you did draft one in the third round, and he couldn't get on the field. Again, I was wrong. I don't know what happened. Because with the receiver that I saw in college, and I was like, man, he could run all these routes. Yeah, Jalen Tolbert. I was really excited about him. He could, when he got on the field, he lost a game for us. Like that's where I'm like, hold on, what's wrong? I don't know. I mean, Simi Fehoko, like they kept him around. and still doesn't make any impact on the field. So
totally forgot about him.
Those are draft picks that I'm like, and then I look at draft picks like Deshaun Wright and Kelvin Joseph, and they're committed to those guys, right? To the point where, hey, what's up with this guy? And they're like, no, this guy is a caliber. This dude is an NFL caliber cornerback. And you watch him play, and you're like, but he's not playing like an NFL caliber cornerback. So there are some misses for sure, and that's going to happen. Mike, the Rangers have proven that you will never hit on all of them, and you may never hit on any of them. But but draft picks are what they are. But
if you wanted to sell out as you're listening, and I don't think Stephen Jones is even going to go down this route at all. I wonder now. Arizona obviously is going in another direction at coach, and if you offered the 26th overall pick or the 27th pick, your first round pick for DeAndre Hopkins, what does Arizona do there?
I think they jump at it. I really do.
And you got a guy who I believe is still, when healthy, as good or maybe a little bit better than CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
So now you have I think DeAndre Hopkins is a 50-50 future Hall of Famer. His number suggests he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
He's like at the back end of his prime or just exiting his prime. It's a big risk, but you could get a huge reward that you got a top 5 receiver for your first round pick.
Let's say, and I have seen a lot of questions with, would you give up a second for Hopkins? And I would in a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat for a second.
And then the question I think that I really loved was, which one would you give up a second round pick for? And it was Hopkins and Ramsey. And that really actually put me in a spot where I was like, oh crap, because I would love to have Jalen Ramsey for a second round pick. How insane would that be to have him and Diggs on the field, and knowing that Ramsey is going to put his nose in there and tackle somebody too. By the way, Trayvon Diggs did point out that he had a career high in tackles this year. So for anybody that says he doesn't like to tackle, it's just the timing of the tackles that really frustrate the Cowboys fans.
That's amazing when you refuse to tackle and you still got the most you've ever. It's like, listen, I tried to not tackle this year and I still got more than I ever had. I do like Trayvon Diggs. I get his faults. He has faults and they're not going to go away. You're not usually. When a guy is scared of something, you're not going to get him unscared of that thing. I've just noticed too much in professional sports. When somebody is scared of something, it's very tough to coach that scaredness out of them.
So I would love to have the defensive player to go along with it, because I really do think this defense is that good. But you do need a second wide receiver. Michael Gallup wasn't good enough this year. So the Cowboys have to figure out how to do that. Now, they can't lie to themselves either. And they can't have people in that place saying, no, Michael's going to be fine.
Or Jalen Tolbert will develop.
Yeah, they have to be honest with themselves about the assessment of what they are. That being said, I think that the Cowboys were honest with themselves about some of the coaching decisions they've made this year. Last year, they said, hey, we're going to have Micah at more of an edge rusher this season. We got to find a replacement. So they went out and spent on Anthony Barr. And it wasn't an absorbent amount of money, but they did say, hey, we got to do that. But they're bargain hunters. They're not going out there and saying, we're going to go get the best guy at it. We're going to go get there and we're going to get a Vlad Guerrero, a guy that's, he's maybe this one last hurrah to give us that chance.
It seems like on defense, they're good bargain hunters. On offense, they're bad bargain hunters. Would you agree with that? Who has been a bargain hunter in the last 5 years that's worked out offensively? I know that there's plenty. Obviously, you have Barr to a way. Hankins, and I know they had to trade for him, but they didn't have to really trade much at all, and that worked out. Like, are they finding?
They were so young
bargains.
They were so young at those positions that it was just offensive line that they were trying to find that, right? Like Peters was a bargain hunt this year where and it was emergency. They had to break glass in case of emergency for him. I'm trying to think of other options that they've provided, because everything has been a lot of draft there. T.Y. Hilton was the addition, but was he worth it? Did you get enough production out of him? Did you ever have enough time to really build anything with him? And I guess, when you re-sign a Noah Brown, that's a bargain hunt right there. Re-signing some of your own at low-end contracts when maybe they weren't even that great in the first place sometimes does get you too. So I guess that's part of their free agency is, do we re-sign the Jordan Lewises and Anthony Browns? And is that going to be good enough to be actually at one of those great teams? Those are some of those areas. I do hope. I have a lot of hope for what their offseason is going to look like this year. But if it doesn't look like what the Eagles have been doing, Cowboys fans aren't going to be happy at all. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for the lunch rush. It's the Expressway, 35 uninterrupted minutes of sports. Mavericks, Dorian Finney-Smith rumor. What does it mean, Mike?
And how I almost died.
And how you almost died. Next.
rebound after Green missed on a drive to the basket. Bertans is on the floor. Finney-Smith taking it to the hole and finger rolls at the end.
I like the way Dorian is playing. This is the second game back.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, Mike, before we dive into this Mavericks conversation, we got plenty of time here. Tom Pelissero tweeted out that NFL informed teams today the 2023 salary cap will be a record $224.8 million per club.
Was that a 4 that you said?
$224.8 million. Okay. That's up from $208.2 million in 22 and $182 in 21. So it is going up. So there's some more money to be.
Thank God the guys took the first offer the owners made, because if not, it'd probably be at $173 million.
Probably so.
Smart guys, those NFLPA guys.
Well, I mean, you know what, Mike? You're right about that. They are smart fellas there. I do want this to happen. 877-881-1053. Actually, at 1053 The Fan. Here's what I want y'all to do. Tweet your pictures. Carter will ensure that every single picture gets a like and maybe even a retweet. I don't know, but a like for sure from at 1053 The Fan's Twitter handle today. I'm so proud of Carter. He and I get along so well. He's smiling back there, I think. Can't really see him back there.
Like Utah, I was looking up a trade of like
no, not
like
a Utah trade.
The snow or something, like the freezing rain?
Somebody just texted in, because we have weather here, Mike. Somebody just texted in from the 817.
Every place has weather.
If y'all still want traffic updates, it's starting to sleet by downtown Fort Worth. HOV lanes in both directions are closed. Big sleet in Argyle, boys. Hunker down. Lots more of the sleet conversations. Don't you love to see those pictures on Twitter, though, Mike, when people are like shooting their little videos of the sleet coming down and the storm? So I want to see it. Tweet it at 1053 The Fan and see if the Fan's Carter Freeman, or you can just tweet it straight to Carter at Carter 1053, something like that.
Yeah.
Just tweet it directly to him. He loves those things, just like Kevin loves sunsets. All right, Mike.
Okay.
We see this morning as we wake up that the Mavericks are listening to offers is interest in Dorian Finney-Smith
from
Shams
Charania,
yes,
who's a very good source. Like
yes,
it's not from rando. Like you start having to look up their Twitter handle and be like, who are they covering and how did they get this?
NBALeagueTalk.com/net.
There's 3 people, right? The Woj Bombs, which
yes,
when he says something, there's a lot to it. I would say Shams Charania, and especially with the Dallas Mavericks, Mark Stein. Those are 3 awesome sources. There's other great sources too. Tim McMahon's a very good source. There's Brian Windhorst, who's, LeBron's guy, who usually is a pretty reliable source. There's other reliable sources, but the 3 are usually Windhorst, Shams, and Mark Stein that are your 3 best sources for trade news, free agency news, NBA news.
When I hear that, my first thought is, because I'm greedy, and I understand Cowboys fans that wanted to keep Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb. I'm greedy. I would love that too.
Yeah.
I love having Bullock and Dorian Finney-Smith last year as they were on their way to the Western Conference Finals, being interchangeable 3-point shooting defensive players. They were great defensively, and they were hitting 3-pointers at a clip that we've never seen before. This year has been different, and they aren't quite the same players, and the Mavericks have to look at this roster and say, what is valuable? What can we trade? They don't have many assets, Mike.
And I think this is where the report is coming out. I don't think it's the Mavs giving Shams this report. I think
the Mavs don't leak very often.
No, and so I think it's other teams going, hey, who do you guys like, or who do you guys are hoping to get? And so when it comes to the Mavericks, from what we understand, nobody wants Tim Hardaway Jr. Nobody in the NBA actually sees Tim Hardaway Jr. as much of an asset. Cleveland has searched around going, hey, if you want to give him away, and the Mavs might not be in the complete total giveaway aspect yet of things. Nobody wants Dwight Powell. I've asked, and nobody thinks Dwight Powell's a good basketball player in the league.
What?
But the Mavs are like, hey, but he's an expiring contract. You want to give us like a really good player? He's an expiring contract. They're like, well, what are we supposed to do with Dwight Powell?
Right.
So how many first-round picks are you attaching to this thing? They're like, but Dwight Powell. And they're like, yeah, you're the only – there's 30 teams in the NBA. You're the one that thinks he can actually be good at basketball when it matters the most. And he's an older guy. And I think with Dorian Finney-Smith, the reason that this makes sense is Dorian Finney-Smith makes a lot of sense to good basketball teams. He's in the prime of his career. He's having a down year. If you look at it, this is the worst he shot the three-point ball since 2018-19. This is the worst overall percentage he's had from the field since 2017-2018. He's not having a good year. That being said, teams are like, we still know he's getting paid the right amount of money. He's not getting overpaid and he's not really getting underpaid. It's like, no, for a team trying to win, we see him as a guy who can play about 24 minutes a night, whether it's starting or off the bench. He might be our fifth best guy and play at the end of the game. He might be our sixth best guy and we're not playing him at the end of the game. But he's a guy that I think makes a lot of sense for teams trying to make the playoffs or trying to make a playoff run. And now it's the Mavs who have to make a decision. He's 29 years old. He probably still has 3 to 4 more years of good basketball in him before he starts tailing off as a basketball player. And are we willing to now not give up on Dorian Finney-Smith, but are we looking more towards the future? And Dorian Finney-Smith can help you next year. He can help you the year after that. He's under a reasonable, solid contract, and this is a bad year for him. But at the end of the day, are you going, I don't know what the Mavs want. That's the one thing is when they're offering just an expiring contract, I don't think the Mavs want just an expiring contract for Dorian Finney-Smith. I think they want like a young and upcoming player and then maybe future draft picks.
Okay.
Because the Mavs don't really have any second round picks left. They've traded a lot of their second round picks over the years. And after this season, there's a good chance, I'd say a 65% chance this pick goes to the New York Knicks. There's a small percentage that the Mavericks are one of the 10 worst teams in the NBA this year.
Very small, though.
And they have to keep the pick, which means it gets passed on to 2024. So I don't know. The Utah Jazz supposedly are interested in Dorian Finney-Smith. The Jazz have 3 first-round picks. Maybe the Mavericks are looking at it and go, we want one of those first-round picks. We need one of those first-round picks because we're trying to help the future. Maybe they like Jared Vanderbilt, who's a younger guy. In fact, Jared Vanderbilt, you know who he looks like to me? He looks like Dorian Finney-Smith 5 years ago.
Okay.
Like he looks like you're getting Dorian Finney-Smith, who I believe Vanderbilt's 23 or 24 years old. Dorian Finney-Smith is 29 years old. In fact, he's 23 years old. He'll turn 24 in April. But it's like, hey, can we get similar size guy who looks like he's turning into Dorian Finney-Smith in his career, becoming a little bit better at three-point shooting. Still nothing you want to be too excited about. A good rebounder, good defender. And can we take this guy like we took Dorian? Dorian Finney-Smith couldn't make a three-point shot to save his life in his first 2 years in the NBA. I mean, you would have given a Shaquille O'Neal a better chance of hitting a three-pointer when you watch Dorian Finney-Smith his first 2 years in the NBA try to shoot a three-point shot. And yet he developed into now a solid three-point shooter. So
he's got a bigger body than Dorian.
He is.
Yeah. Like he just looks bulkier up top for me.
And so it's just a matter of right now the Mavs have to make a decision, which I do think Nico has been stunted in a couple of ideas that he's had because Mark Cuban is not willing to pay the luxury tax. Now, if you can go get Giannis or you can go get Ja Morant, Mark Cuban's willing to pay the luxury tax. Unfortunately, players like Giannis and Ja Morant and Kevin Durant and LeBron James, as far as we know, are not available to the Dallas Mavericks for the assets they have. So when you want to go make your team better, let's just say you really like Lauri Markkanen. Now, this might not be the best example. Well, if you like Lauri Markkanen, Mark Cuban might be saying you need to trade away salary in the future to get him because I'm not just taking Lauri Markkanen for expiring contracts. Because I'm not willing to pay him and then pay the luxury tax on top of getting players. So it stunts Nico Harrison's ability to talk to teams if he knows he cannot get players that are going to cost him the luxury tax in upcoming seasons.
Right.
So now is Nico looking at Dorian Finney-Smith and going, well, if I trade him and attach, let's just say JaVale McGee to it, and now I'm getting rid of McGee's contract, then maybe it helps me out in negotiating other players to come here because if I get him to come here for $10 million or I re-sign this guy, then I'm staying under the luxury tax. So I think Nico Harrison's in a tough position here. He knows his team isn't good enough to compete now.
Right.
He knows that his owner isn't willing to spend the way that other teams spend. And what I mean by that is the Clippers or Golden State. He's not willing to spend a lot.
And he doesn't have assets.
And he doesn't have like a lot of assets. So do I just start over a 2-year period trying to starting now trying to rebuild this whole thing. Get rid of all my 29 to 31-year-old players. Like, I'm sure Reggie Bullock, like if I trade for Cam Reddish, him to the New York Knicks, Cam Reddish isn't a guy that I'm excited about, and I don't think Nico would be excited about. But I get rid of Reggie Bullock's 1-year contract after the season's over at approximately $11 million. So I think Nico's in a tough position right now.
So I guess what direction would you want? Because you have 31 games left, something along those lines?
Everybody has about 30 games left in the NBA.
In like reality, would you rather, I'm not saying tank the rest of the season. In reality, would you want this team to go in a younger direction just overall and just start trying to build through the draft? Or because you're talking about almost fire sailing.
Yeah.
Kind of in that mindset of, look, if it's not Luka, we aren't anything. So we got to build more around it.
Yeah.
Is that the avenue? Is there enough talent in the draft to pull from and build that team? And is that enough to keep Luka around and interested for the future? Because now he has to play with all these new young players, and he's going to deal with frustrations like Josh Green not being ready to shoot and pass at the right times.
I think it's interesting because for over a decade, for about 15 years, since about, I'd look at the Devin Harris draft, and that was 2004, 2005. Mark Cuban has hated the draft. He tried to buy the draft. There was an interview. This is how Mark Cuban doesn't like when I do this because I can remember these things that he doesn't want Mavs fans to know or remember. He bought the Dallas Mavericks, and he bought draft picks. And so he's getting interviewed. Peter Vesey used to cover the NBA the way that, not Woj or anything like that, but he was a big contributor to the NBA back in 2000. And Peter Vesey's on the draft, and they're interviewing Mark Cuban because he's a new owner in the league, and Mark Cuban's buying draft picks. Mark Cuban wants to, and he said, what are you trying to do, buy a championship? And Mark Cuban pretty much was on the NBA draft with Peter Vesey. He said, damn right, I'm buying a championship. He bought Eton Thomas, I believe, was their pick. Courtney Alexander, horrible pick. Darnell Harvey from Florida, horrible pick. And then Eduardo Nahara, the second-round pick, was the best pick that they had. Thomas just was hurt a lot for the Mavs, and he ended up having an okay career in the NBA after leaving the Mavs. But it's like early on, the draft didn't pay off for Mark Cuban. It didn't work out.
Right.
And he was buying picks. He was offering as much money as he could to NBA teams. You don't want the pick, I'll offer you all the money I can offer you to get these picks. I'm coming in and I'm going to buy a championship. And through the draft, not only didn't it work out, it worked out so bad that he gave up on drafting NBA basketball players. And through time, he was just like, well, I don't really care about the draft. I don't like the draft. We don't really concentrate much on the draft. And then finally, as it got to be as bad as it got, he's like, we got to find a superstar in this draft. And he did. He found Luka. I give him all the credit in the world. Whoever it was, I give him all the credit. He passed on Giannis. He passed on a lot of opportunities in the draft over a long period of time, but he got Luka. And as soon as he got Luka, what did he do? He quit on the draft again.
Right, yeah.
He's like, I quit the draft. I never liked the draft. I don't want to draft. I got Luka. I quit the draft. And now we're in a situation where we have a bunch of 30-year-old guys who aren't good players. They're role players. And I shouldn't say, like, Dinwiddie's a good player. I like Dinwiddie. He's a good player. I like Dorian Finney-Smith. He's a good player. So I don't want to knock these guys too much. But really, when you look at the teams that become successful, either they have all the money in the world and they're like, look, we don't care if we're $100 million over the cap and we have to pay another $200 million in taxes. We'll do it. Or you look at teams that go, we start building through the draft. It takes us about 2 to 5 drafts to do it. But once we do it, we're in a good position because we've drafted so well over a period of time. But when the Mavs decided we're quitting the draft after getting Luka, it makes it really tough on the assets you have and then what you can do. So I think you asked a great question, Corey, and maybe I talked around it like Jerry Jones, but I don't know the direction Nico's supposed to go, but this direction's a bad direction. Keeping this thing together, just going down this path is a horrible way. And like I don't like bashing Mark Cuban, but I feel like I have to at this point. I think Mark Cuban loves basketball. I just don't think he really can watch basketball and evaluate players. So he wants to be good at basketball. He does have a budget, which really stinks. We never thought Mark Cuban would be the budget man, but he is a very budgeted man on his NBA roster. And then I don't think he's very good at evaluating talent in the NBA.
From the 817, you have to have a good balance of mix of vets and youth. Keeping DFS, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Maxey are a must The rest can go.
But nobody wants the rest. That's the problem. What do you do with the rest? Nobody wants Bertans. Nobody wants Tim Hardaway Jr. Nobody wants Magoo. Nobody wants Dwight Powell. So if nobody wants those guys, then you have to just keep the same team for the next 2 years.
Yeah, and that's and whenever you have Dorian Finney-Smith, I'm not saying Maxey is actually untradeable right now because of his injury. But when you have a Dorian Finney-Smith that is valuable, you can always look at it and say, I have something that's really good. On a championship roster, it's really good to have a Dorian Finney-Smith.
Right, yeah.
On this roster, you're asking him to play above his head.
Right.
You're asking him to do something that he can do, but it is all of the limitations that he has to do it. So you have to say, is it more valuable to them than it is to me? Can I convince them that it's more valuable to them and get something out of it that can make my team better so that when the next time I do have a Dorian Finney-Smith, A, I don't have to pay him $14 million a year, and B, I can also have a guy that is a contributor on my team instead of me saying he has to play 42 minutes because of what he is.
Here's the other thing, too, which we didn't mention because he's been out, is I don't know where Christian Wood fits in the future of the Dallas Mavs. I do not think Christian Wood will be a Dallas Maverick next year. So if you know that, if you know you're not going to offer him what other teams are probably going to offer him, then you have to trade him these next 2 weeks. Now, I'm not saying there's a huge trade market for Christian Wood because other teams, I think, have questions on him. I really like his fit here, but it doesn't matter what I like. It doesn't matter what you like as a Mavs fan. I don't think the Mavericks see him as a future fit. They don't see him as a great fit now. And Mark Cuban, I don't think, wants to pay him the money that he's probably going to get. So if that's the case, then Nico's in a tough position where he has to get pennies on the dollar for Christian Wood. And I think that he will be traded. I think he will be traded for something that we all go, oh my God, what did we get? A dude who's averaging 20 and 10 as a starter, we got that for him. That's all we got. But when you're told you're not going to re-sign him and he's gone after this year, it's tough to really get something good for that guy.
Yeah, I do wonder if it's any small step I feel for the Mavericks is not a big enough step at all. Like any small trade doesn't, for me, make me think that it's a big enough move for the direction of where they need to go with Luka. Anything that's just a small, we just swung this guy for that, it's not big enough. They gotta acquire some assets for Nico to be able to do his job.
Yeah, this might be, unfortunately, after losing Brunson, Christian Wood not fitting, I guess, in the way that they want him to fit, this might be a 2 or 3 year rebuild that we don't, as Mavs fans, really want to go through, but it might be necessary. Nico might have to, and I'm for this. I'll be honest, I'm for this. He might have to almost rebuild this thing, and we might be in 500 land this year, next year, and the year after. Even though we have one of the 5 best players in the NBA, we might be in rebuilding mode because there's just not enough to really push this thing forward, and you have to almost let all of these things disintegrate. You have to let Magoo finally get off your team. You have to let Hardaway Gallo get off your team. You have to almost let these things kind of go, and that takes a while because you have to let those contracts expire since nobody wants those players on other teams.
By the way, the big news of the day is Kellen Moore they mutually parted ways with the Cowboys, and now it looks like he is heading to the Chargers. We'll keep eyes out for what the next move is at coordinator or the guy who will take the role. Sounds like McCarthy's calling plays. We also do have Fan Bowl registration open for one more day. Your chance to play in one of the coolest paper football tournaments in America. Go to 1053thefan.com, click our contest page. You win a possible slot in our Fan Bowl tournament. There is $3,000 in prize money up for grabs, including a $1,500 first prize. It's happening this Saturday. Revolver Brewing at Texas Live. This is an awesome place, by the way. Texas Live, Mike, I know you've been out there at the stadium for a while now, but they did a really good job, and they've been planning to build that out there for a long time. We will be out there at Texas Live. Weather's going to be great, so go to 1053thefan.com and click on the contest tab for your chance to be part of it. Either way, we'll be there this Saturday at 2 o'clock, hanging out, loving the Tolos. Happy to see all of you out there. Really looking forward to it. Maybe we can just figure out what the Cowboys are going to do while we're there. But, Mike,
all right,
you told me this morning, and Tolos, we're lucky to have Mike Bassick today as we now go into Mike Likes It.
All right, so here's Mike Likes It. This is going to be an interesting story that started getting passed around the Metroplex pretty quickly. And so Saturday, my sons had basketball games at Bishop Dunn, the school that they go to. And I was watching the first game and everything went well. Nothing happened. Cal played a good game. It was his 13th birthday this weekend.
Nice.
So happy birthday to Cal, who turned
Cal.
13 yesterday, had his friends over Saturday night for, the sleepover and had a lot of fun. But then after the 7th grade game was over, the 8th grade game happened, and the 8th grade team was playing great. Everything was going fine, sitting in the stands, watching the basketball game. And my son reached in to steal the ball from an opponent. And this happens in basketball, is immediately after he reached in, he grabbed his hand and went to the bench and was screaming and yelling.
Oh, jammed his finger, huh?
Yes. And so I knew he either jammed his finger, dislocated his finger, or broke his finger. It was easy to tell from my aspect, but my wife and the other moms that maybe don't really watch a lot of basketball or played basketball don't really I don't know, maybe it's his wrist, maybe it was his elbow. And I'm like, no, it was his finger. There's 3 options here of what it could be. And so then they called my wife over because she is a doctor, and they said, hey, you need to look at this. And I was like, that's not good, because if it was just jammed, they wouldn't be calling a doctor over to look at it. So now I'm thinking
put some ice on it.
It's either dislocated or broken. And so then she yells for me to come over, or for Dr. Keys, who is a great pediatrician, also at Oak Cliff Pediatrics with my wife. And so we both go over there. And I do not handle things well, like dislocations or breaks or stuff like that.
Did Sue look panicked?
She looked concerned.
Okay.
She wasn't panicked, but she did look concerned, like she needs help on this one. And so then we go over and I look at my son's right middle finger, and it is facing another direction, and it is white. It is not getting any blood to it. So it is dislocated.
Oh.
So once I saw that, that's when my body started going into a little bit of panic mode, because I don't handle these things well. On television, when there is a knee that does what knees do, or there is something that cracks or breaks, I don't watch the replays. I can't watch replays. It sends me into a bad place. I can't do it. I want to throw up, and I start getting lightheaded. So after seeing my son's finger, I looked at one of his teammates on the bench who had just seen his hand too, and they were very concerned with Jake's look like broken finger, but I knew it was dislocated where it was at the knuckle. But I started getting lightheaded. And so then...
Did the teammate say anything to you?
No.
Okay, all right.
I was a little bit far away from the bench, but then Sue and Dr. Keys said they tried to pull it back into place, and they couldn't pull it back into place. And so Sue's like, I got it, because there's no blood getting to this finger. We got to get to the hospital and get somebody to get this finger located. So they leave, and I don't want to take anything away from Jake and Sue, who's going to go to the hospital. And she just said, hey, you stay here with Cal and watch the rest of the 8th grade game, and then we'll go home and meet you at home. So as I'm walking, there's a dead ball. And as I'm walking behind the basket and I'm walking to the bleachers, and I can't get to where I was sitting, because I'm getting so lightheaded and so dizzy now that I'm like, oh no, I have felt this feeling once before. I need to sit down. So I sit down on the bleachers, first row, right across from Bishop Dunn's bench. And I'm like, I'm going to fight this. I'm not going to pass out. I'm going to be okay. I'm not going to pass out.
I'm going to fight this.
Well, the next thing I know, I have Dr. Keys, and I'll say Cam's mom.
Okay, Cam's mom.
On the basketball team, screaming at me.
What?
And I open my eyes, and I'm like, why are you guys screaming at me? And why are these two people screaming at me? And I had passed out. And so I had fallen out, and I'm thinking, well, I must have just fallen asleep. Like, it must have been kind of a boring basketball. Like, in my brain, I'm trying to come to, and I'm thinking, why are these two moms screaming at me? And then I'm like, I guess I just fell asleep at a game. And then I was like, oh yeah, I remember, dislocated. I had that feeling.
Okay.
My body had broken out in major sweats. Like, and then as I'm getting up, I'm like, man, I am sweating. Like, my pants are wet from how much sweat has happened. And then I kind of, come to, and then I'm looking, and I've noticed the game has stopped. I'm like, oh my God, I passed out. And people were very worried because the first person who checked on me said my chest wasn't moving and I was white.
Oh, wow.
I'm a white person, but I guess, my skin had gone pale, very pale. And
Gotcha.
so anyways, the ambulance was called.
Because they didn't see your chest moving, so they were freaking out.
Right. And I wasn't waking up immediately, and I guess it took a minute or two for me to finally come to, for me to wake up.
And hold on, you said a doctor and Cam's mom.
Yeah, Cam's mom's just a nice mom.
Where was Sue?
Sue was in the parking lot because she was taking Jake to the hospital, and then luckily we had a dad who yanked the finger back into place and relocated the finger. But as Sue was going to the car with Jake, then they yell at Sue. This is from Sue's point of view because obviously I wasn't there at this point. I was passed out. Is they yell at Sue. They're like, Sue, get back in here. Your family needs you. And so she's like, what happened? Like, what is going on that my family needs me again? Like, Jake's the one whose finger's not getting any blood to it and is dislocated.
Right.
And so then luckily Dad was like, what's wrong with Jake? They're like, his finger's dislocated. We need to get it. There's no blood circulation to it. And he's like, give it to me. And he yanked it back into place. Thank God for him. Oh. And
I don't have the confidence to do that for somebody, by the way. So don't ask me to.
Sue goes over there and then she's like, look, this happened before. And it has happened once in my life that I passed out. When Sue had, it's ironically Jake, our second child, she had a C-section. And when they pulled Jake out of Sue's stomach, I passed out at that point too. I do not handle.
Really?
So I've passed out twice in my life. So Sue has seen me do this before. So when she runs over there and sees me and she's like, oh, this happens to him, he passes out. But I had to go over. The ambulance was called. Eventually, they let me stand up and walk out of the gym. And then I sat on some steps outside of the gym. And I guess everybody clapped for me. I was embarrassed.
They all cheered for you?
Yeah,
Standing ovation. That boy Mike.
I was embarrassed.
Did you give him the thumbs up? The thumbs up is a huge deal. As Michael Irvin.
I wanted to get out of the situation because I knew I was fine. Like, I knew I was okay. I just passed out. I don't handle those things well. Luckily, I sat down. Luckily, as I was getting really lightheaded, instead of falling, and I guess
because you're a tall guy. That's a long fall.
I guess I looked like I was having a little bit of seizure situation happening.
Okay,
which,
all right.
My heart rate did get down. I had my Fitbit on. So then we looked at it later on what it was down to during the situation. And it was in the 40s when that was happening. So obviously my heart rate had gone down tremendously. My resting heart rate somewhere between 65 and 80. But then they put all these things on me and made sure that I was doing okay. And I was okay as I started getting color back and but it was embarrassing. But then it starts getting passed around that,
I bet your phone was blowing up.
Yeah, like, are you okay? Like,
Mike Bassick, former pro athlete, passes out in arena.
So it was like, yeah, we heard that you looked over. Like, people had said, well, we heard that you looked at your son's finger and immediately passed out. And I was like, it wasn't immediate, but I did get lightheaded when I saw it. I did walk to, the other side of the gym and sit down in the bleachers, and that's when I passed out. And then nobody noticed it, I guess, immediately because, the ball was on the other side of the court. And I guess when it came back to their side, they're like, why is this dude laying? Like, why is this guy out, who just walked? And so that's when they tried to wake me up. And I didn't wake up immediately. And then I guess a minute or two later, I finally came to. And then the ambulance came and checked me out and asked me all these questions and looked at my EKG. And they're like, all right.
I do have a couple questions. And somebody, the fan text is loving this a lot. Most people are saying this, Mike. They're glad you're okay. Most of the people are saying they're glad you're okay. Some people are like, hold on, I have the same situation. I can't see stuff like that. It's cringy for me. One person said they were cringing just listening to it. They thought they were going to pass out when you're talking about that. But somebody did say, hold on. So some random dad fixed the kid's finger and not the doctor? And
tried Sue and I call her Sue, Dr. Bassick and Dr. Keys, two doctors. They tried pulling the finger back in place. They just weren't strong enough. So it took a dad who was strong enough. And also they say sometimes moms and dads aren't the best because you have a lot into this child.
Yep.
And so sometimes yanking the finger as hard as you can possibly yank, you're not doing it as hard because you are worried about their feelings, where a random doctor or a random dad who's strong enough is like, I'm going to yank this thing as hard as I can because you can't really hurt it anymore. I don't think you can. And got it back into place. His finger's very swollen and very sore. But obviously, I had to deal with a lot of people. Are you okay? I heard you passed out. So it started getting passed around that that I was in peril on Saturday afternoon. And luckily everything was okay. I did go home. I felt sick to my stomach. I felt very sleepy and very tired afterwards. But eventually by Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, like this happened around 1:30-ish. By about 5 o'clock, I felt
it
pretty
affected
normal.
you that long?
Well, because I just felt nauseous.
Wow.
I felt tired.
That's insane.
And I think I banged my neck
okay.
on the bleachers. My head didn't hurt at all, but the back of my neck kind of hurt. So maybe either my head whipped back or whipped forward. I don't know. Obviously, when I passed out, I passed out.
You need to go into protocol, yeah.
I don't know what happened, but
Any
I remember.
headaches to light? Are you okay there?
I'm okay.
Okay, all right, yeah.
But I just remember looking at one of my son's teammates, and he looked concerned, and I looked at him, and I was like, not only should you be concerned, but I am getting lightheaded now. And I should have told Sue, because she was like, if you would have told me, I would have laid you down right there, knowing that you're probably like, you're not going to win this battle. From what I understand now from Sue and Dr. Keys, when you feel that lightheaded and you know you've passed out before with this feeling, you're probably not going to beat this feeling. You're probably going to pass out.
That's how competitive Mike is.
You need to lay down to make sure when it happens that there's nothing you do except kind of pass out gently and then eventually wake back up.
Evidently, this is like a real. There is a. I don't want to read this out loud because I don't know what it is. But this is a real thing where people who see blood or things like this have an episode.
Yeah.
That just like this. My nearest moment like this, I guess, was whenever Adrian was about to have Carter, and they were preparing her for the C-section, and her blood pressure dropped, and like, to the point where they all moved me out of the way and started, like, there were 3 doctors working with her. And I had one of those moments where I felt like I was far away from everything, watching from a distance, and couldn't do any. I felt helpless.
Yeah.
But I didn't pass out. But that's as close as I've ever had from anything like that. That is wild. But Mike, I will make sure I never get a paper cut or start bleeding in this place, because I want to make sure that you're taken care of, all right? So we're going to make sure this is a safe place for you.
Yeah.
So nothing like that ever happens.
I was pretty embarrassed.
Buddy.
I just put it on Twitch. I was like, yeah, I was pretty embarrassed. But a lot of people were concerned and worried and thought I might have, like, either seizured or something like that, because I was not looking well.
You look great right now, Mike.
On the bench. But
you look
I did
great.
a 45-minute Peloton ride yesterday. I'm feeling pretty healthy.
And he's back in the game. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, I don't have a story like that, but it's time for the C Block. 10 players who are going to get paid this offseason. Next on The Fan.
Get the latest info on your favorite DFW sports teams. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We are all glad that Mike is okay. You can continue texting in. I'll read them to him so that he knows. A lot of people saying they're just happy that he is okay. Very happy about that. Right now, Mike, we were just kind of pointing this out. It looks like it's hitting downtown in the DFW area where we are. We're located just over Central Expressway, right at Henderson Fitzhugh area. And it looks like they were starting to get some pre-sip in the area. And I'm kind of concerned about like what's going to be going on with some of the ice. Doesn't it feel, maybe I'm not a scientist, bro. I just explained I don't even know who Neil Tyson DeGrassi is. But like
that's Doogie Howser.
No, it's different. That is a different person. That's Neil Patrick Harris. He's gay
in real life.
Yes, that is true. When will this precipitation start becoming ice? Is it overnight that it'll start, or later on this evening? Because it's 29, it's 30 degrees right now. It's freezing.
Guess obviously there's wind there too. I don't know, but obviously a lot of schools have been advised. That's why our school was dismissed at noon. Other schools are like, look, we're going to go till 3:00, but there's nothing after 3:00. So I guess they're worried, even though the sun isn't out right now, that by the time it gets dark, you won't be able to see as well on the roads. And maybe at that point, things will start freezing over.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on everything out there. Again, DFW starting to look like we're getting some ice, some cool in this area. What's it like in your neighborhood? If you tweet pictures to @1053 The Fan, Carter, who was trying to tell me some very important stuff moments ago, said he will like all of the tweets for you. I really appreciate Carter doing that for us. It's really nice. From the 214, hey, Corey, it's getting pretty bad in Louisville area. Bunch of wrecks. George Bush, they're releasing kids by 2:00 out here. I appreciate that. That's my friend Smizno right there. It's coming down as ice from the 817. And then a lot of people, Mike, still letting you know that they're glad that you're okay. And then from the 682, we're in Keller, and we have ice falling right now. Ice falling from the sky.
Oh, my God. That's get indoors.
Be careful with the ice falling from the sky.
I feel like on Twitch, a lot of the talk right now is about Kevin's throat.
Okay, yeah. Well, oh, really? Because of the massive throat injury that's keeping him. He hasn't even called us. Can you believe that? This is a man who loves to talk, all right?
The Card Haven says nice hail going on up here in Denton. So they got some hail in Denton.
Oak Point starting to freeze already. Ed from Denton, it's 38 here. Roads are icy. I don't know how to tweet pictures. All right, I appreciate you there.
Northwest Fort Worth, they're saying raining ice right now.
I'm hearing.
Fort Worth.
Yeah, they're saying Fort Worth is really bad right now. Fort Worth, let us know what y'all are dealing with there. And from the 214 in Wiley, it's still cold. So.
Yeah. I'd say if you can, if you can I know every work's different, but if you can start, especially if you have a nice little drive, wrapping up work and probably trying to get home before 3 or 4 o'clock, the way it's looking in Dallas, obviously getting a little bit of freezing rain, the definitely the highway's wet, but not frozen. But man, I wouldn't want to take a risk and saying I'm going to stay at work till 5 or 6 o'clock. Sometimes you have to. There's
G-Bag
nothing you
has
can do.
to. Yeah,
G-Bag has
to.
Yeah, we have to work no matter what, except for Kevin.
Yeah, except for Kevin. Yeah. Oddly,
he's just pulling the Ezekiel Elliott.
The get right. They'll definitely have to work too.
Your throat's starting to hurt too now.
That was an accident. That was.
No.
I'm hoping.
It's like you guys are Zeke and DeMarcus Lawrence.
We have a big week ahead too, Mike. Yeah, no, that's not the situation. We have a big week. We got a dinner Wednesday for Jared Sandler swinging for a cause.
Yeah, I'm excited about that.
At Knife and Plano, which you know I love. We got Fan Bowl going on Saturday at 2 at Texas Live.
Thursday it's supposed to get better. Friday's supposed to be not nice, but it's supposed to maybe get up to 50 degrees on Friday.
Here we go. And then we're flying out of town next week for Super Bowl's Radio Row.
Yeah.
So the next couple
Tuesday
weeks.
through Friday we'll be in Phoenix.
What's it like in Phoenix right now? Is it gorgeous?
It's probably nice.
It's probably always nice there. All right. I wanted to get to this. I saw this, and there are some names on here that I'm interested in. These are 10 players in the NFL, in the C block here, that are going to get paid this offseason. By the way, the Chargers did make it official. They tweeted out that Kellen Moore will be their next offensive coordinator. And I think that's interesting considering like that offense looked good, and then it would just stall like completely. And they have a quarterback with all the tools. This is their chance to see if Kellen Moore,
Allen, Mike Williams, the
Austin Eckler.
Austin Eckler's a solid running back. They actually have a backup who's not bad.
Yeah, Jackson. You have Palmer, pretty good receiver. Everett was a really good tight end.
Oh, yeah.
They were really good offensively built. They just would fall apart.
Okay.
Justin Herbert, however, is one of those names. He battled through injury. He's having shoulder surgery on his non-throwing shoulder. He's in his third year. And, we've seen what this team's capable of when he's there, and his supporting cast is healthy.
He's getting paid this offseason?
That's what they are. Should they exercise the fifth-year option now?
Yes, 100%, yes.
There's no way you wouldn't, especially now investing in the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, that quarterback class, I don't want to ruin the list of 10 going down, but that is, all of a sudden, Tua T is by far the fourth quarterback in that class, and it's really not anywhere close, but you have three really good quarterbacks in that class.
Joe Burrow.
Yeah, that's
long-term extension. Like,
if I'm Cincinnati, I work it out now. The longer you wait, we found this out in Dallas, and Joe Burrow's way better than Dak could ever imagine being. Is if you wait, it's just gonna go up. Because if you wait on, let's just say, Trevor Lawrence, after, let's say, Herbert signs, and then I know he's probably on this list too, Jalen Hurts signs, and then Trevor Lawrence the next year signs. And look, I don't know what Justin Fields is going to get. I don't know what Trey Lance is, where he's going to end up, some of those guys that are iffy. Obviously, Zach Wilson's at best going to be Daniel Jones, right? That's obviously the hope now, is that he can somehow resurrect his career to Daniel Jones-like statuses. But you got to look at that class. Mac Jones, I don't know. Like, does he have a bounce back year? So
you just brought up those two. Jalen Hurts and Daniel Jones are on this list of guys that are going to get paid. I think Eagles fans will look at whatever Jalen Hurts gets as deserved.
Yeah, I think
because they're going to the Super Bowl. Like, they got rid of a quarterback and a head coach that took them to the Super Bowl earlier than 5 years. I've ascribed to the Bill Simmons theory that if you win a Super Bowl or you win a championship, you automatically bought yourself 5 years.
Okay.
If you win 2 back-to-back, 10 years. You're good. Just stay there. No, don't do anything about it. Just keep it. Give that guy the power. He obviously did something right, but owners get in the way a lot of times. If Jalen Hurts signs any deal this offseason, he's been so cheap for that team. $1.6 million is what he was against the cap this year.
And next year will be similar, because it'll be his fourth year, so it'll be like $2.4 million or whatever it is. So next year they can keep everything around him. It's the year after that finally his number will bump, and they'll probably do it Dak Prescott wise, right? Where the first year, even though it says he signed a $45 million a year contract, the first year will only count like 25 against the cap, and then it starts working its way up. So I think, unfortunately, Philadelphia should have a very good team around Jalen Hurts for the next 3 years.
And that's the thing, is by that point, he might have solidified himself as one of those, oh no, that dude's a great quarterback, because he has the talent around him for the next few years, and he's performing at that high of a level. They'll be in the playoffs again next year for sure.
100%. Or if you're really smart, when the big money starts kicking in, you Russell Wilson them. If you feel like all he can do is get you to the playoffs, like let's just say Jalen Hurts he wins a Super Bowl, gets to another Super Bowl, and then in year 8 of his career, he's like, hey man, I'm everything. I want to, let Jalen Hurts cook, and Philadelphia's like, hey, you know what? When you were at your best, you were on your rookie deal and we surrounded you with a whole bunch of great things. But all we have to do is I like using the word jabroni now, like the way Travis Kelce did. All you got to do is find a jabroni like the Denver Broncos, unload him for a whole bunch of first-round picks, let him pay him all the big-time money, and then you start looking at, how do we do this all over again? In fact, man, if you don't draft Burrow or Mahomes or people like that, I think what you do is what Seattle did. And you go, give them the big contract. Just once we realize, if you get to the point, like Dak next year, I don't know if we're going to be able to, because Dak didn't win a Super Bowl and go to another one.
Right, yeah.
But like once you get to a point with a quarterback that isn't, now I know, but Jerry Jones doesn't know, is once you know he's not a future Hall of Famer in his prime, then you get rid of that quarterback to teams that are desperate to try to make the playoffs because they think they're a Dak Prescott away. you reap the benefit of taking a first, second, and third round pick over a 2-year period, and you go back to, we got to find our next Dak Prescott, or we get lucky enough and find the next Patrick Mahomes or Trevor Lawrence or Joe Burrow or whatever, where we do have a guy who we think's a Hall of Fame quarterback and going to have a 15-year career, and we build around him for that long.
The Cowboys are terrified of looking for another quarterback.
100%.
Like they look at the Tony Romo find as like that's heaven for them.
That was all Sean Payton. That wasn't really the Cowboys organization, right? That was Sean Payton going, I know this kid. I really like him. Please let me have him here to develop.
And he had to battle through being a backup to a lot of old veterans and everything. And the Cowboys, I think Jerry and whoever were making decisions at that time were just kind of floating in this abyss of, we don't know how. Well, that's a name. That's an old name. Yeah. Some other guy might. And it was retread after retread instead of doing what it takes, Mike. What does it take? It takes film. It takes going and watching a guy. It takes so much effort to make sure you've got the right guy. And that happens all the time. People fail on quarterbacks all the time. But, man, this team I think they are petrified of having to find another quarterback just because of how bad it was before.
And I think Jerry knows how lucky they got in 2016. They tried to trade up for that horrible quarterback from Memphis, the tall kid who was pathetic. I can't remember his name, and thank God I can't.
Paxton Lynch.
Then they tried to get the kid from Michigan State, and by the time they got on the clock late in the fourth round,
Cook,
yeah, by the time they got on the clock, we heard the whole audio. It was great audio. Jason Garrett is trying to convince Jerry Jones, hey, let me take this Dak Prescott kid. And by that point, Jerry Jones was so distraught that they missed out on the quarterbacks they wanted. He's like, fine, take the kid. I don't care anymore. I'm so ticked off that we didn't get the guy in the first round along with Zeke Elliott, that we didn't get the guy in the third, fourth round that I thought would be better. Take whoever you want. I don't care. Our scouts don't care anymore about quarterbacks in this draft. Just take them. Jason Garrett, you liked him at the Senior Bowl. Take him. And it worked out. So literally, Jerry has never taken a quarterback that he liked and worked out. The only guy he kind of took that he liked was Quincy Carter.
Yeah. No, yeah. You oh, man. What an era. What a time.
Right. That was the only guy that where Jerry stood up and goes, I like this kid. He's going to be the next. Take him. Because everybody else, like Stephen McGee from A&M, right? That wasn't like we love him as far as I know. It's like, hey, we like him, and we're taking a guy who we think could be a solid backup for a while.
And, and Mike, we talk about this with Jack Leiter, Kumar Rocker, and all these guys.
Yeah.
It's not just drafting them and saying, all right, go to work now. You have to be able to have the pieces in place to grow them. You like to develop what they can do better. Like, what are you bad at? Well, we got to figure that out and then say, okay, we're going to make you better at it. You're going to practice you have to be able to grow and develop players, connect with them too. And that's just something that I think the Cowboys are afraid of that process too. They just want things to be plug and play like most of their home. CeeDee Lamb is another person on this list. Justin Jefferson, I think that dude's getting paid no matter what. CeeDee Lamb, I think, has done everything that he needed to do to ensure that he's the wide receiver one for this Cowboys team for a long time.
Yeah, if I'm the Cowboys, I'm probably trying to work out something long-term with CD because, look, we know how this goes. Every agent in the NFL knows this. Jerry, I do think, in a way, this is where he works. He trumps Steven's hard butt. And Steven is a tough guy when it comes to negotiating. He's like, I'm not going to give in. And then I do think Jerry goes, dude, at what point are you going to make sure DeMarcus Lawrence gets that surgery and he's on the team?
Yeah, probably so.
Because, son, do it and get it done. And then Zeke Elliott's hanging out in Cabo doing whatever he's doing. And it wasn't that he was in great shape, but it's like, get him into this team and here as quick as we can. We're about to play week 1. And they got him here, and he didn't have a very good year that year because he wasn't ready to play football. But Steven's like, no, I'm going to play tough on this one. We already know. You give in. You gave in to Dak Prescott. The dude had an ankle that was barely hanging on for life, and you gave him everything you want. You give everything so just give it to him early. Just do it. You're going to do it in the end. Every agent knows that the Jones family gives in and gives everything that they want in the end. So just give. If you do like Trayvon Diggs, I know that's more of a controversial player right now for the Cowboys, but if you do think you're going to sign him long-term, just go at whatever the agent says, just give it to him. You give it to him in the end anyways. Whatever CeeDee Lamb wants, you're going to give it to them in the end, so give it to them now.
All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, as we keep an eye on what's going on the roads out there, we'll give you an update there and which one of these quarterbacks' futures is about to be impacted most next on The Fan.
Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, it's coming down harder here in DFW as you can barely kind of squint to see downtown just a little bit through some of the haze.
I did hear around Fair Park somebody text in and said it is freezing rain over at Fair Park. I just heard from our buddy Jeff Fry, who said it's definitely a good sleet right now over in Fort Worth area. So I think
thunder, sleet, and buoy.
Yeah, I think it's getting pretty bad out there. So we obviously are going to be able to head on home in about 45 minutes. So I'm glad we're heading home then, but it sounds like around our Metroplex, it's time to start thinking about making your way to where you're going to stay the night.
Yeah. Do we sand the road? What do we do here? Salt, sand?
No, I actually watched this morning. I woke up at like 5 to 6.
Why?
And so I just woke up.
Okay.
So then I turned on the news. On Thursday, they started using this kind of antifreeze on the roads. I guess on Thursday, Friday, they started taking, and so they put some antifreeze on the road already. And so it makes, as things start freezing, the roads stay at a higher temperature. So it's tougher for the roads to freeze.
Joey, you're nodding your head yes like this. Like you lived in Minnesota for a minute, right?
For 4 years, yeah.
Wow.
And I spent some harsh winters. Yeah, I usually want to do like a salt and kind of sand mixture of some sorts because, salt too can just freeze right over again.
Okay.
When it gets too cold, so you got to be careful about what you use.
Slim Scotty, I also heard this, living like in Cleveland and Akron and Buffalo playing baseball. The reason that we don't use salt here is because salt crushes the roads. It will make potholes.
Okay. Yeah.
And so that's why their roads are much worse up there over time, because you'll be driving on the highway going 70 and freaking blow out a tire because they have to salt every year, and that destroys the road. So we try to not salt here at all.
Yeah, and roads like there's 2 seasons. Like up north, it's construction and winter.
Okay,
because in the summer it's construction of all those roads, and water gets in the cracks, and then when it heats, expands, all that stuff. Yeah, so they just get destroyed constantly.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
But water in cracks keeps you clean.
But I've never heard of this antifreeze thing, so I'm very curious. I want to know more about it. Calcium bromide on the roads is what they're saying from the 817.
Brine solution. This guy's right. He said technically, Mike, it's not antifreeze. They did call it a brine solution, and they said it acts like an antifreeze. So yes, those are the right words.
So you can stick your chicken or your turkey out there on the road for overnight and then be able to cook it the next day. That's awesome.
I'm making chili tonight.
Okay, so that's different. Yeah.
What are you making tonight?
I have not decided yet. Wife got groceries yesterday. Chili's probably that's the best option. Let's make chili together.
I got groceries this morning heading into work, and I left them in the car because I'm like, it's gonna be 30 degrees, so everything's gonna be fine in the car. Correct? Like I got milk. I got lettuce.
You seem like that was a question.
I got frozen food, and I'm just thinking. Usually, I would be like, no, I can't go grocery shopping at 8:45 and leave them in my car. But I'm assuming that my car is below freezing, so my groceries will stay good.
From the 214, watering road antifreeze lowers the freezing temperature of the water, not increases the temperature of the road. I don't know, Mike.
I don't know. I don't have a doctorate in antifreeze.
Facts. That is true. In Bend, Oregon, where it snows from October to January, they'd use slight salt with a lot of sand. Cars were dirty, but at least you could drive and get to work.
I think people are questioning me. Swaggy booties. You're saying if you came over to my house and I poured you a glass of milk and I said, well, this milk was in my car for 7 hours, but it was below freezing the whole time it was in my car.
So I guess my question is, did you have the heater on from the grocery store?
Heck yeah, I'm not going in a cold car.
Okay, and then
it's been cold. The car gets cold quickly.
I guess it does get cold. Yeah,
when you get home tonight, today after work, after you had the heater on it'll probably take you 25 to 30 minutes to drive home. Traffic, there's not a lot of people on the road, but you can tell people are taking it careful. They're probably going, I'm guessing, like 40 miles an hour on 75 outside the window.
It's pretty slow, yeah.
Turn your car off and stay in your car till you get cold. You're going to get cold pretty quick.
But I'm not a grocery, Mike.
Yeah, but pretend you're milk. And then
Just be fluid, Corey.
Yeah. Now, if you're ice cream, you're probably going to soften up. People are like, yeah, I did not buy any ice cream. The things that I bought from the freezer are kind of like, French fries. But if I would have bought ice cream, I'd have said I can't keep it in the car. But just like milk and lettuce and stuff like that are going to be good. But if you were milk, you're going to stay cold.
You got a valid point. You know what? I can't dispute that, Mike. Now I know what it's like for Kevin to argue with me about stuff.
Yeah. I think I'm right. If we were milk, we would stay cold in the car.
From the 214, Mike, it depends on where your car is parked. If it's in a garage, the wind is being blocked, so it's not going to cool down as quickly. But I think you're going to be fine, dude.
It's
Drink the
gonna
milk,
be
man.
freezing cold when
Drink
I get
that
in
milk.
my car.
I want to. You know what? Take a picture, and when you get out there, take
I
a
like
picture. Try to
almond
pour
milk,
it out.
and I had almond milk already at the house. The kids like milk.
Yeah. I like this. I like it. From the 469, it works for beer.
Yeah.
And from the 214, give us your chili recipe, Mike.
Oh, it's not that special.
He'll tweet it out, yeah.
I honestly use that. Is it called the 2-alarm chili? That's pretty much my base for it.
From the 972, absolutely. That doesn't work for food safety, Mike. I've been certified, they say. I don't know if you should believe.
You guys are way too tough on that stuff. I've seen the stuff. You guys need to have stricter things on drugs. But you guys are way too strict on food.
From the 405, Mike, this is a pro move that I've used many times myself. Right as rain, bro. So I think Mike is absolutely right. That'll be fine. Being in the car, it's degrees. It has to stay at not in a refrigerator.
Yeah, like if you're going to whatever, Kroger, Walmart, Albertsons, Tom Thumb, all the stores, right? I don't know which one we sponsor, but we love them all as far as I'm concerned.
All of them.
Is the milk is what, 36 degrees at the store?
Yeah.
I bet inside my car right now, it's 36 degrees easily. Even if it's 40 degrees, we're fine.
From the 812, I did that in Indiana quite often. And then from the 817, it's thunder sleeting in Weatherford right now.
Thunder sleeting?
Thunder
the
sleeting.
sleet has noise to it?
It's like a thunderstorm, Mike, but instead of being rain coming out of the thundery clouds, it's sleet. And so that's kind of scary. From the 214, crap, it's starting to sleet in Wiley. So the north, like Plano, McKinney area, for most of the show has been fine.
It's like raining, or we can't tell if it's rain or sleet. I'm going to assume it's sleet right now. It's coming freezing rain. We can see this. In fact, it's getting wetter and wetter right now as this segment's gone on.
From the
outside.
The 817, it has to stay at or below 40 degrees. From the 817, Mike, you're right. I was stationed in Germany. We left our beer outside all the time. And then they said it's thunder sleeting in Justin as well. And then somebody said,
if my kids get sick, they get sick.
What?
Like if they get sick from the milk, people are like, yeah, well, I won't tell them. They're going to be just fine. They're going to have cereal in the morning and be just fine.
I actually was having this conversation. Have you ever had bad milk?
Yes, it's horrible.
I remember waking up one morning and pouring some milk in cereal and eating it and being like, what is, I was like 22 at the time. It was the worst thing I'd ever had. All right, so
Swaggy Booty says beer isn't milk because a lot of people are like, I keep beer in the car and when it's cold, I open one up and drink it. I'll tell you what.
Beer and milk are a little bit different.
Certain people, beer is their milk.
But that doesn't mean anything when it comes to bacteria growth. And the fact that it's sealed in a can and not in that bottle.
Mine's sealed in the
It can
gallon.
go bad and turn into cheese. Here are a bunch of offensive coordinators that could become offensive coordinators for the Cowboys. That being said, Mike McCarthy said
going to be all fake ones.
He will call plays. Yeah, I think so. I think the guy is going to be a guy that's like helping. He's going to be an assistant, right? But Mike McCarthy, if he's going to call plays, he says he wants to be the one installing it too.
Before you give this list,
all right,
I'm going to tease G-Bag Nation in there. I was talking to Gavin Dawson about the Mavericks. On the phone was Brian Broaddus. I don't know who he was talking to. I'm not even going to mention names he was giving, but I think he was talking to NFL people, and he has a list like this list and was asking, is this person possibly going to be hired as the next Dallas Cowboys offensive coordinator? So after we get done, if you're at home, and I need you to get home, get safe.
Be safe.
Listen to G-Bag Nation. Brian Broaddus will have probably inside information on candidates that are going to act like they're the offensive coordinator, but really all they're going to be doing is keeping a chart during the game.
Okay, yeah. All right. I think that's probably a likely thing if Mike McCarthy is going to be the one calling plays. And absolutely, I suggest go hang out in your garage, turn on the radio, and just sit there and listen to G-Bag Nation next to the warm glow of a radio, and then you get the Get Right to keep you warm too. That'll be a useful thing to do throughout the evening.
All right, who's on this list? And I might give a if I heard Broadus say this.
Brian Schottenheimer. Interesting. Okay, that's I'm not.
There's a possibility, I think, there.
He's 49. He was the passing game coordinator for Jacksonville last year. That's not this season.
Last year?
Yes. He was offensive coordinator for Seattle from 2018 through 2020, so during the Russ Cook years. He's McCarthy's first NFL coaching job was as an offensive quality control coach under Marty Schottenheimer.
Marty!
So that was McCarthy's first job was under Marty. So I don't know if it would be hey, you do this job. And
Marty could make championship games, just not Super Bowls.
That is very true. Ben McAdoo also on this list.
Interesting.
All right. I'm not a fan of Ben McAdoo, mostly because he went from the one haircut to the slick back hair, and it just never worked for him. He never gained respect for it.
Played basketball in Buffalo, Hall of Famer.
Different guy. He was here as wasn't he like a
slicked his hair back
consultant or something for the Cowboys for a minute?
He'd keep a chart.
Brian Johnson, the Philadelphia Eagles quarterbacks coach.
He's the quarterbacks coach right now?
Yes.
I like it. Philly's way better organization than we are. Let's steal one of them.
He was Dak Prescott's QB coach during his standout junior and senior seasons at Mississippi State as well.
Ooh, okay. A little bit of relationship with old Dak Attack.
Yeah, and, you saw the leap that Jalen Hurts made this year. I don't know if that would be he's 35 in his second season with the Eagles. I would love to steal somebody from the Eagles and say we did it. Cliff
Kingsbury. That's a medicine investor. Just tweeted that in. What his name is on here.
That's what his name is, Medicine Investor?
I mean, that's what his Twitch handle is.
Mark Cuban's in pharmacy.
He is doing a great job in that.
Yeah, okay.
By the way, from what I understand about entrepreneurs, they hate having a business a long time. They want to create something new, and I think that's why Mark Cuban, after winning the championship, I think has honestly, emotionally moved on from the Dallas Mavericks.
Got his championship. Yeah. He did those things.
He won. He did it. I think as his brain as an entrepreneur, he is not as invested anymore in running the Dallas Mavericks. But that being said, I don't want Cliff Kingsbury. He doesn't know how to marry his offensive coordinating into winning football.
Right.
There has to be times, I think the guys that I really like that I listen to, the offensive coordinator can't just go, it's all about my offense. They have to want to score points and move the football, but they have to see the direction the game is going, and they have to marry the way the direction of the game is going into making sure that, hey, I need to just make sure that the defense gets 5 minutes here.
Mm-hmm.
I need to make sure that there has to be some sort of marriage, and I don't think Cliff Kingsbury understands the marriage of offensive coordinating or head coaching with the whole game.
He just sees the lines. He just sees the plays.
Right.
Just drop the plays. The plays will work. Zach Robinson, former NFL quarterback, spent the last 4 seasons as Sean McVay's on his coaching staff.
Not a bad idea to get him. The other thing, too, is I just wonder this. I don't know this, but if McCarthy doesn't make the playoffs, I do think he'll be let go. If he does make the playoffs, he will stay. But if you were to hire a McVay guy and you were to think, hey, if we lose him, maybe Dan Quinn becomes the next head coach, and then this guy takes over the offense. I don't know. That'd be up to Dan Quinn and the Jones family, but that's not a bad idea to have a McVay protege. But I will say this. I'm a big Sean McVay fan.
You are. You absolutely are. That is true. From our good friend Walt, Corey, I'm in Irving, and ice is falling from the sky. So lots of
it's bad.
We want everybody to be safe out there.
Listen to us in the car. Drive safely.
And then when you get home, listen to us at your house. Coming
There's
up next,
a mini car driving. It looks like that shouldn't be on the highway.
Let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan. Back here on the K&T Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time for our D&M Leasing Crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you doing?
Awesome. How are you, Majors?
I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to, I know we got a couple days here of bad weather. This is inclement weather in DFW. I still remember being very early on as a weekend show, I believe, listening to you at nights, Dawson, describing the difference between DFW cold and up northwest cold, and just talking about how like you could get in a bathtub and you still would never get warm. You could take a hot shower and you were just still bone-chillingly cold all the time.
That's what this is.
Oh, really?
This is an introduction to that.
All right. Well, this is
You're right on the edge of it right now.
We got a few days of it, but then we got Fan Bowl on Saturday, and that's what we're looking forward to. Fan Bowl registration is open for one more day. You got your chance to play in one of the coolest paper football tournaments in America. A chance to win $1,500 as the grand prize winner. It's $3,000 in total prize money. Go to 1053thefan.com, click on our contest page, and don't forget, this is at Revolver Brewing inside of Texas Live.
Oh, it's going to be epic.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Kevin has been out since last Thursday.
Really, he's just practicing.
And I presume Mike and I came up with that theory today that he's at home practicing because he has 3 years now that he is the champion of Fan Bowl because we haven't played since the last time Kevin won. So we're really looking forward to giving Kevin that opportunity to win his championship.
Does that mean we need to take this more seriously? Because as of...
You're not taking it serious?
No.
Have you never taken this serious before?
I haven't actually played. I got to go to the last Fan Bowl we had, but I didn't participate.
Man, you absolutely have. You and Giafalo, Reggie, and Kevin Gray, everybody has to take this seriously, all right? This is a competition for bragging rights amongst the hosts and for money for the Tolos, so you can't mess with them, all right? They're trying to make their money. We are trying to make sure that our shows are the best.
There's arguments when the Tolos do this because there is a prize at the end. It used to be, I think, $1,500.
Yeah,
I have no
still
clue.
it is.
Okay, so there would be like my buddies who had signed up for this and everything would come and be like, they didn't count my whatever. I can't believe it. The score was wrong. And I'm like, I don't care. I don't care at all that you lost. I don't care at all that you won. Congratulations, or I'm sorry it happened. But I don't care.
Yeah, they'll get fired up.
But they get, at the end, when it starts getting to winning time, the score needs to be kept.
I have seen Gavin Dawson walk in there after a full week of being on Radio Row, and he looked me in the eyes and said, Majors, I'm taking you down. Now, I was able to defeat him. I don't even know how. It was amazing.
I don't even remember.
And then he was able to relax and enjoy his evening. But
that was after my decline.
Yeah.
When I saw him take a slap in the face.
Is that when you stopped drinking?
When I stopped drinking, I went from the second greatest Fan Bowl player of all time to maybe the worst. And I'm not sure exactly how it happened. I think I'm overthinking it now.
Oh,
and
man.
I was just letting it fly and racking up touchdowns and extra points back in the day. But I can't perform anymore.
Was Fan Bowl Dave and Buster's where you got kicked in the nards?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was
That
one
was
of them.
Fan Bowl?
Yeah, that was Fan Bowl, maybe 2017, something like that. Fan Bowl House of Blues is when I got slapped in the face to get ready for a big match.
Oh, wow.
That was fun.
You put your body on the line a number of times for the station.
Now.
Yes. Then I had the G bag carved in my hair.
That's right.
That was a fun one. But tons of great memories, from the first one at Duke's when we handed out the Run Worshipper T-shirts to all the G bag nationals that were in the building. We've had a great time with the folks over the years, and we're looking forward to another one.
Yeah, we were at Chicken Scratch one year. I mean, this thing has been a lot of fun.
Chicken
So
Scratch.
I'm
With the
looking forward
Gas
to it.
Monkey one time or
Gas
something?
Monkey was the last one we did.
Chicken Scratch went under.
Yeah.
So,
That might
bragging
be bad.
rights it is, Woolchuck. So that's what you're in for,
Pandemic,
man.
get them.
All right.
Dang.
I was looking for an early exit so I could just party hard with the Tolos, but now I'm in it to win it.
Do both. Hashtag in it to win it. I like that.
You know I'm going to be partying hard.
Yeah.
But now I'm going to be looking to be the champion.
Yeah, and right there in the middle of all of the
I'd
areas.
feel better if this was electric football.
Oh my God, Broadus.
Yeah.
I will, if I can find one, I will set up an electric football field for you.
Electric football would be great.
Host electric football
Gavin
players.
knows what I'm talking about. The hockey game with they used to have the levers.
The bubble
like
on
that.
it.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like foosball, but not.
I go all the way back. My goalie in that game had no mask. That's how old my goalies were. They had no mask. They played in that era.
They didn't even use stick to block the pucks. They didn't wear pads.
No,
They just
you
said-
can play that. You can play that game all day. What's that?
Did people die in hockey? Did the goalies like every third year?
1974 was the last time a goalie played without a mask.
But when you were growing up,
It was
I didn't
Ken
follow,
Brown or
hockey
something
wasn't
like that.
here, so I don't think my dad followed hockey. Like, did people
He
die?
didn't go to the Blackhawk games.
I think he did.
At
but
Fair Park.
When the
jeez.
Stars came here, my grandfather, who's from Connecticut, who I don't think was much of a hockey guy either, goes, "Yeah, they brought it's soccer on ice." So the hockey thing wasn't a big deal in the Bassick family. But I just wondering, did people get hit in the face and like their career ended? Because
they had all kinds.
I can't see anymore.
No, dudes
They
like
just lost teeth.
No, goalies got hit in the face, got stitched up, and came back. Lester Patrick, way back in the day, he came out of the crowd to play one time for I believe for the Blackhawks. They had or a coach put him on the ice, and they're like, "Okay, you got to go play, bro," and he did it. Stopped a few shots, no mask. Yeah.
Did you grow up a hockey fan in Dallas?
I tell you what, I used to love going to the minor league games at Fair Park. They were fun because you had guys that were trying to kind of like fight their way to. It wasn't as bad as Slapshot, but you still had some like Fort Worth had a team, Oklahoma City had a team, Tulsa had a team. So you had some really cool like rivalries.
Yeah.
But these dudes were trying to kind of fight their way up to the bigs.
Hey, speaking of hockey, I looked up the game that I played growing up. Now, it was invented in 1976. This is a Stanley Cup power play right here. You can see that. Okay, you got
With
the
the
Islanders
levers?
and the Flyers, and you got the levers.
Yeah.
Is that the one
That's
y'all
it.
played?
That's it. That's it.
Do you think that stands up? Because you can get their plastic pieces, and you got a little plastic puck. Do you think that game would still be fun to play?
Heck yes. Yes.
I have one of those like in my game room.
Is it fun, Joey?
It is awesome.
Is it really?
Yeah, I know. It's tons of fun. Like bubble hockey is the same way.
Yeah.
All right.
So I could go without the bubble. I just like the straight game, because you got to, the whole thing, you got to throw the puck in. They used to have this side wall, you kind of roll it in. No, but I used to just drop it right there in the middle and let it go. But yeah, the problem with that game, Gavin, the levers would get bent.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to really, you're trying to torque those shots.
We took
and
good
stuff
care
like
of that because my dad was an absolute maniac on that game, and he didn't want anybody breaking pieces. So what ended up breaking down on our game is the sticks off the players because we just hacked and slashed up against one another, and then the goals started coming off because we'd bang so many pucks into there. But that was our favorite technique: is you get it on the winger and you kind of feather it, and then you center it and ram the center forward.
Charge the goal. Yeah, absolutely.
But it was so rewarding when you would get goals in that game. It's still
they're
so
fist
I
fights
wonder
over that,
though
yeah.
because growing up I thought like the original Nintendo was awesome. Now playing it gets boring in about 4 minutes.
It's very different. Yeah.
It's like how did this ever hold our attention?
That game, the electric football would last like a cricket match lasts for like a week.
Yeah,
that's electric football. It can last a week. I mean, you're setting up all your players and stuff, and then the play goes on, and then have to reset. It's like a college game on TV.
See, when I was in my 20s, we had a foosball table at the house.
Yeah,
and that was it. That was, and I had my roommate.
That's better than bumper pool.
Yeah, foosball
is better than
my
bumper
roommate
pool.
was really good, and so we played every day to the point where I got really good, and we just sit there and play, and it got. We had battles, man. We had epic tournaments, and we were drinking and everything. It was a blast.
Did you guys ever do pinball machines?
Oh, love pinball machines.
Yeah.
Pinball? Mike, you look at me like, I had no idea what pinball. Like,
the two paddles?
Like with the ball. Or
you send the ball back up.
It moves around and stuff like
Pinball
that.
Wizard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
And then you
so.
shoot. You pull the lever and the ball.
Oh,
shoots.
pinball! I'm playing by myself. Yeah, I thought I was
Yes.
playing against somebody else they had another thing down there, and I was shooting it at yours, and I was like, No, it's kind of like the ski hockey thing or whatever.
Yeah,
they
air
call it.
hockey. Yeah.
No, I played pinball before.
You definitely played pinball.
Ski hockey.
Everybody's played pinball.
Yeah,
in
yeah,
their
yeah,
life.
yeah. I thought
I'm
like
a
somehow when
pinball
Brian, I
whiz.
thought we were discussing like I was competing against somebody on the other side. And I was like,
Mike's recovering. He had a moment where he passed out this week.
I know. I was concerned
so
about it.
still a
It was
great
good
radio.
radio.
So we're very happy that he's even here.
Was it something that we know about related? What's
well,
going
my
on?
son dislocated his finger.
Oh, and it grossed you out.
And it grossed me out.
Gotcha.
And so his finger was.
Saw a coach do that on the sidelines one time.
Yeah, I don't. How are you guys? Are you guys good with like when somebody breaks their leg or something? Like you're watching a game and whatever, Willis McGahee's knee goes flopping around.
Osai made me a little queasy last night, getting high centered and overextended on that Mahomes play. Did you see that in the background? The Bengals number 58
with his leg.
That kind of gave me the bench.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we hear ACL later on today.
I would love to go watch him do a knee surgery. I would love to be able to stand there and watch him do it.
Yeah,
He's got an iron stomach, this guy.
My wife in medical school goes, "Hey, you want to come see my cadaver that they were working on?"
Yeah.
And I was just like, I didn't want to. And then I asked her, I said, well, like, what color is the guy's skin now and everything? And she's like, oh, we've peeled all that off.
Oh,
and I was
my
like,
God.
No, I do not want to go up there and see a body where you've peeled all the skin off the person and you're working on the body. No.
All right, I'm going to make a quick transition here to sports.
Okay.
That would gross me out, Mike.
Do we trust the Cowboys to make the right offensive coordinator addition here as we move along, or will there be a real offensive coordinator? What are we feeling, guys?
I think they'll have good enough play calling. I'm interested to see how Mike McCarthy's going to play this, So I think the most important thing is sort of already there, that Mike McCarthy's going to be calling the play, so I think he's going to have a heavy influence on it. He's done a great job with quarterbacks throughout his career. So we'll see if he can get more from Dak. But I think the real thing is going to be he'll play more complimentary football with his play calling. That's the way we're going. It's not going to be more bells and whistles and changing the offense. It's going to be more geared around how Cooper Rush ran the offense when Dak was out. That's what I expect to be happening, and I'm not too disappointed with it. I think that might be the best way to optimize what they have.
Stout defense and ball control kind of feel.
Yeah, I think if they go and get somebody from the outside, it'll be depending on if this guy is one of those that maybe Mike says, well, listen, I talked about calling the plays, but maybe I don't want to call the plays. I kind of feel like, though, this could be where Mike's going to need somebody to come in and teach offense and run the meetings and stuff like that. I don't think Mike's going to want to be install guy. So we've seen it. Andy Reid, those guys, the guys that are primary play callers do have guys that install practice stuff and then install meeting stuff, and then those guys come in and just take the play sheet and go. So I wonder if Mike's going to do that, but he might find him somebody that can actually call plays, and maybe he says, I thought about it, but I think I'm going to let this guy call him.
Yeah, it sounds like you're looking at somebody that would take an Eric Bieniemy, Mike LaFleur type role. Like Sean McVay is the play caller with the Rams, but they hired LaFleur to be their offensive coordinator. So McCarthy essentially now is your offensive coordinator unless he decides to back off the play calling thing. But I don't think that he is. I think this is now sink or swim. Mike McCarthy, let's see. Can you coach? We're going to find out.
When I ask all the football questions, Gavin, you just led me to a football question. Is it more important to get a good running back in the draft, or is it more important to get a number 2 receiver if you want to run more ball control and complementary stuff? And
I think they need a good running back right now. If Zeke and
number
Pollard
2
are both
receiver?
gone, I think Gallup will return to being a legitimate number 2 receiver next year.
Because he was just number 2 this year.
Hey, Mike,
that's right.
Mike, cross your fingers for that. Show
Without
everybody
the
your
ability,
fingers
right?
crossed.
Yeah.
Show everybody your fingers crossed on the fan cam. That actually looks bad. All right, guys. What do you guys got coming up with the showgram today? Lots of weather?
Yes. We'll keep you updated on the sleet and the freezing and all that. Todd Archer going to join you at 4 o'clock.
Good. Respect.
I say that like Steve Dennis on purpose.
I like Todd Archer. All right,
too.
and my son just texted me from Plano. He said, "Tell everyone's parents to pick them up now. Everybody's leaving school." So I don't know what's going on.
They just closed the schools in Plano?
Yeah, we live like 4 blocks away. He can walk. I don't need to pick him up. He'll be fine. All right, guys.
We don't live that close, Corey. I mean, we live close.
We'll be back tomorrow. Until
what's
then,
your address and what's Plano's address?
It's in
just
Plano.
So we know.
Good luck to everybody out
Currently
there.
off Lanark.
Y'all be safe. Bye.
You're 4 blocks away from Plano. We know that now.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM. studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and welcome into the broadcast on a freezing and frozen Monday here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Let's get going because we have some sports news. Didn't take long. Kellen Moore, new OC at the Chargers, so congratulations to him, I guess. Not too bad.
Get you some, Kellen.
Staying in a huge market, has another good young quarterback to work with. As Kellen Moore moved on from the Cowboys officially over the weekend, and now he's going to the Chargers. Do you think this is a move the Cowboys will ultimately regret?
Oh, I asked you guys that on Friday. You guys are okay with this, man?
Hell yeah.
Everybody's like, yeah, let's go.
Well, what do you think, Brian?
Yeah, Brian, what do you think?
I agree
You're
with
the
you.
one that worked in the NFL.
Well, you know what? I also got fired working in the NFL,
but you're
too.
the smart one. You're the really
not
dumb
really
one.
the smart one. I'm the guy that tricked you guys into thinking I could do radio here. You know what? I think I'll be interested to see how it works with that quarterback, with a decent running game, with wide receivers who got a little size to them, some catchers out there, offensive lineman coming back that was injured. You might have a pretty good operation to work on.
It'll be really interesting
I could think of worse teams to be with. How about that?
It'll be interesting to me how different his offense is, and if so, why? You know, that's
because maybe the quarterback can't handle it here.
I'm just wondering. You know, there's been a lot of offensive minds that have been through here. Wade Wilson, John Kitna, Jason Garrett, Kellen Moore. I guess we could say they all sucked. Rest in peace to Wade Wilson, and John Kitna was only the quarterback coach. He did a nice job. But you could say nobody had the vision to change the offense. Nobody talked to the Cowboys into like, hey, let's play with more receivers on the run and go to more timing and anticipation type of deals. Cowboys never really explored that very much. So, I'm hoping that a new offensive coordinator can open up different ways of attacking football, particularly in the passing game. But I also wonder, why has nobody else tried it up to this point? And I do believe we're going back to more conservative, not more stylish or whatever here with Mike McCarthy taking over. What's your take on that, Brian? Am I totally out of
No, I don't think. I think that Mike McCarthy's now kind of put himself on that sink or swim list. Maybe this is going to be one of those things. He probably felt like that. Throughout the year, he probably butted heads with Kellen a little bit about some of the things that they want to do. And, Mike even talked about it to the media. He goes, I'm not really a big fan of the option routes. Dak comes out and says, I'm a fan of the option routes. Let's not get rid of those. So I'll be interested to see, because I kind of feel like a couple of things right now. I just don't know. I don't think Mike McCarthy wants to put in his own offense. I don't think he wants to stand up there and teach it and have to, prep scripts for it and all that stuff to do for practice.
And he's learned this one now after being here for 3 years.
Yeah.
He can take over the play calling for what Dak and Kellen were doing, and you hope to tweak it, to be more efficient.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of all the head coaches that are out there now that, do they have time to sit there in the meetings and game plan this stuff? And usually you have somebody that is pretty good. If you have a play caller that's a head coach, you usually have people, the assistants do everything, all the legwork to get you to Sunday. And I wonder, who that's going to be for Mike McCarthy, because they lost Doug Nussmeier. It doesn't sound like to me that they lost Skip Pete. They've lost the offensive line coach. I mean, this is going to be a whole new group. And is Mike McCarthy going to name somebody OC in title, but really not have the OC responsibilities? Eric Bieniemy's like that in Kansas City, folks.
So we're not taking this to that Mike McCarthy will be calling plays for sure?
I don't think it's for sure. And I bet you when we get Todd Archer on at 4:00, he might say the same thing.
Okay, very interesting.
Yeah.
Todd Archer, 4:00. What's your take on Kellen Moore being gone, Mike McCarthy taking over, Woolchuck?
Well, when I read the report, my take was, okay, if Mike is now going to be calling plays, I think this is kind of a do or die. This is it now. This is the last stand. And it might be the last stand for both coach and quarterback, because I think now it's, all right, let's see. We've talked about Dan Quinn and his ability to have showcased how he has evolved as a defensive coordinator, right? He grew, and he's now a different defensive coordinator than he was 5 years ago. He's also shown the ability, due to injury, to still maintain and be a good coordinator and to be able to evolve and adjust accordingly. I think Mike McCarthy has an opportunity now to showcase, has he actually evolved and changed as an offensive mind? The pressure is now on him. This is now all on you, coach. And maybe the conversations that they had after now back-to-back postseason defeats, it's like, all right, coach, we know you can come in here and we can be a good regular season team. We can win 12 games. We can be in the postseason every year. The question is, can we get to the Super Bowl? So if now you taking over the play calling ability is our best path to it, I think now the Cowboys are going to have the opportunity to evaluate and get all the education they need. Do you move on from Mike McCarthy? Because this is the last thing I think that you need to check off the box. Is he the guy offensively as a play caller? And I also think now moving on, you get that from Dak Prescott. I think, there was the questions. Is it Kellen? Is it Dak? We're going to find out now. I think you needed to make that move, and the Cowboys have the out on Dak after this coming season if they want to do something with
If you want to look at something positive, maybe Mike McCarthy thinks he can help Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
As a play caller, maybe he looks at it as like, listen, there's things that Kellen Moore when I'm seeing, Mike's got the play card in his hand too. I've seen him mark stuff on that play card when they show sideline shots. Maybe he's looking at it thinking like, you know what, this guy didn't do enough to help this quarterback. I can do this. I can help this guy. But it's going to be interesting because he's going to have to do it without some of his confidants. He's going to have to do it without his offensive line coach, who he absolutely trusts. He's not going to get, I know I mentioned the name James Campen last week from Carolina. My guys at Carolina tell me Campen's untouchable. He's untouchable. So you're looking at, is it Linda Wells, the tight ends coach? Is it Jeff Blatsko is another guy, the assistant line coach? That's kind of where right now, unless one of these guys show up. I know people are talking about Mike Munchak and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I've got people that in the league that are trying to kind of run some names for me. But Mike's going to have to do this with a staff that he's probably not real familiar with.
Well, I am excited that it's different, and I think that's absolutely what everybody can agree to. It needed to be something to give the possibility of changing the dynamics in a favorable way. But I do believe the players that you get is going to have a bigger impact than the coaches, because they need to be able to protect the quarterback. They need to be able to give the quarterback weapons. And if you do that, I think Kellen Moore could be the OC on a Super Bowl team and Dak Prescott could be the quarterback. Super Bowl matchup is made. One of the topics for 30 NFL teams today is what are the Eagles and Chiefs doing that the home team could learn from at 877-881-1053. What do you guys envy? What do you guys want the Cowboys to copy from what either of these two teams is doing?
I think it's the Philadelphia Eagles have been aggressive, and they've done it in all avenues of team building. And I absolutely hate it. I don't want to give that team any type of credit or respect, but you have to. They've made the playoffs or the Super Bowl now twice in 5 years, and they've torn it down and done it with two different quarterbacks, two different coaches, and
worse than your quarterbacks,
rosters.
Worse than Romo and Dak. I just hope the Cowboys don't think that the Eagles are getting lucky.
They were aggressive in trades.
Yeah.
They traded for A.J. Brown, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, two guys that were huge for them, right? They made free agent additions with Hassan Reddick. James Bradbury's out there. All right, you know what? Let's take a chance. Their biggest weakness, secondary. Those were big additions. They needed pass rush. Let's bring in Hassan Reddick. We already had a good defensive line. They drafted well. Their offensive line, draft picks. Defensive line, they added Jordan Davis to that. They recognized, hey, we got a weakness during the season. Let's sign Ndamukong Suh, Linval Joseph. Now, hey, Will McClay noted during his show with Brad Sham, they were also looking at Linval Joseph, but they didn't make the move. The Eagles did make the move. So you got to give the Eagles credit. Every avenue of team building, Howie Roseman has been aggressive. He's done it, and they're laughing in your face right now. And the Cowboys should use this as motivation and fire, because it's disgusting the amount of NFC Championship appearances, now the amount of Super Bowl appearances that they've made, and you haven't been there in 27 years.
You could argue that maybe the Ndamukong Suh addition and the Bradbury, 1 year and $7 million for Bradbury, that if you do that move, maybe you end up being able to hold up on your back end, not give up all those big plays, and you end up with the number one seed.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I mean, I think everything you said is absolutely right, Zach, but give me the opportunity to be the number 1 seed and to end up playing a team that was the 7th overall seed in the tournament, or the 6th overall seed in the tournament. And then, you get an opportunity to play the 49ers, who's, you can give, like I say, you give that quarterback a lot of credit at San Francisco. But I tell you what, once he got hurt, that team, it was done. It was done. I mean, that's there was no way that they can handle that. So by having the number 1 seed, you got the best path, but you also built the best team.
Yeah.
So those are 2 things you have to give them credit
You're
for.
100% right on that. And the Cowboys were their own worst enemy. You beat Green Bay, you beat Jacksonville, then you were the 1 seed, and you could have had that same path, but they didn't.
Yeah. It's crazy because the Cowboys have had 3 bad years since 2010. So they're scared of the bad year. We can't rebuild. Here's the difference in what the Eagles are mostly doing is they're just committing to being on more of a salary cap roller coaster of peaks and valleys. And then they use the trade market to plug holes with difference-making players instead of, a bargain barrel type of players. And then like last year, they're like, well, we traded Carson Wentz. He's got a bunch of dead money. I guess we're not going to be good this year. All the dead money's coming off, and we got Jalen Hurts playing quarterback for us. So I guess maybe we can hope to be a playoff team. But they're just eating dead money. And then the dead money's gone, and they're back with a vengeance in 2022. Like, okay, time to spend again. Where are our weaknesses? And maybe we can do this for 2 or 3 years. And then, that was a great run. We got to another Super Bowl. Maybe you win one. And you're like, the fans are going to understand we're about to go 7-9. It's what the Rams just did, right? It's where the Rams are right now. Oh, we won a Super Bowl. Buccaneers are about to go there. We won a Super Bowl. Fans are great. You know what? You know what's awesome? The Mavs 2011 championship. I still think about how awesome it was. It was 11 freaking years ago. It sustains you like lifeblood. Cowboys, put us back in there. Give us a chance to get the job done. And quit chinsing on the roster. You got guys out here like Jalen Hurts quarterbacking teams, and you're like, is Dak good enough? Hell yes, he's good enough. Build him a full team. And then since you suck every 4 years anyway, because that's how NFL cycles move, you get hurt, you don't have Belichick and Brady. For whatever reason, about every 4 years, you're going to be terrible. Is that when you take a new quarterback? Is that when you let a bunch of dead money go onto your cap instead of restructuring? If you anticipate when you cleanse the dead money off your cap, you can use those bad years to your advantage. You get a top 10 pick we need a new tackle, we need a new edge, we need a new great corner. Not a corner that you get 26, the corner that you get 4th. Boom, we take him. Now, when he comes up for free agency, we're not paying the 12th best corner like he's the best. We're paying the best corner like he's the best. And that's how, to me, Howie Roseman is dominating the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Intentionally manipulating the cap to go for it. And then be like, oh, that year's going to be bad. There's no getting around it. We're cleansing dead cap space. And the Cowboys have been deluding themselves, I think, for a few years now, thinking it's 2009, where the Giants, Ravens, and Packers all made a Super Bowl run and were victorious without even having a single home game. And they got stuck in this mode of, hey, look at this. All you have to do is make the playoffs, and then a lucky team gets to the Super Bowl. Yeah, it's just a crapshoot. Hopefully, if we get to the playoffs a bunch of times, eventually it'll be our turn. Well, I think that might have been a good strategy for 2009. And by the way, at that time, they were riding the salary cap roller coaster. And they were like, we need to get off the roller coaster and get to managing it to make the playoffs every year. And then one year it'll be our lucky turn. Well, the NFL changed. It went back to an all-in move league, not just hope to get to the playoffs. And the all-in teams are building teams that you're not good enough to beat because they don't have any holes in the roster. And it keeps happening. And I don't know, maybe when it turns back over to there's an advantage to just trying to get into the tournament, that's when the Cowboys will go back into being an all-in team. I don't know. But they like comfort. They like the status quo. And it sucks now because 7 years ago, we made fun of Howie Roseman. That guy was an idiot, and now he might be the best GM in the league. And this team that is so obnoxious and so annoying right down to their fan base and their head coach is back on top and about to serenade you with their stupid song for 2 weeks.
Made a move to move on from Carson Wentz. Yeah. They traded him to Indianapolis. They got out of that deal. They were supposed to be in cap purgatory. Didn't happen, right? They made a way to get out of that.
We're out of there. Yeah, 1 year.
No issues.
Yeah.
So, they moved on from a quarterback. They didn't let them hold them back. They were aggressive in free agency, in the trades, and the draft. There's no question the Cowboys are a tremendous drafting team.
Yeah.
The issue is they don't use the other avenues. They made a trade for Jonathan Hankins. Okay, awesome. That's one thing. That's not enough. The last 12 years, Brandon Carr was the Cowboys' biggest free agent addition. 5 years, $50 million, $25.5 million guaranteed. That is more guaranteed money than all of the Cowboys' free agent additions in the last 12 years since he was at it.
Well, no way.
What do you say, and this is just my question to you guys, what do you say to their thought about re-signing their own as like free agency?
There's something to keeping your own, but you still have to go out and add elsewhere. Standing pat is one thing, but it's not necessarily improving.
See, that's the thing about it is you kind of feel like that they have added. You mentioned Hankins. They added Curse. I'd say they're pretty good at adding those bottom of the roster kind of guys.
Great at that,
Yeah, but I mean, to them, signing their own is like free agency.
Yeah, that should be mandatory, and I think they don't want to lose any of those guys, and signing free agents from the outside put that in danger. But they haven't proven they can build a good enough roster by doing that. There's always a hole in their roster. If they could do that and nail so many picks, they're like, hey, we have no weaknesses in our position groups, then I would say that is equal to drafting and signing. But it's leaving you with about 90% full.
Like, I think re-signing your own would probably still fall under the category of you drafted well. You drafted well. That's a homegrown player. You got him to a second contract.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out ways to sign Parsons. They're trying to figure out a way to sign Lamb. They're trying to figure out a way to sign Diggs.
Yeah.
I mean, if they do that, you're not going to get any guys from the outside.
But is that an excuse?
I'm not saying it. I'm just telling you what it is.
That's how they choose to do it.
That's how they choose to do it.
So you could sign all those guys. You could sign all those guys, backload their deals, and then go sign impact free agents.
Yeah,
that's how the winning teams do it.
It's not like the Eagles didn't draft and have to sign Lane Johnson, Jason Kelsey, Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, good players that they've drafted and also are pretty high-priced players on their own team.
Yeah.
So maybe the Cowboys will end up having to pay more for some of their guys. I get it. But even the Chiefs, Travis Kelce, Chris Jones, I mean, you can just name it. There's the other teams also have to deal with that, where you draft a player that's talented, you have to find a way to keep him. It doesn't mean all of a sudden you get a cop-out from going out and being aggressive elsewhere.
But, Brian, I think, what I would like to say, and maybe that's what you're poking around at, is the Cowboys are doing a great job at a lot of stuff.
No, I'm not.
And it puts them in a tough spot.
I'm just trying to say their argument to you would be we're signing our own.
Yeah.
8 Pro Bowl guys.
Yeah,
We're
nice
winning
job.
12 games. Yeah, I get what you're saying, because I think there has to be a balance of that.
I just don't want to crap all over them, because I think they are doing a pretty good
They're
job
one of the
at
best
some
drafting
stuff.
teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
Period.
But they, that's clearly not getting the job done. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. One of us now owes 2 show bets. A Survivor update is next in the G-Bag Nation.
Listen.
for Fan Bowl 2023. It is at Texas Live. You have $3,000 in prize money, $1,500 for the winner. So go to 105thefan.com, click on the contest page, and sign up for your chance to win a slot in our Fan Bowl tournament. Registration ends tonight, so you better jump on in there. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Now, if you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, you want to make sure you call the Frankels. You can do it right there, roadside, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. That is truckwreck.com for the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident that's not your fault here with this weather pattern descending upon the Metroplex. Guess it's supposed to be pretty much sleeting throughout the rest of the evening hours, and with the traffic, maybe it can keep some of the more treacherous conditions at bay. But once it slows down tonight, like I guess tomorrow morning is going to be a time to really make sure you're extra careful, especially if you're amongst the first people out there super early.
I think it's a good time to go watch the Mavs game. I think I'm going to do that tonight.
Yeah,
I am. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to
well, hopefully there's no delays in it.
Yeah,
sometimes they do delay things.
Yeah.
But there's no plans for that at the moment. Okay, we will be talking Mavs a little bit later on. They have a game tonight, but the big fun is around the idea of trading Dorian Finney-Smith. Apparently the Jazz are very interested, and the rival GMs are saying the Mavs have put a very high price tag on Dodo for teams that want him. And I love that because I think he is a premium player. When you talk about a guy that can defend multiple positions, can hold his own against power forwards. When teams go small, he's a weapon and he makes threes. Like, I know his skill set isn't complete, but what he does very well. And championship teams need those kinds of players. So I could see the Mavs, if they get fortunate here and they want to take offers for Dorian Finney-Smith, find themselves on the beneficial end of a bidding war. That's what you could end up developing amongst the contenders.
Yeah, it's I'm just listening to Baskin, and I love Mike. I mean, his basketball takes are great, and he is so passionate about the Mavs. But I mean, I don't think that the word rebuild in the Mavericks is even something you can talk about when you have Luka Doncic. For me, I don't think that's something that is even remotely possible. When you have a player like Luka, I don't think rebuilding is even in the cards. So, I mean, look, if a team wants Dorian Finney-Smith and you can get something that you feel like can help your basketball team, go for it. Because I do understand, I don't know how much you have asset-wise that other teams really do want. I get that element of the argument.
Yeah, Finney-Smith is definitely one of them. And I love that they're going to hold out for a huge compensation package if they do end up moving him. Okay, now I don't mean to brag, guys, but I nailed both these games on Friday.
You did, and you deserve credit for
Luckily,
that.
I picked the Eagles. I picked the Bird Turds out of a hat, so I did get them in our G-Bag Survivor, and I will not have a payoff to do this week. But one of us not only has one, but two payoffs. How you doing over there, Brian?
I'm doing great. I really am. And I'm excited about my first bet payoff for picking the Cowboys against the 49ers.
Hell of a pick.
I will be doing radio this Friday from 5:30 till 9, 5:30 a.m. till 9 p.m. So if you're a fan, tune in. If you're not a fan of mine, I'm sorry, but I'll do the best I can to make you a fan. How about that?
Oh, everybody loves Brian.
We're going to have Looney Brian on air.
So, yeah, I got 5:30 to 5:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. Friday.
What's your plan? Heavy narcotics, caffeine?
No, you know what? It's funny because I do listen to the individual shows. So I'm just kind of looking forward to being a part of their shows. I think there's some really, really good sports conversation, some fun things. I mean, I can't add, anything with movies or anything like that. I'm not a pop culture guy, but maybe we'll have some answers about what's going on with this Cowboy searches for these coaches and stuff that I can kind of offer a little bit of insight on. So I'm excited about that.
What team did you have this week?
I had the 49ers. Yeah. And so likely at Radio Row, I'll probably have to do something that probably I didn't want to do.
Yeah.
But that's part of it. That's listen, there were 4 names in a hat. I got to draw second. Yeah. It wasn't like I got the last team. I was drawing second. So, I drew the 49ers and they just, once their quarterback went out, but the Eagles were, Eagles were good yesterday, though, too.
Football is a game of attrition. It's a war of attrition, and I think some fan bases, like to live in denial of that fact. But injuries are obviously a very big part of the game. I just feel horrible that it had to happen to Brock Purdy right as they were getting set to knock off the Bird Turds. Chuck, what team did you have?
I had the Chiefs. I drew the Chiefs, and I was really for either one of those teams winning that game. I love Burrow and I love Mahomes, and what a gutsy effort from Patrick Mahomes. My goodness, he was sensational. So the Chiefs won.
Chiefs defense too was exceptional.
They were the rookies, man. Those rookies really played well. McDuffie was a big addition for them, but Eric ended up having the Bengals.
Yeah,
and so he's got a bet payoff he's got to do.
Well, let me ask you this. You picked up an extra $20 from Bassick, didn't you, in betting?
Yeah, I did.
Not good for you.
I mean, I guess it's like...
No, it's good. I mean,
it is good.
He challenged you, and you
did.
You stood in there. And
so now I'm plus 40 on him.
Yeah, there you go.
What was the line in Chiefs-Bengals?
It kept moving. I think it ended up being Chiefs favored by one.
One and a half, one.
So I won both against Bassick. I'm even.
There you go.
I evened up against Bassick. I owed him $80 on Friday afternoon.
Very bad betting with Bassick this week for him.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, so Chiafalo will be back before too long. He's got family responsibilities on the other side of the Metroplex to tend to, but he'll be back probably Wednesday.
Partied too hard this weekend, I think.
And we'll get his bet payoff. Since he picked the Bengals, maybe he should walk like an Egyptian. That would be fun. Here's Lucius Alexander with the G bag of the day. That was a bad joke as a lead-in, sir. I'm sorry.
That was awful, fam.
Jeez.
Appreciate it,
I should warmed up here on a Monday.
Thank you, dog. By the way, man, I want to bet with Bassick. I'm pretty sure there's more gains than like index funds. You know what I'm saying? Index funds, you get like 10%. Bassick, you get like 25%. Yeah. You're winning.
Lucius, I almost called you on one, and I said, "Nah, I'm not going to do that."
Yeah.
I got to check it because if it's going the right way, I might come in there and talk to you about it.
All right,
I got one for you.
Holler at me about that later.
I
Have
will.
you guys seen that conversation about the new man law that popped up over the weekend? New man law.
Man law.
Yeah, man law.
I love a good man law talk, though.
We need open man card court or what?
I see. You cannot turn on your heated seats in your car if you're a man. Because why do you want your butt hot?
Kidding me?
Why do you want hot cheeks?
In this weather?
I've seen it for 2 days, bro. I've seen it on Saturday and Sunday. People were discussing this topic. I was like, oh, man, we're at the bottom.
I'll tell you what, Lucius, I got the heated seats, and I don't know how to turn them on.
Oh, sorry.
Is that a man card violation? I don't even know how to do that. I didn't know how to turn them on.
That's crusty.
Yeah, that's just for.
No, I don't know how to. I'm like, where's the
remote for this, Sonny?
I don't know where this. Where's my grandson? Turn on this heat.
I'll tell you what about those seats, though. They warm up faster than the heater.
Yeah.
So if you want some dang relief, especially on a cold morning like this.
All right, let me get into this. Uber Eats guy. Well, let's say the referee who ordered Uber Eats while he was reffing the game. It was a college game. Listen to this.
We'll let it go into the bench, and Loyola would take over 10 minutes before we get a stoppage. And we got an official's timeout. And somebody came on the floor.
Whoa.
On the far side. Looking for an Uber Eats delivery or something there. Is carrying some McDonald's.
Mop, guys.
Well, this has to be
I'm actually not kidding.
No, this is the
I
truth.
think that's what's happening.
This guy's in the corner. Looked like was he going to deliver the McDonald's to somebody on the court? Can we rule that out?
Can we rule it out?
They went underwater for this segment.
Is that what that is? I'm trying to get confirmation. Uber Eats, yes.
Maybe I'll put my hand up. I'm getting a little hungry. You can bring it over here.
So we saw the stoppage. The man was Usher. Let's see if we can see this. No, this is going to be the
Usher.
turnover in the
There
corner.
he is, right there in the corner. Yay.
So this guy's actually, who's he delivering it to?
The ref. The ref
official?
said later. Give it to me later. Not now.
Philip Alston's done a lot. I didn't think he needed a Big Mac for sustenance in the middle of the game.
I know, but the official out there, Tim, he distanced him like, I didn't say now.
Now.
Later. That's got to be unbelievable. That's got to be something that the highlight shows are going to have a blast with.
All right.
Sounds like Rick Moranis or something like that. Those are like scientists or something. Those aren't jocks.
Are we using that clip for our reel to try and get better jobs?
That's awful.
Just asking. Just asking.
Are
we like, I'm the guy that did the McDonald's
Hey, I got
thing?
some other broadcasters for you right here. How about Colorado Avalanche broadcasters? They had a hot mic situation. Tell you about microphones. Assume all guns are loaded and all mics are hot, okay? All right. Colorado Avalanche broadcasters, hot mic. They were talking about the Seagulls.
Dude, that seagull. Oh my God. Dirty bastard. I don't even know, like the seagulls that live at the dump here in Colorado, like, where do they live? I mean, where's their house?
It's RJ.
No.
Huh?
Where's their house?
Yeah, in a sec I do. First, I want to know where the seagulls live. They don't live in a nest. They have web feet. They have to live on the ground.
Wow, that guy was pretty educated about birds, I guess.
And I web feet.
Yeah, we're about to go to Radio Row next week, Wolchuk. And whenever you meet an East Coast or Florida talk show host, that's how they're going to sound. Oh, right there. Every one of them. You know, always ready to full-on launch into a monologue about something random.
Let's see here. What else I have for you boys? How about a bus driver that broke down the rules? You ever rode a bus before, like cross-country or something for a long distance?
Like a Greyhound kind
like
of thing?
Like a real-ass bus.
Never done it.
Yeah.
No.
Just like
Had to think about it.
You know those out of town weekend buses, like 3 or 4 hours.
Okay, that's a bus ride, bro. That's a bus ride. That's a bus ride. Bus driver breaks down the rules.
Federal regulations prohibit you from smoking, vaping, and drinking on the bus, and even take a little nip bottle. If I smell it and I see it, I have the right to put you off on the highway. I got like 3 phones. I can put you on Instagram, TikTok, WorldStar. I got all the apps. So I just load up and laugh at you. Put a meme over your head. Stupid. Next of all, if you want to see America's Got Talent, that comes on Tuesdays and Thursdays. That means we don't want to hear you singing going down the road. We know you're happy and jolly and good and all that, but nobody want to hear nobody singing going down the road. So be relaxed and hum and tune to yourself. It's Sunday, sing a choir to yourself, whatever you want to do. But nobody want to hear. Now, if you're a snorer, you got to go in compartment number 3. I got to focus to get us there. If you snoring and I hear you, it distracts me, it throws me off. We end up on the side of a ditch and you have a nice sleep. We're not going to do that. Other than that, the temperature's going to set at a comfortable temperature. Oh, we got a movie playing today. It's a good one. It's called Are We There Yet? That means don't tap me. Are we there yet? I'm going to get you there on time as best as possible. It's Sunday traffic. It could be an accident. It could be anything. I'm going to get you there. We all good? Temperature set right? All right, we about to rock and roll.
100% the bus driver's got to be from Brooklyn or Bronx.
Okay.
Brooklyn or Bronx.
Not Queens?
That's my guesses. It might be a little Queens in there.
Really?
But Queens would have said a little bit more sauce. They got a little bit more flair.
Wow.
He was just right to the point.
I need that guy as the head flight attendant on all my flights.
Yeah, a lot of good detail.
You know, sounds like he'll really keep people squared away.
Yeah. All right, I got one more for you. Well, I got a few more, but I'll get to this one.
Okay.
Draft booty. What is draft booty? We'll find out. Listen.
Second thing, so if you love Fields, do you trade down to help your draft booty and, take more picks? Or number 3, do you think the Georgia quarterback is so great? I used the wrong word. The Georgia quarterback is so great. Look at him laugh again.
What happened?
Can I finish the interview? Can I finish the question? Well, capital, draft, all the stuff you get with the draft and everything else. Assets, picks. Like
Why'd you say
I used them
booty?
wrong. I don't know. It came to me. Stupid. Anyway,
Mad Dog entertained me for the first time ever. That was the first time I've enjoyed a Mad Dog clip. Not laughing at him, I'm laughing with him, actually.
Makes sense.
Wow, that was a great clip. Draft booty. Yeah, I guess, you do want a good athletic, glute area.
You do.
Yep,
Yep.
you do.
Okay, is it the ref who ordered Uber Eats while ref at a college game? 2-time champ. Colorado Avs broadcaster's got a hot mic talking about seagulls. Bus driver breaking down the rules. Draft booty with Mad Dog Russo. That gets my vote, Lucius. How about you?
Oh, yeah. Shoot. The Colorado Avalanche guys.
Bully?
Went with the jiggle of the draft booty.
2-1 brought us.
I'm going to go with the bus driver.
My score 2-1. 2-1. And your new G-Bag Today champion, it's Chris Mad Dog Russo talking about that draft booty that you want to accrue. Register for your chance to win a slot to play in Fan Bowl 2023. Inside Texas Live coming up Saturday afternoon. The fun will start at 3 o'clock. Go to 105thethefan.com/contest. Hit the contest tab once you get to the site. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, and where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, when a fan base blames a guy for a loss. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by my friends at Window Nation. Go to windownation.com/home show. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties himself, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. You guys thinking, by the way, that you think McCarthy, since he's, because I'm really trying to run down who some of these other names might be if they go outside for an offensive coordinator. I'm just not hearing anybody. I wonder if it's going to be Mike calling the plays, but there's people in the organization saying that I know I tweeted out about Schottenheimer, maybe being the OC in title and then Mike calling the plays. But I had people say I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case. So,
well, they're shooting down the Schottenheimer idea. That's interesting.
It's they're shooting it down in a way that he probably won't be the OC. Mm-hmm. So that's where I mean now the name, like the Ben McAdoo name. And I called a couple of guys in the league I know really well. I'm like, listen, you hear anything about Ben McAdoo? This one guy's really close to Ben McAdoo. He said, I'll let you know. If Ben's going to get this gig. But I mean, Mike's going to need, if he's going to play call, he's going to have some. I just don't see him as the head coach going in there and having to install the offense, put together all the playbooks, get the teaching clips together, all that stuff that you would do as an offensive coordinator.
He's not going to do that. That's busy work.
That's what that's what I'm saying. I mean, to me, I just, because you look at what goes on in Kansas City, that's Eric Bieniemy, those coaches, they all set up they set it up.
Sure.
And then Andy takes the play call sheet and he starts calling plays. And Eric Bieniemy sends them in. People say, well, you see Eric Bieniemy sending stuff in. It's really Andy's telling him what to do there.
Well, let me ask you this. As far as the lack of buzz right now, don't you think it makes sense that they would have waited until today to do the interviews? And as the interviews wrap up throughout this afternoon and evening, agents are going to hear, sources will be
I hope.
We'll probably know tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I hope as the show goes along, some of these guys get back.
Yeah.
But to me, it appeared that Kellen Moore had probably interviewed for the Chargers job before he got let out.
Wow.
How quickly he got that. Tampa and Chargers were in there immediately. And then what happens? Immediately. Now, Kellen's got a year left on a deal, too. So the Cowboys are going to have to pay him for, another year. But that's just how quickly that Charger deal came together. That seems to me that maybe there was some, hey, listen, man, if you don't get the head coaching job at Carolina, and there's a chance you get let out, we'd love to have you here in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
That deal came together way fast.
Might have been like Friday night.
Yeah.
Hey, we give you permission.
Yeah.
You
maybe
wanna
there's
talk to
maybe
them,
there's a
you're-
little
you're
something
okay.
to that mutually agreeing to part ways.
Yeah.
You know, we'll let you interview for these gigs before we make a decision on you, and if you just take it, then that absolves us of the $5 million or whatever we got to give you.
Let me ask you something real quick. No, I think you're right about that. Let me ask you something there. Do you kind of feel like that now the scrutiny, are you going to be more understanding of Mike McCarthy as the head coach OC, or are you going to be like even harsher when things are you going to compare it to what you saw with Kellen Moore? Or
Yeah, absolutely. I think the responsibility as a play caller is magnified very significantly. And I think it's going to bring out the best in Mike. Like when I'm looking at him in the sidelines, I saw a disengaged guy. And if you have no active role other than suggesting things from time to time, I think it's hard to be your best for a lot of guys. You know, some guys are great in that total, you know, just CEO type of managing the sideline, but I never thought that Mike McCarthy looked engaged. I don't think he's one of those guys that can be at his best as a walk-around guy. And to specifically answer your question, absolutely, there's more expectation and more blame if the play calling isn't dialed.
Right, and naturally you'll be comparing it to Kellen. There's no question. And it'll be fascinating because the last 2 years you saw of Mike calling the plays in Green Bay, it didn't go well. But prior to that, I think it was once
he put that thing on autopilot
in the 10 years. Yeah. But prior to that, I mean, he was top 10 in points in yards every year he had been doing it since 2006.
Yeah.
So he has a track record minus the end there where maybe he had kind of mentally checked out at Green Bay. But to me, this is it. This is go ahead and prove your worth, right? Because this team, I think, is kind of figuring out, is Mike the guy, or are we going to move on to Dan Quinn or somebody else?
Are we really going to learn it's the quarterback and not the play caller?
Yeah, I think that's this is all setting up for the ultimate education here for the Cowboys.
You know, and I think the quarterback's good enough.
I think the quarterback's good too.
Yeah.
The thing about it is, I wonder if they're all, you know, because nobody over there is going to tell Jerry Jones that the quarterback's the problem. Because, you know, how many years did they tell you that Jason Witten still could play?
Yeah.
You know? I mean, nobody's gonna go up there and say, hey, listen, I know, you know, we've had Jason Garrett, we've had Scott Linehan, we've had now Kellen Moore, you know.
You think Jerry kind of wonders maybe after what he's seen? I think Jerry kind of has that suspicion.
I'm just telling you, man, the way that these coaches have been let go and how it's been some of Jerry's guys and some of McCarthy's guys, I think Mike McCarthy just says, well, he said, well, damn it, I'm going to call plays then. I really do. I think he's like, okay, you don't think I could do this? Okay, I'm going to call plays. I'm going to call plays here. I think I'm going to try. I'm going to do this because it just seems it's so fascinating to me that Joe Philbin, his best friend, gets let out. Then Jerry Jones loses a Leon Lett and loses a Skip Pete and loses a George Edwards. You know, where you're just, I keep saying the prisoner for prisoner kind of thing, but that's the way it's going right now. And I just wonder if there's Mike McCarthy's like, okay, you don't think I could call, you like Kellen Moore? Okay, I'm going to call plays.
No, I love it.
I also think there's a good chance that he knows better than anybody else that you could get on what's going to make Dak good.
Yeah.
And having to fight through another layer of the offensive coordinator to get the plays called they're going to complement Dak the best, I think was probably frustrating for him. And now I think he and Dan Quinn are going to be more capable of crafting a game plan that nobody can interfere with to truly play complementary football.
Yeah, because you can kind of let Dan DQ, he's got the reins of that side of the ball. You feel good about it. He's essentially like a co-head coach over there, and you can sit back and say, this is my offense. We're doing it my way. All the pressure's on me. It is sink or swim now. There's nobody else to blame. There is no scapegoat. It is Mike McCarthy or bust. And if this doesn't work, then I think you now have the opportunity to move on from the head coach and possibly the quarterback, and you can feel fine about it because you exhausted your resources.
Yeah, I would say before you've exhausted them, like we can talk coach, we can talk quarterback, but if I'm in Jerry Jones' office right now, I'm looking at the man in the mirror. and saying, we need to get Dak some real protection so he can sit back there like he did his rookie year. That Dak was very comfortable. He played with a lot of swagger and rhythm and confidence and would drop really high-level passes between levels because he had the time to line that thing up. Yeah. You know, when you get him in the chaos and, I'm handling this and I don't know where everybody is, that's when the turnovers happen. You're not going to get that level of execution from Dak until you give him that level of protection from his rookie year. That was, Ron Leary and Doug Free, Travis Frederick in his prime, Zach Martin and Tyron Smith in their primes.
Yep.
So it's impossible to get there, but you got to get closer.
We all agree that Kyle Shanahan's a pretty damn good coach, right?
Good coach, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We like Kyle Shanahan, right? We
top three, top four guy.
I'll tell you, I like what you're saying there. Well, 49er fans are not too happy with him right now. They're blaming him for the loss in that game yesterday. And not just because of the missed challenge, but they've taken to Twitter for some pretty harsh comments. This guy named Evan Scales tweeted, "Star quarterbacks matter. Kyle Shanahan wants to be the smartest guy in the room, and that's why the 49ers won't get over the hump."
Oh, so settling for Garoppolo and Purdy?
Yeah.
Well, he tried to get a star quarterback, and he couldn't get one, so he's putting you in conference championship games with jobbers.
How about this one?
Man, these Niner fans are irrational.
Here we go. It gets better. Kyle Shanahan is just Jason Garrett with a famous dad. Had some Anthony Nash.
Oh, Niners fans. Irrational tears are the best.
Support the hell out of this.
This is like chicken soup for your Cowboy soul right now, isn't it?
Yeah, and a week ago, they were flexing.
This is from a gentleman named James Tillman. This is life with Kyle Shanahan. He may get lucky and lead a team to one title or two over the course of hopefully a long career, but Shanahan's play calling doesn't really work in the postseason.
What was he supposed to do yesterday? I mean, they were an injury away. If Brock Purdy couldn't have gone out there and handed the football off, they were going to have to play Juszczyk and McCaffrey at quarterback.
Yeah. This guy named Lee. Lee's perspective is what they say. Kyle Shanahan's major gaffe not challenging the obvious incomplete pass. He talked about it post-game. He said they didn't get a very good angle. They didn't get a good enough angle for him. He said he thought about doing it, just thought about challenging it, but he said he did. What
was final score again?
Yeah, it was 31-7, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, one challenge, yeah.
One challenge, yeah. And how about this guy, MJ, Eye of the Tiger? I said this before, I'll say it again. The 49ers will never win a Super Bowl with Kyle Shanahan as his head coach. And you were so sure Purdy would lead the 49ers to the Super Bowl, too. Kind of laughing emoji face things after that.
I wasn't saying that a week ago.
These sound like dug-in sports guys who, 4 years ago, were like, "No, why are you hiring Shanahan? He lost to Brady with a 28-3 lead," and they've never relented in the face of mountains of evidence that maybe you should appreciate Kyle Shanahan as a coach. It's kind of their bit to doubt the guy. So today's their day.
Yeah, I think so. It's a shame that, man, like last week, you couldn't say enough great things about the man, and this week, it's really a week-to-week job.
It certainly is.
It certainly is a week.
Well, it was certainly sad to watch the 49ers have to go out like that. Perhaps the injury karma baton passed to them through the leg of Tony Pollard. And
you guys talking injuries?
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're an unfortunate part of football, and
it's a tough game.
It is. People get hurt, and luckily everybody survived.
Yep.
And none of the injuries appear to be long term. But they absolutely lost because of injuries impacted them.
Yep.
And they absolutely got there because of injuries. I mean, we put Terrence Steele and Tony Pollard in that game. So you kind of live by the sword, die by the sword. That's the name of the game. Cowboys news of the day coming up next. Well, Chuck, what kind of storylines are we going to be talking?
Well, we were talking offensive coordinator candidates. I got some names the Cowboys might be considering, and let's do a little Would You Rather next on The Fan.
Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup here on a frosty and icy Football Monday, reacting to the NFC title game and where the Cowboys go from here. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Traffic slowing down pretty good on Central coming in. Flowing decently moving north, though. You got some fog along with the rain. Temperature under 30. I don't know how slick it is out there. Be careful. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, and here he is, the Woolly Bully himself with the Cowboys news of the day. Wolchuk.
What is cooking, baby? Stay safe out there. Seriously. And text in, what's popping. Already gotten some sleet and snow reported in the Metroplex, in Plano, Duncanville, you name it. I know you're everywhere, and we love you. 877-881-1053. And Eric didn't want to drive in it, but I think really the truth was he got went a little too crazy for his birthday.
So I know that's right.
I'm thinking of him today, but
got a 72-hour hangover.
We got to give some love to Tyler Biadasz to kick off the Cowboys news. Oh, well, you got something on your mind?
No,
Brian?
I was just looking. I'm watching, in our studio here, watching Mahomes move around. He didn't have a high ankle sprain, did he?
Oh, yeah.
He didn't have a high ankle sprain.
Yeah, he did.
Did he?
You could see him towards the end when the Toradol wore off in the fourth quarter.
You think so?
He started to feel it a little more.
All right, I just kind of wondered if did we have a misdiagnosis there?
He hit it well.
Yeah.
He hit it well.
No,
he's going to jump here?
Yeah, no.
He's going to jump.
He could not, no.
He's going to jump.
Don't accuse him of going Steve Young.
Yeah, I think
that was the real deal.
I thought there was some Steve Young. I don't know. Maybe high ankle sprain, maybe an ankle sprain. I don't know about
I think he had it. I think he did.
All right.
That's Tiger Woods with a broken tibia and a torn ACL dominating Rocco Mediate in the 2009 U.S. Open. That's what that was, Brian. Don't you take that from me. That was legendary.
It was legendary stuff. Tyler Biadasz is going to the Pro Bowl. He has been named as an alternate for Jason Kelce, who will be playing in the Super Bowl, but congratulations to the Cowboys center. Tyler Biadasz making his first Pro Bowl trip. Can't wait to see him there.
I'll tell you what, he got better as the season wore on. And there was some talk there about him, last year, when he got the opportunity, and was he picking everything up? Was he doing all the reads and stuff? I mean, his game got completely changed. And credit to him, having to deal with what was going on at left guard next to him.
Yeah.
With
a lot of change
in and out of the players they had. So he handled all that very, very well.
We had Tyler on. It was early summer. And we were downtown.
It's a World Cup thing.
They were making a big World Cup announcement.
Yes, that's right.
And he joined us, and he talked about how he hadn't done anything fun the entire offseason because he was just working out. He was like, yeah, I think I'm going to go to Wisconsin and see my family for like 2 days, but then I'm back to the gym. So he was super committed because he knew this could be a make it or break it year. And Biadasz is great. It seems like a player that, the Cowboys really need to bring back. In Denton, Clayton says it was thunder sleeting earlier. It's icy and slick. Major roads are fine. Neighborhoods and parking lots are icy, says the 214. 817, avoid bridges, very icy. Okay, it's starting. George Bush heading south from 35 at a standstill, 682. Back to Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. I was driving in, and it was a little bit of rain, and as soon as it would hit the windshield, it was immediate freeze. Like, oh, this kind of sucks. And the heater doesn't work very well. So I do have the heated seats, and that'll get kind of warm. So I'm basically like switching hands on the wheel, other ones under the rear, just to keep it warm. And then I'll switch, boom, under the rear.
Wow,
I'm doing what I can here to just try and stay. So I'm going to have to hustle home.
Let's get that into the shop.
Hope the roads aren't that bad.
Somebody can take care of Wolchuk's heat.
Yeah, but can I also ask a question? And I know people talk about this all the time with car. Gavin, you sound like that you packed a complete disaster kit.
I do, yeah. Yeah, when the weather gets bad, I always have a big jug of water. Okay, I have long underwear. I have pants and then an extra change of socks and shoes. Okay.
This is all in the Scooby-Doo van?
Yeah, it's loaded. It's locked and loaded. It's ready to go. I have flares. I have a battery pack that could jumpstart a vehicle.
How about a generator? You know how to use that generator?
I do know how to use the generator. I don't take the generator with me. But yeah, I'm fully prepared for being stranded. Having to walk, having to stay the night in the van. I don't take anything to chance. You could slide off the road down a ravine Nobody can see your lights blinking. You got to survive down there 8-12 hours with a broken leg. You're not coming out of that thing until it warms up. So you got to be ready. You got to be ready.
Call somebody? Would you call somebody?
I probably would.
Would you put on your thermals then call somebody?
He's a do-it-yourself kind of guy. Are you kidding me?
911.
You never know.
I've fallen down a ravine.
I like being ready.
I'm at mile marker. I think
I can't get up.
I'm in Old East Dallas.
Yeah.
You might not be able to see me.
I'm in a Scooby-Doo van. I'm down here, but I've got water, and extra clothes, and some socks if anybody needs any.
Maybe when you rolled, your car went flying out of the window. Okay,
you went flying out of the.
It's in the creek.
Oh, your phone.
My phone went out flying out of the window.
Okay,
it's all possible, Brian.
I'm going to say your phone never leaves your hand. So I'm going to say phone is in hand as you're rolling. And that thing is, you will let go of the wheel before you let go of that phone.
Fair enough.
It's true. And
enough.
honestly, I do the same thing.
I'll tell you what, I'm not making, Gavin's right though. If they tell you to pack that stuff. And that's
smart.
That's actually a really, I'm not
trying
making
to pull
funny.
my man card for it.
I know. Actually, I wish I would have done the same
No,
thing.
you're thinking ahead. When you said all that, I'm like, gosh,
I'm going to the Mavs game tonight. Watch me roll down a ravine. Yeah.
Seriously, I just don't want to have to get out and walk in like shoes. I want to have boots and a dry pair of socks.
It's
That's
always
really
good
what
to
it
be
comes
prepared.
down to it. Then I add a few other things.
Always good.
Like
All right.
some like donuts.
Yeah, a lot of donuts, not just a few.
Sugar Crisps.
John Machota of The Athletic has some replacement Kellen Moore coordinator names here for us.
John's doing some work because nobody else does.
Yeah. I put out a list last week. Now, I don't think that any of those names, no, there's a couple of names that I had and he's got on here as well, but some of them are different. Now, I think we can rule out one of them that he's got. Maybe two, Brian. You can give me feedback. Now, he does have Brian Schottenheimer on here.
Yeah.
Consultant on the Cowboys staff last season. He helped Moore and Quinn on game planning and preparation for future opponents. He was the passing game coordinator for the Jags in 2021. He was the offensive coordinator for the Seahawks from 18 through 2020. And McCarthy's first NFL coaching job as an offensive quality control coach was under Marty Schottenheimer, of course, Brian's dad. So you've got the relationship there. And we've discussed his name quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a name I like to throw out there because of familiarity. Kind of feel like that's what Mike might do. But there's some people in the organization. Again, we'll see at 4 o'clock. Todd Archer, he's hooked up to this thing pretty strong. Let's see what he says about that.
Ben McAdoo is the second name that
That's
you
a name
also brought up.
I would keep an eye on that one.
Now, McAdoo essentially had the role that Schottenheimer took over last year.
Helping the defensive coaches.
And then he got the Panthers offensive coordinator job.
OC.
But with Frank Reich now being the new head coach there, he has been relieved.
Bye, Miss America.
Now he's a free agent.
Yeah.
So maybe Ben McAdoo returns, and I think most Cowboy fans probably know him as the former Giants offensive coordinator and head coach as well.
He has that play sheet that's like what's the place, the Cheesecake Factory menu.
Yes.
It's like
Rob Ryan style.
Delicious.
It's got the Cheesecake Factory menu. You know that thing? It's like about 175 items on there. That's what he's got working. Yeah.
Brian Johnson, quarterback coach of the Eagles. Now, this was the name I referenced on the show last week, and I like the tie here because he was Dak Prescott's quarterback coach at Mississippi State.
Good call.
He's done a fantastic job with Jalen Hurts and his improvement, and he was the offensive coordinator and quarterback coach at Florida in 2020, then joined the Eagles staff, and he is one of those young, up-and-coming coaches in the NFL.
Sure is.
So especially if it's a guy where Mike McCarthy is going to be your play caller, but you just want to add a guy, he can maybe help Dak's development. He's got familiarity with your quarterback. I think that's definitely a name that I would love to look at and at least talk to.
Might be a thing that you can weaken them with, too, by
No
the
question.
way. Knowing the ins and outs of their team, a division rival, I think that helps.
Yep, you take from them, you add yourself.
Right.
Cliff Kingsbury, and I know that's a sexy name on the truckwreck.com fan text, and
we'd have to make a long-distance call there.
You've got the A&M, you got the Texas Tech ties. But Cliff, the offense didn't work in Arizona, but to the point we've been making, and this is a guy that I don't think he would not want to call the plays. If you were to bring in Cliff Kingsbury, I don't think this is I'm taking some pressure off of Coach McCarthy.
He wants to call plays.
This is his offense.
Yeah, he would call plays. It would be his offense. But the good thing about him, if you're Jerry Jones, he's getting paid for the next several years by the Arizona Cardinals. So you would just have an offset there if you want to save some money and have an OC.
Yeah. You also have Zach Robinson. Now, this would also be one of those moves.
Rams?
Yeah, quarterback coach of the Rams right now.
Right.
Now, this is a guy that I don't think that is ready to take over as a full-on play caller because he didn't get the offensive coordinator job that was available in LA with the Rams. Now, maybe that was just due to McVay and Mike LaFleur are such good friends. He became available. McVay's like, I got you, bro. Yeah. I got you a job. But Zach Robinson is another one of those young up-and-coming names. You can say what you want. Hey, maybe you don't think he's a great quarterback coach, but he does have some love right there around the NFL.
I didn't know who the hell Zach Taylor was before he got to Cincinnati.
Very
job.
true. So he's a guy that if McCarthy's calling the plays, I wouldn't mind him coming in and being your OC and see what he can do. But he's also going to bring you some of that McVay tree, maybe some of that creativity as well.
From LA.
Absolutely. Clint Kubiak, 35-year-old, was with Denver as their passing game coordinator and quarterbacks coach last year.
His brother's a scout on the Cowboys currently.
And Dad, Gary Kubiak.
Yes.
We know that name very, very well.
Yes.
He was the Vikings OC in 2021.
Yeah.
Had mixed reviews there.
Yes.
So that's a name to consider. And then your guy that we mentioned that you thought, hey, former offensive line coach with McCarthy, James Campen, but you've pretty much said Carolina, no go. He's not leaving
Carolina
the Panthers.
guys tell me he's untouchable. They got him and another guy on that defensive staff. They're untouchable, is what my guys were saying.
So those are kind of the guys. And I would like to throw in Bill Slowick of the San Francisco 49ers, who I believe is their passing game coordinator. Chris DeForester, I did not realize he was the same guy that had the little bit of a cocaine issue with the Miami Dolphins several years back. Now, maybe he's grown out of that.
Oh, wow, what a great story.
That was a good story.
And we played the audio of it on the Nosebleed Seats when we were a podcast, and I was like, this name sounds familiar.
He is an O-line coach, yeah.
Yeah, there's no way it's the same guy. But maybe, look, I don't know. Maybe you could pry him away if you wanted to. And I don't know if he'd be your overall play caller either.
Offer him a little more, maybe.
Yeah,
like
so he could fill both roles for you.
Entice him a little bit.
Because certainly San Francisco's had a great line, so he can be your offensive
he knows about a line
coach and your OC in title, but then McCarthy's actually going to call the plays. And he brings you some of that sprinkle-dinkle of the Kyle Shanahan formula.
Oh, he'll bring some sprinkle-dinkle.
Yeah, he certainly will. Yeah. All right, let's do a little Would You Rather, if you don't mind.
Okay, let's go.
Blogging the boys.
Woo, rather.
Free agency edition. I'm going to give you 2 Cowboy free agents. You tell me which one you'd rather keep. Donovan Wilson, Leighton Vander Esch. Would you rather?
Leighton Vander Esch. I think Donovan Wilson's kind of overrated. He's an aggressive player. That's why he flashes on the screen from time to time, but there's an element I just can't trust with Donovan Wilson.
Give me Donovan Wilson because I don't trust the health of Leighton Vander Esch.
It's fair.
All right, blogging the boys' verdict, and I tend to agree. Leighton Vander Esch, keep him.
Gosh, football guy over here supposedly.
I know, and I like those are 2 guys that I think ultimately you need
my
to
emergency pack ready here.
No, I think you need to keep Donovan Wilson. I don't disagree with you. I think these are 2 guys you need to keep, and I think the Cowboys are going to end up benefiting because the rest of the league is going to also be fearful of the injuries.
You know what? You should absolutely keep Donovan. You should keep Leighton Vander Esch because what did you see from Clark and what did you see from Cox?
I also don't think that's a position you're going to be able to upgrade this offseason because it's a weak draft class at linebacker.
Oh, really?
Did you watch the Tulane kid play?
Haven't seen the Tulane kid yet, no.
Watch him.
You like him? Okay. I'll give him a look. That kind of excites me. Yeah. I'm pumped. Would you rather T.Y. Hilton or Connor McGovern?
I want to upgrade at that spot, and I might want to draft a tackle and move Tyler over there. So, I'm going to keep T.Y. Hilton.
McGovern.
Ooh, we're split. Verdict. Let's keep Connor McGovern. We're going to get a better wide receiver for you. Don't worry, Gavin.
Doubt it.
We're going to find good. We're going to find good receivers.
He's thinking about Gallup and all that.
Don't worry. You can't have enough good linemen, and I still think we can find another lineman.
Gavin will tell you that is really Connor McGovern a good lineman.
Connor McGovern's going to go get $8 million to play somewhere.
You're probably right about that.
I think between the 2, the more likely to return is T.Y. Hilton. I think somebody else also overpays McGovern.
Yeah, you see a guy that can play guard and play center.
Right, there's versatility there. All right, final one. Would you rather Carlos Watkins or Anthony Brown?
I'll take Anthony Brown. No, can I have neither?
Neither?
I'll take Anthony Brown. No, I'll take Anthony Brown, yeah.
Man, I'll tell you what. I think I could do better at corner because of what I've seen so far in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I like what I did with Bland. Give me Carlos Watkins. I think there's something about the way he plays.
We're going to sign Brown to like a rehab deal, though. He's going to get healthy after Thanksgiving, and if you're lacking depth at corner, here comes Anthony Brown starting quality. That's my thinking there.
Yeah, no, I totally. These have been some difficult decisions, but to me, I kind of feel like that. I know that it looked train wreckish, but they kind of figured some things out with McCwamu and then Bland, and if you add another one, then maybe better than Brown. So that's kind of why I went that direction.
Blogging the boys' verdict agrees with you, General, in Anthony Brown. I, though, having looked at these corners, I'm with you.
Blogging the boys. I don't know why you look at that garbage.
Let's stockpile on the corners.
Wow.
Totally kidding.
Those are my guys.
You hear that, RJ? We love you.
Those are good people over there.
He kicks because he cares.
I might go Watkins as well.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Wooly Bully. Anything else?
No, that's it.
That's it. Great segment. Hey, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, what do you think of the Cowboys' new play caller? We can talk about what we expect Mike McCarthy to bring to the table. We're heading for the best of the weekend coming up at 3:40. And then Todd Archer is going to join us, one of the Cowboys' best beat writers on the beat. Todd Archer joins you coming up at 4 o'clock right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about D&M Leasing. Wow, it's no conditions to be shopping for a new vehicle, driving around town, going to dealerships. From me not being hurt. How legendary was that at 877-881-1053? What do you compare it to? Some of the greatest, guttiest postseason performances where if it's the regular season, you're not going to play. But it's the playoffs, so you get that damn shot. You take a couple of those, and down the hatch they go. You man up. You wrap the hell out of it. But then you bear down, and in moments where your team really needs you, you say, okay, I'm just going to ignore the pain and drive through it. And the greats, Kobe was amazing at this. It would always drive me crazy. Karl Malone was amazing at this. Can sort of grit their teeth and still perform for brief periods of time, you know? There's a great samurai saying, and I forget what it was from. Maybe it was from Ghost Dog. A fantastic movie. That even when a samurai is finished and he knows I have lost, if he focuses hard enough, he can still execute one move to down his enemy with him, right? If you're focused and you want it enough, if you are trained enough and you have your energy fixed in a certain way, Brian.
I thought the samurai was like if they knew they were losing, they kind of take themselves out.
Well, that too, you know, if they had lost honor, you know, in some way, they would off themselves, you know, and I think they would never be captured. But if you're in a one-on-one duel, the guys run you through with this blade right in your heart. You're like, dang, this is the end.
Yeah, you're done.
You know, most people that weren't focused and trained would be like, oh, this sucks. But if you got the heart of the samurai, or if you're Patrick Mahomes, you say, you know what? I might have lost this, but this guy's going down with me. And I you know, maybe that's a bit of a stretch. Maybe it's, you know, not quite life and death. But point holds. Superstars, when their teams need them, they have a way of blocking out the pain and performing close to 100%. I think that's what you saw with Patrick Mahomes. The fact that he did it with his legs, beating a guy to the first down marker in Osai who was coming like a freight train and getting through there. I think this is going to be one of those plays that we see in NFL films for years and contributes to the Patrick Mahomes legacy in a very, very significant way.
I agree. I think that was a legacy type of game for Mahomes. Doing it against Burrow won, and all the trash talk, which we will have for you for best of the weekend coming up on the other side, you could see that definitely annoyed the Chiefs locker room 100%. And it annoyed Patrick Mahomes. And Mahomes went out there. I think he was definitely feeling that ankle. And I think the more that game wore on, the harder it got. And in that fourth quarter, you could tell there were certain throws he couldn't step into. He's having to kind of jump and throw elevated in the air there.
He does that anyway, doesn't he? His feet are never set when he throws the ball.
There were plays he couldn't make and was inaccurate with the football. Play over the middle to Marquez Valdez-Scantling on a third down, and they had to end up punting. But I think you could tell the ankle's not right, or else maybe that's a completed pass.
He could only really scramble left because that was the foot he had to plant on. You know, so he would scramble left and like pivot on that somehow and reach up on one foot and throw it. And, you know, throughout the game, he loses two of his outside threats. Yes. So he's got nobody that he can throw the ball to. And he's like, well, crap, I'll just run for this first down and see what we can make of this, boys.
Look like a Pro Bowl caliber receiver. He loses Juju. He loses Tony. I mean, I thought he was fantastic yesterday. It might have been his best playoff performance.
Bieniemy's over here trying to scheme Kelsey one-on-one. And the damn Bengals call timeout. Nope, you can't do that. We're going to make some defensive adjustments. Look out for them trying to get Kelsey one-on-one on the outside. We can't let them do that. So, it was obviously a game that had grinded to a halt. Both defenses were playing really, really well, and Patrick Mahomes, I believe, with a severely sprained ankle. His coach, the GM Brett Veach last night says people don't realize how hurt he was. We all saw the injury. Sometimes guys miss 2-3 weeks, and he was out there running for a first down.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you're just not buying it?
I'm saying he was hurt, but I'm high ankle sprain. I'm kind of calling that one out. I am. I'm just I saw he got hurt, but to me, if
freaking hater over here,
not a hater, but hey, give the doctors from Kansas City a lot of credit. They did what they had to do to get that thing right.
I mean, you know what hydrocodone can do, though.
Sure.
You were slipping those to Brett Favre for years, and he would play through all kinds of injuries that nobody else could.
No, I knew who was slipping them to him. I'd never got to do it myself. I would bring him a Miller Lite is what I would do. I was bringing him the beverage so he could take them.
Right. That's what I was to get on the list where he got to be the one to bring them.
Yeah, I don't know. Watch me. Yeah, they'll go back and probably try people for that one.
This is fun, though. Okay, so CBS Sports did put out a list of some of the gutsiest playoff performances.
Let's go, Wolchuk.
We got Jack Youngblood with the broken leg.
Now, his leg was broken.
In the Super Bowl. You're buying that one.
I am absolutely
He actually
buying.
played with a broken leg.
Yeah.
Okay, my brother played a half a soccer game at goalkeeper with a broken leg.
Yeah.
It's doable if the right bone breaks.
Yeah.
There's one down there by the ankle that another one's kind of supporting.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't need the supporting bones to break. Yeah.
You had Rod Woodson, who tore his ACL and injured his MCL while trying to tackle Barry Sanders in the 95 season opener and then played the whole season with it.
I'll just take a brace.
That's ridiculous. T.O. in the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Who also was on, a broken leg?
Yeah.
That was a high ankle sprain /
That was
broken ankle
severe.
bone.
Might as well have been broken, yeah.
So those are just a few that they put on theirs. And then there's one Tom Brady
Wait a minute.
one.
So you guys are telling me that one, okay. You guys don't have the reference point of the Youngblood one, but the other ones, was that performance?
I've interviewed Jack Youngblood.
I did you ask him about that?
We did. We interviewed him 2 years ago as well. Super Bowl Radio Row. We were one of the only shows that for whatever reason wanted the guy. He was great. We asked him about it. Yeah.
Did you really ask
It's
him?
his favorite story to tell. Are you kidding me? Everybody asked him about it.
He's a legend.
Okay.
We'll probably see him in
Okay,
Arizona.
well, good. So do you think what Mahomes did is on par?
Not over
Oh,
the
it's more
broken
impressive.
leg. No.
More impressive?
More impressive. I think he was dealing with more
leg?
discomfort. Yes, because the ankle's a moving part down there. The leg, it's being supported by the other bone. You got the fibula and the tibia down there, right? Fibia, tibula, something like that.
I'd like for the
you got
doctor,
two different ones.
I'd like
Okay,
the
doctors weigh in.
Doctors, please
What's
weigh
more
in.
impressive, Youngblood or Mahomes? Doctors at 877-881-1053. I'm not one, but I try to pretend to be one on the radio. Okay, Mahomes, how legendary at 877-881-1053. And then McCarthy. Okay, let's get three going at once here. What do you think about the job McCarthy is going to do? We've talked about this amongst ourselves a couple of times. Will he make the team better? Is this going to be an improvement over Kellen Moore? He is a Super Bowl winning play caller, or is this just a coach who's maybe past his prime a little bit? Maybe the game's passed him by, and he knows that. The Joneses know it. That's why they wanted Kellen Moore to call the plays. But he's grasping at the reins as he prepares to be a lame duck coach, and is like, well, I want to be more in control of my future here. Which one of those is it to you guys?
I think it's more the latter. Now, it's not to say that doesn't end up being a win. Maybe I'm really excited to see what Coach McCarthy has in terms of his ability to call plays now. Like, is this going to be what Aaron Rodgers was rolling his eyes and scoffing at the end of his tenure in Green Bay? Or did the whole going into the barn and we're going to go ahead and adapt and I'm changing everything, and much like we've seen the evolution of Dan Quinn, is the evolution of Mike McCarthy a real thing? Because if it is, I think this is going to work. And then Mike McCarthy can flex and dunk on all of us. If it isn't, you're going to have a new head coach and possibly a new quarterback in a year.
I don't think we're going to see the new Mike McCarthy. I think that was a writer's invention. I think he's going to try to take us back to the future by being more traditional.
West Coast, that kind of stuff.
Well, maybe if they think their guy can handle some of those timing and anticipation type of accurate throws that you need to run a West Coast,
right?
Then I could see them doing that. But I do think Mike has been. Here's the thing with Mike, a quarterback guru by trade. That's how he made his name as he came up through the NFL. he knows what a quarterback needs. He knows in the pocket what a quarterback is experiencing. And he's tweaked things in a way that's helped guys be the best version of themselves. Kellen Moore, was all cerebral. He was the smartest guy. I don't know if he could really break out of trying to do what he thought was the best in order to maximize Dak. I think he's off in his laboratory thinking he's out thinking the NFL and trying to prove that his passing concepts are going to get an edge when he needed to look at his quarterback and be like, this guy's not the guy to execute my vision. I think Mike McCarthy's going to be more honest with himself. When he said Kellen Moore's been very aggressive these last couple of years, that was a very clear indication that he thought we're putting too much on Dak's arm. And I know that the analytics guys are going to say, but the passing game is so much better than the running game, and you look at the raw numbers, and it is. But for most players, Dak is very much, he might be the shining example of this. You have to make the opposition respect the hell out of your running game in order to get the most out of your quarterback. And Kellen Moore ignored that opening game against Tampa, and then he ignored that against Green Bay. It's 2 games right there. 2 games right there that if I'm Mike McCarthy, I'm saying he cost us those games. Maybe we should have been the number 1 overall seed, but Kellen Moore trying to shift this thing back to the passing game because he saw something on film, right? And we're a 40-burger offense. I think that has been fool's gold for these Cowboys. 510. Hey, Galvin. Oh, sorry, Brian.
Yeah, real quick. I think this is only going to be as good as the offensive line coach that he hires.
That's very important. I think the offensive line coach and the players are the most important thing.
Yeah.
To get better for next year. Okay, Gavin, what about Emmitt Smith's separated shoulder against the Giants? That's higher. That's absolutely higher than both those. Sprained ankle.
Thank you.
Jack Youngblood. You're a running back going head and shoulders first through holes for 2 hours with a separated shoulder?
Oh, Brian, you gonna be a Debbie Downer about it?
No, I'm not.
Thank you.
Can I, off the air, tell you some stuff about this?
Is he gonna break my heart?
Might.
Why can't you tell it on the air?
I don't want to. I'm sorry, I shouldn't even brought it up.
I'll listen
to
it.
You shouldn't have.
I shouldn't have brought it up.
A broken anything is more impressive than a sprained anything.
Yeah.
I disagree. I have I sprained my ankle so many times that I needed ankle reconstruction.
Yeah.
That's what I did. It's very painful and it's swelling.
Yeah, no, my sister just had to do the same thing.
Yeah.
And I think she just kept respraining,
Yes.
and now the whole thing's had to be reconstructed.
They called me gummy ankles. They were always turning over. And I got pretty good at just playing through the pain. But sometimes you'd get one that would put you off of your feet for, 3 to 5 weeks or something like that. No Ronnie Lott amputation. No, that was a finger. That's nothing.
That's nothing. Cut it off.
Dawson talks like a Krusty. Running the ball is for old football. Yeah, but, when they ran the ball this year, they set up so many big plays. I'm running the ball just to get to man coverage. And, you fall in love with all the passing numbers, but I'll tell you what the numbers people don't acknowledge about the passing numbers. They can only be that good because you do run the football sometimes.
Yeah.
So whether it's 2-1 or 1-1, you need the run to keep the defense honest. And the better you run, the crappier your quarterback can be, and you can still play at a very high level.
Well, and it might be old football, but it will always be winning football.
Yeah.
The 2 teams in the NFC Championship game,
Yeah.
really good running teams.
You had more interceptions than fumbles. Running the ball.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, this year you did.
Oh,
you had a lot more. You talk about being crusty and throwing the ball, or running the ball and that, but you did have more turnovers throwing the ball than you did anything this year.
And then another thing, and then I'm going to come back. I'm trying to make Dak as good as possible, but the other thing that Dak Homer has to realize is, if you're in this spot and you're saying, well, that's old school crusty football, we need to go into the future where you can pass, then you need a quarterback that plays with accuracy and anticipation enough to make that game plan work. You get mad at 2nd and 8, but I've seen so many 2nd and 10s the last 3 years since Kellen Moore has been tinkering with this idea of let's pass more and more with Dak. I think it kind of started in 2019. So many 2nd and 10s. It just doesn't add up. What ends up happening is you decide you're going to pass a bunch. You end up passing 50 times for 14 points. You're like, oh, wow, how didn't we score? We were passing so much. Because the defense was sitting on it all game long. And Kellen Moore executed multiple game plans this year where you were getting plenty of yards per attempt, but he believed that the numbers say you pass more, you score more. And it bit them significantly. So my belief is that Kellen Moore is going to pull the plug on that idea that popped up its ugly head a couple of times. Thank you so much for the text. It's really a good conversation. And I do believe we saw, Willis Reed coming down from the concourse for the New York Knicks in like 1973.
Yeah.
That's how legendary that play is going to be. It'll live in infamy. We got the best of the weekend coming up. Everything that was amazing over the last 48 hours here next in the G-Bag Nation.
You can wait 24 hours. Or you can find out Cowboys and NFL insider info immediately by listening to Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus, part of the G-Bag Nation, afternoons 2 to 7, right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app. video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. And thanks to everybody for making us part of your day. Oh, it's very slow coming central through Dallas now southbound. Northbound's creeping pretty slow as well. I'd say maybe 35 miles per hour, even though traffic is not that thick. People are being cautious as traffic is slowing down and the sleet and freezing rain is here. It is time now for Woolchuck to deliver the best of the weekend.
So much great audio from the championship weekend on Sunday. The majority of it was Chiefs-Bengals. We have some from the Bengals side, but we had a lot of get back talking from the Chiefs side. And we will begin with Travis Kelce. This is after the Chiefs, of course, win. They're celebrating. And you have Tracy Wolfson, who is of CBS Sports. She's interviewing Patrick Mahomes. They've just won the AFC Championship. They're third in 5 years. They're going back to the Super Bowl. Travis Kelce comes over, takes over the interview, and he had a little message about Burrowhead to the Cincinnati faithful.
Whoa! Burrowhead my ass! Whoa! It's Mahomes' house!
You know, I did not understand what he was saying at the time because I was moving through the house and Remy was yelling at me. I heard that in the background. I was like, what was that? Now it makes sense.
First off, the Kelce brothers, I think, are amazing. You also had Jason Kelce, who is going to the Super Bowl. They're the first two set of brothers to play each other in a Super Bowl
Congrats.
in NFL history. Jason Kelce, the outstanding center for the Eagles, and then Travis Kelce, the tight end for the Chiefs. Now, Kelce, who roots for the Chiefs, now has said, I'm no longer a Chiefs fan. As soon as the Chiefs won and he knew, okay, that's the matchup, he took to Twitter and said, nope, not a Chiefs fan anymore. Now you had Travis Kelce, who continued on and had a message for the Cincinnati mayor after his troll job last week, saying that Joe Burrow was basically Patrick Mahomes' daddy.
I appreciate you. How about this beautiful trophy? Huh? Hey, I got some wise words for that Cincinnati mayor. Know your role and shut your mouth, you jabroni. You gotta fight for your right to party.
I knew he was going to be up for one more of those.
Wow, he's not even drinking yet.
Nope.
Wow.
Jeez.
Know your role and shut your mouth, you jabroni. Now, the Cincinnati mayor replied.
Peggy and Troy Hughes have to love that, man.
Yeah, I deserve that.
One pro. Oh, that's what he said?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said, congrats to KC on a well-fought win and good luck in Arizona. Proud of our fans and our Bengals for the energy all year. Who day? But he took it.
That, or you can either just like stay off Twitter for a week and it kind of goes away.
Is that the key?
Yeah.
You know a little bit
about
that?
Just kind of let it just kind of die down, and then hope nobody remembers, kind of a thing.
Well, the victory celebration continued. You had Patrick Mahomes' father, former professional baseball player, and he talked about his celebration and his feelings afterwards as well.
You got a cigar of your own, I see. Yeah, I'm smoking the Joe Burrow. You smoking on the Joe Burrow? I'm smoking on the Joe Burrow. How's it feel to be headed back to Super Bowl? It feels great, my baby boy did what he always do. He's going to show up and show out, and I'm just glad he did it.
That's awesome, man. This is definitely the launch point of the rivalry.
Oh, yeah.
Like it was building, and this one set it off for the next decade.
So you'd think, Mahomes hasn't really commented a ton on it this week, but afterwards, post-game presser, they're asking Mahomes about the trash talk, and, he didn't hold back on how it affected him.
Yeah, you got Burrowhead. They beat us last time. They were talking about we got to play them. There was a lot of stuff. The mayor came at me, man. I understand he's the mayor of Cincinnati, so he has to think about something. But, it's something that you just got to play the football game and then let your play do the talking.
You made a man.
That is a Muppet.
Yeah, he does sound so interesting.
Sounds like Kermit the Frog.
I couldn't believe it when we interviewed him at the Super Bowl in Houston. He was getting ready. His agent brought him by, and I was like, wow, this is crazy.
Lee Steinberg?
Lee Steinberg brought him by. Yeah. And I couldn't believe how he talked. And And it's still a part of his story, but I think the clear GOAT here is the mayor and all of Cincinnati for getting way too overconfident. You inspired a man who is playing on just one ankle to run for the game-winning play, Brian. I know you can appreciate that.
No, I absolutely can. I appreciate you kind of framing it that way.
Man.
That they had to go out. He was playing.
There was no way.
He was playing against a politician.
There was no way that he could have got that done except for the extra motivation that politician gave him, Zach.
Okay. Now, we are getting some texts in here about...
Is that very Laura Miller-like?
I think so.
Very Laura Miller-like here with like parade routes and
the
stuff?
parade thing.
Yeah.
You can't do that. You can't do that. And they might have just jinxed themselves. But some texts about Travis Kelce's teeth. They did look very yellow. They looked very plaquey. It was almost as if Travis Kelce forgot to brush his teeth in the morning.
Oh, no.
I don't think typically this is an issue for Travis Kelce, but because the text came in, I thought the same thing during his postgame.
Maybe that helps the trash talk. Yeah. I don't brush on game day.
It's like, look, maybe he just rolled out of bed late. It was like, oh, shoot, I got to get to the stadium, and I just forgot.
My face.
Just forgot, but it did look a little bit.
I can't really talk. My teeth are very yellow.
Yeah, are they?
Yeah. I'm a big coffee, Diet Coke guy over the years.
For as pale as you are, though, I don't notice.
Yeah, it's because I hide them well.
You do?
I guess.
You're just like, don't look at me. Don't look at my teeth. Okay, the big issue though was Joseph Osai, former Texas Longhorn.
Is he okay?
I haven't gotten reports on the injury because he did get hurt on that play.
Yeah,
but this was a badass moment because you did have a couple of former other Bengal players that were not happy about this. Jermaine Pratt, for one, I'll get to him in a moment. But post-game, he's got to sit there and he's got to take all the questions from reporters. So B.J. Hill, their defensive tackle, he's next to him in the locker room. He comes over, big brother moment. Here's B.J. Hill sitting next to Joseph Osai as he's asked and has to listen to all these post-game presser questions.
Dumb question. Come on. He played his butt off the whole game. That's a different question.
It looked like guys were coming up to you on the sideline as you went through that. I mean, what was that like, having guys come up and kind of go?
Like I said, it was great knowing that I had the support of my teammates, and I gotta, like Sam was saying, I gotta learn from experience, and I gotta know not to get close to that quarterback when he's close to that sideline. If there's anything that could possibly cause a penalty in a dire situation like that, I gotta do better.
Things are happening so fast there, obviously. Did you have any idea you were at that sideline there? I mean, obviously you're in full chase.
Yeah, I was just in full chase mode, and I was trying to push him to maybe get him going backwards because I knew he was going for that sideline. I was trying to make him go backwards, get that clock running, but I didn't know. I haven't seen it yet. I didn't know how far out of bounds we were, but yeah.
Did you get injured on the play? It looked like you did.
Yeah, my knee buckled a little bit, but we're going to take care of it and get an MRI done.
Yeah, so I haven't heard about the MRI results, but I just loved in the beginning B.J. Hill. That's like dumb question. He played his butt off today. Ask him another question. He needed that support. He got it from a lot of his coaches afterwards. You did have one of his teammates, Jermaine Pratt, who was caught, and it's gone viral afterwards. He goes to the locker room, and he's saying, why the bleep did you hit the quarterback afterwards? And he was asked about it, and he said, it's raw. I have feelings sometimes that are raw. If you love something as much as I do, sometimes things will be said in the heat of the moment. But he acknowledged he was being a bad teammate there and apologized. But, I mean, look, it happens. And Joseph Osai today, he's definitely getting roasted by the city of Cincinnati.
It sucks when a guy's crying and a teammate's jumping on him for it. It's clear that he felt bad enough. But some people need to vent in their own way. I thought it was awesome how most of his teammates were to him last night, and I understand because those are such quirky plays, and you don't know if the quarterback is going to use that sideline to his advantage. And he was running so hard, you can see as he tries to plant his foot, just everything was out of rhythm, and that thing really overextended and twisted and turned, and he got injured. He was trying so hard to get to the sideline and then stop. That I believe it has given him a significant setback to start the offseason.
Philly certainly Phillied yesterday as city officials began to take precautionary steps once the outcome of their game became very clear that they were going to win. Prior to its conclusion, They began to grease the light poles to discourage fans from climbing them in the post-game celebration. Now, I don't have the numbers on how much feces was consumed, but I'm sure there was quite a lot yesterday as well. But the best video that I've seen so far, you had Eagle fans that were standing on a bus stop, and because of the weight of the 10-plus individuals, it caused the roof to cave in and the bodies to go flying. You also had multiple fans that were caught on video, of course, fighting with each other, because that usually goes down in Philadelphia, lighting fireworks, boozing, which, hey, everybody's going to do that. And then they still were able to climb on those poles that they lubed up there in Philadelphia. But they're partying. And one day, I guess we can just dream that maybe we'll get to party like that here in downtown Dallas.
Yes, and we can hope that the flight's too long, and we can rejoice in the fact that in Arizona we're not in a food court like we were in Minnesota the last time the Eagles played a Super Bowl, because they gathered around Radio Row and sang that damn Fly Eagles Fly song. So we actually have a fighting chance of ignoring the fact that Philadelphia is there.
Now, I'd like to conclude Best of the Weekend with fair or foul. Did you guys see what the Empire State Building did?
Foul.
Yeah, I
see it.
I tend to
foul.
do this as well.
Do you think if the Cowboys had won that they were going to do that for the Cowboys?
I don't know, but they did it for both teams. So if you missed it, the Empire State Building, and they put it on social media.
So they did it for the Chiefs as well?
They did. So right after the Eagles won, they ended up making the Empire State. They changed the colors of the Empire State Building to green and white in honor of the Eagles' NFC Championship victory. It's a division rival in the state of New York. To me, it's extremely foul. You don't do this, and they're catching a lot of heat in their own city for doing it. Now, later on in the night, once the Chiefs won, they said, this hurts us more than it hurts you. We're now lit for the Chiefs in honor of their AFC Championship win, and they changed it to white and to red. But I don't think that they need to be doing this.
No, I mean, I don't think so at all. To me, that's like, it's funny because I saw the comments, the New York Giants Twitter, their Twitter group, the team's Twitter people were saying, we're here for the comments. They tweeted at the Empire State Building like, we're here for the comments just to see, but I don't think it's necessary that you light up your city for any other sports team.
No.
Like I say, we got the Omni Hotel here downtown.
Yeah.
If they had the big Eagles logo on that, I would feel like crap.
That would be breaking news on Channel 4 and Channel 5 and everything. That would be breaking news. That
would be,
Why is the Eagles flying in Dallas?
Yeah, that would be a huge problem, I think, to a lot of fans that are driving by and seeing that.
Amen.
Poor taste. Thank you, Wolchuk. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We have Todd Archer from ESPN, great Cowboys reporter, joins us next in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, I want to chat Window Nation because it is home show season, and Window Nation's bringing the home show savings to you. If you can tell right now this week.
from our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 is coming up in about 20 minutes. It is time now to talk with a special guest, Todd Archer, Cowboys reporter, ESPN, joining us now here in the G-Bag Nation. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We're doing outstanding. Thanks for coming on and providing some more insights into these stories that are circling around the Cowboys right now. Are you taking it to the bank that Mike McCarthy's going to call plays right now?
I'm not, because I've not been told that. I was told that's to be determined at this point. Could it happen? Sure, it could happen. Maybe it will happen, but I haven't been told that just yet. But clearly, I think he'll have more say into the offense than he's had in his first 3 years with the team. And I'm more curious about what's this offense going to look like. And I know you guys have talked about it before. Is it going to be what Mike ran in Green Bay? Is it going to be what the Cowboys have done here for years under Kellen Moore and Scott Linehan and all these guys? Or a combination of the two? There's a lot of things that they'll have to solve here this offseason.
How confident would you be that Dak could run that offense that Mike McCarthy called in Green Bay?
I'm confident in that. I mean, it's not brain surgery. No offense to Broadus' Green Bay ties, but they didn't reinvent the wheel up there.
So how much of the Kellen Moore departure is mutual, or was that more of a true firing?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's easy to say, like, oh, yeah, it's mutual. The fact that he landed a job so quickly, to me, indicates it was mutual, that he was ready to go. They were okay with him. The Chargers, the way I understand it, asked for permission to talk to him last week when there was first wind that he might not be back or things might not be stable here. So they put in a request to talk to him. The fact that he got this job announced within, was it 12 hours? I don't even know.
Yeah.
Tells you to me that this was mutual. He was ready for a fresh start, a new challenge, and the Cowboys were ready to start off in a new direction from Kellen Moore. To me, again, from the Cowboys, and Broadus, you've talked about this before. I know with the guys there, and to me in conversations, when you're the owner, when you're the coach, you already have 5 names in your desk drawer of who you want to be the next guy.
Yep.
You got to hope Mike McCarthy already had those names going.
You know, speaking of names, is there anyone that maybe you've heard of, Todd? I know we've been kicking around some names as well, but maybe some guys that you think they could be linked to.
Yeah, the obvious ones, right? Brian Schottenheimer, he's in the building. Ben McAdoo was in the building last year, a long history with McCarthy up in Green Bay. The guy that I'm intrigued about for a couple of different reasons, and one is his ties to Dak. 2, you'd be weakening a division rival. Is Brian Johnson, the Eagles quarterback coach. That. He's been up for a couple coordinator gigs, and Dak has spoken highly of him when we've talked about him to him about Johnson in the past. He worked with him at Mississippi State. We've seen what Jalen Hurts has done in his 2 years as the Eagles starter with him as the quarterback's coach. So I think that's a guy that you at least investigate to find out what it's all about. Those would be the names I would think. You know, I don't see a Cliff Kingsbury. That would be a Jerry Special to get the guy who's making $8 million as a head coach, and you pay him $150,000 as the offensive staff. The Belichick deal and how he did with Patricia and Joe Judge to a degree up there. I don't think that's going to happen. And all these coaches also have to weigh how long of a future does Mike McCarthy have with the Cowboys coaches to make this a palatable place to come to. If you think he's on a 1-year deal, you might be better off staying where you are if you have a job, or you know you're taking a bit of a gambit to say, okay, I believe in Coach McCarthy and what the Cowboys here, and this is going to be something that lasts beyond 1 or 2 years.
Hey, Todd, when you mentioned Johnson and stuff like that, I mean, that's a really good get on your part. And I'm curious, though, do you interview him with the thought of him being the play caller? And if you're Philadelphia, do you try and talk him out of it because they're telling him you're not going to be the play caller down there, man? You just need to sit with us and ride this thing out. Or how do you think that would play out? I'm sure one team is going to try and talk him out of it, especially if you feel like that McCarthy's going to call the plays.
Right. So let's look at it right now. Like in the hierarchy of what Philly's structure is, Sirianni's the head coach, but he doesn't call plays. Steichen.
Yeah.
He calls the plays. So Johnson's at least third. He would come to Dallas and, okay, you might not call plays, but you're at least second on the list of who we'd all blame for a bad offensive season. So that's better than being third, I guess. Or maybe it's not better being third if you're going to catch some of the heat. But yeah, the Eagles will try and talk him into staying, and I'm sure it'll be a tough get for any team that would try and get him because of what they have in Philadelphia and what if they win a Super Bowl, all that sort of stuff. And again, if you're looking at the Cowboys from an outside perspective, how long are you going to be here? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Is this, to me, 2023 is the way this is shaping up, how we're looking at it is Mike McCarthy is going to get the opportunity potentially that Jason Garrett never got. Jason wanted to call plays again in his final year with the Cowboys, but was not given that opportunity. It looks like Mike could be given that opportunity to call plays in what would be his last chance to go out with a fight, if we want to look at it that way. Whereas Jason had Kellen Moore as his play caller and couldn't go out. So, if it goes this way, it's given Mike McCarthy the chance to show what he can do as a play caller. And look, we all railed on Dak about the interceptions, right?
Right.
If you look at Mike McCarthy's 2 years with Favre in Green Bay, his first 2 years with him, he threw 33 combined interceptions. In 2005, the year McCarthy got there, 29 picks. In all of his time together with Aaron Rodgers, he topped 10 interceptions just twice and none after his third year as a starter. So part of me wonders if Mike's the quarterback guru, why wasn't he involved in getting this thing fixed this year?
Sure.
Just saying.
Yeah. Hey, Todd, okay, you know me, I'm going to come up with reasons why the coaching thing, the releases of these coaches is kind of weird because I feel like there's McCarthy guys going out the door and I feel like they're Jerry Jones guys going out the door. And I know you guys were asking some questions the other day about, and Jerry's relationship with Mike and, how they, the tough decisions. Am I seeing a pattern here or am I reading too much into that?
There may be a pattern there. I think a lot of it, honestly, and Mike mentioned it in part of his answer, he used the term economical. There's economics behind this too. To my understanding is Joe Philbin was among the highest paid offensive line coaches in the NFL, more than $2 million a year. Skip Pete was among the highest paid running backs coaches in the NFL as well. The rough figure in that is I want to say $500,000 and above when you look at what running back coaches make. So, and Jerry didn't want to have 29 coaches on the staff.
Yeah.
He brought that number to us. Was it the start of training camp where he mentioned the number of coaches on the contract?
Yeah.
That's not something he wanted. So I would almost say it's more economical. And look, Kellen was making $2.1 million as the offensive coordinator. Well, guess what? Jerry doesn't have to pay him $2.1 now. I don't know what he's making from the Chargers, but there's some offset there that he'll be saving some coin that he can put into some other coaches going forward. But some of this stuff is like, okay, Kyle Valero's not back as the analytics assistant wide receivers, whatever his title was. I mean, some of this stuff, to use a Jerry term, is fungible, right? Mm. I mean, now George Edwards, that's a pretty big loss in my mind for what he was able to do with not just Micah, but Van Der Esch the last 2 years. No one wants to give the kid credit. Van Der Esch the last 2 years has been a really good player, and I think the Cowboys will make a mistake to not keep him as a free agent.
Good points from Todd Archer here on 105.3 The Fan. Making the playoffs 2 years in a row is no small feat. Do you feel like internally the Cowboys are excited about long-term Mike McCarthy, or is he kind of coaching and calling plays for his job over the next 12 to 24 months?
I would say he's coaching for his job over the next 12 to 24 months because we've heard nothing about a possible extension for him, right? Even though he's made the playoffs here these last 2 years, I would have a feeling that would be something that would have been broached by the national guys as a possibility this past weekend. We've not heard that. Jerry has not been a guy that, has extended the coaches with multiple years left in his contract. Remember, the 2 times he extended Garrett came when Garrett was on the last year of his deal, and he timed it out perfectly by making the playoffs both of those 2 times and get into the divisional round. So they always felt they were building something. I think he's coaching for his job, as probably he entered 2022 coaching for his job as well. But he signed through 2024. Look, 2 years in a row, they've kept Dan Quinn from going out into the head coaching market. We don't need to read any tea leaves here, do we? Of who
No.
would be the first guy on the list as the Cowboys' next head coach?
Pretty obvious.
Yeah. Hey, Todd, I know you and I have had these conversations before, and I think I'm remembering it the right way. You kind of look as the offensive line coach as really the other than the coordinators, really the most important hire for the coaches, the assistant coaches. Did I get that right with you? Yeah.
Absolutely. The 3 main coaches on your staff are your OC, your DC, and your offensive line coach. Like the rest of them, they obviously serve a function, but those 3 guys have to be the tone setters of the entire operation.
Todd,
I just walked myself into a corner now. Where are you going, brother?
No, I'm just saying though. To me, I'm thinking about, because, like I said, I think that how Mike McCarthy could be as a play caller potentially could hinge on who his offensive line coach is. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying of all the hires that they might have, this might be the most important one they've got.
I would agree with you. Yes, and we, I mentioned James Campen's name last week. My understanding is that Carolina is not letting him out.
They're not letting him out.
He's going
Yeah,
to remain there.
Yeah.
He's remaining as Frank Reich's guy there, and he's quality offensive line coach who was making only, honestly, slightly less than what Philbin was making here. But yeah, that's a huge role they'll have to fill, and I wonder if they do look internally there, if Lunda Wells becomes the candidate as their offensive line coach. If you guys will probably discuss that, but
yeah,
there were people in that building that thought Lunda was maybe the best line coach they had in the building anyway, and did a good job with the tight ends the last few years with what they've had. So, and he has offensive line background. That might be a possibility if the Cowboys were to look that route. But I have not heard where McCarthy's going in terms of names or who he's talked with, or if he's even talked to anybody yet about an O-line or OC or running backs, senior linebackers, whatever the heck else they got to fill in that staff.
Todd, you had an awesome article about the options that the Cowboys have here with Dak in the future, and we got the new salary cap numbers. They're still going to be about $7.4 million over, so they'll have to restructure some deals, and maybe they do with Dak. But do you think we're getting closer to them maybe moving on from Dak after this year if they're not able to accomplish the ultimate goal?
I think we'll have that answer. What their plan is if they restructure him. Because you're adding, if you were to do the full restructure and you'd get $22 million in room, and man, wouldn't that be great? Everybody's going to start connecting Cowboys to the high-end free agents, and they're going to sign none of them, and everybody will be disappointed again. It's just the same offseason cycle we go through. But you'd now be adding so much dead money to that deal that after the contract voids after 2024, that you're kind of stuck. So if they restructure them, then that tells you that taxes are got or extended. That tells you everything you need to know. If they don't restructure them and don't extend them, it wouldn't surprise me if you see them draft a quarterback somewhat legitimately in the early rounds, not a Ben DiNucci at number 225 or whatever the heck they got DiNucci in the 7th round a couple of years ago. Because there's 2 cycles. This league is all cycles. It's, everybody's praising Philadelphia for what they're able to do and go out and trade for A.J. Brown. They're partly able to do that, and maybe mostly able to do that, because Jalen Hurts is on a rookie contract, like as a second-round pick. So, it makes it easier. The Cowboys absolutely can go do that, and they had a guy in the building, I know, with Amari Cooper making that kind of money. They just didn't think he was worth it. The Cowboys can go out and trade for whatever receiver you want and move money around and do all that stuff. I just don't think they will. But, yeah, Dak is as critical as 2023 is to Mike McCarthy. It's as critical to Dak Prescott and his future. And it seems like yesterday we were just talking about all that contract stuff with Dak, and now it's all coming back. It's going to come back to the fore again with him. And I'm tired. That gave me tired head back then. an even more tired head going forward.
Well, we appreciate you tracking it. It is one of those interesting things that's going to inform on their plans for their other stuff. But, Todd, I just assumed they'd restructure, because if they don't, that's not a playoff team next year, is it? I mean, that's like $25 or $30 million of cap space that restructuring would free up.
22, yeah, it would free up $22 million from Dak. And look, I just tweeted this stuff out. They'll restructure Gallup, and that'll make everybody mad, but that's the design of the contract. That'll get you about $7.5-ish million. They could do Zach Martin and DeMarcus Lawrence. They get you about $16 million there. So you have $45 million in like a second and a half that we just did. To me, all of the money that they're going to create is going to be to try and re-sign CeeDee Lamb or maybe even Diggs, because they have to start staggering these contracts with these guys. They can't have them all come up at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's impossible to do. And I know you got the fifth-year option on Lamb, but I'd rather get him done early and let Diggs maybe play it out and put the franchise tag on him after next season. But the Dak thing is what is going to drive this whole thing, because quarterback contracts drive the salary cap.
Hey, Todd, in the last couple minutes we got you here. Okay, how about going the other direction with Tyron Smith and Ezekiel Elliott? Look into your crystal ball and try and just make the best guess you can on that.
Yeah, like with a month to go in the season, I was thinking that they were going to do the DeMarcus Lawrence trick with him and pay cut him, but guarantee him some money and bring him back. But, the last 6 games, he didn't average more than 3.6 yards a carry. So I'm now wondering if there's going to be a running back room without Ezekiel Elliott. And then, because you're going to need the money for Pollard either through the franchise tag or a long-term deal. You guys had $20 million tied up in your running back room cap-wise last year. You really want to do that again? That probably doesn't make the most sense. And then with Tyron, I mean, you drafted Tyler Smith to be your left tackle of the future. He largely played that spot the entire year. Tyron has been hurt every year since 2015. I just wonder if they go in a different direction and cut ties with one of their best left tackles that they've ever had. No one's told me what their plan is yet. Mike McCarthy said they've not had a personnel meeting as of when did we talk to Mike? Last Thursday.
Yeah.
So, those two guys, right now, if you had to put any money down on something, I would say neither one of those guys would be the team in 2023.
Todd, fantastic stuff as always. We really appreciate your time, sir. Have a great offseason.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
You betcha. There he is, Todd Archer, ESPN. I'd say a must follow on Cowboys Twitter.
Oh, gosh, he knows it. Yeah, absolutely.
One of the top Cowboys reporters ever. That's that Todd Archer. Thanks so much, Brian, for booking that for us. That was fun. Okay, when we come back, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Where are we headed with that, sir?
Yeah, we've got the top 10 best winter sports movies on this frigid winter day here in the Metroplex. That's next on the Fan.
All right, let's chat Frankels, though, because Segment is brought to you by Soda. It's state of the art. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Now, here he is, the Woolly Bully himself, Wolchuk.
Thank you so much. Goodness gracious. It's frigid out there. We just had Pedro come in here, and it looked like he was still shivering from that cold outside.
I'll tell you what, there's nobody on 75 heading south.
Oh, my goodness. We must have had a wreck up there.
Well, they must either clear
everybody got home,
or everybody cleared out, and I think people are probably going home early.
Well, I mean, 20 minutes ago, 75 South was a parking lot.
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
I'm getting ready for pandemic radio tomorrow, boys. They gave us the access units. You know what that means.
Means you're just going to go ahead and bag it tomorrow, aren't you?
We're doing it from home.
This is me and Luce just going to be up here tomorrow. Is that what you're saying?
If I was in my apartment, I might consider doing it. I'm still living with Mom.
Pop her on the air.
There's no way. I might. That's actually a good idea. There's no way Mom is going to be like, oh, yeah, drive in. She is a worrywart when it comes to this stuff.
Is she?
Yeah.
I don't even think I can work. It's too cold. I'll be under too much duress tomorrow.
I might take that MLK day that we.
Wolchuk can work from home. You can work here.
Yeah.
You guys think you got it?
We got this.
We can cover that up.
We're good.
No, I'll be all right. I'll wake up and see what the roads are like. I'll probably drive in, but I am taking that access unit.
I'm going to take it just in case. Look, if it's not bad, then I won't worry about it.
Gavin is going to stage a fall in the front of his house. He's going to have Abby film him, and he's going to walk outside, and he's going to take a dive.
Hey.
And he's going to,
my back.
Oh, my gosh, I can't. I tell you what, though, I don't think I can be with you guys today.
There have been guys up here that didn't want to work, Brian. I don't consider myself one of those. Do you?
No.
Do you think do you think I don't like to work, guy?
I don't know, man. I just.
Wow.
Do you think I'm not? I'm just. How do you really feel, Brian?
I'll tell you what, man. To me, no. You do want to work. Heck, our shows are doing good, man.
Yeah,
keep working.
Everything's flowing good.
We're kicking butt right now.
Doing good.
About to get into the top 10. What's your favorite winter sports movie of all time? Before that, I do have a debt to pay. I think earlier, as you were talking about giving pills or not giving pills to that former Green Bay Packers quarterback, somebody did issue the name or say the name.
Brett Favre?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
And the text reminded me of this. And rules are rules. Mama gave me them flapjacks. Said, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide. Now, I do have one bit of Packers news for you. Reports are coming in via Adam Schefter that the Green Bay Packers prefer to move on from Aaron Rodgers.
I almost said Brett Favre again.
Gosh dang it, Brian. Are you kidding me?
I just said it. I'm sorry.
You just did.
Yeah.
Mama gave me them flapjacks, so I said, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide. Shout out to you, Keith Jackson. Yeah, so I don't know. We'll see if there's a dance partner. You need somebody to trade. I think it's going to be the Jets. But might move on.
That's crazy. I'm sorry. This is where GMs get too fed up to do a good job. Oh, I can't stand this Manny Ramirez guy. He makes my job hard. You're the GM. Shut up, okay? If you have a coach that doesn't want to deal with Aaron Rodgers, you fire him, okay? Who else doesn't want to deal with Aaron Rodgers? You're gone.
A lot of women.
Well, sure. Of course. He's
Hey,
a troubled
Danica
man
Patrick
with
was
issues.
talking about that the other
He's got a
day.
toxic personality.
I've heard a lot of people don't want to deal with Danica either, right, Brian?
Oh, jeez. If she shows up
Real
on
piece
your
of work, that
yeah,
Danica.
if she shows up on your doorstep, just turn around and leave. Seriously.
Jeez.
I did get to meet her once. I was just amazed at how small she is. She's just tiny.
Gotta
I almost
fit in
said
that car.
sminy. Small
Spitter.
and tiny.
Yeah.
She is. She's very teeny. All right, let's dive into
She
this
is strong.
list. Is she?
Yeah. She's strong. You can strike matches on her.
Okay. All right. Very toy like a toy guy. You guys have a favorite winter sports movie?
Ooh, maybe Miracle on Ice?
Yeah, the Miracle one. Yeah.
Miracle's a good one.
Cool Runnings?
Cool Runnings is definitely going to be listed. Don't you worry. Mighty Ducks always comes to mind on this. We've got a lot of love for Cool Runnings on the text.
Was there a guy about Eddie the Eagle, the ski jumper dude?
I don't know if there was a movie about him. Was there?
Eddie the Eagle's actually
What's it called?
11.
The Flyer? What was it called?
I watched that. It was Eddie the Eagle. I watched it on a flight back. I think it was from South Africa one year. That's certainly on this list.
Of course, they people from the 80s would say Better Off Dead, with Lane and the $2. And it's a cult classic from the 80s.
I didn't see that one.
Did you guys ever see this movie called
Had to run the K2.
Hot Dog, the movie?
No.
Came out in 1984. It's slobs
foreigner here
versus snobs on the slopes.
Oh,
Hot dog,
like freestyle
the movie.
skiing.
It's your typical 80s sex comedy. For better or worse, wacky things happen.
Wacky things.
I'm interested. Lucius?
Am I interested in that? When wacky things happen? Is that what you're asking me?
Just in general.
That's Lucius's motto.
Are you
Wacky
interested?
things. Give me some wacky things.
And what's your favorite winter sports movie?
I probably have to say Cool Runnings because I don't know a lot of winter sports movies. But the only thing that keeps popping up in my head is Snow Dogs.
Oh,
with Cuba Gooding Jr.
Yes.
I don't think I saw that one.
Yeah, we talk about it as a joke, but I've seen it before.
No, Snow Dogs is good.
And the segment is brought to you by Soda, State of the Art.
State of the art weight loss. Those are my peeps.
Doing some good stuff over there.
MVP, most valuable primate, gets a honorable mention as well. That was a movie that I saw as a kid that was not good, but you'd think it was good when you saw it.
Speaking of primates, they stole a monkey from the zoo. A few of them, I think, too.
What?
Yeah, bro, someone is allegedly attacking the Dallas Zoo. Remember we had the conversation with they're back at it.
A new crime over the weekend?
It's a new crime.
Wow.
Yes, sir, bro.
Yes, I will be asking my mother for the meatloaf. Ma, the meatloaf.
I really like these Disney movies about like a husky dog that teams up with his
Balto.
Togo is a great one.
Oh, yeah.
Togo. But there's a number of those like on Netflix and Disney and stuff, and Abby and I are always looking for good ones.
All right, so some of the honorable mentions on here, you've got the Mighty Ducks sequels, Youngblood, the hockey movie from 1986.
Slapshot, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Good. Eddie the Eagle comes in at 11.
So it's called Eddie the Eagle, right?
It is called Eddie the Eagle.
Okay.
Good movie. Number 10 is Goon. Sean William Scott. And he basically is a terrible hockey player that just gets in fights with everybody. It's a good movie. Yeah, Goon. Number 9 is Miracle, which I'm surprised isn't higher on this list.
Again. That movie brought me to tears.
Michael Ruzioni. Who do you play for? I play for the United States of America. That movie's incredible. I love that film. Slapshot comes in at number 8. There you go, Brian. 1977. Paul Newman.
Paul Newman, that's my guy.
Mm-hmm. Good film.
Man.
Hard R as well. That movie's hard R.
Come on, man. Be respectful, dog. What are we doing?
I love you. I, Tonya.
Jeez.
Number 7 on this list. Did you guys see I, Tonya?
Yes.
That is a good movie.
Yes.
And the story
What's
is
about a skater?
Just nuts. It's about Tonya Harding.
Oh, okay,
and
that's
happened.
what I thought. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
Did not see that.
Oh,
I was in Detroit. She took the night she took the
Nancy Kerrigan out?
Yeah, we were in Detroit playing a game.
Oh man, that was just bizarre. The 1994
It
Olympics.
happened at an event at a
prior to. Yeah.
in Detroit.
Just weird. What a story that is.
Margot Robbie playing that too?
Yes. Margot. Oh, and that was also something that happened this weekend.
Dating that first baseman?
No. Okay, so Margot Robbie is married.
Oh,
damn.
I know. She's off.
I mean, congratulations.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean
lucky man.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean she's not in an open relationship. Okay, we can go ahead.
Did I see something about her and Nathaniel Lowe?
You did. So all of a sudden this weekend, it just became a thing to link Margot Robbie with a bunch of random sports stars.
Oh.
And somebody here locally was like, TMZ has reported Margot Robbie dating Rangers first baseman Nathaniel Lowe.
All right.
And it became a big thing. But it's not accurate. She is married. I did my homework on her as well.
It was probably Jamie Presley. They got confused.
Yeah, I got excited because I was hoping to see her at a lot of Ranger games this year, but it didn't happen.
Oh, you're back to that, huh?
No, I'd just like to go and watch.
Yeah.
Number 6 is Men with Brooms. Never saw it.
Curling.
Is that curling?
Yeah, it's got to be curling, right?
Yeah.
Got to be. But I didn't end up seeing the movie. Number 5 is cutting.
Left. Sweep.
The cutting.
Sweep.
I could see Brian being a stud.
I'd be a good captain of that. Skip. They call them skippers.
Come on. Yeah, do they?
Skipper.
Skip.
So in The Sopranos, that's what they call Tony. Skip.
Number 5 is The Cutting Edge that came out in 1992. Didn't see it
These
either.
movies all suck.
A lot of them do.
I mean, this is the first time you've done this where I've kind of like I'm rebelling.
These movies aren't good.
Yeah, well, I'm just rebelling on
The top 4 are good. 4
Other
we've
than
got.
Slapshot,
Slapshot was good.
Cool Runnings was good too.
Well, we'll
the
get to that.
bobsled
We'll get
dudes
to that in just a
they're
moment.
awesome.
Yeah, when he froze his lock off.
Yeah.
4 is Blades of Glory.
That's
a good movie.
Is it?
It's
it's
funny.
a spoof, isn't it? A spoof movie?
It's a good point that Lucius made. Like, is it good? No. But it is funny. It is a spoof movie.
It sucks.
It's a comedy.
I prefer Blades of Steel.
Okay, fair enough.
British Steel.
Blue
Judas Priest.
And somebody has texted in the Cutting Edge. I just never saw it. Johnny Tsunami's getting some love, and that's a great reference. You guys don't know that, but some
Johnny
of us
Tsunami.
do. 90s kids, Disney film. Mystery Alaska, 1998 film.
Okay.
About a movie of the New
Sled
York
dogs.
Rangers.
Oh.
Travel to small town of Mystery, Alaska to play against the locals.
The
Never
beer
saw
league.
it.
Fun.
Yeah.
Sounds like it could be
Get into
cool.
that.
Number 2 is the Mighty Ducks. Amazing.
All right.
But number 1,
30 Below.
the best winter sports movie of all time. Feel the rhythm. Feel the ride.
There it
Get
is.
on up. It's bobsled time.
Yeah.
Cool Runnings.
How many times you watched that as a kid, Chuck?
Oh, gosh, 50? A ton.
John Candy was great.
Well, thank you,
Amazing.
sir. Yeah, great movie. News about the Mavs and the trade deadline. What would you be willing to take to move this Mavs foundational piece? That's coming up next in the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up Tuesday.
Thanks to Rally House, the guys are heading to Radio Row for a week of the biggest guests, with even bigger hijinks thrown in. Our coverage is also brought to you by Window Nation and A1 Air. Turn it on, leave it on. One of the craziest weeks all year. Radio Row Week, beginning February 6th, right here on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. What if the Mavs looked at trading one of their best players to initiate more of a full rebuild? I guess the Morning News sent an alert today that the Mavs are looking to trade for a star, and everybody but Luka is available. I think they wanted to hang on to their core and make it better with little moves, and now they're realizing that's not going to happen. The things that Mike Bassick has been venting about for 3 or 4 years, as far as you don't have players that anybody else wants, are true. Okay, so what we're talking about, and the NBA rumorooski that was hot over the weekend, the Jazz are blowing up the Mavs phones trying to get him to trade Dorian Finney-Smith. League sources say the Mavericks are putting a high premium on an acquisition like that. Thoughts on that? Come on in on the truckwreck.com fan text. There is news. Niners QB Brock Purdy suffered a torn UCL. That is
Bruins.
That's your Tommy John ligament. So apparently he's seeking second opinions, but this would be a 6-month injury if that is accurate. Brock Purdy there with the elbow injury early in last night's game against the Eagles. Okay, but now that we have that taken care of, it's Matt Moore, longtime NBA reporter. He's hearing it's possible the Mavs are looking to be sellers, and maybe they could be talked into moving Dorian Finney-Smith. If they can't trade their players for players that fit them better, the other thing to do is to dump your players on the market and initiate a big rebuild. Maybe take some expiring contracts and young assets, draft picks in return, and then go shopping. The Trailblazers ended up doing that last trade deadline, and they moved off a number of good players that were in their core, like Robert Covington and C.J. McCollum. And they took a huge step back, but then they hit free agency, and they end up getting Jeremy Grant, who's having an all-star caliber year for them. They got Gary Payton II, who's been a good player for them. And I think that might actually work for the Mavs, Wolchuk, Broadus, because I don't think you can trade your players for like championship-level replacements. So I think you're going to have to trade everybody and then hit free agency and hope to find better role players. Now, Planned Powder has never been able to return superstars to the Mavs in free agency, but maybe it could return legitimate playoff-level rotation guys. So I'd be very open-minded to that plan of moving on from Dorian Finney-Smith to if it could be part of a bigger objective to free up a bunch of cap space, acquire draft picks, and try to get a rebuild going before Luka's too far off into his 20s.
I just don't think the Mavericks are in that mindset, and I think it's because Luka, with a player like Luka Doncic, I don't think he can be. I don't think Luka would allow it because Luka is so competitive. He is so win now. And when you have a player that is as good and as talented as him, I don't think you're ever truly out of it, in my opinion. I think you're always just another second piece away.
I agree with you. If that's true, then whoever you get next year is going to be good enough to still be a playoff team.
Sure.
Right? It's more a statement that, hey, this isn't working. We got to, and I'm not talking 2 or 3 years of rebuild.
Right.
I'm talking
I
just
what you're
different
saying.
Role players around him.
Yeah.
I think you're better served, Luka, trying to do something. Now, let's see with Finney-Smith, and I know that Utah's the team that's interested. If you look at his line against Utah the other night, I could see why Utah's interested. Blocks, steals, rebounds, scoring. I could see why. Because usually when you're sitting there like, damn, that guy would be pretty good to have on our team. That guy would be, and so all of a sudden, when you're competing against somebody, you're thinking, man, this guy would be really good on our team.
You see a lot of guys with skills out there.
Yeah, exactly. So to me, but if I would rather go down trying to do things to help, and maybe getting rid of Dorian Finney-Smith is not the most ideal thing.
Sure.
But you got to show Luka you're trying to do something.
You've got to give to get as well, so I hear you. Now, this is interesting because you have the Low Post podcast, and Tim McMahon was on it today, and I'm just finding little quotes from Tim McMahon, who we respect and is a friend of the program here and covers the Mavs. And he said that he would be very surprised if Dorian Finney-Smith is traded before the deadline. He also says that the Mavs likely aren't trading Dorian Finney-Smith unless it's part of a larger deal with multiple picks for a bona fide second guy next to Luka. And he highly doubts it happens before this deadline, and that Dodo is Luka's favorite teammate on the squad.
Oh, wow, that's huge.
Okay.
Favorite teammate on the squad, that's big. But I think the Mavs are approaching it right, that we have a super premium asset for contenders. You want a defender like this who can also make threes, it's going to cost you. And we're not going to give this guy up easily. Now, maybe you're so fed up with this roster that you want them to sell off everybody and just pull it down to bare bones. And maybe I'd be willing to do that. But right now, you have to look into this trade market and be like, if you want to come for Dorian Finney-Smith, you better load up a very good trade package and bring us closer to putting the kind of supporting cast around Luka that we need.
Yeah, to me, it's really about the thing I would hate the Mavs to do, and maybe I always talk about this in team building, is you love your players too much.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that.
Yeah, see, that's
the
thing.
Risk of doing that.
Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden, I'm sure Nico seems like to me one of these guys is like, man, let's move on. Let's go ahead. We can do this. We can make this happen.
Yeah.
Maybe Jay Kidd's like that. Problem is you got ownership that might be like, no, I really don't want to move on from that. I don't want to move on from that guy. I always worry about that. Cowboys have that problem too.
Yeah.
Can't move on from guy. They love their guys too much. Can't move on.
Yeah, I think that's been a big problem for both teams, the Cowboys and the Mavericks. And I think Mark Cuban was great at moving in and out of different players early on in his career as an owner. And maybe he just didn't like it. Maybe he didn't like building relationships and then having to move on from guys, especially if it doesn't get you closer to a championship. So I think owners and front office guys kind of lose their stomach for the fight because they're picking up families and moving them across country, and then they're no closer. And they're like, wow, we actually went backwards on that. What are we doing? We're doing too much. So you kind of want to stand pat and have your guys that you like to work with. And that's the sacrifice that young owners are willing to go through. Owners that haven't won a championship are willing to be the bad guy in order to press their team forward to get a championship. And I do believe Mark Cuban and Jerry Jones are in a similar boat, that maybe they don't want to make people uncomfortable in their pursuit of a championship anymore.
I'm for change because clearly what you have now is not good enough. It's just not going to get you over that hump. And Dorian Finney-Smith has regressed. Now, can he get back to the player that he was that was so good in the second half of last year and in the postseason? That's certainly the hope. The other guy that we've talked about is Christian Wood. And I think it's interesting that I guess what Tim McMahon is hearing now in terms of what could be out there for a Christian Wood trade, and it's really just maybe what the Mavs traded for him. That would be the return on him now. So it's essentially like a late first-round pick and future salary relief.
Would you be willing to do that right now? Do you want to be a seller and kind of raise the white flag on this season? There are 3 games from, I think, the number 1 seed, but there are also 3 games from the 13 spot.
Well, so I think the Mavericks are still thinking we're going to try and compete for a championship this year. So I don't think that they will. For me, I don't think there's a future for Christian Wood here. So if I have the ability to move him and just get some kind of assets, I probably would, instead of letting him just leave in free agency.
It'd be different if they were 15 games over 500 right now. But they're what, 1 game? Are they 26 and 25?
I think it's 3 games and they can get back up there. I think that's what it is.
I mean, so it's competitive, but this is when you have to be able to scout yourself and say, guys, we don't have a chance. We're not going to win it all this year. Even if we could magically slip through the West, there's a number of teams in the East that would just be a nightmare for us, but maybe going on that run is important enough for the team to at least attempt. And when you get Kleba back, you're going to get a really dynamic type of defender that I think is going to at least put you back into, maybe an average defensive team. I don't know. Last year's was top 5. And they use that to really overachieve in the playoffs, and putting all that back together might be too much. So if we could get legitimate assets by trading off of hey, you need a third big man. Here's JaVale McGee. You need an attacking big man. Here's Christian Wood. Here's Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock. Here's Tim Hardaway Jr. Do you need a 3-point shooter? Who wants Bertans? If you could clear all that off and get just expiring contracts back, I think I would sign up for that. But if you can't do it all, I don't know if it makes sense to do little tiny pieces and then have like an additional $4 million of cap space.
I think you'll know exactly what you need to do by February 15th. And that's after they play this next stretch where they play a lot of games, against Western contenders, So I think that's right near the All-Star break. I think you'll know exactly what your team is, whether you have to move on from guys or try and make a run at this thing.
Okay, what are the Cowboys going to do at offensive coordinator? We had the latest intel on that. And is Tony Romo now a falling star post-Cowboys? That is next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about a different nation, though.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. What are the Cowboys going to do at offensive coordinator? We're going to give you the latest intel on that. Brian Broaddus is keeping an eye on the traffic. How's it looking back there,
Yeah,
Broaddus?
it's looking good. If you're traveling southbound on 75, good pace. Just be mindful. Everybody looks like they're kind of spaced out, so everybody's not spaced out in a bad way, but spaced spaced where they they have to touch the brakes okay. And coming back north, looks like we got a good flow going both ways. So if you're coming down from Richardson, trying to get downtown, get a good shot, and maybe trying to get back to Richardson, you're doing a good thing too.
Yeah, it really thinned out about an hour ago after being pretty much stop and go through downtown for the better part of 2 hours. And now I think this is your 5 o'clock shift getting to head home. The pavement's still a little bit wet, but not too slick. And I'd say traffic's going at about 40, 45 miles an hour, something like that.
Yeah.
They are anticipating the sleet will continue. And, the later it gets, the lesser and lesser vehicles going to be on the road and the more treacherous it will become. But do be safe out there. And if you do find yourself in a wreck due to somebody else's negligence, go to truckwreck.com. That's the Frankels. Okay. Is Tony Romo a falling star as an announcer at 877-881-1053? A lot of people critical of his performance yesterday. You remember Dick Ebersol back in October, the great sports TV executive, ripped him, said he lost his passion for it.
Yeah.
And a couple of months later, he's got a lot of company. Maybe Dick Ebersol actually knew what he was talking about. So we'll get to that here in just a second. Brian, we've looked at the articles over the last 48 hours. Are we any closer to knowing what the Cowboys are going to do? Is that going to come tonight and tomorrow? I imagine once they got closure on Kellen Moore leaving, he took the job with the Chargers. He's the OC. Now their attempts to interview people are really firing up. Maybe they want to wait until the Eagles play their streak out so they can talk to their quarterbacks coaches at Brian Johnson.
Yeah.
But what kind of a timeline do you expect this to play out on? When are we going to have a new OC here?
Usually coaches or head coaches would go to the Senior Bowl, and that's going on this week. It's kind of like the scouting community's there. It's a job fair really for a lot of coaches. I don't think Mike McCarthy is necessarily a big fan of showing up at the Senior Bowl. So that would be an opportunity there if he was down there, but he would be holed up in his hotel room. It's important, probably more important for him to figure out who these coaches are as opposed to evaluate players. But yeah, I just the timeline, I think you're absolutely right about if you're interested in that Philadelphia core, there's going to be a window for him. I believe I'm right about this. I'll check the week before the Super Bowl. He's going to have that opportunity this coming up week. If they want to talk to him, they can do that.
Mm-hmm. So maybe we'll have a short list as the week moves on.
Or we could start to hear that, hey, we're just going to elevate Brian Schottenheimer, or it's also Ben McAdoo as
All
well.
right.
I think Todd Archer gave us a really good list of names for guys to keep an eye on.
Brian Johnson to me is a guy you got to talk to. One, you can weaken a division rival.
Yeah.
Two, he's got the relationship with Dak. Even if you don't hire him, I think it's worth just picking his brain and having the conversation to see if you think that's a relationship that could work.
The gentleman was a quarterback's coach at Mississippi State?
He was the quarterback's coach for Dak at Mississippi State, and he's just risen up the ranks since.
Well, I like the idea of that. I like the idea of seeing what Cliff Kingsbury is going on, like a one-on-one relationship with Cliff Kingsbury where he's sort of, explaining to you how he would see the game developing. There's no doubt Cliff Kingsbury has worked magic with other quarterbacks, and maybe he didn't have the physical talent, but he's definitely had the brain and the eyes to be a superior player.
I think if Mike gets the right guy, he might not call plays.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That would be my hunch right now.
Okay.
Because if in fact you're trying to get somebody here, Somebody other than McAdoo, who's now out of a job, Schottenheimer, who's trying to kind of get a better job within the organization. Those guys, to me, when you have a guy that doesn't have a job, like I say, McAdoo, he's going to agree whatever you want me to. Man, what do you want me to do? How do you want me to handle this? Whereas Johnson's like, I'm just trying to be a head coach. I need to call plays. I need to show people that I'm more than just a guy going to get coffee for people.
And we want a developing name, not a retread. I mean, McAdoo.
No, I do.
Yeah.
I don't really want to go with the retread route. Now, they had success with the
would
Dan
Mike
Quinn
McCarthy
hire.
Would McCarthy be considered a retread?
Absolutely.
He would be. The reason why I'm okay
just as
with
a
that.
play caller.
Right. But the reason why I'm okay is he's also your head coach. And he's in a situation where he's just putting it all on the table. It's like, look, this either is a success because of me or it's a failure because of me. And I'm falling on the sword.
I wonder if Jerry gave him this is probably irresponsible, but I'll say it. I wonder if Jerry gave him an ultimatum, basically. We need you to call plays. We need you to call plays here.
To consolidate?
Yeah. Well, Jerry's saying, I want to consolidate some, because literally, and I asked a question to Todd. McCarthy lost guys, Jerry lost guys. This was a back and forth. But I wonder if Jerry Jones told Mike McCarthy, listen, hey, I want you to call plays here. If you're going to move on from Kellen Moore, you need to call plays. And if you don't want to do that, then maybe we need to think about something else.
I hope it's Mike McCarthy saying, I know the kind of game plan that Dak needs, and I'm going to be there to execute it every step of the way.
That's my hope, too.
I don't want to be checking into a headset with a young hotshot who's like, I got it, coach. It's like, no, you don't. I've been down this road a lot more times than you have, and I just hope that Mike McCarthy is jumping into this with the full passion and belief that he's going to push the right buttons.
I'm with you, and he's had several years to sit back and see how others are doing it, and he can relax on that. Now it's time, let it be his way. Let him go out there and do it. I'm ready for it to be sink or swim, coach. Go in the deep end and let's see what you got.
Why no mention of Matt Nagy? Asked the 956. Do McCarthy and Reed have a history? If the Cowboys hire McAdoo, Mr. Magoo himself, I am out. Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm really thinking here. G-Bag Nation, Tolos everywhere, and it's not a great endorsement of the player Dak Prescott. And if you're a huge homer, forgive me for this, please. Okay, and maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. But I think there have been a number of good coaches, offensive minds that have come through here. Maybe not the best, maybe not as good as Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan. But there have been so many different former quarterbacks and offensive guys who have said, Dak needs this kind of a route tree. Dak, okay, we need curls, right? So when they talk about can Dak learn this new offense, it's not intellectually. It's not memorizing a playbook. It's not understanding the route combinations. It's I need players stationary appearing in windows that I can throw the ball directly to. And the more anticipation, the more touch, the more accuracy, the more players are on the move like we want them to. In every sport, coaches die to get their players the ball facing the goal they're going for on the move. It applies in every sport, right? Nobody wants to post the guy up. That's old school basketball. Like, we're going to throw it into the big center. Nobody wants to do that. Not soccer, not basketball, not football, not lacrosse. That is a horrible way to go about it. So why would you stick with that for so long? Why? You've had Wade Wilson in here. You've had John Kitna, Jason Garrett, Scott Linehan. Oh, I know. They're all idiots because they won't come off that. Do you think they practiced it? Do you think they were like, hey, we really got these stationary routes that the entire league makes fun of us for. It's curl routes again. Should we maybe try something else? Okay, absolutely they would. And how do you think that went? How do you think 7 years into a career, they've decided these are the routes that work for Dak Prescott? And I hope that they're all wrong. But, the more I'm looking at this, you add what Mike McCarthy said about Kellen Moore right when Dak got hurt. We got to be smarter. We can't be so aggressive.
Yeah.
He's had it wide open. He knows the way to get better out of Dak Prescott is not to reimagine the offense and get a bunch of crossings and West Coast principles, but it's to maybe do what you're doing a little bit better, put more emphasis on making sure you can run the football, which I think Kellen Moore ignored. Okay, so running the football has to be an emphasis. We can't have Terrence Steele go out and our running game die off. or the year before, what happened there? The running game died off 2 years in a row. And that's how you get Dak better. By making sure we have all of our I's dotted and T's crossed when it comes to the running game, that we're not going to get to midseason and have one injury and our running game fall apart. So that's kind of where I'm at with the offensive coordinator. I think they're going to make it more boring, and I think Mike McCarthy knows, just like Jason Garrett and Scott Linehan did, where the limitation of Dak Prescott's skill set as a quarterback is going to keep him. There are a number of other interesting names. You mentioned Bobby Slowick, the Niners offensive passing game specialist. Yeah. I hope the Cowboys are talking to him. With the Rams, their tight end coach, Thomas Brown, and then Zach Robinson, their quarterbacks coach. Mm-hmm. That's who you want to be talking to. The guys who are working in the best systems, and they have a way of problem solving that all of the other coaches learn before they leave. I think that's why Zach Taylor's having so much success with the Bengals.
The one retread name that I do think has always had success where he's been, and I'm surprised hasn't been mentioned more, is Jim Caldwell. That'd be the one name. That's a good offensive coach. I think he's had success wherever he's been. He's worked with Peyton Manning, you name it. He's a guy that if you just wanted a veteran kind of guy that could come in and you wanted a retread hire, the name of Jim Caldwell wouldn't upset me.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be a good hire as well. Okay, the fall of a broadcast legend almost came to a dramatic conclusion yesterday in the AFC title game.
It's the tough yards, the finish, and the play. Right there, you got three. Talked about this is the best tackling team. They don't miss tackle.
So,
oh gosh,
yes, that would have absolutely been the end for Tony Romo.
Now, Randy Marsh of broadcasting right there. People who annoy you, Tony.
Do you think that's what he was going to say?
I don't think so.
What was he going to say?
I don't know.
Niners?
He wasn't the Niners.
Oh, damn!
It was the AFC. That's what I thought at first. I was like, no, that was a CBS. I can't rule it out. I can't say for sure, but I can't rule it out. It's in the gray area.
He thought he was broadcasting on Showtime.
I've been thinking all day, what else makes sense? Truckwreck.com fan text, do you know? They weren't nose tackles. They were linebackers.
Yeah.
So, yes, that is one part of the Tony Romo story. And the thing he went most viral for last Lucius.
Hold on. Yeah, I know.
But even before that moment.
Hold on, let me get it for you, bro. I got you.
You would have to wonder, is CBS feeling some kind of buyer's remorse over the $20 million they're giving him per season? Dick Ebersol said he'd lost his passion for announcing. I'm still good with Tony Romo unless you can prove he was about to say the N-word, and then I gotta say goodbye to him. But I think his enthusiasm and energy and just his personality is still entertaining, even if he's not taking all the steps to be the next level savant that he was to start his broadcast career. That's where I'm at with Tony Romo.
He's definitely not as good anymore. He's not. And I noticed yesterday watching the game, and I still like Tony. I'm with you. Like, I still think that the enthusiasm and the enjoyment that he gets watching the game, that's still, you can hear through the broadcast. But in terms of just, what are reasons to watch, X's and O's, adding input, he's not really giving you much. Do
you think Greg Olsen was better yesterday?
I didn't think that Greg Olsen, there were certain things in that broadcast, like the whole Devontae Smith catch. I was like, what the hell, guys? Yeah. You guys are talking about the wrong thing here about him being in bounds. Did he control that ball on the way to the ground? Yeah. But I do think Greg Olsen provides more in terms of in-game context than what Tony Romo is doing now.
Kind of feel the same way. I kind of, maybe because we watch more Fox games because of I think Greg Olsen's getting better.
I do too.
Yeah.
I really do. I feel like because I feel like from a tight end's perspective, he could talk about coverage. He could talk about linebacker drops. He could talk about, having a block. There's a lot of great things that he brings. And I think Kevin Burkhardt does a good job of setting him up on some of that stuff.
Yeah.
So I see, like the Super Bowl this year with, do you think Olsen's good enough to keep Tom Brady out of the booth.
No, if Brady wants to go into the booth, they're moving Olsen out. And he pretty much acknowledged that leading up to this week. He said, I know what I signed up for. I'm a big boy. Will it suck? Yeah, it will, but I'll do it.
Still be the same check.
Is there any guarantee that Brady is going to be any good being a broadcaster?
No, he might also stink. There's no guarantee at all.
Yeah, there's no guarantee on it. I'd be surprised. I think it's worth a bet. And if it doesn't work out, you can slide Olsen back into the number one chair. 214 says he was going to say nickelbacks. Maybe it was a third and long situation. Those were two linebackers, I think, at least.
Yeah. Is that code for something? Nickelbacks?
That's why he stopped.
Not that I'm aware of.
Pause.
Hey, did you hear the Wizardly?
Yes.
Line? Can I play it?
Yes, please do. Load us up.
Please.
Just fling it. A litlittle risky. The wizard is still wizardry. But right here, we might have been down.
Yeah. Yes. I don't know. It's just he's having fun watching, right? And I don't necessarily need to be informed or educated.
No, he's goofy.
Sometimes too much X's and O's is boring.
No, he gives some fun, but he still does some beginner stuff where he's using the same word all the freaking time. Outstanding. This is simply outstanding, Jim.
He does have 3 sons running around the house. Maybe they're watching the old 90s film 3 Ninjas.
Shut up, fool.
Actually, I'm buying that one.
If you're a Tony Romo fan, you're coming up with all these things.
No,
Nickelbacks, ninjas.
Nope, Tony's still
say it ain't so, Tony.
Whatever you want to believe.
Please. That's my quarterback. Hey, we got to go. It's time to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. We're back right here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan. winner. It is time to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Bobby Pelt, the Beef, is joining you here coming up in about 7 minutes. LA Live with Lucius Alexander coming up in about 17 minutes. If you missed the G-Bag of the day, Lucius replays that for you every night in LA Live, does some other stuff. It's a fun seg. And it's coming up here in about 15, 20 minutes on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Heading off to Radio Row next week. And then back to Arizona in a month or so for spring training. So it's going to be a big couple of months here for us out there in the state of Arizona. And it's going to be a big Saturday. You can register now for your chance to win a slot to play in Fan Bowl 23, our paper football tournament. It's back. $1,500 for first 3,000